Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
Wang Zhong left the manor's main building and headed straight for the new tank that had just been assigned to him. By the time he arrived, the new tank operators and the veterans from Luftwaffe were already mingling and chatting. As soon as Wang Zhong appeared, Alexander shouted, "The general is here." Alexander Yefimovich was originally an instructor in the training team, and although he was now Wang Zhong's gunner, his rank hadn't been reduced, so he naturally assumed the role of commander. Wang Zhong saluted the crowd with a raised hand and then instructed Alexander, organize an experience-sharing meeting as soon as possible, and talk about the methods the enemy might use to deal with us in battle, like targeting the tracks or jamming the turret ring. At this, one of the new tank operators asked in surprise, "Can the enemy really take on our new tanks? I heard these tanks are invincible and can slaughter the enemy at will. There's even a rich brat, who as soon as he..." Wang Zhong thought, pissing himself, is that it? Is the pissing pants meme making a comeback? Alexei, the commander of the armored battalion that had arrived, spoke up, "Shut your mouth. Who allowed you to gossip in the ranks? Is there no discipline anymore?" The one called Alexei closed his mouth. Wang Zhong then turned to the battalion commander, feeling that this commander had the makings of a division commander of an armored division. But there were more pressing matters. Wang Zhong turned to Alexander and said, "In any case, pass on all the experience to these greenhorns, and especially tell them about the most fatal weakness of the T-34, poor situational awareness. Tell them about the negative effects caused by the damned two-man turret design." Alexander assured him, "Don't worry, General, I'll make sure they all understand. Nov. L.B//JNN. He looked towards the tank operators. "After all, some of you were my students back when you were in the armored training team." The eyes of each tank platoon leader wandered, as if recalling their training days in the armored training camp. Wang Zhong announced, "Also, for today's exchange meeting, there might not be time for much else, so I'll prepare some good food to treat everyone tonight. Eat well, drink well, and enjoy yourselves. Remember to schedule everyone to inspect their tanks tomorrow, and I'll also try to get a group of master workers from the tractor factory." The Soviet army on Earth did not place much importance on tank maintenance, which is why, due to the reliability of the T-34, the Soviet army was able to ensure adequate combat readiness. The Stern Tiger, on the other hand, followed a different path. Their armored battlefield maintenance was first-rate like the American armies, but their equipment was very delicate. At the Battle of Kursk, the Germans had more than 160 new Panthers join the fight, and yet, more than 110 broke down on the way, and thus couldn't play a significant role. Or in other words, the German support capabilities were forced out by their delicate equipment. Wang Zhong, in the anti-empire, was determined to change this. After all, his hard-won T-34s could not be allowed to miss battles due to poor support. With the help of the church, Wang Zhong was planning to get 1,000 experienced workers from the local tractor factory, so wherever the tanks fought, they could be repaired on the spot. They could even repair enemy tanks. Down the line, if they encountered tigers or panthers, they could mend them and use them if not for their own use. Then repairing them for donation to museums was also good. They could even be used for filming the movie Liberation. Just as Wang Zhong was about to leave, Alexander stopped him. "You are the most experienced tank commander among us. Why don't you start off? If you don't share your experience, none of us will feel confident to speak. Like me, I'm basically just your gunner, knowing only how much to rotate the turret and what targets to hit." Wang Zhong thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Fine. I'll tell you about it. Get everyone to gather around, and gather close." Alexander called out, "Everyone assemble, form a square." 30 minutes later, Wang Zhong concluded, "That's the summary of my experiences from the battles in Pinyi and the various tank engagements in Luftwaffe. In short, the enemy is elite and cunning, and we must not underestimate them just because our tanks temporarily have an advantage in armor-piercing capabilities, or we will suffer greatly." Alexander shouted, applause. As his words fell, the sound of clapping thundered. Wang Zhong made a quiet gesture and said, "The hour is late, don't waste time, other tank operators still have experiences to share. For example, the gunners can mention the weak points on enemy tanks. Drivers can also share how to knock on the engine and gearbox from certain angles to fix problems as quickly as possible." The last sentence from Wang Zhong induced laughter among the crowd, showing everyone was aware of their vehicle's quirks and knew of the ant maintenance method. Wang Zhong waved his hand and turned to leave. Just then, he saw a new truck driving across the lawn by the road, heading toward the division headquarters. Curious to see what was happening, Wang Zhong got into a jeep and told Grigory, "Let's go to the division headquarters." Wang Zhong's jeep arrived at the division headquarters right behind the truck. Just as the jeep came to a stop, a girl in a Guardian Army uniform jumped down from the truck. The Guardian Army, a girl? Wang Zhong was stunned. Then more girls jumped off the truck. With a puzzled face, Wang Zhong instinctively glanced at Ludmila but found that she was looking back at him. They exchanged a glance. At that moment, several girls dressed in the monk's military uniform jumped down from the truck, and the last one to get off was Sufang. Wang Zhong called out loudly, "Sufang, what are all these girls here for?" Seeing Wang Zhong, Sufang immediately smiled, her smile turning more subdued upon noticing Ludmila. "General, this is the choir. Now we can perform hymn ceremonies continuously and maintain contact with the higher-up choirs? No longer do we have to worry about missing out on hymns. Wang Zhong scanned again the ones who came down from the vehicle. How come there are only 4 hymn monks? What are the Guardian Army doing? Sufang replied, they are in charge of miscellaneous tasks in the ritual, as well as protecting it. Of course, they also take care of us after we have exhausted our strength from chanting. Why are they all women? Wang Zhong naturally asked, since he had already inquired of Brother Peter and Yuka Niako, both of whom had said the monks were half male and half female. Sufang replied, it just so happened that only female monks were available, so they were assigned to us. As for the Guardian Army, since we are all women, it is more convenient to have all female guardians. In short, it's just a coincidence. Ah, I see, I thought you were sent by the Grand Patriarch to test me. Wang Zhong sighed with relief. At that moment, Ludmila asked, you will be staying with the headquarters from now on, right? Of course, we are a crucial means of communication with higher UPS in an emergency. Then a staff officer came out from the headquarters, Sufang Batawenjisu, the chief hymn monk. Here I am, here I am. Sufang raised her right hand, I'm here. The staff officer said, I will take you and the ladies of the Guardian Army to the temporary sanctuary, and from now on, I will be responsible for helping you build sanctuaries. Wang Zhong asked, sanctuary. Although it seemed very ignorant to ask, he still did. The staff officer immediately explained, it's a temporary chapel, not only for the choristers to conduct mass, but also to welcome the prayers of those with shell shock or other battlefield symptoms, to heal them with holy hymns. Normally, this would be the responsibility of the priests, but there are always experienced priests who can't handle certain cases. Wang Zhong nodded and gestured with a let's go to the staff officer, who immediately turned around and said to Sufang and the others, this way, please. As the group walked away, Ludmila laughed, now Pavlov, the chief of staff, has people to order around too. Wang Zhong laughed, yeah, he's finally a real chief of staff. Upon entering the map room, Wang Zhong saw Chief Pavlov humming a tune while marking the map. This morning, when Wang Zhong had been busy running around, there had been only a small map on the desk in the map room. Now the entire north wall was covered with 6 luxurious maps joined together, incomparable to the small map from the morning. The entire map was filled with military symbols, almost reflecting the situation on the entire southern front. Letting the key map aside, Pavlov had added curtains to the map, giving Wang Zhong the impression that his modest headquarters had suddenly transformed from a mud house on XX slope into the command headquarters of the anti-bandit suppression in Suzhou. Watching Pavlov stand in front of the map wall, Wang Zhong almost heard imaginary tactics, something about pig tactics, snakes of Mount Chang, vibrant life in full bloom, and so on. Thinking it over, the anti-nobles did like to put on such displays, and since Pavlov was a noble, he naturally conformed to the custom. Wang Zhong decided to discipline him a few words, you've got people now, huh? Making such a big show of things, how much manpower is that wasting? Pavlov turned around, don't get me wrong, the military markings on the map are the work of the staff officers, the room decoration was done by your housemaids. Wang Zhong asked, how could you let housemaids into the map room, what if military secrets were leaked? Pavlov admitted, my mistake. Vasily looked up, the chief of staff is on night soil duty tonight. Wang Zhong frowned, how did you end up among the staff officers? I wanted to go back to being an infantry instructor, Vasily said innocently, but they wouldn't let me. They said since I spent most of the combat in the forward command, I was talent for headquarters and sent me back. So, you see, I continue to monitor the field telephone you captured. But now we're too far from the front line to hear anything on it. Wang Zhong was about to comment on Vasily when he suddenly thought of something and asked, why has the entire southern front been updated today? How long would it take to copy the maps from headquarters? Pavlov took 3 quick steps and came to the side door, gently pushing it open. Then a dense beeping sound drifted out of the room. Pavlov said, we finally have our own communications battalion. This is the telegraph company, with a total of 6 telegraph machines, ready to receive and translate telegrams from all over at any time, and to update the maps according to the telegrams. Now our maps are as current as those at Front Army headquarters. As he was speaking, a cryptographer handed a telegram to a staff officer, who immediately went to the map to update the position and status of the 29th Army Group. In fact, Wang Zhong had never known that the division headquarters operated in this manner. Subconsciously, he thought of the distribution of enemy and friendly status on the maps as if they sprouted on their own, just like in a game, although he was aware that certainly wasn't the case. Looking at the 6 high-powered radios and listening to the beeping sound, Wang Zhong thought that his headquarters finally resembled a real headquarters. At that moment, Ludmila asked, what happened to the judge who was in charge of the radios before? Pavlov replied, a division would normally be equipped with a certain number of judges responsible for apprehending spies, dissenters, and for shooting us if we were to plan treason. They've gone back to their original duties. When Pavlov mentioned treason and shooting, the young staff officers working alongside him flinched, pausing in their writing to look over. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue in surprise, I don't know whether to be happy or to fall silent. Hey, where's your level 6 clerk? I haven't seen him around. Pavlov made a pleased gesture, leading Wang Zhong and Ludmila to the other side of the map room, where he opened the door with a snap. As soon as the door to the telegraph room was opened, there was a continuous beeping sound. As soon as this door opened, there was a thud-thud sound as if a hammer was hitting wood. Wang Zhong looked closely and realized they were stamping seals. It was just like when Harry Potter entered Gringotts for the first time. A bunch of goblins were there stamping seals. The room had a similar atmosphere. Nov. L.B//JNN. The level 6 clerk was shouting, "What have you done? When compiling the roster, you must make 2 types of directories. What is this you've made? Print it again." After scolding a clerk, the former educational committee member looked towards Wang Zhong. "General, your arrival is timely. I have something to discuss with you. Look, this is the roster of the 5th Bishan's regiment. The officers were almost wiped out, and many units as well. In reality, the remaining 81 people are mostly from the 3rd Battalion. Normally, such a regimental system would have been disbanded, and the people would have been integrated into other units. If you want to maintain the structure of the 5th Bishan's regiment, you need to replenish officers, clerks, yes, the regiment's clerks. This is very troublesome. Wang Zhong, can't we promote the surviving 81 directly from the ranks? Privates to sergeants, 2nd lieutenants to colonel regimental commanders. It's not possible. I've checked the regulations, you can't be promoted directly like that. Based on my experience in dealing with bureaucratic institutions, it definitely won't be approved. Do you really want a unit led by a 2nd lieutenant as the regimental commander? Wang Zhong, is it not possible? Before, the 3rd Rear Amour group was also reconstituted after on-site promotions. The level 6 clerk said, that's because the 3rd Rear Amour group had a better preservation of senior officers. NCOs can be promoted by promoting experienced veterans. But with the 5th Bishan's regiment, it's impossible to restore the system. My suggestion is to change the number of the 105th Infantry Regiment of the Guardian Army that was supplemented to the 5th Bishan's regiment, and conversely insert the 81 surviving Bishan's soldiers as mid to lower level officers into the original 105th Infantry. Wang Zhong, are you suggesting that we make some adjustments in the clerical work? Deceive the higher UPS. The old clerk said, right. It would be much simpler to handle this way, and you wouldn't need to submit a bunch of rush promotion applications to the front army all at once. Wang Zhong nodded, all right, let's do it this way, but, is the rank of the commander of the 105th Guardian Army sufficient? The old clerk replied, enough, he's an officer transferred from the civil service according to conversion rules, lacking combat experience but with no issues regarding documentation and procedures. So the anti-empire still had a system to convert clerks to military positions according to rank. Without a level 6 clerk, one would never know this. Wang Zhong patted Pavlov on the shoulder, see the talent I found for you? Don't talk about not being able to conjure supplies and troops anymore. Pavlov, who was previously laughing heartily, lost his smile as soon as he heard Wang Zhong's words. Wrong, the smile transferred to Wang Zhong's face. Wang Zhong, don't you decline. Even when you were short of manpower, you managed to get us an endless supply. Now you're definitely up to the task. He then looked at Vasily, right. Yes. Vasily gave a thumbs up, Staff Chief Pavlov can turn the decay into the miraculous. Wang Zhong, exactly. Before, Pavlov also told me about a witch outside of Arjsukov city. Pavlov interrupted him, enough? Instead of teasing me here, you better go and beseech your old man more. Wang Zhong, he's already working overtime. But we can't just hang all our hopes on one tree, can we? You need to make an effort too. As for me, I will go to the tractor factory tomorrow to drag out a few hundred worker masters to form a repair team. No sooner had he spoken than the sounds of telegraphs ticking and stamps banging in chorus were interrupted by the sound of the door opening. Wang Zhong and Pavlov turned their heads to the door and saw Popov come in. Wang Zhong, you've been elusive lately. A dragon is. Popov, an evil entity that devours the world in Prasen mythology. I know. No, that's not a dragon, it's a giant serpent, though also serpent-shaped, but without claws. Popov, guess what I brought back? No sooner had he spoken than several girls dressed in monk robes came in, with an armband that had one more wing than Brother Peter's, indicating that these girls were all priors. After the priors entered, more than 30 female Guardian Army members also entered the room. The last to enter was Deputy Knight Yuka Nyako of the God's Arrow Company, who seemed not quite accustomed to being a green spot in a sea of flowers. Wang Zhong was pleasantly surprised. Has the God's Arrow Company been replenished? Popov smiled. Yes, the Grand Patriarch will fulfill his promise, it just takes a little time. Wang Zhong nodded, then asked a crucial question. Wasn't it said that the priors should be half men, half women? Why are they all women? Popov was also embarrassed, because there are only women left, the men have all been taken away. I would prefer to have men too, considering most of the escort troopers, motorized soldiers are male, having a bunch of female soldiers is a lot of trouble. But others think the same way. That also makes sense. At this point, the shortest girl among the new priors became unhappy. What's wrong with women? Men can fight wars, and so can we? It's just climbing on ice and lying in snow, what's so difficult about that? Wang Zhong, wow, you're small but have a big voice. The ground is dry now, which is fine, but come September when it's muddy, can you lie on the damp soil? The little girl hesitated, but soon put her hands on her hips. Of course I can. If men can, then I can. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows and looked down at her name tag. The girl was named Ekaterina Andreevna Bolenkova. Speaking of which, Yekaterina's nickname is Katya, with a pet name that's, well, Katyusha, right? Wang Zhong sized up the girl once more and was about to speak when she preemptively asked, "Are you going to ask how old I am?" Wang Zhong, you guessed right. Yekaterina, I'm only small because of the blessing, but my guiding ability is very strong. The strongest, understand? I can even guide without direct sight of the enemy, which is quite a rare ability in all of Anti. Wang Zhong was truly amazed. Guiding without seeing the enemy? Isn't that pinpoint targeting on the battlefield? He had to clarify exactly what that meant. Wang Zhong, how are you able to guide without seeing? Can you hit the target if I tell you which vehicle to hit, or do you need a photo of the target? Yekaterina was stumped. What are you talking about? Who can attack just based on a photo? Can't you? Of course I need to see the target first, but if the target leaves my line of sight during guidance, I can still ensure a hit? That's something others don't have. So that's how it is. In other words, as long as she sees the enemy once, and the missile is launched, it will definitely hit, right? Quite impressive indeed, but not as impressive as you'd think. A very subtle ability. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. Really impressive. Yekaterina, why do I feel like you're just being perfunctory? Nov, L, B // JNN. Because I am being perfunctory. Pavlov cut in, I've already arranged accommodation for you, let the staff take you there. Welcome to the 151st Temporary Infantry Division. Deputy Knight Yuka Nyako immediately said, all right girls, settle in first, you'll have time to clean the rooms later, and then go to the quartermaster to get your personal items? Let's move out. Popov, they're soldiers too, you should be commanding them in a military manner, not like a tour guide. Deputy Knight Yuka Nyako took a deep breath, cleared his throat, trying hard to hide the awkwardness on his face, and raised his voice, all units, attention. All the female soldiers, both priors and the Guardian Army, stood at attention. Eyes right, eyes front, right turn, march. The female soldiers left in an orderly march. Wang Zhong scratched his head. I've seen several batches of female soldiers today, all associated with the church, really feeling the church's promotion of gender equality. Popov, you think that's a lot? You're going to see even more soon. The medical personnel assigned to us will arrive this afternoon. Every company gets a military doctor and a medic, plus the divisional medical unit, over 100 female soldiers. Wang Zhong, although I knew there would be a lot of female soldiers, I didn't expect this many. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly realized that this was the first time since arriving at Archsukov's that the military officers, chief of staff, and the military bishop had gathered together. Just as he was about to reflect on this, Popov asked, General, how long do you think we have for reorganization? Wang Zhong pursed his lips. Regarding the unfolding events on Earth, he only roughly remembered one timeline. The pivot towards the small ancient began in mid-August and was almost complete by mid-September. According to this timeline, there was about 1 month left for reorganization. But Wang Zhong always felt there wasn't as much time, mainly because Prasen's strength in this world was much greater than the Sturmtigers. So, to be on the safe side, he said, we can probably reorganize until July 22nd. After that, we should begin to see some clues about the enemy's activities, and by then we should figure out a way to make a move. Pavlov, use one division to block the Central Army Group? Even you can't do that, right? Wang Zhong, of course I can't. But at least I can delay the enemy's attack and buy time for a breakout. Pavlov, buying time for a breakout. It seems you are convinced that the enemy will pivot. Do you have any basis for that? From the current distance, the gap between the enemy's Central Army Group and Southern Army Group exceeds 400 kilometers. That's 400 kilometers. In fact, if only the latitude difference is considered, it's not that far, but the Central Army Group's advance is too fast, which results in a diagonal distance. It is precisely because of the Central's rapid progress that a large-scale encirclement has become possible. Wang Zhong, take a look at the Carolingian campaign. People have path dependencies, and so do armies. The Prussians executed a splendid encirclement at Carolingian, so naturally, they would do the same here. Popov had been listening to the two military commanders' conversation. Seeing that Pavlov fell silent, he said, the general has always been right, it must be a sort of battlefield intuition. Also, I've heard someone at the High Command holds the same view, and he has been dismissed and sent to command the St. Andrew Front Army in the north. Pavlov shook his head. His Majesty the Tsar seems to have believed General Skorobo, even sending the Crown Prince here. Wang Zhong, isn't the Crown Prince coming to find me? Pavlov and Popov looked at Wang Zhong with an expression that said, what are you talking about? Pavlov, he's here to supervise the army. The Tsar had initially planned to come himself, but the High Command stopped him. It's different now. In the past, the cannons could only reach as far as the 5th row of frontline infantry, posing no danger to His Majesty, but now cannons and bombers can easily reach the rear. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue in realization. I see. Anyway, let's hurry to reorganize and prepare for every possibility. The other two nodded in agreement, and the division headquarters thus reached a consensus. Jules year 914, July 22nd, at 1130 hours. Wang Zhong was in the divisional headquarters studying the latest situations when a communications officer with a telegram in hand entered the map room from the next door. When the door opened, the beeping sound from the next room entered Wang Zhong's ears. Wang Zhong, leave the door open. Listening to the beeping sound gives more of a feel of being at the command center. After all, Wang Zhong's favorite great battle always featured beeping sounds whenever the command center of our army was shown. The communications officer immediately turned around to leave the door open, then walked over to the map and handed the telegram to the operations officer. Such telegrams, not directly addressed to the division, are normally not read to the division commander, but instead, the operations officer updates the information directly on the map. Wang Zhong looked at the new information. Armored Division 26 hasn't moved all day today. Operations officer, yes, that's what the telegram says. Pavlov stood up and approached Wang Zhong. They've stopped for repairs. Probably. Wang Zhong stroked his chin. The war has been going on for a month. The enemy's armored divisions should also have stopped for repairs by now. If Prasen's tanks have the same characteristics as Earth's Sturm Tigers, then the enemy's armored units should have suffered considerable non-combat casualties, needing to stop and wait for the repair units to fix the tanks. In addition, there are replenishments like ammunition, fuel, and food, and people also need rest. Pavlov stepped forward, picked up a pointer next to the map, and pointed at it. As of now, of the enemy's strongest 2nd Armored Group, consisting of 6 armored divisions and an independent armored brigade, 3 armored divisions have already stopped for rest. Cavalry recon at the front lines indicates that the enemy's infantry is constructing defensive positions in Balajima and Bolsk, clearly meant as a precaution against our Balajima-Bolsk army group's attack. I think this is enough to prove that the enemy intends to encircle us from the south. These positions are to prevent us from attacking. After the enemy completes their reorganization, they will start the encirclement. Wang Zhong said, just report to the front army like this. But I'm guessing it won't be of any use. Pavlov replied, General Skorobo may not admit it, but he is prepared. He has positioned 3 tank armies on this line. As he spoke, Pavlov drew a line on the map with a pointer, just brushing past the 3 tank armies scattered to the north of Archsukov. Popov joined the conversation. General Skorobo has a background in armored troops, and often calls himself a tank operator. He's probably been itching for an armored battle with the Prussians. Wang Zhong shook his head, but if we attack, the Prussians will deploy smoke and then retreat until they're back in front of their 88mm guns. Wang Zhong paused and sighed, it will fail. We will win. General Skorobo paced excitedly in front of the map. Among these 3 tank armies, the 6th Tank Army is entirely equipped with T-34s, and the 11th Tank Army has many KVS. The enemy will be crushed under our armored fist. The enemy's 2nd Armored Army Group is still led by their armored supervisor Heinz Wilhelm von Mach. He is the proponent of Blitzkrieg theory. Now, we can completely shatter their Blitzkrieg myth. The Chief of Staff of the Front Army said, so, you're acknowledging the Major's prediction is correct? No, his guess is unsubstantiated. If he had presented this evidence then, I would have supported him. General Skorobo, waving his fist, said, the enemy has stopped after consecutive victories, which shows they've reached the end of their tether. Our armored fist will crush them. The war will end this winter. After a brief pause, General Skorobo added, His Majesty the Tsar thinks so too. That's why he sent His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Our victory will be the beginning of a turnaround. Wang Zhong slammed the table. We can't keep waiting like this. How many troops do we have now? Pavlov immediately started listing. Infantry includes the Nearguard 31st Infantry Regiment, the 5th Baishinsk Regiment, totaling 4,500 combatants. Armored troops are currently designated as the 422nd Independent Armored Battalion, with 30 T-34s ready for battle, and 4 awaiting repair. The 339th Anti-Tank Artillery Battalion, 12 45mm anti-tank guns ready. The 155th Artillery Regiment, 24 152mm heavy artillery pieces ready. The logistics personnel for heavy artillery are very numerous, averaging 53 people per piece. 1 independent B-4 battery, 4 B-4 heavy howitzers ready, and 1 awaiting repair. The 55th Anti-Aircraft Battery, 12 72K anti-aircraft guns. Additionally, there are auxiliary forces like the God's Arrow Company, the Sound Array Regiment, etc. A total of 9,800 combatants and 12,000 logistical support personnel. Wang Zhong said, we will do our best and leave the rest to fate. Our target is here. He stabbed his finger on the map on a place called Araki. Popov asked, why here? Wang Zhong replied, first, the highway passes through here. The enemy's armored units can't avoid this place since they need supplies for their push to the south. Second, except for this area, the surroundings are all open grassland. Here there are hedgerows and forests, suitable for concealed defensive positions. Third, if we can delay the enemy forces here, the enemy's 1st Armored Army Group from the south will need more time to bypass this area. Our troops can seize this opportunity to break through from the road at Araki. Besides the road, look over here, this grassland can also be traversed before the muddy season starts, allowing us to get many forces out. In truth, Wang Zhong was basing these ideas on his gaming experience.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. He didn't actually know if it would work. But at that moment, he was a commander with unwavering resolve, and he decided to give it a try. Pavlov sighed, your idea is good, but how can we obtain orders to move out? We're part of the Southwest Front Army, and although we haven't been assigned to any army or army group, we are still under the Front Army's control. Wang Zhong replied, can only try to reach out to my old man then. Wang Zhong finished speaking, stood up, and called for a guard. Grigori. Recently, some saboteurs had attacked senior military officers in the city, so even in his own manner, Wang Zhong now required the accompaniment of guards. Fully armed, Grigori pushed the door open and saluted Wang Zhong, General. As Wang Zhong was about to leave, Pavlov said, "Since we've confirmed the defense position is at Araki, I'll start drawing up the marching plan." "So soon? What if we're not allowed to go to Araki? Wouldn't it be better to wait for the orders?" Wang Zhong asked. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Pavlov sighed, "At times like this, I feel you truly deserve to be at the bottom of your class, constantly hopping between genius and idiot." Wang Zhong thought to himself that Pavlov was overestimating him. He had never systematically studied military theory, only dabbling in bits and pieces here and there. Without the cheat, he would have been finished long ago. As Wang Zhong was thinking this, Pavlov dutifully explained, "Before, we could move out whenever we wanted to because our troop composition was simple, mostly infantry, with very few accompanying laborers. But now, with so many people, just organizing the non-combat personnel who accompany the army will consume a lot of effort. We need to devise a detailed marching plan. Otherwise, you can expect half of these people to get lost on the way. Even with a detailed plan, we'll still have considerable casualties en route, and we'll need to reorganize the troops once we reach our destination." After Pavlov finished, Popov added, "Only the strongest of troops can be immediately thrown into battle after a long march. I do indeed know of such a strong force, but unfortunately, it's not from this world." Wang Zhong, "Then we'll rely on you, especially since you have a level 6 bureaucrat. I'm sure you can handle it." As he said this, a staff officer happened to be passing by from the administration side, and just as the door opened, a series of very loud sneezes sounded out, 3 in a row. Pavlov, "See, you're praising someone to their doom, causing a 65-year-old school director to sneeze." Wang Zhong shrugged his shoulders and slipped out of the map room. In the square in front of the division headquarters, a large group of new recruits from the 5th Belsensk Regiment were training, which was actually the former Guardian Army's 105th Infantry Regiment. The subject of training was the disassembly and maintenance of firearms. The veterans insisted this was most crucial because if the new soldiers couldn't even clear a jam on the battlefield, they would be sitting ducks. Wang Zhong walked along the edge of the square toward the parking lot while watching the new recruits struggle with their Mosin nagants. At that moment, a frail-looking colonel approached Wang Zhong with a rather unstandard salute. Wang Zhong returned the gesture and asked, "Are you Colonel Eugene of the 5th Belsensk Regiment?" "Yes, that's me." The colonel sighed, looking at me, "Don't you understand? I'm not a military man, I'm just a factory director. When I agreed to a rank transfer, I never thought I would become a colonel." Wang Zhong, "How many people did you manage before on the local level?" "Over 1,000, I guess. I was the mining chief of East Khazarla, running a mine that consistently employed over 1,000 miners." Wang Zhong, "Then that's just right. The 5th Belsensk Regiment has roughly the strength of one regiment now, about 2,500 people, about the same as the mine you used to manage, right? This is different." Colonel Eugene began to list the downsides earnestly. Wang Zhong's attitude was one of not listening, turning a deaf ear as if listening to nonsensical prattle. But he couldn't say that outright. He patted Colonel Eugene on the shoulder. "Everyone has a first time, me included. Just take the first step, and you'll be fine." Having said that, Wang Zhong admired his own ability to spout such high-sounding nonsense. But Wang Zhong put on a stern face, "Don't say any more. This is the military. If you drop the ball, I'll have you shot. So just do the best you can." Eugene looked like he had more to say but finally sighed, "I was just hoping to get better treatment for my family in anticipation of a potential rationing system being implemented." Wang Zhong suddenly felt a bit of pity for Colonel Eugene, but the good news was that the anti-empire's food production was very sufficient. Even losing Khazarla, its largest grain-producing region, the empire could still obtain enough meat and grain from the fertile pastures of the eastern border areas. At least, the common people of the anti-empire did not need to worry too much about hunger. After parting with the colonel, Wang Zhong took 2 steps at a time to reach the jeep, got in without waiting for Grigori to help open the door. Grigori started the jeep and drove along the manor's tree-lined path towards the main building. Just setting off, Wang Zhong saw on the roadside lawn, the gunner Alexander from Tank 422 sharing his experience with a new tank crew. "Because we don't have a tank commander, once we hit the battlefield, our field of view is basically fixed to the front. Therefore, whether it's charging in formation or defending and shooting from a position, the squad leaders must ensure their tanks cover different directions to compensate for each other's blind spots in their field of view." Wang Zhong frowned slightly. Alexander was indeed correct, but he had overlooked a crucial point. Ordinary T-34s didn't have radios. Without them, even if their field of view could overlap, the ordinary T-34s couldn't receive warnings from allies. What were they supposed to do? Play music by machine gunning friendly tanks? After passing the armored battalion, there was the artillery training ground where the 155th Heavy Howitzer Battalion was simulating rapid loading for their guns with practice rounds. A bit further on was the anti-aircraft artillery battalion. As Wang Zhong's command had previously lacked this type of unit, there was no one to share their expertise with them, so the anti-aircraft gunners had to rely on training manuals for their pre-battle drills. Nearing the main building, Wang Zhong saw his assigned anti-tank artillery battalion. Dmitry, along with a group who had actual experience with anti-tank guns, was explaining the Prosen tank's weak spots to the gunners using a detailed diagram. Wang Zhong watched with satisfaction as everyone was busy with their duties. Just then, the jeep came to a stop. Grigory, we've arrived, General. I know, this is my home. Wang Zhong said. Old Rakosov study, Jules 914 July 22nd, 1200 hours. After listening to Wang Zhong's analysis, Old Rakosov nodded. Your reasoning is sound. I'll try to get you a redeployment order so you can move to the Araki region for garrison duty. However, are you really that certain that Major General Skorobo's counterattack will be completely ineffective? Wang Zhong then repeated his theory that the enemy would use tanks to lure the attacking forces into an ambush laid by 88mm guns. Old Rakosov, this 88mm anti-aircraft gun, is it the one you reported being destroyed by explosives during an attack on a potential anti-tank position with the B-4 as stated in your report? Yes. At this stage, it is the nemesis of all our tanks. It can even penetrate the KV series from a great distance. What Wang Zhong didn't say was that the gun was not just penetrating but also had first-rate destructive effects. Basically, a single hit meant a sure kill. None could survive. Old Rakosov, have you reported this to the front army headquarters? I have. Wang Zhong was not going to hide the lessons learned for his own benefit. These were things that could save lives. To keep the experience to himself was irresponsible to the entire army. Old Rakosov, indeed, Skorobo is a very stubborn man. I hope that after he loses those 3 tank armies, he will come to his senses and issue the order to retreat in time. Wang Zhong, whether he comes to his senses in time or not, we will hold at Olga for at least 4 days, giving the troops 4 more days to break out of the encirclement. Old Rakosov sighed. I always feel it's unlikely he will come to his senses in time. I know him too well. Wang Zhong scratched his head, not keen on discussing the infuriating general of the front army, and changed the subject. When are you planning to evacuate, Your Excellency the General? I don't plan to evacuate, said Old Rakosov. You have your old unit, and I have mine. I'll stay and lead them to break out when the moment is critical. You can understand that, right? Wang Zhong nodded. He could understand, but he still had mixed feelings. He was supposed to have little emotional attachment to his family in this world. That's how it should be. But when he thought about the old man possibly dying in the upcoming siege, it made him quite troubled. Thus, Wang Zhong decided to try persuading a few more times, but the old man countered with a question. Put yourself in my shoes, facing a hopeless situation, then receiving an order from above telling you to abandon your unit and flee alone. Would you do it? Wang Zhong, of course not. I would fight with my unit until the very last moment. But, old man, you've accepted it rationally but not emotionally, haven't you? Wang Zhong hesitated a moment before nodding. The old man laughed heartily and pressed an electric bell on the desk. 10 seconds later the old butler appeared. Master, bring the wine. My ingrate of a son will be worried for me. Hurry, bring the wine. The butler, the doctor said. I'm going to get the wine. Having said that, he bowed to old Rakosov, then to Wang Zhong, before leaving. The old man then stood up, took out several wafers from a tin can on the coffee table, and threw one to Wang Zhong. Here, these are my attempt at making them, trying to recreate the taste of the ones your nanny used to bake that you liked so much as a child. See if they taste right. Wang Zhong took a bite, his brow instantly furrowing. This is terrifyingly sweet. Oh, is it? The old man tasted one for himself, his brow also creasing. Oh, how can it be so sweet? It tasted normal when I had it. Wang Zhong, how would I know? The old man thought for a moment and slapped his thigh. I've got it. I added sugar and then honey, and I only tasted it after the sugar? I forgot honey is sweet? What a waste. He tossed the wafers back into the tin. At that moment the butler brought the wine and glasses. Old Rakosov, come, let's drink, father and son. To your triumphant advance, Wang Zhong, and to your successful breakout. Haha, if you hold firm, I will definitely break out. You should worry less about your old dad, look after yourself. With that, old Rakosov stuffed a glass into Wang Zhong's hand, snatched the bottle from the butler, filled it up for him, and then did the same for himself. To the mother of Auntie, he said, raising his glass. Wang Zhong, to the mother of Auntie. In Jules 914, on the morning of July 23rd, the senior officers of the 151st Temporary Infantry Division gathered at the headquarters entrance, watching the 1st Vanguard depart. The primary mission of this unit was to requisition houses in Olga, prepare accommodations for the troops arriving later, and communicate with local churches and municipal authorities. Wang Zhong instructed Popov, who was leading the team, make sure to get along with the church. We have just over 10,000 non-combatant personnel, which definitely isn't enough. My defense plan needs a lot of labor, so get the church to organize enough workers. Wang Zhong had already understood that mobilizing the lower classes in the anti-empire relied on the church, which had penetrated every corner of the empire through low-priced food stores, various service societies, and more. In comparison, the empire's nobility was genuinely lacking. Popov said, you plan to implement those tank shelters of yours? That really does require a lot of labor. After all, the tank shelters Wang Zhong wanted to dig were large enough to accommodate an entire tank, which meant a significantly large amount of earth-moving work. Wang Zhong said, I'm counting on you. With so few tanks to hold off an enemy armor cluster, there's no other choice. Popov gave a thumbs up. Done, leave it to me. After saying that, he gestured to the driver, let's go. Thus, the vanguard squad set off, consisting of 5 jeeps and trucks. The last truck carried a large stack of wooden signs, which were to be used for directions on the road. As Wang Zhong watched them disappear into the distance, he turned to see the troops making preparations to depart. Moving the main force was not like the small vanguard that could set out with just 5 vehicles. The main force had to decide on a marching order, distribute marching maps, arrange for personnel to direct traffic at crossroads and other places where it was easy to take the wrong path, form small teams to assist stragglers, and so on. Moreover, this time the armored units had to travel on tracks, and there might be breakdowns along the way, necessitating the mobile repair teams traveling by truck. In short, ensuring the movement of the 151st Division, an enhanced division by the standards of the anti-army over 100 kilometers to an unfamiliar city, was a technical task. This job was a true test of the capabilities of Chief of Staff Pavlov and his division headquarters staff. Wang Zhong, the division commander, could afford to be hands-off. Once the troops set out, his task was to ride Bucephalus among the columns to boost morale. Thinking of Bucephalus, Wang Zhong decided to visit his beloved horse in the stables. The 151st Temporary Infantry Division did not have the term mechanized in its definition, so its logistics were rather free, having both trucks and mules. However, if it were to become a mechanized infantry division, under the rigid doctrines of the anti-empire, the entire division's supply would have to be by truck alone. After all, it's a mechanized unit. For the anti-empire, which was still rather weak industrially, this would be a disaster. There simply wouldn't be enough trucks. Currently, the 151st Division had about 4,000 mules and almost the same number of horse-drawn carriages. There were also 3,000 coachmen, in addition to several hundred logistics personnel responsible for the care of the horses, such as veterinarians, blacksmiths for shoeing horses, and so on. The stables were bustling with horses, luckily spacious enough due to the Duke's own equine interests. Otherwise, the horses would have had to sleep under the open sky at night. Seeing Wang Zhong enter, Bucephalus became excited. It probably sensed the impending departure and kept shuffling its hooves, forcefully hitting the horse stall. While patting the horse's neck, Wang Zhong whispered softly, "Take it easy, you'll get to run your fill today. We have 100 kilometers to cover, 2 days." Another problem with the march was setting up camp in the middle, a complicated affair. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong felt a bit of sympathy for Pavlov, wondering if the staff and clerks added to his team were sufficient. In any case, Wang Zhong was resolved to take a hands-off approach. Oh no, rather, leave professional matters to the professionals. At that moment, Bucephalus calmed down under Wang Zhong's touch and then grabbed Wang Zhong's cap with his teeth and tossed it aside before starting to chew on Wang Zhong's hair. Damn it, what's with this horse? Because I hadn't washed my hair for a long time due to battle, it might have had a scent that horses like. But now my hair was washed by Ludmila, scented only with perfume. After washing, Ludmila even helped me with hair wax. Would a horse like perfume and hair wax? No sooner had Wang Zhong thought this than Bucephalus shook his head, spit on the ground twice, and then distanced himself from Wang Zhong's hair. Haha, got a taste of the perfume and hair wax, huh? Serves you right? Wang Zhong bent down to pick up his cap, brushed the dust off it, and put it back on. Just then, the air raid alarm sounded. So they've finally come to air raid Archsukov, Wang Zhong muttered, taking 3 steps out of the stable, and looked up at the sky. Switching to a bird's eye view, one could clearly see a formation of about 30 bombers and almost the same number of escort fighters. Considering the direction of the flying squadrons, Wang Zhong surmised that the bombers' target was again the train stations, locomotive repair yards, and locomotive marshalling yards. They were clearly hoping to weaken the anti-army's resistance by striking at its logistical transport. Unfortunately, on the vast territory of Anti, it's almost impossible for the Air Force to completely cut off the rail transportation. In such a vast space, it was not easy for Prasen's attack planes to locate a train, and by the time they finished the attack and recorded their achievement, a look at the fuel gauge, oh. As Wang Zhong gazed at the sky in deep thought, a messenger riding a horse galloped over and shouted from a distance, "General Rokossovsky, the Chief of Staff sent me to inform you that you can depart immediately." At that time, the sound of enemy aircraft bombs hitting the ground could be heard in the distance. "Wang Zhong, we're departing now? Isn't there some kind of oath-taking rally or something?" The messenger looked bewildered. What oath-taking rally? Right, they don't have that tradition here. He had thought that since this place had the real divine power, before setting off to fight the infidels, there would be a splendidly dressed archbishop conducting a mass or something, right? Then a nun would recite the emperor's quotations while purifying all heretics with flames. Wang Zhong gathered his thoughts and said to the messenger, "I'll be right there." The messenger saluted and turned his horse around to leave. Due to the particular nature of their profession, messengers could ignore some of the military's cumbersome formalities, like dismounting before saluting a superior officer who was not on horseback. After watching the messenger leave, Wang Zhong turned back to his old partner and had a sudden idea. "How about I fit you with a saddle this time?" Bucephalus immediately shook its head, clearly and decisively expressing its refusal, obviously knowing that Wang Zhong didn't have a clue about how to fit a saddle on a horse, and that forcing it could end in disaster. Wang Zhong, all right, Grigory. You put the saddle on it. Hearing the name Grigory, Bucephalus calmed down. Grigory approached. "General, Saddling a horse is actually quite easy, I can teach you. Wang Zhong, good, teach me quickly. On July 23, 914 joules, at 1210 hours, Wang Zhong rode Bucephalus and left with his troops from the temporary location of the 151st Division. Old Rokosov stood at the gate of the manor with a few maids to see them off. Most of the maids had been evacuated. The Duke of Rokosov had estates east of Mount Raoul, where the maids were sent to engage in agricultural labor. As Wang Zhong passed by the old duke, he saluted him. The old man happily returned the salute, then also made a V for victory gesture, a masterpiece of the war minister of the United Kingdom in this world. Wang Zhong also smiled and made a V for victory gesture. Later, after he had traveled a long distance and looked back, he could still see the old duke standing at the gate, gazing in his direction. Finally, Wang Zhong turned a corner on Bucephalus, and neither the iron gates of the manor nor the old father at the entrance could be seen anymore. But someone ahead was calling him, Elisha, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wang Zhong turned and saw the crown prince standing on top of an extravagantly luxurious imported sports car, cupping his hands before his mouth like a megaphone and shouting, Elisha, have a good journey. To be honest, although the crown prince was a bit of a playboy, he was really not bad when it came to brotherhood. So Wang Zhong also shouted, take care, your highness. He thought about it and felt it wasn't clear enough, so he plainly said, hurry back to Ekaterinburg. Crown prince, why should I return to Ekaterinburg while you are fighting? No, I am here under the emperor's orders to supervise the troops. Wang Zhong, your highness. This place would soon be encircled. He couldn't say something that could so easily shake the morale of the troops, at least not in public. As he hesitated, the crown prince shouted, this is for you. No sooner had the words fallen than the crown prince threw something at Wang Zhong, which reflected the golden sunlight as it spun through the air. Wang Zhong barely caught the item and realized it was the seal ring he had used once before, with red residue of the seal wax still lingering in the crevices on its face. Wang Zhong, I can't keep this. Take good care of Olga, the crown prince responded with an incongruous statement. Wang Zhong pondered the meaning of those words but then noticed that the crown prince had stopped waving. He stood on the back seat of the luxury car, looking forlorn yet resolute. The summer sun poured down from above his head. Previously, when Wang Zhong led his troops from Bogdanovka to Lkov, they took a direct train and, since the unit was small, they arrived without any hitches. Therefore, he had no actual understanding of the various difficulties encountered during a march that Pavlov had spoken of. His knowledge was purely theoretical. But 2 hours after departing from Archsukov, he gained a clear understanding of the troubles on the road. The accidents that occurred when the troops passed through the urban area of Archsukov alone amounted to 2, consuming at least 5 clerks from the headquarters staff to deal with the aftermath, and probably cost the division some rubles in compensation. After leaving the city, there were bunches of soldiers who fainted from heat stroke or fell behind due to lack of stamina. The medics and the horse-drawn ambulance carts were never idle. During a rest after walking for 3 hours, a soldier went to defecate and stepped into a hole dug by a field mouse, breaking his foot. What stretched Wang Zhong's patience to the limit was the accidental discharge of a rifle that occurred in the afternoon. N/o/vel/b/n.c//om. During a march, it's customary to keep the ammunition separate from the firearms to prevent accidental discharge if the safety mechanism fails due to jostling. However, one recruit played with his gun and loaded a cartridge while resting, even chambering a round, and forgot to remove it when they assembled. When the gun fired, the veterans reacted swiftly and immediately hit the ground, while the recruits looked around bewildered and at a loss. Wang Zhong, not far from the discharge, distinctly heard the scream of the person hit by the bullet. This turned out to be the division's first firearm injury case since its establishment. That was just an accident within Wang Zhong's line of sight. Within a marching column of 20,000 men, the number of such incidents was beyond imagination. Fortunately, Pavlov was very professional and had organized a small team of staff officers, clerks, and doctors to ride along the column and deal with emergencies. The long march reminded Wang Zhong of something he read before his time travel, a critique of the Grand Battle. If Baldy's troops could really march like in the movies, he wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Damn, he had thought that comment was somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but it turned out to be true. That's how they continued until 4 p.m., when the troop encountered a horse-drawn cart driven by a local farmer. The driver was an old man who, upon seeing the advancing troops, immediately steered his cart into the roadside bushes to let them pass. As Wang Zhong passed by the old man, he made a point to nod and thank him. Thank you, Grandpa. Look at this, what a polite general. General, where are you headed? There aren't any Prussians over there, are there? In the ordinary villager's mind, there indeed were no Prussians in the direction his troops were headed. The army group was still hundreds of kilometers away from Archsukov, and ordinary people were completely unaware of this. Wang Zhong, we're off to garrison. Do you know Araki? Yes, I know. There's a big market there twice a month. You can buy horses, iron pots, and even young cows there. That was the first time he'd heard of it. Wang Zhong couldn't resist asking further, can't you get these things anywhere else? Of course, you can. You can buy anything in Archsukov. See, I am going to my daughter's place in the city to work and need to bring some things back home. Wang Zhong, has the war not affected your life? Of course, it has. All the young men in the village have rushed off to Archsukov, and few have returned. Then, the girls went too. Old Ivan at the pub has a radio, and it says we'll defeat the Prussians in a few months. Just think about it. With so many good kids gone, surely we will defeat the enemy soon. Not having the heart to burst his bubble, Wang Zhong agreed. Yes, Grandpa, that's right. By the way, do you have any distant relatives? Ones who live far away, preferably to the east of Mount Raoul. The old man laughed. Who has relatives that far away? Nobody in our village does. What's going on, General? Could it be that things are actually very bad? Yes. But Wang Zhong said, we will be victorious, Grandpa. It'll just take a little longer than expected. Grandpa, no worries, it's all right if it ends before the spring plowing next year. This year, the wheat harvest is already troublesome enough. Wang Zhong silently bid farewell to the old man and rode off on Bucephalus in a cloud of dust. That evening, the camp was set up in a village called Relyansky, much smaller than Bylakotov but larger than Karlinovka, which Wang Zhong had visited before. In fact, Pavlov had selected 4 such villages along the route for beleading, with the entire division's units camping in order according to their position in the column. The village where Wang Zhong stayed was at the very front of the marching column, sharing the space with the 5th Byshensk Regiment. The reason for placing the 5th Byshensk Regiment at the forefront was because it had the most new recruits and the fewest experienced non-commissioned officers, which could lead to many falling behind during the march. This way, the nearby Guards 31st Regiment could pick up those who straggled. The technical servicemen, dispersed amongst the infantry units, meant that if anything happened, there were plenty of hands available to push carts and cannons. Ludmila and the Divine Arrow Company were in the middle of the column, so Wang Zhong should be spending the night alone with just his guards for company for the first time in a while. That's what he thought, but when his staff officer led him to where he was staying that evening, he saw a maid. Wang Zhong immediately asked the guide, why is there a maid? Staff officer, isn't she your orderly? Wang Zhong, I don't have an orderly, do I? While living at the Rokossovsky estate, Wang Zhong had always stayed with his fiancée Ludmila, who ostensibly looked after their daily needs. Because Wang Zhong hadn't told Ludmila that he was leaving on the 23rd, he hadn't had time to find an orderly. It should be this way. The maid looked at Wang Zhong. I am Miss Ludmila Vasilievna's playmate and her personal maid at home. As soon as Miss went to Archsukov, she sent a telegram home, and I came over. You didn't know? Wang Zhong, so it was actually you who was taking care of my daily life. No, Miss did a lot too. Her ability to take care of herself has improved since joining the army. The maid showed a relieved expression but it disappeared quickly. But your ability to take care of yourself hasn't improved at all. Well, maybe a little, at least you can dress yourself now. Was the old me really that useless? Feeling embarrassed, Wang Zhong turned to the staff officer. It's not really appropriate to bring a female orderly, is it? The staff officer said, there is no rule against bringing a female orderly. The maid sighed, I usually won't sleep in the same room as you. If you have something going on with the landlady, I can keep watch for you. I used to sleep in the servant's room next to your master bedroom at the estate. It's no different now. Wang Zhong, you actually slept in the servant's room next door? Are you an assassin? Wang Zhong intended to say ninja, but such an Eastern element probably wouldn't be understood by the people of the anti-empire at this time. But it's doubtful the anti-people would have heard of something like the assassins from the Middle East, either. Just as Wang Zhong thought this, the maid displayed her intact 10 fingers. I haven't sawed off any fingers to fit a sleeve sword. Wow, you know about that? Facing Wang Zhong's shocked expression, the maid said, my mother was reading the storybook about the old man in the mountains and his heroes to you and Miss. I was beside them, but listening through the door. So, it was like that? Scratching his head, Wang Zhong asked, how should I address you? You can call me Nelly. So, may I come in? Yes. Grigory, I'll stay in the gatehouse. I'm going to look after the horses now. If you need me, go to the stables. Wang Zhong nodded. Okay, got it. As Bucephalus was led away by Grigory, he kept looking at Nelly, snorting from his nostrils. Wang Zhong, Nelly, how did you get here? Nov, L, B / JNN. I came with the advance team. After they arrived here, they arranged tonight's accommodation. I inquired about where your house was and came over to clean. Oh, Wang Zhong asked another question. You just mentioned the landlady. Is she pretty? I'm not interested in the landlady, just curious. Nelly looked at Wang Zhong with raised eyebrows. She's nowhere near as good as Lutier. Wang Zhong, of course, no one can compare to Luda. As they were speaking, they entered the house, and the landlady came up all at once. General sir. It seems she was ready to take Wang Zhong's Imperial Guard cloak. But Nelly was quicker, taking it and hanging it on a nearby coat hook. Landlady, give me the hat. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong quickly removed his military cap, but before he could reach out, Nelly snatched it away and hung it on the coat hook. Did you just vehemently claim that if there was anything developing between me and the landlady, you would stand guard to prevent interruptions? But, never mind, the landlady can't compare to Ludmila, nor even to Nelly. Deciding to ignore the landlady's attempt to get close, Wang Zhong said to Nelly, prepare dinner for me, no pickles. Nelly, any other requests? No, just no pickles. It's not that pickles are bad, just tired of them. The landlady smiled, I will make a Susie thick soup for the general sir. Nelly, the general usually only eats the meals I prepare to prevent poisoning. If you're going to cook for the general, please go out, turn right, and walk to the end where there is a temporary courtroom for the judge, and let them examine your qualifications. Wang Zhong was shocked. When had he ever had such security measures? And, I've never eaten the dishes you made, Nellie. But Nellie spoke as if it were some established fact. When the landlady heard the word judge, her whole person visibly wilted. Then forget it, she said. My father was with the sanctified faction during the Civil War, so. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. The landlady shuddered with fright. Without thinking much, Wang Zhong turned to open the door. Nellie originally wanted to rush ahead, but Wang Zhong was quite large and blocked the passage. She would need some skill to squeeze by. Outside the door stood the local parish priest and a civil official from the village, who both paused at the sight of Wang Zhong's two beans. Wang Zhong, what is it? We're looking for the lady of this house, she. Wang Zhong directly took the envelope from the civil official's hand, looked at the postmark and the sending unit. Indeed, it was a death notification. I'll take care of it. Wang Zhong turned around, and before he could speak, the landlady leaned against the wall, slowly slid down to the floor, and burst into tears. Is it my husband? Wang Zhong nodded. If there's only one from your family who joined the army, then it should be. Open it for me. I'm not sure I can say the words clearly now. Wang Zhong silently opened the envelope, pulled out the notification, and read, Dear Tamara Lukianova Talup, we regret to inform you that your husband Stepan Alexandro Talup has recently been confirmed killed at Ronid. Wang Zhong couldn't help frowning. He too had escaped from Ronid, and to think that was just a month ago. The fact that the death notification had already reached the family indicated that at least the army's administrative office had recovered from the initial chaos quite a bit. Tamara Lukianova began to cry. Nellie, who had just been at loggerheads with her, squatted down, put her arm around her shoulders, which only made her cry louder. Wang Zhong was at a loss for words. He again thought of Aunt Alexeyevna, the landlady, and the old woman could be considered opposites. The only similarity was the sorrow. The next day, as Wang Zhong was getting dressed and starting to shave, Nellie came in and said, I can't find the landlady anywhere. Wang Zhong, what? After being full of hostility yesterday, are you worried about her now? I'm worried she might despair and do something foolish. Wang Zhong, we're about to leave. You're supposed to go with the cart, right? But, Wang Zhong, it's all right. She is an anti-woman, after all. One day, she'll be able to go into the mountains and wrestle bears. She's not so easily defeated. Nellie frowned. Why do you talk as if you've slept with her? No, not slept. Wang Zhong quickly emphasized, which was the truth. I just believe in our country's girls. Nellie frowned, looking worried. But she didn't have to worry for long because when the troops were departing, both Wang Zhong and Nellie saw that Tamara Lukianova Talup had shaved off her hair and was standing in line with the women registering for the army. The recruiting lieutenant shouted, You must understand. From now on, you will spend a year learning how to conceal yourselves on the battlefield, how to snipe the enemy precisely and efficiently. You will become silent assassins on the battlefield. You will strike terror into the hearts of the Prussians. You are women, and you may be at a disadvantage in hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. But look, this Mosin Nagant 1891/30 model sniper rifle will allow you at a distance of 300 meters to effortlessly kill the strong and fierce Prussian soldiers. You are as lethal as any male soldier. Wang Zhong rode on Bucephalus, and Nellie sat in the cart meant for support staff, both watching Tamara Lukianova, seemingly able to see through her icy gaze the pitiable deaths of her enemies. And such deaths, Wang Zhong would soon witness. Plentiful, an endless stream of them. Jules, July 24, 914, 1845. Wang Zhong looked through his binoculars and saw the town of Araki. The area around Araki was mountainous, and although not very high, they were indeed mountains, marked as 153 highland on the military map. Without having taken any formal military theory classes, Wang Zhong stood on the knoll and decided that this was where he should construct the final defensive position. If nothing could stop the enemy from approaching Araki, they would have to make their last stand sniper combat at this highland. This mountain had an elevation of 153 meters, which couldn't exactly be called low. It was just barely enough to build fortifications on the reverse slope to withstand artillery fire. Wang Zhong turned his head to look directly east of the highland. Apart from the road they had used to get there, there was a vast plain to the east, which could allow troops to pass through. But if the highland were occupied, the enemy's artillery observers would turn the entire eastern region into a zone covered by enemy fire. By then, even if one could get out, it would mean losing a layer of skin. The 153 highland absolutely could not be lost. Just as Wang Zhong thought this, Popov arrived at the foot of the highlands with Colonel Eugene and the engineer lieutenant from the 5th Bishensк Regiment, getting out of their vehicles and walking up. Wang Zhong blurted out, What about the laborers? Don't worry, as soon as we got here yesterday, we had the local church requisition laborers. 5,000 laborers, including women, are already assembled, Popov said. Wang Zhong frowned. Is that all? The engineer from the 5th Bishensk Regiment then said, We didn't count the old ladies and the elderly, otherwise there could have been more. These 5,000 include women and children not of conscription age. Wang Zhong thought for a moment and said, Count the elderly as well. The enemy is strong, and we need a lot of fortifications. The elderly can take on lighter work, such as laying camouflage nets. The engineer nodded his head. Popov asked, Are you planning to set up defensive positions here? No, this is the last defense line. Here, I need to build an artillery observation post, stretch telephone lines to my forward command post, and construct shelters that can accommodate 2 tank platoons. Finally, I need to dig simple artillery shelters on the reverse slope, Wang Zhong replied. Wang Zhong had already overseen the construction of 2 tank shelters on the Rokossovsky estate by the engineer troops of his division, and they were completely familiar with his design philosophy. Now, he just needed the engineer troops to direct the laborers to build the shelters. The engineer asked, "What about the trenches?" Wang Zhong replied, "First, complete the tank shelters. Trenches can be dug by the lads of the 31st Guard Regiment themselves." The 31st Guard Regiment, after all, still had several hundred former cadets who were warrant officers, and it was no problem for them to dig simple combat trenches with engineer shovels. At this point, Colonel Eugene asked, "So we are to hold our ground here to the death?" "No," Wang Zhong immediately replied, "this is the last position. If things go well, we won't need to use the fortifications here, just the artillery observation post." The view from this hilltop was excellent. With the artillery observation post set here, the artillery could effectively control most of the plain in front. Popov asked, "What are your plans?" Wang Zhong replied, "I plan to advance the defense line and ambush the enemy. If the records on the military map are correct, there should be quite a few suitable places for ambushing around here. It's too late today to conduct a reconnaissance. Tomorrow I'll carefully survey the terrain surrounding us and find enough ambush positions. Before that, let's arm the highland first without wasting labor." After speaking, Wang Zhong picked up the binoculars again. From this overlooking perspective, there was actually an inconvenience. He couldn't determine the specific field of view at each point. If this were a game like War Game, Red Dragon, Steel Division, or Warno, you could simply press a hotkey to show the field of view for the point where the mouse cursor is located, making it quite convenient to choose positions for anti-tank gun emplacements and tank defensive positions, and so on. But Wang Zhong's cheats had no such function. He had to survey the terrain by himself like a real commander would. Wang Zhong had read many memoirs of old World War II veterans, and many of these old hands preferred to conduct their own reconnaissance. The famous Tiger King, Carius, liked to ride motorcycles at high speeds on the front lines, even approaching very close to the Russian positions. His injury later on also occurred while riding a motorcycle for reconnaissance when he rushed into a village occupied by Russians, caught by surprise. Now, Wang Zhong was prepared to do the same, to carefully survey the battlefield, to get a clear understanding of the range of fire for each position, and then personally choose ambush positions and dig shelters to give the enemy a nasty surprise. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Unfortunately, there were just 2 hours left until darkness. Surveying in the dark could lead to issues due to the lack of light. It would have to wait until tomorrow morning to begin, but the fortifications could be started overnight. At that moment, Wang Zhong heard a chorus of singing behind him. Turning around, he saw the 31st Guard Regiment coming along the road, singing as they marched. The regimental flag, personally selected by Wang Zhong and borne by Zakhaev, fluttered in the wind at the very front of the column. The 2 columns of the 31st Regiment took up the sides of the road, while in the middle, the 155th Heavy Artillery Regiment's 152 mm heavy guns, pulled by draft horses, passed through the ranks of the infantry. Behind each gun followed an ammunition cart and a personnel cart, along with plenty of spare horses. Just managing the horses, this regiment had hundreds of coachmen specialized in providing fodder, grooming, repairing saddlery, and most importantly, shoeing the horses. Watching the scene, Wang Zhong suddenly felt the enemy wasn't so terrifying, for his own troops also showed a bit of the aura of the Huangwei Corps from the Grand Battle. Of course, it was limited to the 31st Guards Regiment. The horses of the 155th Heavy Artillery Regiment also performed well, full of vigor. As soon as the 31st Regiment was up, Wang Zhong had just thought that Yegorov should be arriving soon when a jeep drove over, and Yegorov jumped out, rushing up the earthen mound in 3 strides. "This high ground is excellent," Yegorov blurted out as soon as he arrived. "Let the 31st Regiment defend it." Wang Zhong, "No, I only plan to place an artillery observation post here, plus a battalion as reserve. I need the 31st Regiment to cover the tanks and anti-tank guns for the ambush." Yegorov, you mentioned the ambush. Use those shelters you came up with to catch the enemy off guard. But we can only do this once, right? Wang Zhong smiled. "Who says so? We will prepare more shelters, scattered across multiple ambush sites, each ambush being at a different spot. That way, we can not only surprise the enemy but also deplete their heavy artillery shells and smoke bombs." Wang Zhong could already imagine what the enemy would do after being hurt in the first ambush. They would cover the revealed ambush positions with heavy artillery and then confuse us with smoke bombs, finally charging and relying on experience for an armored melee. He was prepared to turn the tables on them. Yegorov laughed. "I've seen you command armored units, I'm not worried about that." "No, as long as you don't get yourself captured by the enemy, I'm not worried." Major Eugene exclaimed in shock. "What? Captured? Is the Major General going to charge personally?" Yegorov, "Oh, he charges fiercely. The first time he charged, he was running a fever, and after the charge, he fell off the tank, nearly getting a concussion. Luckily, everyone rushed to catch him." Major Eugene looked puzzled, clearly unable to imagine the scene. Popov added, he also personally directed a tank to blow up the commander of the enemy's 15th Armored Division. Blew up? Eugene asked with confusion. Ah, my mistake in phrasing, killed. Major Eugene, the kind of killed I'm thinking of. Yegorov laughed, could it be any other kind? Major Eugene, that's amazing. But I heard someone say that it was because the T-34 is a good tank. Yegorov, that's where you're mistaken. He was just as fierce when commanding the BT-7 and the T-28, with gratifying results. Finally, Wang Zhong, overwhelmed by the praise, cut off Yegorov. Let's talk about something serious. Yegorov nodded repeatedly. Understood, understood. Major Eugene, coachman, let's have a couple of drinks tonight and I'll tell you all about it, privately. Wang Zhong thought to himself that Yegorov, perhaps after spending too much time with Vasily, had also become chatty. Yegorov's gaze turned to the northeast, and he carefully observed through binoculars. Wait a minute, he said, maintaining his posture with the binoculars. Are you sure you're only putting one battalion here? What if the enemy bypasses our ambushes and heads straight for this high ground? Wang Zhong pointed at the tree line, set up fire positions there, with crossfire covering the high ground. Without breaking through the woods to our north and clearing the defenses inside, they wouldn't dare attack our position on Hill 153 at our feet. Yegorov, what about smoke? Cover the entire plain in smoke and then charge over. Wang Zhong, that's why we need to deplete the enemy's smoke bombs in the initial ambushes. If the enemy attacks us from the north in a flanking move, their supply difficulties will increase, and they won't be able to replenish their smoke bombs that quickly. Makes sense, Yegorov nodded, but this is a risky move. If the enemy captures Hill 153, our movement among the hedgerows will be completely exposed, and the troop deployment in the woods will be crystal clear to them. Popov, even if we don't lose the high ground, the enemy's aerial reconnaissance is still deadly. Wang Zhong, that's why we are choosing the woods as our defensive positions. If the enemy's planes can't see us, that eliminates a huge threat. Popov, then, where do you plan to use God's Arrow Company? Wang Zhong, still on air defense. We have enough anti-tank firepower in our hands, but for air defense, relying on a single battalion of 72 KS is obviously not enough. While they were talking, another jeep stopped on the reverse slope of Hill 153. Pavlov struggled to pull himself out of the jeep's bed and climbed the high ground. What, having a little meeting here? Wang Zhong, admiring the impressive advance of our forces. Pavlov snorted, it looks pretty majestic, but according to the preliminary reports, nearly 20% have fallen behind. Especially the 5th Byshansk Regiment. Not only did they fall behind, but about 100 seemed to want to desert, and they were caught by the judge. Major Eugene awkwardly said, our main issue is that we have too few veterans, and all the officers are like me, civilians converted over, so it's normal for the soldiers to feel it's not reliable. If we had more professional officers, they wouldn't run. Should I go and speak to the judge for them? Pavlov, forget it. Once the tribunal catches them, they usually don't come back. Your task is to restore order as much as possible tonight, and cram those who didn't deliberately fall behind back into their units. I'll try my best, Major Eugene said solemnly. Unable to help himself, Wang Zhong spoke up, aren't you managing a mine with over 1,000 people? Just treat them like miners, and train them however you need to. Eugene grimaced, they've got guns. Yegorov, that's simple, just show bravery once in battle, and everyone will respect you. Speaking from experience. Spare me, Pavlov said, we've got enough high-ranking officers who like to take the lead on the front line, one division commander is enough. All right, let's end the small talk here. Wang Zhong put down his binoculars. Although there isn't enough time left today to conduct a detailed reconnaissance of the designated engagement area, there shouldn't be a problem with just circling around Araki to inspect the surrounding situation. Yegorov, indeed. I'll accompany you for a walk around. Then I'll go, fight with all kinds of troublesome matters. Pavlov said, grabbing Popov, you're not the military officer, you're coming too. Popov looked up at the sky, all right, I'll join. But I'm mainly in charge of communicating with the church. Colonel Eugene looked at the few familiar faces and asked, do I, as the military officer, also need to go? I am the military officer, right? Why don't you find a real colonel instead? I'm really not up for this. Wang Zhong, you, as a mine manager, how can you be so timid? If you gave me a mine to manage, I would be up for it. How about this, assign me someone who understands the military, I'll pretend, and he can give suggestions. I can do that. Wang Zhong, Pavlov. The chief of staff scratched his head, I've just got enough staff here. Wang Zhong, here's what you do, find a staff officer, you'll take over his duties, then send him to the 5th Byshansk Regiment. Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong with the eyes of a wronged woman, you think I'm looking good again, don't you? Do you really want me to have panda eyes? Wang Zhong, I trust in your capability. Fine, fine, one staff officer and no more. Wang Zhong smiled and turned to call Grigory, Grisha, bring the vehicle over. I suggest we ride horses. Yegorov said, you look east and it's plain, driving there is no problem, but look to the northeast side, it's tough for vehicles, better to ride horses, they can move through the woods too. Wang Zhong, all right then, Grisha, bring the horses. Wang Zhong took his men and half-circled Araki, which explained why the elder they encountered before had specifically mentioned that there were horses and milk cows for sale at the local market. There was a huge breeding ranch nearby, with many horses and milk cows kept. Yegorov even joked, "Now, while we dig entrenchments here, we'll have plenty of milk every day." Wang Zhong, these cows' heads and such, they aren't suitable as defensive positions, are they? And they would block the firepower points set up in sturdy buildings. Yegorov, true, if the enemy attacks from this direction, we'll have a hard time defending, there's too much man-made cover. To defend we can only dig tank shelters here according to your method and use the tanks as support points, combined with trenches. But we have only 30 tanks. Wang Zhong, 25, 5 broke down on the road. I've commandeered masters from the tractor factory who are rushing to repair them. Wang Zhong had always thought the T-34 was as rugged as the AK-47, expecting it to run without issues. Now he understood that the T-34's ruggedness was only relative to the Sturmtiger tanks. Tanks, when run on roads, do break down, and the T-34 was no exception. That's why later tanks were transported by heavy trucks when maneuvering and only drove themselves on the battlefield. Anyway, Wang Zhong did the right thing by drafting workers and masters from the tractor factory. Yegorov, the enemy isn't coming right now, they can be fixed. We'll start digging shelters here, and it's fine if they're not used. It's better than being unprepared if the enemy attacks from this side. Wang Zhong nodded, took out his notebook, and noted this down. Let's go, we continue. The other directions around Araki were quite suitable for defense, especially the ironware factory in the northern part of the town that mainly produced all kinds of iron pots and shovels. The factory buildings seemed very sturdy and could serve as solid defensive points. Moreover, the factory water tower was the second best artillery observation post around Araki. The best one was on the 153 high ground. After completing the city's circumferential reconnaissance, Wang Zhong returned by the same road and saw the B-4 heavy artillery being moved into the city. Wang Zhong counted the numbers, sighing, I originally thought the heavy artillery would break down, but to my surprise, they entered the city safely, while 5 T-34s broke down. Yegorov, indeed, I also thought these delicate things would get ruined, but unexpectedly they made it through. If they weren't at the very back of the formation, they would definitely have slowed down the entire division's pace. Wang Zhong nodded. After all, this world's B-4, being self-propelled, wasn't easy to tow. The powered version was too heavy. Then these 4 B-4s managed to travel nearly 100 kilometers under their own power to Araki. As Wang Zhong pondered this, an old lady stopped him. General sir, I heard the roar of many tractors. They say they are tanks and artillery. Are the Prasen people coming to attack here? Yes. Old lady, you should quickly take your children and flee. The old lady, oh, General, you're a kind soul, worrying about us. Don't worry, my daughter-in-law has already fled with my grandsons and granddaughters to the holy Ekaterinburg. Wang Zhong, then why didn't you leave? My eyes, they're almost blind. I'm useless, better to stay here. The old lady gestured over her eyes. You see, now I can't even make out your rank. I can only judge you're a general by the color of your insignia. The anti-empire's general collar insignia is orange, different from all other ranks, making it quite recognizable. It is said this was learned from the Prussians. Wang Zhong didn't know how to respond to the half-blind old woman, and could only say, Grandma, I still have work to do. If you have any difficulties, speak to the priest from the church, they will help you. The half-blind old woman asked, I just wanted to ask if my son is in your troops. He is called. The old woman gave a name, but Wang Zhong had no recollection of it. He had collected the names of all the new recruits, just as he had in Luchthof, but the names of the anti-people were too long and repetitive, and difficult to remember. It was already difficult to remember 1,000 names. Now with nearly 10,000 soldiers in his troops, Wang Zhong truly had no way to quickly grasp so many names. Therefore, Wang Zhong could only say, I'll keep an eye out. Now, I must be going. Of course. The old woman stepped back to the side of the road, drawing a triangle on herself. Bless you, kind general. Pavlov had set up the division headquarters and accommodations for the senior officers, staff, and clerks in a large house owned by the local noble boy. The local boy was a count, and the house was befitting of his title. Pavlov transformed the parlor directly into a map room, while the adjacent dining room became the telegraph room's office. He also didn't close the door between the map room and the telegraph room, so the taps of the telegraph could be clearly heard in the map room. Wang Zhong quite liked this aspect, as the tapping noise provided the atmosphere of a command headquarters. The staff who had arrived early with Popov yesterday had already drawn a detailed topographical map of the area surrounding Araki, which was displayed on the large table in the map room, while the situational map of the entire southern front hung on the wall. Wang Zhong took out his notebook and began pointing at the topographical map. The artillery positions, I feel, can be set up here. The woods are not too dense, so they won't hinder the artillery fire, but they're thick enough to shield from aerial reconnaissance, and with camouflage nets, the effect would be even better. Yegorov said, we can dig artillery emplacements for further concealment. Also place some fake artillery positions nearby. Wang Zhong continued, if God's Aero Company is solely responsible for air defense, we can disperse them in these 4 directions, and Brother Peter's sound array can be placed here. I have no objections, Pavlov said. After all, I haven't surveyed the terrain in person. Yegorov said. The reserve troops can be placed around the artillery positions, giving us one battalion on Hill 153 and another near the artillery positions. 2 battalions of reserves should be enough. Nov. L. B /JNN. Wang Zhong added, apart from these areas needing fortifications, we also need to dig shelters that can accommodate 2 tank platoons near the pastures east of the town. Let's start tonight. Popov scratched his head. The locals have some with night blindness. We'll need illumination for construction at night, and we temporarily do not have that many torches. As they spoke, everyone looked out the window. The night had completely fallen. Yegorov suggested, waiting until daylight to begin construction won't be too late, as the nights are very short right now. Wang Zhong said, telephone lines must be laid between the artillery positions and the command post. It would be best to set up a radio as well. After all, vehicle number 422 had a radio, so when Wang Zhong was in the vehicle, if the artillery had a radio, he could call for precise strikes. But Pavlov's face immediately showed difficulty. Radios are truly scarce. How about we let Vasily bring over the captured Plosin walkie-talkies? That works, Wang Zhong replied. Actually, there was another way, which was to leave a tank platoon leader's vehicle. However, tanks with radios were too precious, and Wang Zhong couldn't bear to part with them. Tomorrow morning, I plan to lead a reconnaissance mission to the northwest, northeast, and due north of Araki, expecting to advance approximately 20 kilometers, Wang Zhong said, slapping the northern edge of the Araki map on the table. Take the staff who drew this map with me, and make sure to draw the maps of the designated combat zones as well. Pavlov ordered. Captain Andrei, bring your aide with you tomorrow and advance with the general. Yes, sir. Wang Zhong glanced at Captain Andrei and noticed his boots were not riding boots, then asked, can you ride a horse? I learned at a club, the captain answered. Wang Zhong queried, a club? You're not a noble. No, but don't worry, my riding skills are no problem. I studied for 3 years at the club, he said. Wang Zhong affirmed, all right. I'll have Grigory pick out a more gentle horse for you to ride. Yegorov spoke up, General, are you really planning to advance 20 kilometers to engage the enemy? Wang Zhong assured, indeed, just as you wouldn't expect me to do this, the enemy certainly won't expect it either. To catch them unawares is the key to victory. At that point, Vasily couldn't help but turn around. General, aren't we going to plant fake mines this time? Wang Zhong declared, this time we have enough real mines. Central Army Corps Headquarters, temporary airfield. The senior generals of the army group gathered in the waiting area at the side of the airfield, chatting quietly amongst themselves. Nov. L. B /JNN. It seems like they're here to urge us to turn south again, said Heinz Wilhelm von Mach, the general in charge of the 2nd Armored Division and Prussian Armored Forces director, to the army group commander, Marshal von Bock beside him, but we're so close to the anti-capital. Turning south to complete the encirclement would mean pushing forward 500 kilometers, while taking the capital is only 300 kilometers away. Marshal von Bock soothed him, those 500 kilometers aren't just for you to fight. General von Steiermark from the 1st Armored Division will also attack from the south. It's a pincer movement. Besides, the south is all Great Plains, which is perfect for tank maneuvers right now. But if you advance east, not only do you have forests and rivers, but also the enemy's fortified regions. General Mach, there are rivers to the south too, but most of them are in their dry season, and your tanks can ford them, interjected Marshal von Bock, pausing then adding, most of them. General Mach, all right, perhaps a southern attack isn't too problematic tactically, but strategically, it will greatly delay our attack on the enemy's capital? I think that's strategically incorrect. Marshal von Bock consoled him, patience. His Majesty has arrived at the front line, so you can lay out the pros and cons for him. If you convince His Majesty, you can continue towards St. Ekaterinburg after replenishments are complete. General Mach pursed his lips. At that moment, a Junker trimotor aircraft bearing the Royal Eagle insignia descended from the sky and gently touched down on the airfield. The plane gradually slowed down, then turned and slid towards the generals. Ground crew at the airfield pushed a boarding ladder towards the plane. The plane stopped right in front of the boarding ladder with the cabin door facing it. General Mach grumbled, always with such formalities. Marshal von Bock, even you, who's so trusted by His Majesty, shouldn't openly say such things. General Mach, I think His Majesty is broad-minded enough. That's why I respect him. Marshal von Bock said nothing. After all, he couldn't say that His Majesty wasn't broad-minded. At that moment, the cabin door opened, and the Plothin Emperor, Reinhard von Hohenzollern, strode out of the plane in high spirits. Ah, my brave generals. He hadn't even reached the crowd before he let slip such a remark. The generals saluted in unison. The Emperor merely waved his hand in response and then began to hug the officers in order of rank. Once the hugging was over, the Emperor spoke, I'm here to seek your opinions, for I have noticed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity laid out before us. By seizing this opportunity, we will decisively prove that our Prasen nation is the superior one. We shall discuss this opportunity at a proper venue. Lead the way, Marshal von Bock. The Marshal bowed immediately, and a sedan that had been prepared nearby drove up. The Marshal personally opened the car door for the Emperor, playing the role of a servant without a trace of complaint. Nobody thought there was anything wrong with this. After the Emperor got into the car, everyone else quickly followed suit, and the motorcade made its way to the Central Army Corps headquarters. 10 minutes later, the generals had taken their seats in the command center's conference room. Pacing back and forth in front of a large map, the emperor said, "I'm sure you've heard that I plan to order General Mach's armored forces to head south to coordinate with the 1st Armored Division in initiating a pincer attack on the Khazaria Kingdom's capital, Arch-Sukhof." Anobs. General Mach stood up. "Your Majesty, I am only 300 kilometers away from St. Ekaterinburg. Give me 1 more month, and I can push to the city's gates." The emperor frowned, visibly showing his dissatisfaction. "You may understand military matters well, but you don't understand economics and politics. We need Arch-Sukhof, need Khazaria's coal, steel, and grain, and we need their beef and dairy. Moreover, once the encirclement is complete, 1,000,000 enemies will be vanquished, and the anti-empire will be left without the military strength or morale to fight us. By then, St. Ekaterinburg will be nothing more than a grape waiting to be plucked." No sooner had he spoken than an attendant brought in washed grapes. The emperor, seeing the grapes and delighted, went over and plucked one. "Look, grapes, just like this, swallowed in one bite. But some among you don't properly recognize the importance of annihilating the enemy's living forces. At present, the anti-people's resistance is expected to last another 5 or 6 months at most, and the destruction of their strong forces in Arch-Sukhof will greatly shorten this duration. But," General Muchi began, "the anti-empire has always been known for their steamroller tactics. Manpower has never been their concern." The emperor spun around abruptly, his golden hair flying up. "That was the case before, but times have changed. Before, the Tsar's grey beasts could be armed with just a rifle, even without guns they could manage. But now, if infantry lack technical equipment, they're mere rubbish, easily annihilated. The same goes for infantry that lacks training. And now, Arch-Sukhof's heavy army corps has a large amount of technical equipment, including many new types of tanks reported from various locations. If we do not annihilate this heavy army corps and instead focus single-mindedly on attacking St. Ekaterina, once this corps recovers from our devastating strikes, it will pose a serious threat. To eliminate this threat, we must annihilate them. We must." General Muchi hesitated, wanting to speak. The emperor stared at him for a good while, nodding with satisfaction. "It seems that you've realized this. Defeating the anti-empire has never been a difficult task. We knew from the beginning that we would defeat them. When we made the offensive plans last December, we knew the war would end within a year. We were clear about that. But victory is not enough. What's important is that we defeat them decisively. Annihilating 1,000,000-strong enemy heavy army corps in one fell swoop will profoundly shock our enemies, making the still resisting United Kingdom and the onlooking Federation fear us." The entire meeting room fell silent. Someone shouted, "Long live the Emperor," and then everyone joined in a chorus, "Long live the Emperor." Hohenzollern waved his hand to quell the cheering, before turning to General Muchi again. "What's the current situation with the 2nd Armored Corps?" General Muchi immediately answered, "All our armored divisions ceased combat operations yesterday to recuperate. The report I received before boarding the plane here stated that compared to June 22nd when the offensive was launched, we have 230 fewer tanks." 230 tanks, the Emperor raised his voice, clearly the number was unexpected. General Muchi hastened to explain, "Of these, 110 can be repaired through field service, and 50 can be sent back to the factory for repairs. My men have already marked the locations of these tanks. However, only 2 of our 10 field service battalions have reached the front line, and the tank repair factories haven't arrived at their designated locations yet. We plan to set up the tank repair center in Shihalsky, where there should be large frontline repair facilities capable of repairing severely damaged tanks. Yet there's nothing there now." The Emperor frowned. "What's causing such slow progress?" Before General Muchi could speak, Field Marshal von Bock interjected, "The condition of the roads is much worse than we expected, and the railways aren't in good shape either. We originally planned our supplies according to the standards of our own railways, but the railway system within anti-empire can only handle 30% of our intended transport volume. At present, there's a shortage of ammunition and fuel on various fronts, which necessitates a pause to wait for resupplies. The Emperor, High Command told me it was traffic jams." "It's indeed traffic jams." Field Marshal von Bock nodded. "Traffic jams are the outward appearance, while poor road conditions are the underlying issue. High Command didn't tell you the underlying issue, probably out of fear that you would think they were shirking responsibility." The Emperor's mouth twitched. "These damn Junker nobles." Most of those present were, in fact, part of the Junker nobility, but they all pretended not to hear. The Emperor then asked General Muchi, "So when can you start moving south?" General Muchi, "At the current pace of repairs, we manage 10 tanks a day. We estimate that by August 5th, the combat readiness of our armored troops will rebound to its peak. By then, ammunition and fuel will also be fully resupplied, and the soldiers will have completed their rest, ready for another offensive." The Emperor shook his head. "No, that's too slow. The enemy's heavy troops could realize our intentions at any moment. In fact, their current deployment already shows signs of this. To the south of you, aerial reconnaissance has identified 3 of the enemy's tank armies, all brand new. These 3 armies are obviously intended to delay you, or even they might plan to use these armies to completely crush your group, severing our offensive spearhead." General Muchi confidently said, "They will not succeed. Most of Anti's tanks are subpar, though there are a few new models worth noting. However, most of their new tanks were destroyed before they even engaged us. We hold an absolute lead in armored technology. The Emperor, then you should launch the attack even sooner. I think you should start attacking at the latest by August 2nd. Your corps will form the outer encirclement, and the infantry units of the 11th Army Group will act as the inner layer, crossing the river here to initiate the offensive. The Southern Army Group will cross the Dnieper River here and outflank Artsukov from the south. General Muchi, if we start the attack on the 2nd, some divisions will have a significant shortfall in tanks. After all, we didn't lose tanks evenly across all divisions. Don't worry about that. The Emperor waved his finger back and forth. I'll enhance your group with the Asgard Knights Emperor Armored Division and the Asgard Knights Emperor's Personal Guard Division. These are elite units newly organized and will be the central pillars guarding our sacred empire of Asgard in the future. Although those present were military men, these words still sparked murmurs. After all, everyone had heard rumors that the Emperor intended to establish forces independent of the Imperial Defense Forces, and this was the first time the rumors materialized. The Emperor declared proudly, "These units are extremely elite, commanded by my most trusted Siegfried. They consist of rigorously selected veterans equipped with the latest weapons. They will crush our enemies." As he spoke, the Emperor clenched his fists to express his emotions. General Muchi, understood. We will launch an attack on August 2nd, not any sooner. Agreed, the Emperor consented briskly. The Artsukov campaign will end within 20 to 30 days, and then we can charge towards St. Ekaterina. On July 30th, at 1130 hours, in the northern shrubbery of Araki, Tactical number 427 T-34 was slowly reversing from the lowest layer of the tank shelter to the middle platform, so the turret emerged above the ground. Good, the platoon leader of the tank waved the flag in his hand. Stop, don't reverse anymore. The gunner and commander of Tank 427 poked his head out of the open hatch and looked around. Not bad, apart from the grass in front obstructing the view, this shelter is nearly perfect. Wang Zhong put down his binoculars, glanced at the commander, and said, "Cut the chatter, hit the target." He stood next to the shelter of Tank 427, having just been observing an officer from the anti-tank artillery battalion set up the targets through his binoculars. These specially set up targets were used by the anti-tank guns to quickly determine the distance to their targets, usually disguised as various conventional objects so they would know approximately the distance once an enemy tank passed nearby. Wang Zhong made a gesture to the staff officer beside him, who then raised his hand and fired a flare. The people setting up targets in the distance immediately left the target area and mounted their horses to pull away. Wang Zhong said to the crew of Tank 427, "Set the range to 700, aim at the ground, use armor-piercing shells, quick." The commander of 427 immediately returned to the tank, while the gun's elevation mechanism began to adjust, and the tank gun slowly lowered. The next moment, the tank fired. The blast from the muzzle made the camouflage net covering the tank shelter ripple like waves on water, and the grass that originally blocked the front of the shelter was instantly knocked down. Indeed, the smoke from firing was much less than it would have been on open ground due to this post-war designed tank shelter. It was indeed advanced. Wang Zhong paid attention to the firing and only turned his focus to the armor-piercing shell when it hit the ground and bounced like a ping-pong ball, flying farther away. The point of impact seemed quite far from the target. Wang Zhong, Tank 427, your sights are seriously misaligned, adjust them at once. Fire again in 20 minutes. The T-34 tanks assigned to the temporary 151st Infantry Division had many inaccuracies with their gun sights. Previously at Artsukov, there hadn't been such a large area to conduct live firing, so this issue hadn't been uncovered until now with each test fire. Wang Zhong, next, Tank 428. Right, the commander of Tank 428 raised his right hand. I've already made adjustments, it should hit close to the range mark. Then fire. A minute later, the armor-piercing shell hit the target and shattered it. Wang Zhong, who the hell told you to shatter the target? The artillerymen have to set up a new one now. I swear I didn't aim for the target. Tank 428's commander poked his head out, the shell drifted over there. The error margin of this gun is definitely greater than what the factory manual states. Wang Zhong frowned, unsure if it was because Auntie's craftsmanship was poor in this timeline, or whether Earth's T-34s were also this roughly made. Through the detailed testing over these days, Wang Zhong realized that when he led the parade troops out to the armored confrontation with the Prasen people at Lukhtov, the first round of shots hit only a few times, which might not be the tank driver's fault. Alpha Omicron Beta Epsilon. Perhaps the vehicle that Wang Zhong rode in was a spoiled observation vehicle, therefore it was finely crafted and strictly quality controlled, which allowed it to hit wherever it was aimed. Wang Zhong continued to supervise the tank troops' main gun and sight testing, when Yegorov came over. "It doesn't seem to be looking good," he said from a distance. Wang Zhong, luckily we tested early. After these adjustments, it should be a lot more accurate. How are things on your side? The trenches have been mostly dug. I've reassigned some of the lads to help the labor camp with road construction. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhong turned to look at the road being busily laid behind the positions, where a large number of civilians were shouting chants, pulling stone rollers taken off millstones, and compacting the road surface. This road was built for the anti-tank guns, with mules pulling the guns and ammunition carts. They could move faster on the road, enabling quick evacuation from positions. Of course, tanks could use this road too. Although the T-34 tank had good off-road capability, constantly driving through wild terrain was likely to cause breakdowns. Yegorov, we've been here a week, building so many fortifications and still going. The troops are getting tired. Wang Zhong, I also feel that we have enough fortifications. Let's leave the rest to the labor camp. They don't have to go to the front lines and can work until the enemy attacks. Yegorov, my suggestion is not just to give time off but also to organize some activities, like throwing a dance party with the nurses from the division's medical unit, something like that. Wang Zhong, a dance party. Not the sort of noble-style dance party you're thinking of. Our commoners' dance party only needs a campfire, a baton, a balalaika, and then we can enjoy the music. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. The dance you're talking about isn't a waltz, but the Cossack war dance, right? Right. Yegorov immediately squatted down and began doing the famous Cossack squat dance, also known as the knee destroyer dance. The soldiers around, who had nothing else to do, had their attention all drawn over, and some began cheering. After about 30 seconds of dancing, Yegorov stood up, struck a pose, and said, "That's the dance, understand?" Before Wang Zhong could reply, someone in the ranks shouted, "Come on, regiment commander, your turn." Yeah, the general's turn. Wang Zhong, who actually didn't have much of a dignified air nor could he really afford to are now well acquainted by the soldiers, so jokes were thrown directly at him. Of course, Vasily, the shit-stirring king, played a part in this, preferring talking trash even while hauling manure, and so incidentally, Vasily had helped demolish Wang Zhong's authority. Pavlov had serious objections to this, repeatedly telling Wang Zhong, as a commander, you need to maintain authority so the soldiers will follow you into the charge. However, Wang Zhong himself didn't mind. At this moment, faced with the soldiers egging on, Wang Zhong laughed and said, "Do you want to see me paralyze myself from the waist down? Everyone has things they're not good at, and dancing is something I'm not good at." Actually, the original owner of the body might have been quite good at it, judging by his love for partying, but Wang Zhong was genuinely not capable. If forced to do a number, he could only show the soldiers a bit of the call of the times dance. The soldiers clamored for quite a while, watching Wang Zhong completely unmoved, then suddenly someone said, "Why not have the general give us a motivational speech?" People from the 31st Regiment all say the general is powerful, they were moved to tears listening to him, and we haven't heard it since we joined. This suggestion immediately received everyone's endorsement, even the staff officers following Wang Zhong looked up with interested expressions. Wang Zhong, speeches are for boosting morale, and I see your spirits are already high. When we engage the Pro-Sen forces and suffer heavy casualties, even if you don't want to listen, I'll give a speech then, but for now, let's not. The atmosphere that had just heated up suddenly quieted down. Wang Zhong looked at everyone and laughed. "Don't worry, look at these defense works we've made, I have confidence that we'll inflict heavy casualties on the enemy here. But you can't guarantee we'll all survive, can you?" Someone asked. "Yes, this is war. Even the magician of the battlefield can't guarantee there won't be casualties," Wang Zhong answered. Originally, he thought the soldiers would be silent after hearing this response, but someone carelessly said, "Then we'll just become the colors on the banner." The others laughed as well. Another said, "Hey, let's not scare ourselves. Maybe it won't even be our turn to take action. There are 3 armored divisions to the north. I heard one division is all T-34s, which is 6 or 7 times our equipment number. Maybe if that division launches an attack, it will directly crush the enemy's armored cluster." Wang Zhong, if that's the case, it would be the best. That was his genuine thought. If it could be that way, then the war would end soon, and there would be no need for so many sacrifices. But Wang Zhong knew it wouldn't be so. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. That night, Wang Zhong returned to the division headquarters from the front line and immediately checked the updated situation map at 1830 hours, then pointed at the 2 newly appeared armored units and asked, "What units are these?" Pavlov, the new units discovered by aerial reconnaissance and cavalry scouts. The unit identification marks on the armored vehicles are different from all the ones from the 2nd Armored Group. Wang Zhong, how are they different? The marks of other armored units are more casual, some are simple symbols, others are animals, and there's a variety of deformed letters. But these 2 divisions both adopted shield crests. Wang Zhong immediately felt that the situation was not good. Shield crests. Yes. Wang Zhong, is there a notch in the upper right corner of the shield? Right, how did you know? A guess. What's on the shields of these 2 divisions? One has a key, and the other seems to be some kind of ancient Scandinavian rune. Wang Zhong tutade, this is not going to be easy. Additionally, Pavlov paused. The tribunal discovered that the enemy's call signs have included a unit called the Asgard Knights. Asgard is the mythical realm in the creation myth that the Pro-Sen Empire is endeavoring to propagate. Wang Zhong, the Asgard Knights, huh? I have a feeling these units are going to be tough to deal with. We still don't know if these call signs are associated with the 2 new divisions, Pavlov said. At that moment, Nelly came in, pushing a cart loaded with food. "I've made skewered meat and walnut jam pies in the kitchen. You can take and eat them while you work." The staff officers immediately exclaimed in admiration, "Amazing. Nelly, you really are an angel." Nelly parked the cart next to the map table and left it there, turning around to stare at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong blinked. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Nothing, just curious. I didn't believe what Miss Luda told me, about how Elisha is now an outstanding soldier and stuff. I didn't buy it. Wang Zhong, do you believe it now? Nelly shook her head, still no. I think you might not be that bastard anymore. Then who am I? Wang Zhong countered. Nelly, who knows? Maybe Saint Andrew descended using that bastard's body, I don't know. Luda certainly likes you though. Wang Zhong, and you. I need to observe a little longer, Nelly answered. Wang Zhong shrugged, stood up, squeezed through the staff officers, took a plate, and helped himself to a big serving of walnut jam, wiping it up with the pies. Oh, he exclaimed, delicious. Sweet but not greasy. Fantastic job, Nelly. Nelly was just about to reply when suddenly, music was heard from outside. Pavlov immediately started cursing. What's going on? At such a critical time for war preparations. Wang Zhong, the soldier's work is almost done. I approved Yegorov to hold a dance event to boost morale, and I even approved leave for tomorrow. Pavlov, such matters don't just require your approval, the bishop's consent is needed too. Popov is going to be furious. Just as he was speaking, Popov came in. Me? No, I think the troops are too tense and should relax a bit. Holding the dance is a good idea. It's just a shame we have so few female soldiers. Wang Zhong, we can let the girls from the field laundry and cooking teams join in. Popov, that still won't be enough. We might as well get all the local girls to join in too, for a good relaxation before the battle starts. Wang Zhong gave a thumbs up. Just then, Nelly suddenly asked, are you going to dance too? Me? No, I'd rather not. I prefer watching others have fun over dancing. And Nelly drew out the sound but didn't say much more. On August 2nd, 914 joules, at 0430 hours, the headquarters of the 2nd Armored Division of the Prussian Army. General Heinz Wilhelm von Mach glanced at his pocket watch and nodded at a staff member who was on the phone. The staff member immediately gave the order, begin artillery preparation. As the staff member hung up the phone, the distant rumble of thunder could be faintly heard, the sound of the artillery from the armored cluster command opening fire. General von Mach stood in front of the map, fixated on St. Yekaterina fortress on the map. After a long silence, he said, in truth, continuing our push to the east does pose a risk. Our supply line will be stretched to 600 kilometers, and the infantry troops of the Central Army Group will be spread thin along the lengthy supply line, certainly leaving us vulnerable everywhere. If the enemy's heavy troops advance north, they could potentially find themselves in a perilous situation. The Chief of Staff said, the Southern Army Group is advancing too slowly. Even though it's all open plains, and they have naval support, their progress is embarrassingly slow. To make excuses, they've even come up with a white horse general, claiming he's some kind of defensive genius, repeatedly holding back the charge of the armored cluster. General von Mach frowned. A defensive genius? Why haven't I heard of him? The Chief of Staff said, the information was suppressed by the higher UPS, and the Southern Army Group was reprimanded. The Imperial Propaganda Minister was furious and directly called to question the Southern Army Group, asking if they intended to undermine the propaganda that Anti is an inferior race. General von Mach, already notable for his furrowed brow, now had wrinkles so deep as though they could hide a flea. Get me the combat records related to this white horse general, preferably the unembellished original versions. The Chief of Staff said, well, after all, this enemy isn't someone our army group has encountered, and the related information was suppressed by the Empire, so we don't know the details. General von Mach cursed, what's going on? Don't they know? Sharing information on an enemy's outstanding commander's style of command can effectively reduce our casualties. No one in the room answered. After a struggle, the Chief of Staff said, perhaps we will encounter him, and you can personally test his mettle. General von Mach snorted, good, this war has almost turned into another armed parade like the one with the Carolingians. If this continues, even if we encircle 1 million anti-army at Archsukov, others will say we merely defeated a horde of primitives. On the southern front, the headquarters of the 1st Armored Division of the Prussian Army, at 0430 hours. Fire, said General Ewald von Steiermark, commander of the 1st Armored Division. The staff member picked up the telephone immediately. Moments later, distant thunders rolled. Steiermark asked, has the intelligence department still not found General Rokossovsky's deployment location? We've just received a telegram, Commander. The Imperial Intelligence Agency's Rabowel branch reports that Major General Peter Konstantinovich Rokossovsky is now serving as the Senior Operations Staff Officer at the Southwestern Front Army Headquarters. General von Steiermark frowned. What? Why would they place such a war general on the staff? Is this transfer even proper? The others in the command center exchanged glances. The Chief of Staff suggested, could it be a namesake? Maybe a brother or something. Never mind. General von Steiermark shook his head. If such a troublesome fellow has indeed been tucked away in the staff room, then our victory is nearly certain. The largest encirclement and annihilation battle in human history, this fight will no matter what be remembered in military history. Anti-Army, Archsukov, the Southwestern Front Army Headquarters, 0510 hours, August 2nd, 914 joules. All the telephones were ringing. Every phone, as soon as the receiver was put back, would immediately start ringing again. And those receivers that were picked up, without exception, had a staff officer shouting into them. Hello? Louder? You need to be louder. Amidst the constant calls for louder, General Skorobo frowned. looking at the deployment map of the Southwestern Front Army. On this map, there were already 6 symbols indicating suspected enemy intentions to attack. It was foreseeable that there would be even more. The Chief of Staff of the Front Army came over. As of now, we've confirmed that at least 10 divisions are subjected to the enemy's artillery preparation, and there are definitely more taking fire. I think the enemy has indeed launched a large-scale pincer offensive. The Chief of Staff suddenly stopped, as if deliberately caught on the rest of his thought. General Skorobo said, "You want to say that the ignorant Rokossovsky got it right? Fine, I admit, he did predict the enemy's moves a bit earlier than us, but his pessimistic ideas are utterly unacceptable. The enemy attack is an opportunity. Just during today's daytime, if our 3 tank armies launch an attack, the situation will be reversed. We will drive the enemy back to their starting positions, and even reclaim the territories occupied by them." Rokossovsky, with his patchwork of a temporary force set up in the defensive fortifications at Araki, will be of no use. Having said that, General Skorobo punched the table, indenting the wood. Due to the excessive force, the surface of his fist cracked open, and blood spread across the table, even dripping down the edge. The Chief of Staff, looking at General Skorobo's hand, said, "The enemy's air superiority might affect our armored counterattack. We have the latest reinforcements in place, a squadron of destroyers. Let them cover our boys. The enemy will definitely turn to ashes before the steel tide." Chief of Staff, yes. Front Army Bishop, there is another option, to retreat the tank army to Araki. From the information I have gathered, Major General Rokossovsky has built a great number of fortifications there. General Skorobo, don't you know the outcome of the Carolingian battle? Fortifications are useless. Now that the Air Force's bombs can destroy bunkers and heavy artillery can flatten minefields, the era of relying on fortifications is over. It is now the age of armored corps clashing head-on. Who uses tank troops for defense? Front Army Bishop, Major General Rokossovsky fights very well. The Church considers him an expert in using armored forces for defensive combat. He has victories only because our tanks have an armor advantage, not because he is that competent. After today, no one will take his achievements seriously anymore, because with our advanced tanks, such victories are like picking things out of a bag. General Skorobo stopped, took out a handkerchief, and wrapped his bleeding hand. Put the northern 3 tank armies on combat readiness. Be ready to depart for a counter-assault at any moment. Shepetovka, August 2nd, 914, at 1030 hours. Major General Chesnakov, commander of the 6th Tank Army, personally climbed onto a tank and said to the tank commander, "You, get out. Let this old tank operator drive this tank." The tank commander immediately got out. Having once served as the head of the Armor Corps Academy, many of these men were his students and would execute his orders without hesitation. Chesnakov stood on the tank, turned back to the entire tank army, and announced loudly, "Men, the time has come to make our mark." Numerous frontline examples show that the enemy cannot cope with our T-34 tanks. They can only rely on the Air Force. But today Nov, L.B//JNN. While he was speaking, a V formation of La-3 fighters swept across the sky, a full 15 planes. Chesnakov saluted the planes and waited for them to pass completely before continuing. "This is just a part of the Air Force's 5th Aviation Army that supports our operation. More fighters will join in. Today marks one of the rare occasions in this war when our army does not need to worry about the enemy Air Force. With less Air Force support, our tracks will crush the enemy's skulls. Today is the moment to counterattack. Move out." After speaking, Chesnakov jumped into the tank, put on his tank helmet and headset, and ordered, "Driver, advance." With a doon sound, Chesnakov's tank took to the road, roaring as it headed north. They would soon be facing the armor division that had newly arrived at the battlefield. Asgard Knights Armor Division Ampula, Division Headquarters, at 0830 hours. Division Commander William Dietrich said to the Vanguard Commander, Major Mueller, "According to current intelligence, we have at least one enemy tank army in front of us, and they are equipped with the T-34 tanks that everyone finds very troublesome. So our plan is very simple. After breaking through the enemy's first line of defense, we will immediately set up the 88mm anti-aircraft guns. The anti-aircraft gun positions will be deployed here." William Dietrich slapped a little hill on the map with his riding crop. "This spot has a good field of fire, but the bad news is, there are not many obstacles to hide our heavy anti-tank guns. So when you lure the enemy armor troops in front of the 88mm gun position, don't just stop and watch the show. You have to outflank the enemy from both sides. You are responsible for attracting the enemy's attention, allowing the 88mm guns to take out a large number of the enemy. Generally, before encountering us, the enemy tank troops have already been bombed to disarray by the Air Force. But better safe than sorry. Do not underestimate this tactic. We used a similar method to deal with the charging B-1 heavy tanks at Carolingian. It's a simple yet very effective tactic." William Dietrich stopped, looked at Major Mueller. "Do you understand? If so, repeat it back to me." Major Mueller nodded. "Upon encountering an enemy armor counterattack, find a way to lure them in front of the ambushing 88mm guns. While the 88mm guns are taking enemies out, we will outflank from both wings, drawing attention for the 88mm guns." William Dietrich nodded and continued with simple motivation. "You are all hand-picked elites. Look at the Zeus holding a lightning bolt on your emblems. You are the guardians of the Asgard kingdom. You should fight to the last man, the last round. Of course, this offensive probably won't require us to fight to the last man, the last round. All right, move out. Major Mueller saluted, turned, and walked toward the command room door. William Dietrich followed, continuing to remind him, the weaknesses of the enemy's 2 new types of tanks are marked in the booklet. It's okay to cripple them and then leave them to the infantry. The 2 walked out of the headquarters into the courtyard outside, just in time to hear the soldiers of the division headquarters guard armor platoon preparing their tanks for departure, singing, "If Lady Fortune abandons us once more, if we can no longer return to our homeland, if bullets are fired at us, to put an end to fate, to cease life, at the very least, our loyal tanks will give us a steel grave." Anti-Army, Archsukov, Southwestern Front Army Headquarters. Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov entered a noisy map room and at first glance saw the bandage on General Skorobo's hand, and he exclaimed in shock, "What happened? Did the enemy reach the headquarters?" Skorobo waved his hand, "It's nothing, I just got too emotional and punched the table." Punched the table. The volume of the Crown Prince's voice rose sharply, drawing the attention of the surrounding staff officers. Fortunately, at that moment, the headquarters was filled with roars of "Speak up," so it was not particularly noticeable. The Crown Prince lowered his voice and asked, "So, Rokosov is right? The enemy really launched a pincer movement, didn't they?" "He's right about that part." Skorobo paused, then raised his voice, "but he's completely wrong about what comes next. Our armored counterattack will crush the enemy's offensive. Look here." Skorobo stood up and moved in front of the map. "The latest intelligence suggests that the enemy might have committed a part of their 2nd Armored Division. We believe they have 3 divisions, 9 armored battalions, approximately 400 tanks. And we have launched a counterattack with 3 tank armies. We have over 100 T-34s alone, plus dozens of KV-1s, and more than 200 BT tanks. These tanks are well supplied with fuel and ammunition, utterly different from those forces that launched counterattacks in the first month of the war with a shortage of both. They will completely shatter the enemy's offensive." The Crown Prince stared at General Skorobo. "Can we really push them back?" The general hesitated for a moment before responding decisively, "Yes, absolutely." The Crown Prince nodded. "Then what should I do?" "Your Highness should return to Ekaterinburg. The enemy's planes have bombed the Archsukov airfield, but there is an intact field airport on the east side of the city, capable of launching transport planes. We have arranged a flight to Ekaterinburg." The Crown Prince, "I'm not going anywhere. Since you are convinced the counterattack can stop the enemy, then I'll stay here. News of my departure would affect morale." The general was silenced abruptly, struggling for a few seconds before saying, "Our victory does not mean this place isn't dangerous." At that moment, a communications officer rushed in with a telegram and saluted General Skorobo. "General, an urgent message from the High Command in Ekaterinburg." Skorobo snatched the message and glanced at it. The Crown Prince, "What does it say?" "General Skorobo, His Majesty the Tsar commands us to decisively repel the enemy's attack." "The Tsar said that? I think my father may not understand what's happening on the front line. I could call him, Nov, L.B//JNN. General Skorobo, you can fly back to Ekaterinburg and tell His Majesty the Tsar in person." The Crown Prince bit his lip and shook his head. "My mission is to supervise the army here and boost morale. Since my father has ordered you to hold your ground, I should set an example." General Skorobo stared at the Crown Prince for a few seconds before saying, "I think I may have had some misunderstandings about you before. Since you've decided to stay, then we can only give our all-out effort to thwart the enemy's advance. We have a vast army and an array of technical weaponry at our disposal. We are not weaker than the enemy. As soon as the 6th Tank Army launches their offensive, everything will start to improve." Anti-Army, 6th Tank Army, Chesnakov commanding the tank. Army Commander Chesnakov heard a report on the radio. "This is the 5th Tank Battalion. We have already lost 6 tanks. Should we stop the charge?" "No. Let the tank operators of the broken tanks hitch a ride on other tanks, so if any crew members fall later in the battle, they can replace them and keep fighting." Major General Chesnakov's voice was cold and merciless. "Yes, General." The response came through the static noise from the crew. Chesnakov wanted to see the situation ahead, so he put his eye to the tank gun's sight, but the violent shaking almost made him vomit. He had no choice but to push open the turret hatch and stick his head out to observe the front. Then he noticed dust clouds up ahead. It looked as if a wall formation of cavalry in a horizontal line was charging forward. "All tanks, attention." Chesnakov pressed the microphone against his throat. "The enemy tank cluster is right ahead. This time, they don't have their air force to help them. Let's show them what we're made of." Scattered Yura cries came through the headset, mainly because the T-34 radios were so poor in quality. Chesnakov, still in a head-out position, used his binoculars to observe the front, excitedly spotting Prasen tanks arranged in a dense strike formation. At the start of the war, the Prussians had used this dense formation to gain a localized advantage and quickly broke through the anti-army's anti-tank positions at the border. "Enemy tanks." Major General Chesnakov shouted over the radio, "Combat ready." As he said this, he retracted back into the tank turret. Just as he closed the hatch, he looked back to confirm that the majority of the 6th Tank Army was following right behind him. Back inside the tank, Chesnakov immediately put his eye to the gun sight and started selecting a target. Unfortunately, the enemy was too far, and the tank was shaking violently due to the high-speed charge, so every time Cheznokov spotted a target, it was lost to the shaking before he could even align the crosshair on the enemy. Mikhail, stop, let me pick a target and fire a shot. As soon as he finished speaking, the tank braked hard, and Cheznokov's body slammed forward, his head knocking against the handrest above the gun sight. Cheznokov cursed, quickly maneuvered the turret to find a target, chose a Prasen tank that was almost facing directly toward the gun barrel, and fired. First shot, a hit. The Prasen tank lost power, slid forward gradually slowing down, and the crew members opened the hatches and scattered to escape. Meanwhile, enemy attacks also struck Cheznokov's tank, but they merely produced a dull thud against the armor, sounding as if someone was hammering on it. Ha ha ha, that's it. The White General earned splendid victories with this. Soon, every crew will have that level of success. Load quickly. More shells hit Cheznokov's vehicle, yet completely failed to penetrate the robust armor of the T-34. One armor-piercing shell seemed to have been deflected by the T-34's shape, leaving a sound like long fingernails scraping on the surface of a cast-iron pot, which raised goosebumps on the tank operators. Loader, armor-piercing shell, good. Send off another one. Cheznokov fired, and the shell hit the target tank on the side, bounced off the ground, and flew into the air, as if it had become a distant star. What's going on? Load again. At that point, the enemy released smoke. Cowards, cursed Cheznokov. Mikhail, forward. Get the tank moving? We'll roll over them, crush them. From today on, the Prussians' armor advantage is done for. The T-34 started up again, with the engine and transmission mechanisms making so much noise that even internal communication was scarcely effective. Due to excessive vibration, the gun sight lost its ability to search for enemies, and Cheznokov had to rely on the viewing ports on the sides. However, the design of the T-34's turret made it very difficult for him, as the gunner, to use the viewing port on the loader's side, almost making it impossible to observe properly. After all, with the two-man turret of the T-34, the loader and gunner sat side by side, completely blocking each other. It wouldn't be long before the enemy's Prussian armored troops discovered this and developed targeted tactics. Cheznokov struggled for a while, finding it awkward no matter how he tried, and he had to once again stick his upper body out of the hatch. The enemy tanks had released a smoke screen that totally obscured the front, making it impossible to see the other side of the smoke. But Cheznokov believed that the enemy's smoke couldn't be released indefinitely, and once they broke through the smoke, it would be the moment for the enemy's armored division to be obliterated. By doing so, he might even earn himself the anti-hero medal. At that moment, his tank charged into the smoke first. In the smoke, even sticking his head outside the tank, the visibility was terribly poor, so Cheznokov retreated back inside the turret. After a moment, the previously obscured gun sight in front of Cheznokov suddenly displayed an image again. Cheznokov immediately leaned in, trying to find the fleeing enemy's number 3 tank. However, there was nothing up ahead. Where did they go? At that time, the tank's engine and transmission system were as noisy as ever, drowning out almost all sound outside the tank. Major General Cheznokov rotated the turret, trying to find the vanished number 3 tank cluster. Suddenly, a panicked voice came through the radio. Who's shooting at us? Has anyone seen the enemy firing? Where is that cannon from? A cannon? Major General Cheznokov tossed aside the gun sight, glanced through the observation port on his side, and all the T-34s charging with him seemed fine, with no sign of attack. Then he turned to the other side, pushed the loader back, and looked out through the observation port. What's the matter? Isn't my tactical number 671 fellow tank fine? In the blink of an eye, a streak of light flashed across the number 671 T-34, which immediately slowed down, slid for a few meters, and then came to a complete stop, moving out of the narrow field of view of the observation port. What happened? What was that just now? Major General Cheznokov wanted to check the status of Tank 671, so he turned and pressed his eye to the observation port at the rear of the turret. However, he couldn't see anything through the narrow viewing port. He was about to use the radio, then remembered that the wingman tank was not a command vehicle and did not have a radio. Cheznokov turned back, trying to spot the enemy attacking their forces through the gun sight. But the gun sight was too shaky. To get a clear view, Major General Cheznokov gave a very brave, but also very foolish command. Mikhail, stop. The tank screeched to a halt, and before it even steadied, Cheznokov was rotating the turret, searching the front. He hadn't seen anything when way off in the distance, there was a flash. An 88mm flak cannon's shell sliced through the T-34's front armor as easily as cutting through butter. Because the shot came from a great distance, the falling angle negated part of the slant of the T-34's frontal armor. The shell went straight through driver Mikhail and exploded behind him. The entire combat room, that is, the turret, flew up into the sky in the explosion. Prussian Army, Asgard Knights Ampula Armored Division Frontline Command Post. Division Commander William Dietrich set aside his binoculars. Just 1 kilometer ahead, positioned on high ground, an 88mm anti-aircraft gun emplacement was firing continuously. The 4 88mm guns kept up a relentless barrage, and each shot meant another anti-tank was destroyed. The 88mm gun, designed as an anti-aircraft weapon, had an exceptionally impressive projectile speed to ensure shells could reach the interception zone as high and as quickly as possible. This also resulted in an astonishing capability to penetrate armor, even at very long distances. To ensure a sufficient rate of fire, the 88mm gun boasted an excellent firing rate among cannons of the same caliber. With a well-trained crew, the weapon's volume of fire was formidable. Add to this the Prussians' customarily superior sighting equipment, and this device became a renowned tank killer, able to hit and destroy tanks from great distances. William Dietrich suddenly said, "The 88mm gun is like sunlight, and the anti-Empire's new tanks are like soap bubbles, quickly dissipating under it." He smacked his lips lightly, savoring the poetry of his own creation, growing fonder of it the more he reflected, and then took out a notebook to write it down. Then he began to adjust the phrases, trying to make them rhyme. At that moment, the sound of submachine gun fire came from a village nearby. William Dietrich asked, "What's the situation?" "An enemy ambush." A staff officer immediately dispatched a messenger to check, and 5 minutes later, the returning messenger reported, "The gendarmerie is clearing the village of inferior races and potential resistors to make room for the troops' encampment in the rear." William Dietrich nodded and continued to ponder his poem in the notebook. The sound of submachine guns continued sporadically in the village behind him. Anti-Army, Archsukov, Southwestern Front Army Headquarters. August 2nd, 15:30 hours. The communications officer saluted in front of General Skorobo. "Report." General Skorobo said, "It's news of the counterattack, isn't it?" "The counterattack was successful, wasn't it?" The communications officer looked embarrassed. "No, we haven't made contact with the 6th and 11th Tank Armies, and the 5th Tank Army, primarily equipped with outdated models, has collapsed. Its remnants are retreating towards Araki. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. No." General Skorobo interrupted the officer. "The 6th and 11th Armies are out of contact because they've advanced too swiftly, running so rampant that they haven't had time to stop and report via radio. Have the praise choir hasten their report." At that moment, General Skorobo finally noticed the telegram in the communications officer's hand and asked, "What's that?" The staff officer said, "This is a reconnaissance report from the Air Force, spotting a large number of tank wrecks on the line from Adinatorf to Shepetovka. Aerial observations suggest those are our new tanks." As he spoke, the staff officer handed over a stack of photos. "These are the photos submitted with the Air Force's report." General Skorobo took the photos, his expression turning grim. Even the blurred images taken from the air showed the wreck-sloped armor, a design not even the Prussian tanks had yet adopted. General Skorobo stared at the first photo, not intending to flip to the next one. The Crown Prince stepped forward, took all the photos behind the first one, and began to flip through them. "Weren't our tanks supposed to have absolute armor superiority?" the Crown Prince asked softly. Standing beside the Crown Prince, the Front Army hierarch answered, "That should be the case, but Rakasov previously reported that the enemy aimed at the tracks and turret rings to immobilize the tanks before leaving them for the infantry to deal with. This might be." "What's this?" The Crown Prince picked out a photo and showed it to everyone. The Chief of Staff said, "It looks like a Prussian anti-tank gun position. This type with cross-shaped anchors was mentioned in reports from the Castilian Civil War. 88mm anti-aircraft guns, which can also be used as direct-fire anti-tank firepower after replacing the sights for ground combat. These things destroyed our tanks." The Crown Prince found another photo, trying to piece it together with the first, but he couldn't quite fit them correctly. The Chief of Staff selected a photo and handed it to the Crown Prince. "Fit this one in the middle." Following the instruction, the Crown Prince did so, and the edges of the 3 photos fit together perfectly. They clearly belonged together. "I'm not knowledgeable in photo interpretation," the Crown Prince said, "but I understand size comparisons with the nearby houses. The anti-tank gun position is super far from the wreckage area." The Chief of Staff said, "About 2 kilometers. The enemy managed to penetrate our armor from 2 kilometers away. More alarming is their ability to accurately hit targets from that distance. It seems we need to order that bombers and ground attack aircraft should prioritize targeting these guns." As soon as the Chief of Staff finished speaking, General Skorobo set down the photos and stood up. "What are you planning to do?" the Front Army hierarch demanded. "As the commander, you must remain calm at all times. You can't make a joke out of the lives of hundreds of thousands." General Skorobo said, "What are you talking about? I'm about to fulfill the duties of a Front Army commander-in-chief. Although the armored counterattack has failed, we have not yet lost." General Skorobo picked up a pointer and began to gesture on the map. "Based on confirmed intelligence, the enemy has 4 directions of attack. On the farthest flanks, 2 armored groups are driving towards each other over hundreds of kilometers. On the inside, 2 groups primarily made up of infantry army groups have launched offensive spearheads. I think we can leave the outer armored spearheads for the moment. Duke Myshikin's Shepetovka group is responsible for blocking the northern 2nd Armored Group, and the southern 1st Armored Group is faced by several of my army groups in layered defenses. Even if they manage to complete the encirclement, it won't be until after August 30th. Before that, we can first stop the enemy's advance from the 2 infantry army groups on the inner line. We may even annihilate the enemy's infantry formations and deplete their numbers." The Crown Prince opened his mouth wide. "So, we can really hold out. Of course, we have so many troops and so much supply. Even if we do get surrounded, we can fight for dozens of days," General Skorobo asserted confidently. The Crown Prince glanced at the map, then at the resolved face of the general. I can't find any faults. After all, I graduated second to last from the military academy. Should I report it to father like this? General Skorobo, we had already received orders to hold at all costs. Archsukov is one of the origins of the Anti-Empire. Before the Year of Jewels, this place was once the ancient capital of Anti. Anyone who lightly talks of giving up Archsukov will most certainly abandon the Holy Ekaterinburg in the future. At that moment, the communications staff officer entered again. Urgent telegram from the High Command. Read it. General Skorobo waved his hand grandly, while grabbing a cup of water to drink. The communications staff opened the folder and read, "Do not give up any inch of the territory. Commanders at all levels who vacate their commands to retreat will be deemed traitors, and both they and their families will be executed by firing squad." General Skorobo, see? They've just ordered us to hold out, and now they've issued such a mandate to the whole army. Now we can only engage in a decisive battle with the enemy here. Don't worry, Your Highness, we will stop the enemy's attack from within. The Crown Prince nodded and then asked, "But what if the enemy completes their encirclement from the outside?" General Skorobo fell silent for a second, then answered, "As I said, we have enough ammunition and food to last for dozens of days. We will fight for the empire here until the last moment." The Front Army's bishop said, "Although we must hold on, we can issue a general evacuation order to the ordinary civilians of Archsukov. Let the women and children retreat to the rear." General Skorobo nodded, "That's not a problem. Once we get besieged, women and children may starve to death due to the lack of food. Arrange for it to be executed. Anti-Empire, Holy Ekaterinburg, Summer Palace, Jules 914, August 2nd, 1630 hours. No. Tsar Nicholas V roared at the generals, "You promised me that the heavy forces in Archsukov would be able to effectively defeat the enemy. Now let them defeat the enemy." The Chief of General Staff of the High Command Marshal Kalinov said, "According to the aerial reconnaissance, our new tanks that comprise the tank army are no match in front of the enemy. We have overestimated the combat effectiveness of these tanks. Although the enemy's pincer movement has just begun, but you weren't saying this 2 weeks ago. You said that even an idiot who finished last in his class and wet his pants could use the T-34 to destroy a large number of the enemy's tanks." The Tsar banged his hand on the table angrily, the ring on his ring finger making a crisp sound. At that moment, the great doors opened and the guards outside said in panic, "Your Highness the Princess, you can't go in. The highest military council is in session." Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna ignored the guards' attempts to stop her and surged all the way to the center of the meeting room, stopping by the map table. Nicholas V impatiently said, "Olga, there's no time to play at pretending to be Empress Yekaterina. We're discussing important matters. Military matters." Her Highness the Princess glanced sidelong at her own father. "Father, I also have military matters to discuss." Nikolai V turned to look at the maid hiding by the door, shivering. "What are you standing there for? Take her away." Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna locked eyes with her father. "Father, have you read the battle reports from Pini, the ones without embellishment? Since the church tribunal has sent a report to my brother, there should be one on your desk as well." Nikolai V felt somewhat embarrassed and was about to answer when his daughter continued, "And then there's Lutov's battle report. Anyone who has read that report knows that Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky is an undisputed military genius. He has an acute sense for the battlefield and his military competence is solid. Such a man couldn't possibly be ranked last, so there's only one possibility. He must have intentionally ranked last for my foolish brother. He had to ensure his score was not higher than my brother's while also making sure he could graduate. Isn't this precise control of his ranking enough to prove that he is actually a military genius?" The generals and marshals in the room looked at each other, at a loss for words. Only Nikolai V continued to scold the princess, "Olga, this is not one of your childish games." The princess stared back at her father. "I am pointing out how foolish these generals under your command are. If you think about it, they're no different from the defeated sanctified faction nobility. They simply chose a better side during the civil war but are all fools nonetheless. Moreover, some of them are deeply connected to the defeated sanctified faction nobility. Father, your failure to thoroughly eradicate these people has led to the dire defeats over the past month. Your Highness, the Chief of General Staff of the High Command, who was also the only surviving prince of the entire empire, Marshal Kalenzov, said angrily, "Even the imperial family must not speak so recklessly." Princess Olga retorted, "Am I not stating the truth? You deceived my father with your fancy words, making him believe that Archsukov was as stable as Mount Tai. Now you're here telling my father that Archsukov must retreat? Enough." Nikolai V slapped his daughter, "Get out." At that moment, the youngest, Duke Raoul, stood up and advised, "Your Highness, please leave. This way, please." He tugged at the princess's sleeve as he spoke. Princess Olga reluctantly turned and left the room, followed by Duke Raoul. "Your Highness," he whispered to the princess, "we had a chance to persuade His Majesty to issue a retreat order. Your outburst has embarrassed him, making a retreat now less likely, at least not today." "Olga, is this my fault? Weren't you the ones claiming a few days ago that the tide of the war had turned? And how did that turn out?" Duke Raoul was slightly embarrassed. "Yes, we underestimated the enemy. But we are correcting that mistake, and you've seriously disrupted our plans." Princess His Highness did not bother to hide her disdain. Duke Raoul continued. Moreover, as smart as you are, how could you not know that His Majesty relies on us to counter the Grand Patriarch and the Church? You would be wise not to get too close to the Church as well. During the Civil War, the sanctified faction had some public support, and the Church needed us to win them over. After 10 years of champagne and caviar, the public is now full of secular faction believers. This war is our last chance. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Olga, yet you're not doing well. I think that at such a critical time, the fact that you're still concerning yourselves with these matters is truly the darkest hour for the motherland of Anti. In the year 914, at 20:30 hours on August 2nd, Araki, the headquarters of the 151st Temporary Infantry Division of the Anti-Army, Wang Zhong stared at the operational map on the wall, lost in thought. Next to the map, a staff member was setting up a new candelabrum. The sunlight outside was still present, but much diminished, so the division headquarters used candelabra to supplement the lighting. Araki had electricity, but lights had to be controlled at night, and the light could be concealed by drawing the curtains if using candelabra. Wang Zhong sighed. The battle has already started, yet why have I been idle all day? Popov approached him. Isn't that a good thing? We've strengthened our fortifications for another day, and buried an additional 1,000 mines today. The locations of the mines Wang Zhong selected this time were places where enemy artillery fire was unlikely to reach, and they were widely spaced apart, emphasizing a psychological warfare approach. Using sappers to lay the mines, with such spacing, it would take half a day to lay just a dozen or so. It'd be even more wasteful to use tools like mine-laying cords, as one cord wouldn't detonate many mines. Without using sappers, people would regularly be blown up into the sky. How annoying is that? In terms of vexing the enemy, Wang Zhong was quite confident. Just then, Yegorov entered, and Wang Zhong asked, "Why have you returned from your forward command?" "Came to check the overall situation. It's about to be night, and it's very likely the enemy won't reach us today. So, what's the situation now?" Yegorov said as he made straight for the water jug in the room, lifting it to his mouth to pour. Wang Zhong pointed to the map. "Take a look for yourself. The general direction of the enemy's attack is as I predicted. The army group led by Duke Maishikin to our northeast is engaged in fierce battle with the enemy. I thought we'd be up against at least a division of the enemy, but I've been idle and anxious all day." Pavlov briefly put down his pen, picked up the cold coffee on the table, and joined the conversation. "It must be the counterattacks of the 5th, 6th, and 11th Army that have had an effect. They may not have eliminated many enemy forces, but they certainly disrupted the enemy's offensive sequence. Reorganization and such takes hours. By the time they start moving again, they won't get far before it turns dark." At this point, Wang Zhong felt mixed emotions. Allies were being sacrificed needlessly. He should be grieving, but when he thought about the method by which the Allies were delaying the enemy, forcing them to reorganize, it seemed absurdly comical. Anti-army soldiers were brave, but who knows how many more would fall victim to these pig-headed generals. At that moment, Vasily, who was listening to a captured radio set in the corner, suddenly shouted, "I've picked up the Prussians' radio transmission." Wang Zhong and the others immediately gathered around. Even the staff officers involved in other tasks stopped to look toward Vasily. Vasily listened intently with both hands on his headset. "There's no call sign. I might have missed it. The content being said is, our forces' advance is unimpeded, unimpeded." Upon hearing the words unimpeded, Wang Zhong couldn't help but imagine various implications, but he restrained himself from making any sarcastic remarks. "Vasily, there's a new location code? Berry Orchard. I'm not sure where it refers to, but some unit has reached Berry Orchard." Wang Zhong, "Too bad. If we could have captured another one of the enemy's codebooks, we might know exactly where to fire our artillery." Wang Zhong currently had 4 B-4 heavy howitzers and 24 152mm heavy guns. If he knew where the enemy was camping for the night, he could give them a little surprise. "Yegorov, didn't you personally scout the villages to our north? Just firing blindly might get you a hit." Wang Zhong, "No, we must use our firepower prudently to ensure every shot inflicts effective damage on the enemy." At this moment, the sound of horse hooves and the voices of the division's guards could be heard outside. Soon, a captain was escorted in by the guards. "The mounted reconnaissance team has returned from its mission." Wang Zhong, "What's the situation?" The captain reported, "General, we discovered the enemy's advance recon team at Kirilyaev village, but since they had Mark II tanks, we took out one sentry and withdrew without engaging further." Wang Zhong immediately moved to the table with the detailed map of the nearby area and located Kirilyaev village. "Yegorov, if the scouts have already been there, we are bound to engage the enemy tomorrow." At that point, Vasily, who had been all ears, chimed in, "Why wait until tomorrow? Deploy the T-34s now, take them out, and snag a codebook today." Wang Zhong, "No, I've inspected the roads to Kirilyaev, and the T-34s might break down mid-assault." "Captain, how long would it take for your cavalry to return to Kirilyaev?" The captain immediately answered, "Half an hour, Excellency." Wang Zhong, "Then in half an hour, we will commence artillery bombardment on Kirilyaev village, and after the shelling, see if you can pull something off. Try to find a briefcase belonging to the officer leading this armored recon unit. A map case would do as well." The captain smiled, "General, I'll strive to bring back both." Wang Zhong snapped his fingers, "Good. Go." The captain saluted and left. Yegorov was surprised. You're not leading the mission yourself. It seemed that in Yegorov's eyes, Wang Zhong had become someone who enjoyed charging into battle himself. However, that wasn't the case for Wang Zhong. He simply chose the method that maximized the use of his golden finger. He could destroy a multitude of enemy tanks by personally commanding a single tank. But as an infantryman or a cavalryman, that is, as himself, the results he could achieve would be quite limited. He had tried it in Ronid, not just by himself, but also with his fiancée Luda, and the wounds from that time had not yet fully healed. Wang Zhong, I am simply choosing the most effective method. As an infantryman, or as a cavalryman, my combat effectiveness is very limited. Pavlov, order the artillery to. He glanced at his watch. At 2,100 hours, commence firing at Kirilliev village. 1 shot per gun should suffice. 4 203mm rounds and 24 152mm rounds. I guess that little village of Kirilliev is going to be turned inside out. Pavlov immediately picked up the phone and began giving orders. Just then, Nelly came in pushing the food cart. Mealtime. All the staff officers, orderlies, and clerks in the room turned their heads to look at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, let's eat. The next moment, everyone in the headquarters rushed over like pigs to a trough, forming a long line in front of Nelly's food cart. Vasily, it smells like a calcho soup. Have the cattle from the ranch been slaughtered? Nelly, to boost morale, the factory manager slaughtered 8 cows. He said it's better for us to eat them than to let the Prussians take them. Oh, beef soup. The staff officers all got excited. The sausage produced by the church meat union is not bad either, but I definitely prefer beef. Wang Zhong, smelling the aroma, felt his appetite surge. Just as he was about to jostle with his men for food, the telephone rang. He could only turn his head to answer the phone. Hello, this is Rakasov, what's up? This is the artillery observation post on Hill 153. We see tanks approaching from the northern plains. Wang Zhong frowned. Pavlov immediately said, take positions, there's a situation. The young men who had just crowded around Nelly's cart swiftly returned to their stations. Wang Zhong, keep calm, have you identified which side the tanks are from? Ours have sloped armor, while the enemy's tanks are more boxy. The light isn't good right now, and they're too far away to see clearly, the artillery observation post replied. Wang Zhong held the receiver and exchanged opinions with others. 153 says they've spotted tanks to the north. But the cavalry scout team just reported that only the enemy's armored vanguard has reached Kirilliev. Right. Popov, could it be the remnants of the defeated 5th, 6th, or 11th tank armies? Vasily said, shall I try calling them on our armored forces frequency? Go ahead, Wang Zhong just finished speaking when another phone rang. Pavlov picked it up. This is Pavlov. What? Hold your fire for now. After speaking, Pavlov covered the receiver and looked towards Wang Zhong. The anti-tank gun positions also see these tanks and are asking whether to open fire. Yegorov, fire a flare. It might help us get a clearer view. Let the infantry do it to avoid exposing the anti-tank gun positions. Agreed. After Wang Zhong nodded, Pavlov immediately ordered the anti-tank gun positions. Hold steady, stay hidden. Wait for orders. Then he rapidly pressed the receiver hook several times. Operator, connect me to the 3rd Infantry Battalion. At that moment, Vasily called out, I've got them. Wang Zhong hurried over. What did they say? Vasily, our division commander wants to speak to you. After saying that, he handed over the headset and microphone to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong then imitated a pose from the movies, pressing the headset to one ear while holding the microphone with his other hand. This is Major General Rakasov from the 151st Division. Report your unit. We almost opened fire on you. The other side was shocked. Rakasov? As in the White Horse General Rakasov. Wang Zhong's first thought was at least they didn't call him Diarrhea General Rakasov, which was acceptable. Wang Zhong, yes, it's me. Which part are you from? We are the 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Army. Our organization is relatively intact, and we have plenty of ammunition. We can still fight. Wang Zhong, what tanks are you equipped with? T-26, we have 30 intact T-26 tanks, N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM. Wang Zhong thought to himself that he really couldn't escape the fate of using all those junk vehicles from the early days of the war, but given the situation, he couldn't complain too much. The light tank still had a 45mm gun and 2 machine guns, which could effectively kill enemy infantry if used correctly. Wang Zhong, head south and you should see a high ground. We'll have the infantry fire a flare to guide you and have the infantry lead you through minefields and anti-tank barriers. Welcome to join us. Pavlov immediately translated what Wang Zhong just promised into orders for the infantry battalion and conveyed them over the phone. Just then, at 2,100 hours, thunderous roaring came from the direction of the artillery positions. Wang Zhong, don't be afraid, we're striking the enemy's forward units. The other side was silent for a second before replying through gritted teeth, good, hit them hard. 20 minutes later, 30 T-26 tanks rolled into the city, coming to a stop in front of Wang Zhong's division headquarters. The main courtyard of Boy Mansion was large enough to accommodate anything. Leading them was a platoon leader's vehicle, equipped with a long radio antenna. As soon as the vehicle stopped, a burly tank operator major struggled to climb out of the small tank and made his way towards Wang Zhong with urgency. Wang Zhong thought the man's approach seemed to indicate a handshake, so he extended his hand. The major, without thinking too much, grabbed Wang Zhong's hand and shook it vigorously before realizing something was amiss and snapped to attention, saluting properly. After returning the salute, Wang Zhong said, "You've had a difficult journey. Where are the other units of the tank army?" The major's mood immediately darkened. "They're gone. We thought we wouldn't have to worry about enemy air forces this time with fighter cover, but we didn't expect to encounter such fierce armored troops. We mainly faced enemy units equipped with 38 type tanks. In theory, we should have been able to go toe-to-toe since our main guns could easily pierce through that kind of tank. But the battle turned out to be a complete surprise. We usually achieve effective hits at 300 meters, but the enemy could hit us from 700 meters? That extra 400 meters distance could mean the difference between life and death." Pavlov, standing to the side, tried to offer some comfort. "The enemy's scopes are more advanced than ours, and they're better trained. It's not your fault." Wang Zhong asked, "Where did you encounter the units equipped with 38 type tanks? What kind of identification marks were on their vehicles?" Recognizing the insignia could help determine which division it was, and Wang Zhong was intimately familiar with the war history of Earth. He could easily guess the enemy's strength composition based on a division's number. The major asked, "Do you have a map?" Wang Zhong gestured invitingly, "Please come inside." Then he and Pavlov led the major into the command headquarters. The remaining members of the 5th Tank Army stayed outside with their tanks, staring at the division headquarters guard battalion soldiers. That was when Nellie came out. "You must be hungry by now, come and have some food." As she spoke, Nellie began to mobilize the field cooking team's girls, who carried buckets of thick soup on shoulder poles. The savory aroma of the thick soup instantly drew the attention of the tank operators. "This calcho thick soup is actually made with real beef. Fantastic, I could eat 3 big bowls of this." Soon, all the tank operators were served thick soup, with each one receiving a generous piece of meat in their bowl. A young tank operator, after a few sips, suddenly became overwhelmed with emotion and began to choke up. His tank commander immediately scolded him, "What are you crying for? The brother units are watching? You're disgracing our 5th Tank Army." But the commander's reprimand only made the young tank operator cry even harder. "You idiot." Popov suddenly appeared, grabbing the raised hand of the commander. "That's enough. He's been holding it together after such a terrible defeat. It's understandable that he'd break down after relaxing with some good soup. But, Your Grace the Judge, his behavior could affect the morale of the troops." Popov replied, "Not at all. Everyone feels fear, everyone falters, everyone must stay strong. Letting it out in tears is good for him. He'll be braver afterwards." The young tank operator nodded repeatedly. Popov encouraged, "Go on, drink your soup before it gets cold." The tank operator obediently bowed his head and resumed drinking his soup. Inside the headquarters, Wang Zhong was surprised. "It looks like the enemy units we're facing on the farthest left flank, or rather, the western flank, are a motley division equipped with 38 type and a considerable number of Mark II tanks. Both the Mark II and the 38 type tanks were outdated by this point in time. These outdated tanks could be dealt with using 45mm anti-tank rifles and PTRD-41 anti-tank rifles. Of course, they could be addressed by T-26 tanks as well. However, taking on these tanks with T-26s required clever tactics." Wang Zhong's gaze shifted from the situation map on the wall to the topographical map on the table near Araki as he pondered how to effectively use the T-26 tanks to deal with the potential enemy assorted armored units, thereby reducing the losses to more powerful units like the T-34. At that moment, Nellie came in with a bowl of thick soup for the major. "Time to eat." The major's stomach immediately let out a heartily mournful growl. Outside, the remnants of the 5th Tank Army were enjoying their hot thick soup and rye bread when a group of about a dozen war horses trotted into the yard of the headquarters. The leading captain looked bewildered at the sight of so many T-26 tanks. At this point, the tank operators of the T-26 tanks noticed the person riding with the knights. "He's got a Prasen with him. Damn, kill that bastard. Crap, he's in a black uniform, it's definitely Prasen armored troops. Kill him." The cavalry captain, seeing the situation, hurriedly shouted, "Don't lay a hand on him. He's a prisoner we finally caught. The general wants to interrogate him. We lost 2 men just to capture him." It was only then that everyone realized there were 2 riderless horses in the cavalry squad. The tank operators, who had been so impassioned just moments before, fell silent. The Prasen lieutenant looked terrified, watching the surrounding people with fearful eyes. One of the tank operators noticed this and shouted, "Odd, aren't they supposed to be the superior race? Why are they so afraid of us? Yeah, just look at this scaredy cat." The captain dismounted, took the prisoner from the saddle, placed him on the ground to stand up, and then escorted him into the headquarters, flanked on either side by his men. As they entered the door, they happened to run into a major from the 5th Army coming out of the headquarters. The major jumped in surprise, but quickly realized this was a prisoner, spat on the prisoner's face, and cursed, "You dog." The prisoner was thus escorted into the division headquarters. As soon as they entered the map room, the captain saluted General Rokossovsky. "General Rokossovsky, we have captured the enemy armored reconnaissance team leader. We've seized his briefcase and map case." Wang Zhong was overjoyed and immediately came over to examine the prisoner. He noticed that the prisoner's insignia was different from that of the average Prasen soldier. The typical Prasen soldier's insignia looked very simple, without any fancy frills, emphasizing practicality and functionality. However, the prisoner's insignia was well crafted and quite elaborate, depicting Zeus holding a spear made of lightning, glaring down from above. The spear made of lightning, Wang Zhong vaguely remembered, seemed to be called Gungnir. Wang Zhong frowned, recalling that on Earth there had been an infamous unit whose insignia featured twin lightning bolts, though he wasn't sure what the impact of removing one bolt would have on a unit's combat effectiveness. Wang Zhong called over Vasily, "Come here, be an interpreter." "All right." Vasily immediately put down his headset and ran over excitedly, "Just ask away, I'll translate perfectly." "Wang Zhong, which unit are you with?" Wang Zhong was a little worried the prisoner might just play the stoic, but to his surprise, the prisoner readily opened up, "Captain of the Armored Reconnaissance Battalion of the Asgard Knights Anpila Armored Division." Wang Zhong looked at him in surprise, "Is it really okay for you to say that outright?" After Vasily translated, the prisoner smirked disdainfully, "Why wouldn't it be? Anyway, by tomorrow you'll be annihilated by the Anpila Division, not even the dregs will be left. We'll also be winning the war very soon." "Very soon?" "Next spring, we'll be freely selecting our own plots of land across the vast fields n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om." Wang Zhong, "Next spring? Huh? I thought you'd say you were going to win the war before Christmas." His own men were the first to be startled by his words, and they all looked at Wang Zhong. The judge responsible for overseeing the codebooks even gave Wang Zhong a sharp look. Vasily, sensing the sarcasm in Wang Zhong's words, almost couldn't hold back a smile as he translated. Whatever he translated, the prisoner's eyes bulged as he shouted a few incomprehensible words. "Vasily, he says even we wouldn't be so optimistic." "Wang Zhong, you are already quite optimistic, a little more wouldn't hurt. As for me, I believe the war will last at least 4 more years, and after 4 years, we will march into the ruins of your capital." Vasily proudly translated Wang Zhong's declaration to the Prasen prisoner. The Prussian laughed heartily, saying, "You, with those outdated T-26s in your yard? You probably don't know that even your latest T-34s can be easily destroyed by our 88mm anti-aircraft guns." "Wang Zhong, I don't believe it." The prisoner, "Our division was attacked today by more than 200 of your 6th Tank Army's T-34s, and not a single one got close enough to our anti-aircraft positions to spot them. Our technology has far surpassed your imagination. No, it's just a high-velocity anti-aircraft gun. After all, its performance is indeed excellent, but in the end, it is just an anti-aircraft gun. Don't overplay it." Wang Zhong, "I don't believe you." Right then, the prisoner grew agitated, "Then just wait to be crushed under our tracks." Wang Zhong, "So, when are you planning to roll over us?" "Of course, tomorrow morning. Our division will take this city and obliterate your outdated T-26 tanks and infantry in just a morning." Wang Zhong, "Tomorrow morning, huh? Are you sure you aren't revealing any military secrets?" The prisoner sneered, "What difference does it make? Even if you knew the exact time of the attack, you have no way to stop our offensive. You've never been able to hold off our attacks." Wang Zhong, "Is that so? Well, you'd better stay alive to see how we thrash that. What's it called? The Asgard Knights?" "The Asgard Knights Anpila Armored Division." The prisoner, ignorant primitive. In the year 914 of Jules, August 3rd, 0100 hours, Prasen Army, Asgard Knights Armored Division Headquarters. Major General William Dietrich scrutinized the disheveled sergeant from the Armored Reconnaissance Company and asked, "What was the cause of the artillery fire just now?" The sergeant said, "We had entered the village of Kiryalev, planning to spend the night there. The platoon leader discovered a sentry missing and was organizing a search when the shelling suddenly started. It was swift and fierce. Then, before we could react, we heard hoofbeats." "Hoofbeats?" Major General William Dietrich repeated, surprised. "Yes, hoofbeats. Cavalry charged at us, firing with submachine guns and semi-automatic pistols, and throwing hand grenades and Molotov cocktails. We were caught off guard. The platoon leader planned to rush to tank number 2 and retaliate with its machine gun, but the tank was done in by a Molotov cocktail. In the end, I just jumped on the motorcycle and rode it back here." William Dietrich nodded, "It's not your fault. You did well to come back, at least now we know what happened to the recon unit. Did you hear any identifying information about the enemy, like their unit number or anything?" "I don't understand Auntie," the sergeant said. "But I feel that the enemy's uniforms don't quite match those of the cavalry in the identification manual, missing the cloak. All right, is there anything else to report? If not, you can go and have your meal." The sergeant saluted William Dietrich and turned to leave the armored command vehicle. William Dietrich approached the map table and drew a circle around the village of Kiryalev with a pencil. The enemy's artillery that could reach here. Where could it be? Chief of Staff, where else could it be? Araki, of course. It commands a vital roadway, and there are woods nearby. It should be the best defensive position across this whole area. Tomorrow we can push up to here and deploy. As he spoke, the Chief of Staff picked up a pair of divider calipers used for drawing and sketched a line on the map with the pencil end. Major General Dietrich nodded. "Let's set off early in the morning. The Recon Company leads, with the main forces 1st Armored Company directly behind. Once in position, the Armored Recon will advance, while the 1st Company will deploy into a strike formation." "Sounds reasonable." The anti-people will hide in fortified positions near the cities, just like before, the chief of staff replied. Furthermore, my division has the authority to directly command the Air Force's 117th Recon Squadron. We can request a scout plane to conduct low-altitude reconnaissance along the road. The FW-189 is reliable in this kind of bushy terrain. No problem, Dietrich nodded. In the year 914 of Jules, August 3, 0410 hours, Wang Zhong rode Bucephalus to the first ambush site. Grigori, carrying a red flag, followed him. Seeing the red flag, many soldiers got excited and stepped out of cover. General, will we strike the enemy hard today? We will, Wang Zhong said with certainty. Today, we will utterly destroy them. Popov, who came with Wang Zhong, shouted, get back to your positions. Stay concealed. Today it's about patience. If we are more patient than the enemy, we will win. While talking, Wang Zhong reached his beloved Tank 422's hiding spot. Tank 422 was parked at the very bottom of the hiding spot, covered with a camouflage net. Even the red flag on the radio antenna was obscured by the hideout. In a while, just a simple reverse, and Tank 422's turret would be uncovered on the ground, incidentally revealing the red flag. The enemy will certainly be taken by surprise. A battalion of the 31st Guards hid in a W-shaped trench in front of the ambush position. They were responsible for blocking the enemy's infantry, and for releasing smoke to cover the tanks and anti-tank guns when they had to withdraw from their positions. On the side of the tank ambush position, there was an anti-tank gun platoon composed of 4 guns, whose mission was to strike the enemy's flank when their tanks attempted to charge in for close combat. Wang Zhong asked his gunner Alexandria, how are the tanks? Excellent, replied the driver Belyakov. It has never been in better shape than it is now. Wang Zhong, then I'll go check the condition of the other crews. This time Wang Zhong not only dug tank shelters but also, following the Soviet Army tactical manual from the Cold War era on Earth, he assigned observation sectors to each vehicle, that is, the areas they were to monitor closely. This was incredibly important for the T-34, which lacked situational awareness capability. If they only had to watch specific areas, they wouldn't move their heads around randomly trying to locate targets with their tank periscopes. Wang Zhong seriously suspected that the reason the Soviet Army during the Cold War did this was because they were terribly hampered by poor visibility during the Big War. After checking the status of each vehicle by walking around the ambush position, Wang Zhong rode Bucephalus to the very front of the entire position. The commander of the 1st Battalion of the 31st Regiment initiated contact, leaving his shelter to greet him. General, we are ready. Wang Zhong, relax, the first engagement will be a pleasant ambush. Ideally, we will be targeting the enemy while they're in march formation. The commander, that would be great. Wang Zhong continued, your task is to lead your troops to capture the enemy's equipment after the ambush is over and to ensure every tank is destroyed. Also, bury some of those modified hand grenades as booby traps. The commander laughed, those corpse booby traps? Just thinking about more Prussian ghosts getting killed by these things makes me especially happy. Wang Zhong also laughed, ha ha ha, exactly? These damned invaders all need to be dealt with sooner or later. Just then, Wang Zhong suddenly heard an engine sound from above. He hurriedly dismounted and pulled Bucephalus to hide under the trees alongside him. Grigori also placed the red flag on the ground and covered it with fallen leaves. In an instant, all signs of life in the entire thicket disappeared. An FW-189 flew by overhead. Lieutenant Fox, a pilot of the 117th Reconnaissance Squadron of the Prussian Air Force, flew his reconnaissance plane along the crude roads of the anti-people. The captain intelligence officer in the back seat kept observing the ground with binoculars. Good, there's nothing. At that moment, the radio inquired, Owl Owl, do you see anything? Wolf Wolf, all is normal, no trace of the enemy found. The captain intelligence officer paused for a moment. Repeat, no trace of the enemy found. We are approaching Araki and still see no signs of the enemy. There was silence on the radio for about 5 seconds before the next message came through. Continue reconnaissance, Wolf out. Wolf out. Vasily finished translating and turned to look at Pavlov. I think this Wolf might be ground forces, and Owl is probably the reconnaissance plane. Pavlov, your deduction is truly marvelous. At that moment, the telephone rang, and Pavlov picked up the receiver. This is Pavlov speaking. Have God's Arrow Company been notified? Good, good. Continue monitoring, Brother Peter. Over. Pavlov hung up the phone and looked at Vasily. This Owl seems to be an FW-189 reconnaissance plane, and it's about to be taken down by God's Arrow Company. As for the Wild Wolf, Pavlov walked to the table and looked at the map found on a Prasen reconnaissance battalion officer captured yesterday. Pointing at the symbol-drawn shield on the map, he said, I asked the erudite from the town. This rune is called Hook of the Wolf, and Wild Wolf must be the radio call sign of this division. Now it all makes sense. We're not facing a ragtag armored division that wiped out the 5th Tank Army, but rather the freshly deployed elite Asgard Knights. We should notify the division commander of this. Wang Zhong held the handset. You're saying what we're up against is the Night Corps, N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. Yes, best to be careful. Wang Zhong stroked his chin and asked, the prisoner from yesterday, is he alright? Didn't show any supernatural signs, did he? Like sudden red eyes, or a thirst for blood, or turning into a werewolf under the moon? No, why do you ask? No reason. Wang Zhong was actually somewhat concerned that the enemy might suddenly come up with some unscientific nonsense, since there was already the Divine Arrow and Coral squads on his side, along with human radar. If there were vampires from another world Sturm Tiger, that would be normal, right? In case the enemy suddenly started singing the Devil's Long Socks with red glowing eyes, then they would just have to rely on the clergyman Popov. But as it stands, the enemy is still human, at most, fanatically devout humans. Pavlov said, nothing additional to report, the enemy's reconnaissance plane has been shot down by Divine Arrow. The one who took action is your fiancée. Wang Zhong laughed, she's gotten quite adept at it. Ludmila, the nemesis of the Prasen reconnaissance planes. The FW-189 reconnaissance plane goes by the nickname of Owl, so Ludmila might as well be known as the Owl Hunter, the Terminator of Owls. Just as Wang Zhong hung up the phone, another call came in. The phones in these frontline communication bunkers are direct lines that don't go through an operator, they connect directly one-to-one. The phone that is now ringing connects to the advanced observation posts. That's why, when Wang Zhong heard the phone ring, he immediately ordered, prepare for battle, the enemy is coming. After saying that, he answered the phone, and sure enough, a hushed voice on the other end said, the enemy has passed the observation post. The enemy has passed the observation post. Marching formation, no anomalies detected. Understood, look for a chance to evacuate. The job of the observation posts is to provide early warning. Once that's done, they can slip away. As Wang Zhong set down the handset, the walls of the bunker began to tremble. The enemy was nearing. Wang Zhong rushed out of the bunker towards his beloved vehicle. Bucephalus wanted to follow but was bellowed at, you stay put, stay back. The white horse shook its head and did not follow. Just as Wang Zhong climbed into his tank, the enemy appeared. The enemy's vanguard consisted of a 3-wheeled motorcycle and 2-wheeled reconnaissance vehicles, followed by a long column of tanks. There were none of the Panzer I or Panzer II tanks used for padding, they were all Panzer III G models. The biggest difference of the G model from the early versions Wang Zhong had faced before was the increased weight. With the G model, the Panzer III had become a true medium tank of 20 tons. The most apparent benefit of the increased tonnage was enhanced protection. Furthermore, the G model had a specialized commander's cupola, improving situational awareness even further. Seeing that commander's cupola, Wang Zhong couldn't help but feel envious, given that his own tanks were practically deaf and blind. The lead tank of the enemy crossed a tree marked with white paint, indicating they had completely entered the ambush zone. Wang Zhong ordered, all tanks, move to firing position. The command delivered by radio, and then the platoon leaders relayed the orders to the nearby runners verbally. Finally, the runners would run through the communication trenches to each bunker to pass the orders to the tank operators. Without radios, it was just more complicated. The entire ambush site roared with the sound of engines. Wang Zhong's tank 422 had already started backing up, so he appeared as if sprouting from the ground in the turret hatch. With a clearer view, Wang Zhong saw the enemy tank commanders also heard the engines and were looking over in confusion. It was then that the gunner, Alexandria, fired despite the tank still not being steady. The armor-piercing shell hit the side of the enemy's lead tank, setting its engine aflame. The burning Prasen tank operators scrambled out of the tanks, rolling on the ground. The northernmost tank at the ambush site also fired, hitting the rear tank of the enemy accurately. Now, the entire battalion of 44 Panzer IIIs and 19 Panzer IVs were trapped on the road. Wang Zhong's 30 T-34 tanks unleashed furious fire, armor-piercing shells shooting through the woods at the enemy. The machine guns of the 31st Regiment's 1st Battalion also sounded, mowing down the accompanying enemy infantry like cutting grass. The enemy began releasing smoke and reversed towards the west side of the road, trying to break away. Thus, they exposed their flank to the 45mm anti-tank guns hidden on the flanks of the ambush site. The 4 anti-tank guns fired madly. The enemy released even more smoke. But the smoke had no effect on Wang Zhong's dominating perspective, as he clearly saw the remaining 18 tanks of the enemy retreating backward, completely demoralized. The first ambush utterly destroyed an enemy tank battalion. The enemy left behind no fewer than 45 tank wrecks. Wang Zhong couldn't help but burst into laughter, for this was indeed the famed tactic of another world's elite 1st Guards tank brigade so effective. Wang Zhong confirmed that the enemy was retreating, so he yelled into the radio, cease fire, conserve the ammunition. As he was shouting, he picked up a branch that had been shaken off the turret top by the cannon fire and threw it at the signalman who was fully focused on the enemy. The signalman was startled by the hit and turned his puzzled gaze towards Wang Zhong. General Wang, cease fire? Tell all the tank crews to stop firing. Oh. The signalman finally sprinted off along the communication trench. It took a full 2 minutes before all 30 T-34 tanks completely stopped firing. It was unclear what those guys were shooting at after the enemy smoke cover. Wang Zhong continued to instruct the signalman, order the infantry battalion to advance. Look for the ranks of the prisoners, capture lieutenants, and above, especially those with staff armbands, adjutant ribbons, carrying briefcases, carrying map cases. Signalman, what about the prisoners who are below the rank of lieutenant? The first response that came to Wang Zhong's mind was, the enemy fought bravely and did not surrender. We must commemorate their fighting spirit and erect a monument for them. Yes. The signalman turned and ran off. Wait a moment. Wang Zhong called out to him. If they kept enemy officers alive, it could lead to unfavorable consequences in the future. And he remembered someone saying that if they didn't keep prisoners, during future counter-offensives, the enemy would fight to the death when encountering their own forces. After a second of silence, Wang Zhong changed his order. Ignore what I said earlier about the prisoners. For those below the rank of lieutenant, injure their arms to ensure they can't return to combat for 3 months. Then let them walk towards the enemy's direction. The signalman nodded his head and walked away. Although he didn't condone executing prisoners, the current situation of the 151st Division definitely didn't allow for taking care of prisoners, so it might be better to use them to feed the enemy misinformation. Wang Zhong, order all tanks to rev their engines, make them sound louder. Consequently, the whole ambush position roared deafeningly, as if a whole tank army were advancing. Filipov led his platoon towards the road filled with the remnants of tanks and vehicles. Yes, Filipov had been promoted to platoon commander, but it wasn't an exceptional promotion since they were originally going to be warrant officer platoon commanders after their military academy graduation. It was merely an early start. Apart from each squad leader, Filipov's platoon consisted of green recruits. 7 or 8 had fallen behind during the march, and he wondered if seeing the dead enemies for the first time they might act up. This made Filipov anxious. After cautiously approaching the road with his platoon, Filipov ordered, "Spread out, don't bunch up. Have you forgotten what I told you during training? Huddling together makes it easier to die. Machine guns prefer firing at clusters. Acting alone, on the other hand, the enemy machine gunners won't feel it's worth wasting bullets on you." In fact, what Filipov said was more of an anti-army philosophy, as the anti-army had always been short on ammunition and needed to conserve it. Had it been some other military unit, even if there was only one enemy, the entire platoon would have unleashed its firepower, with machine guns and rifles firing simultaneously. Watching as his subordinates scattered, Filipov led the way onto the main road. Wherever he looked, there were Prussian army corpses, and some of the tanks stopped on the road were still smoking. A signalman on horseback came galloping down the road. "The general has ordered us to capture officers above the rank of lieutenant as prisoners, and for those with insufficient rank, we are to injure their arms and let them run back. We are to leave the enemies wounded to carry themselves back." Filipov, you all heard that? Semyon, take your squad to check the tanks. Don't look inside, just lift the hatch and throw a grenade in. Sergeant Semyon immediately led his squad towards the tanks. Filipov continued shouting, "First, remove the enemy's weapons. Their hand grenades are very well made and are more effective than ours, and their submachine guns are good stuff. Look, I'm using one and won't switch back, it complements the Tokarev perfectly." While speaking, Filipov also deliberately adjusted the position of the MP submachine gun slung over his shoulder so it was ready to shoot instantly. Just then, another veteran who had experienced the battle at Lutov shouted to Filipov, "Filipov, these guys' uniforms look a bit different. Aren't they the Plothin Emperor's Imperial Guard?" "Possibly," Filipov said, pulling on his rain cloak, a symbol of the anti-sides Imperial Infantry. At that moment, Sergeant Semyon, who was checking tanks, shouted, "Grenade out! Don't get scared." As soon as the words fell, a muffled explosion followed, with smoke puffing out of tank number 235's hatch. Sergeant Semyon jumped off the tank and led his men to the next one. At this moment, Filipov saw his new recruit, Alexei, standing in front of an enemy's corpse, looking as if he were contemplating life. He went up to him and asked, "Alyosha, what are you thinking about?" "Platoon commander? It's nothing much, I'm just wondering if war is really such a simple and comfortable thing." "Filipov, we thought the same when we just repelled the enemy's first wave of attacks at Lutov. After the general's precise round of artillery fire, the enemy completely collapsed. We thought we could advance into Plosiny by tomorrow." "Alexei, what happened then?" "Then, half of us did not get to see the next day's sun," said Filipov. "Or rather, we became the colors on the general's standard N/O/Vel/B/Jn.C//OM. Alexei's mouth opened wide, as if he were an oxygen-deprived goldfish. In the distance, Sergeant Semyon shouted, "Grenade out, don't." Suddenly, a Prasen tank operator popped out of the tank, using a submachine gun to shoot down the new recruit about to throw a grenade into the hatch. The grenade dropped right at Sergeant Semyon's feet. He managed to curse damn before the explosion flipped him onto the ground, with his leg blown high into the air. The Prasen tank operator, standing in the turret, aimed his submachine gun at the closest squad from Semyon and fired, bringing down 3 new recruits instantly. Filipov's platoon of rookies froze, while the veterans were already prone. Filipov himself, half kneeling, aimed his submachine gun. It happened in a flash. Alexei fired. Tokarev's first semi-automatic shot missed, striking the edge of the turret and sparking a shower of sparks. The enemy tank operator immediately swung the gun barrel around, but by then, Tokarev's second shot came, piercing his shoulder. Alexei, shouting loudly, kept firing until he had emptied Tokarev's magazine. In reality, the subsequent shots all missed, hitting the trees behind the tank. The lifeless enemy slid into the tank under the force of gravity. Alexei continued to shout, desperately pulling the trigger, regardless of the fact that there were no bullets left to fire. Filipov pulled out a grenade, primed and threw it in one smooth motion. The little flying stick with its trail of smoke landed inside the tank's hatch. With a muffled blast, the tank became still. Alexei knelt to the ground, his entire body collapsing to the side. Filipov thought he had been hit and quickly came over to check. Where are you hurt? Are you okay? After a cursory check, Filipov found that the man hadn't been shot, he was perfectly fine. But there he was, lying on the ground like a deflated eggplant. Filipov didn't bother with him further and ran towards Semyon's squad. Medic? Medic? Nurse. I'm here, I'm here. The nurse, dressed in military uniform, ran over, felt Sergeant Semyon's neck, shook her head, and moved on to the next one. After handing over the injured to the nurse, Filipov returned to Alexei's side, only to find him clutching his stomach in pain. What's wrong, Private? Filipov asked. My stomach, it's cramping, and I can't feel my legs. Am I going to die? Filipov grabbed Alexei's shoulders and hauled him up. No, you're still fine, you're just too tense. Stand up. However, it was no use at all. The new recruit, Alexei, just slumped onto Filipov like a mound of mud, his speech tinged with a crying tone. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Filipov tried to console him for a bit, but to no avail, eventually shouting, Priest. Where's the priest? The priests were professionals at dealing with this sort of thing, so it was a sure bet to find them. But Filipov called for a while with no response. At that moment, he suddenly had an idea. He threw the new recruit, Alexei, aside. He immediately collapsed to the ground, sprawling like a heap of goo. Filipov rushed onto the enemy's tank, climbed inside, and dragged out the tank operator who had just surprised everyone with a submachine gun, pulling him all the way to the new recruit, Alexei. Then Filipov once again pulled up the recruit, forcing him to look at the tank operator. Take a good look, this is the enemy you brought down. The new recruit, Alexei, stopped his wailing and looked at the enemy. I brought him down. Filipov said, now, as your platoon leader, I command you to piss on his pants. The new recruit Alexei was stunned. What? Why? I'll tell you why. Filipov said, all the while subtly reducing his support for the new recruit. Alexei, our division commander, Major General Rakosov, is very brave, isn't he? If you don't know how brave he is, you can ask the people of the tank units, ask those old guys from the original 23rd Tank Army. They'll tell you because the BT tank turret only fits 2 people. The general stood outside the tank when he commanded them, directing while mowing down Prussians with the roof machine gun amidst a hailstorm of bullets. The new recruit Alexei had a look of admiration. I've heard about it. But what does that have to do with making me piss? Do you know what kind of person he used to be? You should ask the old soldiers from the original 3rd Plausonia Amur group. They all know. Before the war, the general was a coward, and no one wanted to follow him to the front lines. Then the war broke out, a Prasen tank fired a shot, and the general pissed himself from fright. The new recruit Alexei was even more puzzled. I know, but that doesn't change the fact that he's now a brave and fearless general, does it? Don't you understand? Filipov said, with that piss, the general washed away his past cowardice? That's called learning from shame to become courageous. Right now you're a coward too, but you've killed an enemy. Just do as the general did, and you'll be set. Filipov pointed at the enemy. Piss? On his pants? What are you hesitating for? You were just about to piss your own pants, weren't you? The new recruit Alexei eked out a word. Yes. Then what are you waiting for? The new recruit Alexei gritted his teeth, and wet the enemy's body. After he finished, Filipov stepped back. Does your stomach still hurt now? This. Filipov, look at your legs, are they still weak? Really? I do feel braver. The others exchanged glances. Wait a second, I remember now, someone yelled, I killed that enemy. He's mine. Give it a rest, it's clear he was killed by a machine gun. Could your Tokarev make such a big hole? I think it's mine to piss on, not yours. I killed him, so I should be the one to do it. Then I'll do this one. Just then, the unit's priest finally arrived and frowned at the scene before him. Wait a minute, what are you guys doing? He spoke while holding his nose because it reeked. Filipov, we're conducting a ritual to embolden the new recruit. The priest looked at the enemy's corpse, and understood. The priest said, you guys, collect the weapons before pissing. Who's going to use these dirty weapons now? Whoever pissed on them is responsible for collecting, cleaning, and using them. Understand? Now get moving. That evening, the Imperial Guard 31st Regiment 1st Battalion 1st Company, along with the unit priest, wrote in their log, I originally thought that the rumors about the general's dark history would weaken our unit's cohesion, but now it seems completely unfounded. In fact, these dark histories have, in a wondrous, crossed out, in a ridiculous manner, enhanced the general's prestige, which is worth studying in depth. At this time, Wang Zhong was keeping an eye on the enemies that had been let go using an external device. As soon as the last enemy disappeared from sight, Wang Zhong immediately ordered, exit the tank emplacement and maneuver to ambush position 2. Tank 422 quickly backed out of the emplacement, then pivoted in place, heading south along the path pressed by the tank tracks. Wang Zhong shouted to the messenger, go inform the infantry battalion to act according to the original plan. The original plan was to deploy mines on the battlefield after cleaning up and then have the entire battalion retreat to the cover trenches of ambush position 2. Having seen firsthand how much T-34s needed infantry cover, Wang Zhong would never allow the tanks to operate separately from the infantry. If the distance was great, the infantry could ride on the tanks and move with them, but the 2 ambush positions were not far apart. It would take the infantry only about 20 minutes to walk there at a normal pace. Tank 422 moved past the other tanks' emplacements, and most of the tank operators brought in Bilkdorf followed suit. However, some of the newly added tank operators, immersed in the immense joy brought by their battle success, failed to notice that the battalion command tank, the Tank 422, had already withdrawn. Wang Zhong had already made arrangements for this. He had infantry beside each tank to lift the hatch and inform them. Soon, 30 T-34 tanks exited their positions and drove towards the second ambush position on a crudely made road prepared earlier. After the tanks left, the anti-tank gunners also hurried their horses, dragging their cannons out of position. Grigory, holding a red flag, led Bucephalus as they mixed into the artillery column. While the 151st Division was evacuating its position, 20 kilometers from the ambush site, Major General William Dietrich of the Prussian Army's Asgard Knights armored mobile command vehicle had a furrowed brow. 18 tanks returned. Major General William approached the deputy battalion commander of the 1st Armored Battalion, raised his hand to slap him, but then stopped. Since the battalion commander is either dead or missing, I won't punish you. The staff officer said, this isn't the soldier's fault. We clearly sent the Air Force reconnaissance planes for a low-altitude survey, and it was the reconnaissance planes that told us everything was normal. It's their responsibility. Major General William glared at the staff officer, blaming the Air Force just like blaming the enemy for being too cunning. There's no difference. This is all because we weren't careful enough. I should have sent out enough forward reconnaissance squads. Even if we're to blame the Air Force, it's because I trusted them too much. We all know they can't be relied upon. The others in the vehicle remained silent, waiting for Major General William to conclude his self-reflection. Just then a messenger ran in. Report. The wounded from the 1st Armored Battalion have returned. William exclaimed in shock. Wounded? Yes, the wounded say that the anti-people only captured officers ranked captain and above, and for the others, they just shot them in the arms and let them go. William cursed. These anti-people are too cunning. This way, these wounded can't return to battle and will strain our medical system and use up our supply transport capacity. But he quickly reconsidered and said, bring the highest ranking among the wounded to me. I want to hear what he has to say. The messenger immediately turned to leave. The staff officer stepped forward and said, the information brought back by these people could be deliberate misinformation spread by the enemy. We need to be cautious. I know, Major General William sighed, expressing his dissatisfaction. At that moment, the messenger returned with 2 wounded soldiers, one a lieutenant who had just been low-flying under the Antes standard for capturing prisoners, and the other a sergeant major, wearing a badge of senior exemption indicating that he didn't have to participate in ordinary duties and was a backbone veteran of the troops. Major General William first asked the lieutenant, do you understand anti? Lieutenant, no. Major, I see. Then using your observational abilities, what information did you gather from the enemy? The enemy has a very large number of tanks, all hidden in the woods. We were hit by flanking fire from enemy tanks, but we could only see the flames and smoke from their firing, not the enemy tanks themselves. Major, how can you be sure there are a large number of tanks if you couldn't see them? The enemy's gunfire was very dense, and there was a continuous roar of massive engines. Our battalion was almost instantly destroyed, after at most 3 volleys of simultaneous fire. And I saw many shells flying off target. The Antes' gunnery skills are as poor as ever, so I believe there must have been at least 60 tanks hidden in the woods attacking us. In fact, this was a misperception, as in reality, the shooting of Division 151 was quite accurate, at least relatively so, averaging only 2 armor-piercing shells to destroy a Prussian tank. But viewed from within the formation, due to perspective issues, it gave the illusion that many shells were missing their mark. The lieutenant, unaware of this, made his definitive judgment. Major General William wrote a 60 on the map with a pencil and put a question mark beside it. What else? He asked. Lieutenant, the enemy's infantry had Imperial Guard cloaks and were very well equipped, all with semi-automatic Tokarev rifles and a large number of our confiscated MP submachine guns, with plenty of magazines too. Experienced elite infantry. Major General William wrote another line on the map. Continue. The lieutenant shook his head. That's all. I wanted to delay and see their tanks appear, but the tank group has been hiding in the woods without any intention to show themselves. At this moment, the senior sergeant major spoke up. The enemy is performing a voodoo ritual. Everyone turned to look at the sergeant major. The staff officer took out an identification book and opened it in front of the sergeant major. Which kind of voodoo ritual? The sergeant major quickly flipped through the book and still shook his head. It's not in here. This kind of ritual seems to require desecrating the bodies of the enemy. After the ritual, those who performed it let out howls like barbarians. The chief of staff said, according to imperial propaganda, the anti-people are barbarians. The sergeant major was embarrassed. Let me think. Right, howls like Viking war cries. In fact, it was not the case. It was just the sergeant major's subjective consciousness that distorted his memory. Viking war cries. Major General William wrote down the words Viking war cries on a paper and marked it with 3 question marks. I thought the Vikings were a branch of the Germans. The chief of staff asked, do we need to report this? During the Carolingian campaign, the malaria called forth by witches was more troublesome than all the armies of the United Kingdom. Major General William, no, let's report after the battle ends. Reporting now would look like making excuses for ourselves. Even if this is some sort of evil ritual, it generally takes a very long time to take effect. That's the limitation of these superstitious practices. The sergeant major suddenly said, they are the anti-people? In the primitive jungles of the East, witches wield the power embodied in beast elements. Voodoo magic can awaken the strange beings of the forests. Stay calm, this is Khazarla, most of this kingdom is grassland, said Major General William. All right, if there's no other intelligence, I need to. Suddenly, the lieutenant said, wait, although I don't understand the anti-language, I can understand their names because I speak Carolingian, and many of the anti-names are variations of Carolingian. Oh. Major General William showed renewed interest. What did you hear? I heard their commander seemed to be called Alexei something Rokosov. The chief of staff immediately ran to look through the directory of enemy commanders issued by the Southern Army Group Command, searching for names and corresponding unit numbers. He found it right away. That's the anti-general who performed well in the battles of Piniyi and Luktov. The Southern Army Group's assessment of him is, a master of defensive warfare, likes to charge alone to boost morale, a rash general. Major General William furrowed his brows. How do those two descriptions go together? Aren't the masters of defensive fights usually the experts drawing maps in their own headquarters? The chief of staff spread his hands in a gesture of not knowing. Major General William paced back and forth, and only after a few seconds of thought, he realized the two informants were still there, so he waved his hand. You go and get treated. One question, did everyone released get shot in the shoulder? Both men nodded in unison, and the lieutenant added, and they deliberately missed the artery and vein, as if afraid we'd bleed to death on the way back. This General Rokosov is quite merciful, like a gentleman. Could such a noble person truly be an inferior being? The chief of staff exclaimed in alarm. Lieutenant, don't let the Imperial Security Bureau hear you say that. You'll get us all killed. The lieutenant shut his mouth. The chief of staff said, hurry along, just rest up in the hospital, and keep quiet. After saluting, the two men left. The chief of staff turned to Major General William. What do we do now? The 2nd Battalion is temporarily in chaos due to the impact of the 1st Battalion's retreat. Even if we want to commit the 2nd Battalion to attack, it will have to be an hour later. No, waved Major General William, we're not in a hurry to attack. Let's wait until the infantry, artillery, and engineers arrive. Also, call the Air Force, tell them to make up for their mistake. I want that forest plowed. Yes, sir. Wang Zhong had been waiting at the second ambush position until 15:30. When he finally heard the sound of engines in the sky, he switched to an aerial view and indeed saw a large fleet of planes flying in this direction. No, they were flying towards the first ambush position. At that moment, in the trenches of the infantry ahead, a soldier yelled, don't be afraid, those planes are surely headed to bomb our previous position. Don't be afraid. Soon enough, from his aerial view, Wang Zhong saw the area next to the previous ambush position getting bombed. The Prasen Air Force had bumped off target, N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. With your level of performance, no wonder the commander is called Meyer. After the round of bombing ended, Wang Zhong thought that maybe tomorrow they could return to the first ambush position and ambush the enemy once again. Then, in his earpiece, other tank operators in command of the tanks asked, General, now that the bombing is over, the enemy should be coming, right? Wang Zhong replied, don't be impatient, the enemy's goal is to break through us and encircle Archsukov, they will definitely come. However, by 16:30, Wang Zhong and the others still hadn't seen the enemy's assault. He stood beside the shelter of his number 422 vehicle, continuously phoning the observation posts in various locations, taking advantage of the calls to confirm enemy movements within the observation post's range. Although it wasn't his own line of sight highlighting the enemies, on a plain as vast as Araki's surroundings, even without forced highlighting, a sweeping glance from an overhead perspective would reveal most of the enemies. As he waited, Wang Zhong grew hungry and started looking for something to eat, only to find that he had to share the anti-empire's military rations with others. They were truly inedible. So inedible that Wang Zhong wanted to have everyone in charge of the Imperial Army's food supply executed by firing squad. But right now, their ambush positions were a little bit too far from Araki, and it wasn't feasible to bring the field cooking team's girls to the front line, especially to a front line where the enemy could attack at any moment. Wang Zhong ate the barely palatable military rations while pondering whether, besides grenades and submachine guns, he should pack a sausage in his personal belongings box in the future. The sausages made by the Church Meat Union were thicker than an adult male's arm, and the ingredients strictly contained 25% beef, 70% pork, and the last 5% eggs and dairy, highlighting a cost-effective, large, and filling portion. As Wang Zhong began to fantasize about the taste of sausage, adding some flavor to the wooden-like bread in his hand, artillery shells fell. Wang Zhong instinctively wanted to hit the ground, then realized that the shelling wasn't targeting his location. He and others turned their gaze toward the number 1 ambush position, observing the flames and smoke kicked up by the heavy artillery. After a quick switch to the overhead perspective, Wang Zhong noticed that compared to the unreliable bombing of the Air Force, the Army's own artillery fire was much more accurate. Aside from the fact that it had been an empty position, it could be called perfect. At this time, others on the position also looked in the direction of the first ambush site, everyone displaying a triumphant demeanor. Everyone probably realized that the more ammunition the enemy wasted on an unmanned position, the less would fall on their own heads in the future. Major General William Dietrich was in his command vehicle, issuing tasks to all tank officers from platoon level and above. The enemy is heavily fortified in this stretch of woods. Our plan is to spread out as much as possible during the artillery's fire suppression of the woods, engaging the enemy on open ground. The enemy's tank gun accuracy is inferior to ours. If we don't gain an advantage during the exchange of fire, deploy smoke bombs and feign a weak retreat to lure the enemy within range of our 88mm guns and Pak 38 anti-tank guns. According to intelligence provided by the front army, this General Rokosov is very fond of launching attacks to fight tank battles. He has indeed obtained very impressive results from several proactive attacks. We have to lure him out with acceptable losses, as a tactic specifically against his personality. As Dietrich spoke, he turned to the chief of the Divisional Guard tank platoon. Additionally, we have another bait. I'll use my command vehicle and the spare radio truck as bait to hook Rokosov. Of course, based on previous battle reports, Rokosov might choose to shell a fake headquarters. If that's the case, the guard tank platoon must evacuate the shelled area quickly. William Dietrich paused, contently scanning the plans already mapped out on the map before him. In short, the mission's focus is to lure Major General Rokosov into making a move. He is one of the most outstanding officers of the anti-army at the moment, meaning, the most outstanding and yet to be killed or captured by us. Therefore, killing or capturing him is of great significance. No sooner had William Dietrich finished speaking than a lieutenant platoon leader commented, another tactic of feigning defeat to draw the enemy deeper. Because the enemy may use T-34 tanks, which are difficult for us to handle. Brother units share their experience that jamming the turret ring or breaking the tracks is possible. It's not that this advice isn't good, but the 88mm gun is more cost-effective. Another platoon leader asked, what if the enemy doesn't come out? Then we'll call in the Stukas. The enemy will reveal their positions by exchanging fire with us. After previous communication, the Air Force promised that during our attack, a squadron of Stukas loaded with bombs will be ready to take off. Our Panzer IVs will shoot colored smoke bombs to mark the targets for the Stukas. The Panzer III's 50mm gun doesn't have smoke shells, with only a single launch smoke bomb launcher on the tank. The short-barreled 75mm howitzer of the Panzer IV can fire smoke bombs hundreds to thousands of meters away. When the Panzer IV encounters sturdy buildings it can't destroy with high explosive shells, it does just this, firing a smoke bomb to mark the target and waiting for the Stukas to arrive. Major General William Dietrich followed up, all right, is everyone clear on their combat mission? Once back with your units, make sure every person understands our mission, and then move out. The artillery preparation should conclude in about an hour and a half. The platoon leaders all stood up and filed out of the armored command vehicle. Wait a moment. William Dietrich called to the last platoon leader, you're the company commander of the reserve team's 5th Company, 3rd Battalion, right? I need to switch with you. I must go to the front line to see for myself how this White Horse general arranges his troops. The chief of staff expressed alarm, don't do this. The White Horse general likes to target command posts and other key objectives with artillery. If you go to the front line and enter the range of his artillery observers, it will surely draw fire. William Dietrich looked at the chief of staff, which is exactly why I need to disguise myself. The White Horse general won't waste precious artillery shells on a reserve tank platoon, especially one that's expanded into a loose formation. Indeed, tanks are vulnerable to howitzer fire. If a shell lands too close, an entire tank crew is done for. But as long as the distance between the landing point of the shell and the tank is increased past a certain threshold, tanks can survive heavy shelling. Using heavy artillery to strike tanks deployed in a loose formation is, in fact, quite wasteful. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Only if there are no better targets and one doesn't mind wasting shells would they do so. The chief of staff was persuaded. Well, then, I can only wish you a triumphant victory. William Dietrich nodded and began to exchange outfits with the chosen tank platoon leader. On Wang Zhong's side, the operation to deploy their formation against the enemy was crystal clear. First, he wasn't prepared for artillery fire, and second, the most important function of his add-on was to ensure visibility. Most of the time it was its only function. So he just watched as the enemy's armored forces deployed their formation on the open ground. You wouldn't believe it, but with so many tanks spread out so widely, my own 30 tanks might not actually be able to take them all out. Especially if the enemy charged with infantry aboard for an armored meat grinder, that would be even more troublesome. Wang Zhong was somewhat uneasy. After all, he didn't have a way to know if the enemy's plan was to engage in long-range firing and then draw us deeper in. He thought the enemy was about to surge forward and grind us to bits. Wang Zhong's ambush position, apart from the 30 T-34s, only had 4 anti-tank guns and a small number of anti-tank mines on either side of the position. The enemy had deployed almost 200 tanks. If they charged from all directions, Wang Zhong would surely regret not having placed all his infantry in front of the ambush position well. Actually, they wouldn't have been able to deploy properly and would just become experience points for the enemy's heavy artillery. Wang Zhong smiled bitterly as he looked down at the enemy tank formation, thinking that if there was a KV-1 in my troops right now, the situation would still be manageable. Unfortunately, there wasn't. He continued to scan the enemy's tank formation. When highlighting enemy units, Wang Zhong's add-on usually wouldn't provide names for each enemy. But there were exceptions, such as when division commanders entered Wang Zhong's line of sight, they would be highlighted. Sometimes there were names, sometimes not, the principle was unknown. But it was certain that division commanders would be specially marked, roughly equivalent to the red arrows in a monk's vlog. Now Wang Zhong had spotted a red arrow. On the outermost side of the enemy's tank formation, there were several widely spaced panzer IVs, looking like the reserve force for the whole offensive. A red arrow was floating right above the tank commander's head as he peeked out. Huh? That's the enemy division commander. Has he come to the front for reconnaissance? And then, fearing that I might rush up and decapitate him, he's disguised himself as a regular tank commander? Oh my, I can't justify not blasting him with one shot. Wang Zhong turned and picked up the telephone handset, nodded at the soldier responsible for the phone, and the soldier began cranking the handle of the portable generator like mad to charge the phone. After hearing the operator's voice, Wang Zhong said, "Connect me to the artillery unit." The call was connected promptly. Wang Zhong, gazing down from above, reported the coordinates of the Panzer IV the marked man was riding in, and then said, 3 rounds of rapid fire, no need to adjust. Just fire over. Make sure the man is blown to death. The artillery unit was confused for a moment. Blow who to death? Don't worry about it, just fire it over quickly. We are resetting the firing elements. Fire will begin in about 5 minutes. As fast as you can. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong continued to look down on the enemy, like an eagle eyeing the rabbits scurrying across the plain. Actually, resetting the firing elements took only 2 minutes. Wang Zhong could already hear the whistling of the incoming rounds. The target enemy sensed something was wrong and immediately retracted into the tank, closing the hatch. No sooner said than done, the first barrage hit. 24 rounds of 152mm heavy artillery shells, though the lack of adjusted fire made the circular error probability a bit large, with sufficient firepower density, high inaccuracy could be overcome. Wang Zhong was pleased to see the smoke arising from the ground engulfing that Panzer IV. That was just the first round, and as the second round landed, the smoke from the previous explosion hadn't cleared yet, making the whole scene from above look like a wall being repainted over and over again by 2 masters. It was then that Wang Zhong realized, his 203mm heavy artillery wasn't under the control of the artillery unit but was an independent unit, and he hadn't called in firepower from the 203. Forget it, he thought, let's see if this can kill him, save some ammunition if we can. The third wave hit, and Wang Zhong figured that Panzer IV must nearly be in pieces by now. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Wang Zhong saw the charred and twisted wreckage of the Panzer IV. The other tank's operators rushed out, heading for the tank that had been singled out for special attention. Soon, a barely alive body was rescued from the tank by the crowd. Wang Zhong was amazed, the guy still wasn't blown to death. Now what kind of justice is this? He picked up the handset, intending to call in the 203mm heavy artillery and a second round of 152mm artillery fire, but then he saw a 3-wheeled motorbike enter his field of vision, picking up the division commander and speeding out of Wang Zhong's sight. Well, forcing the enemy to change commanders in the middle of battle is also a good thing. Let's see what the newcomer has got in terms of offensive capability. Whether they were transferring command or not, the enemy's deployed armored line just sat there on the plain, motionless. The Prussian Army's Asgard Knights Ampulla Armored Division Headquarters, Chief of Staff Kluge von Hessendieyer grasped Division Commander William Dietrich's hand. Leave it to me. The lieutenant who brought back Major General William said, I think the Major General is currently in a deep coma and probably can't hear what you're saying. I know. Kluge von Hessendieyer glanced at the lieutenant.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The Asgard Knights, as confidants of the Emperor, tended to prefer officers not from Junker nobility. The establishment of the Knights was one of the means by which His Majesty sought to reduce the influence of the officer corps. However, the position of staff officer is not quite the same as that of a military commander. First, staff officers don't accumulate military exploits easily, even if the combat plan is wholly devised by the staff officer, and even if the plan's execution is personally directed by the staff officer, any victory would still be credited to the military commander. Second, staff officers value the ability to do paperwork on maps over qualities such as battlefield intuition. The development of a staff officer's abilities also relies heavily on accumulation over many years. Thus, the Emperor could not quickly promote staff officers without an officer corps background through military exploits, and in the Prussian army, the staff officers mainly came from the Junker officer corps. Kluge von Hessendieyer was a member of the Junker nobility, but he had good relations with non-Junker officers who had rapidly risen since the Emperor began his conquest. This was why he had been placed in the Asgard Knights, the equivalent of the Prussians' elite forces, to assist the Star War General. Now that the Star War General had left the stage, Kluge had to shoulder the responsibility. He turned his head to inquire of the lieutenant who had just spoken, why would the enemy specifically shell a tank platoon situated in a reserve position? The lieutenant shook his head. I don't know, Chief of Staff, Your Excellency. Kluge asked further, did the Major General do anything that could have revealed his identity? There shouldn't have been any such actions. At this moment, the vice commander of the 1st Armored Battalion said, an entire artillery battalion launching 3 rounds of concentrated fire, all landing around the division commander's vehicle. They were clearly targeting the division commander. I know, Kluge interrupted the vice commander, but the question is, how did the enemy identify the division commander? That white general previously also had the feat of killing Major General Randolph of the 15th Armored Division. It's hard not to be suspicious. Kluge paused. Major General Randolph was killed in the general's uniform of the Defense Forces, and he was with his command vehicle when it happened. That's understandable, considering how conspicuous the Defense Forces general uniform is, especially with that red collar insignia. The Prussian traditional military uniform featured a red collar insignia for generals, which could be discerned from a great distance in field conditions. There had already been precedents in the previous Carolingian campaign where sharpshooters from the United Kingdom had taken aim at generals. For this reason, the uniform of the Asgard Knights removed the red collar insignia for generals. And before Major General William went to the front line, he even swapped clothes with the tank platoon leader. Kluge paced back and forth, and at this moment someone on the staff said, "Could it be the effect of that voodoo ritual?" Kluge sneered, "How could that be possible? Merely wounding the division commander won't paralyze our command. If the enemy wanted to deal with us, the voodoo ritual should have targeted our entire headquarters. No, it shouldn't be that." But, the staff officer continued, saying it's the voodoo ritual makes it easier to explain to the higher UPS. Kluge clicked his tongue. That's indeed the case. Staff officers after all are non-combatant military officers, more adept at office struggles within the military rather than battlefield command. Kluge said, "Then we should find those wounded soldiers who escaped and ask them in detail how the enemy's voodoo ritual was conducted and write a detailed report to submit to the Armored Cluster Command." Just then a communications officer ran out from inside. "Chief of Staff Acting Division Commander, the 2nd and 3rd Armored Battalions are both asking what to do." The Chief of Staff waved his hand grandly. "Haven't they been given the battle plan? The division commander has been seriously wounded and gone back for treatment. We must execute his plan to the end. Attack." Wang Zhong was in a standoff with the enemy's tank formation. To be able to open fire and stop the enemy at the first chance, 30 T-34 tanks had backed up from their concealed positions to the firing platform, and similar to the first ambush, Wang Zhong had designated focus areas for each tank. An armored battle was on the verge of breaking out, but the enemy simply wouldn't move, idling in place burning fuel. Wang Zhong didn't dare to move either as long as the enemy stayed put. He even stayed with the rookie holding the telephone the entire time. Wang Zhong had counted already. The enemy had a total of 181 tanks. Although there were only 131 of Models 3 and 4, with the rest being the filler Models 2 and 38T. Models 2 and 38T could still break the T-34's tracks and jam the turret rings when they got close enough. Besides, the performance of Models 2 and 38T was more than enough to slaughter infantry. No, the 20mm machine cannon on Model 2 might be even more efficient at killing infantry than the 50mm candy dispenser on Model 3. As Wang Zhong pondered these miscellaneous thoughts, the enemy made its move. The exhaust pipes of the Prussian tanks arrayed across the plain simultaneously belched black smoke, and the roar of their engines markedly increased. Wang Zhong immediately ran towards his tank, climbed into the turret, and then said to the soldier crouching beside the cover holding the telephone, "Get up here. Stand on the tank engine cover. I need to make calls to coordinate with the artillery battalion at any moment." Oh. The rookie promptly climbed onto the tank, appearing somewhat excited. He might have been looking forward to riding in a tank for a while. The voice of the armored battalion commander came through the headset. "General? Shall we fire?" "Wang Zhong, are you stupid? Fire when the target is in sight, damn it." After several days of testing, Wang Zhong was already resigned to the poor accuracy of this batch of T-34s. Hence, he intended to let the enemy get within 700 meters before opening fire. Although this distance might not be enough to stop so many Prussian tanks from closing in for melee combat, it was still better than wasting ammunition firing beyond their effective range. Wang Zhong had emphasized the concealment of their positions before the battle precisely for this reason. The Prussians were known for their excellent gunnery, along with superior sighting equipment and Zeiss high magnification lenses. They often achieved hits at 1,000 meters or even 1,500 meters. Letting the enemy get close before firing was the best strategy against Prussian armored troops. Wang Zhong waited for the moment when the enemy tanks would cross the 700-meter mark. However, the enemy stopped. They stopped 1,200 meters away. Wang Zhong didn't know what the enemy was up to. The next moment, the enemy opened fire, targeting the decoy tanks and anti-tank guns Wang Zhong had prepared. The wooden models were about to fulfill their purpose. The gunner, Alexander, from tank number 422 asked, "Should we fire now? I'm confident I can hit them at this distance." Wang Zhong, "Don't rush. Once we open fire, other crews, especially the new ones, will definitely fire indiscriminately. I can't expect them to have your level of skill. You were an instructor for the armored troops, and the man who actually took down Division Commander Randolph." Alexander fell silent, probably dazed by Wang Zhong's flattery. After unleashing a barrage of fire at a distance of 1,200 meters, the enemy finally began to advance. After all, Wang Zhong hadn't given the order to open fire yet, and the camouflage on his own positions was too good. Even if the enemy wanted to engage in a firefight from 1,200 meters away, they had no targets to shoot at. Wang Zhong waited for the enemy's attacking front to cross the mark. Finally, enemy tank number 313 closely passed by the target. Wang Zhong, fire. He didn't specify which target to fire at, but Alexander just happened to choose tank number 313. The precise attack punched a hole right through the front upper armor of tank number 313. The tank immediately caught fire, and the enemy's armored troops hurriedly abandoned it. The results of the first salvo came quickly. Wang Zhong counted out of 30 T-34s that fired, 6 enemy tanks were hit. In the morning ambush, with a firing distance of less than 500 meters, we could only manage to take out one enemy with 2 armor-piercing shells. Can we accept this result now at a distance of 700 meters? A second volley was fired, and another 5 enemy tanks were abandoned. By then, the enemy had figured out roughly where the shells were coming from, and fierce direct fire started to hit the second ambush position. However, the enemy was not accurate, probably because the protective positions dug by Wang Zhong's engineers and laborers were too scientifically done. The enemy couldn't see exactly where the targets were, they could only guess based on the direction from which the shells came and fired wildly, hoping to hit some high-value units. Both sides sketched outlines of each other for several rounds. The enemy had lost over 20 tanks temporarily to combat incapacity, while Wang Zhong's side didn't lose a single tank. It seemed the enemy was on the way to a slow death. In the headquarters of the Ampula Armored Division, Kluge pressed one hand on the field telephone, activating the speaker function, so the entire command vehicle could hear the soldiers from the 2nd Armored Battalion's various screams of terror. Where the hell is the enemy? We've poured 7 or 8 rounds of ammunition in the direction of the incoming shells, why are they still attacking? The smoke from the enemy tanks firing is blocking my vision? I can't see anything at all. I saw a tank turret, they are fighting us with tanks buried in the ground. More and more nonsensical reports emerged. But what struck Kluge the most was that cry of mommy. Finally, Kluge couldn't take it anymore and picked up the handset. All units, execute Plan B. Plan B was to use smoke bombs to attack the enemy positions and then call in the Stukas to drop 500-kilogram bombs on the smoke-covered spots. Kluge's order was executed faithfully. When the enemy fired smoke at the second ambush position, Wang Zhong initially thought they were going to retreat. But when he saw the color of the smoke, he immediately realized what was happening. Enemy bombing is incoming, release smoke, and get the infantry to release smoke to cover our withdrawal. The infantry won't be able to run in time, everyone hide in the anti-bomb shelters. The next moment, smoke rose before the infantry trenches at the ambush site. Wang Zhong, hurry up, reverse, move out. The infantry could actually find sufficient cover if dive bombers were coming, only an incendiary bomb would be effective. But tanks were another story. Wang Zhong still remembered the lessons learned from Pinyi. If it hadn't been for the Stuka dive bomber damaging tank number 67, that crew would still be fighting alongside him. Wang Zhong's tank number 422 backed out of the protective spot and onto the makeshift evacuation route. All tanks with radios also got moving, but those without radios continued to fire from their positions. Wang Zhong shouted at the army personnel standing by, "What are you waiting for? Go knock on the tank hatches and tell them we're leaving." At that moment, the sound of engines came from the sky. The Stukas had arrived. Wang Zhong had no time to worry about the other tanks, thinking that as long as the tanks were inside the dugouts, they wouldn't be greatly damaged unless a 500-kilogram bomb happened to land directly inside .nov, L.B//JNN. Now, the smoke completely enveloped the position, and even 500-kilogram bombs could be precisely dropped into the dugouts, a real-life version of Final Destination. There was no saving them, it was time to accept fate. Wang Zhong urged the driver, Belyakov, hurry, once we're out of the bombing zone, we'll be safe. The Stukas in the sky targeted the dyed smoke released by the enemy tanks. Tank 422's engine roared to life, charging out of the smoke and into the bushes on the other side of the main road. This was originally a fake position made of dummy tanks and anti-tank guns. The T-34s with radios and several alert T-34s followed tank 422, all hiding in the faux position. Then came the sharp, deadly howling from the sky. The explosion came very quickly. The noise from the 500-kilogram bombs was terrifying. Wang Zhong instinctively shrank further inside the tank, letting the open hatch shield most of his body. The columns of smoke from the explosion looked like gigantic cabbages, turning the ambush position into a giant's vegetable garden. The sound of gunfire from the ambush position nearly vanished, though this could be because the smoke released by the infantry obscured the tank's vision. Even though Wang Zhong knew the remaining tanks were without radios, he still asked over the radio, "Is everyone okay?" Platoon leader's tank is fine. By the way, other tanks from our platoon have also followed. Our platoon is fine. Platoon 2's leader's tank is fine. Platoon 3's leader. As the radio checks continued, a T-34 came from the ambush position, with its tank commander poking his head out from the turret, looking utterly shaken, shouting from afar, "Is this what Stukas are like? They're terrifying." Then one after another, tanks emerged from the ambush position, bringing with them dire news. Tank 448 was flipped by a bomb. When I passed by, I didn't see any surviving tank operators. Before Wang Zhong could respond, someone reported over the headset, "Commander, enemy tanks are attacking." The commander of the 2nd Armored Battalion, Stauffenberg, watched the effects of the bombardment. He asked his deputy via radio, "What do you think of the enemy's condition now? I believe we can launch an attack." We can penetrate the enemy's rear flanks, especially since the smoke they released to disrupt the Stukas can cover us. The deputy replied, I see no problem. Should we consult with the 3rd Armored Battalion? Have them move right and occupy the cover positions. Then let the armored grenadiers rush forward to engage the enemy infantry. I think this plan is workable. With that, Stauffenberg adjusted his radio to communicate with his superiors. Wildcat calling Wolf, Wildcat calling Wolf. The commander of the 2nd Armored Battalion believes an attack can be launched based on the situation on the ground. The radio operator reported back to the acting division commander Kluge. Approved. Let him try, and if they hit a hard spot, they can pull back. Have the 3rd Armored Battalion and the Armored Grenadier Battalion coordinate with him. Kluge, as a staff officer, was well aware of his capabilities. Since the frontline officers judged that it was worth a try, then they should go ahead and try. However, he also needed to assert his own role, adding, if the attack is hindered, remember to feign retreat and lure the enemy into the firing range of the 88 guns. Although Wang Zhong wasn't the first to discover the enemy's assault, his external aid allowed him to be the first to grasp the overall situation. The enemy divided into 2 tank clusters. The first appeared to directly break through to the flanks of the ambush site to occupy the side positions. The second cluster took a larger detour, seemingly preparing to occupy remote firing positions to cover the first cluster. Moreover, the enemy's armored grenadiers had broken away from the tank units and begun to advance, evidently planning a rush attack through the smoke-obscured visibility of the ambush position to engage in close combat with the 31st Regiment 1st Battalion in the trenches. Having grasped the situation, Wang Zhong immediately said to the orderly who had followed the tanks out, go inform the 1st Battalion to evacuate the position. The enemy is coming up for close combat, tell them to head to the reserve position. In the past 10 days, the 151st Temporary Infantry Division and the Araki labor camp had dug a multitude of preset positions and repeatedly practiced moving between them. Wang Zhong certainly wouldn't let his troops, primarily composed of new recruits, get minced with the enemy. As for the enemy tanks making the detour, although the position Wang Zhong and his men occupied lacked tank dugouts, there were many trees and various obstacles left from constructing the foe position, making a gunfight in this location still advantageous for them. What's more, the T-34s already had the upper hand in armor-piercing combat, so as long as they protected their tracks from being disabled, it would be difficult for the enemy to get an upper hand with so many obstacles. It was also hard for the enemy to precisely hit the T-34's neck. It was a bit like War Thunder, where you'd use camouflage foliage to cover the tank's weak points, making it hard for the opponent to aim properly. At this moment, another 3 T-34s left the ambush position to join Wang Zhong and his group. With this, the number of tanks that had run out reached 21. Out of the remaining 9, it was confirmed that Tank 448 was done for. The conditions of the others were unknown. Quick, get into formation. Find your own platoon command tank. Wang Zhong shouted while gesturing to the 3 newly arrived tanks. The leading vehicle's commander nodded. It was unclear whether he really understood or was just nodding to placate him, but he directed his tank to turn in front of Tank 422 and followed the formation of the current tank group. The other 2 tanks followed suit, passing in front of Tank 422, their commanders saluting Wang Zhong as they went by. Wang Zhong, stop saluting me, get into formation, the enemy is here. This was unbearable. In the future, securing captured radios would have to be the top priority. At this time, from a bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong saw the infantry retreating along the communication trench to the preset positions, while the enemy's infantry was about 200 meters away from the ambush positions trenches. Good, the effects of the repeated practice in changing formations were showing. Since the enemy was about to enter the position, Wang Zhong adjusted the radio frequency, tuning it to the frequency commonly used by the Prussians. The Prussians would be monitoring this frequency, not so much monitoring, as expecting to communicate on it. Of course they would pay close attention. And there was another person constantly listening to this frequency, that was Vasily, guarding a captured field telephone. Wang Zhong, the long, drawn-out sobs of the violin in autumn, repeat, the long, drawn-out sobs of the violin in autumn. Vasily put down his headphones. A code has come through. Artillery, target the second ambush position. The second one. Pavlov confirmed. Yes, I'm certain it's the code for the second ambush position, Vasily insisted. Pavlov picked up the phone. Connect to the artillery battalion. Make it quick. Prussian Army, Nightly Order of Amprala Armored Division HQ. Close, acting as division commander, heard the sudden voice over the radio and shouted, who knows the anti-language? I do. That's the first line from Wei Lun's poem, Autumn Song, said a staff officer. Division Commander Kluge, why recite a poem all of a sudden? Is this some kind of code? Is something going to happen? A concerned staff officer asked. Could it be that they're going to shell us? Clearly, the precision strikes other division commanders had experienced were causing them severe psychological pressure. Kluge waved his hand. Don't scare yourselves. If they were going to bum us, they would have done so already. Why wait until now? No, this must be some other kind of code. My anti-army doesn't have enough radios, so we have to rely on telephone communication. The one issuing orders must have left a note with a telephone for some reason. He's got a radio beside him. He must be in a tank. Suddenly, Kluge came to the table, picked up the white general's service record, flipped through it quickly, and shouted, tanks? This white general likes to command the troops from inside his tank, and his tank likes to hang the military flag on the antenna. Tell the 2nd Battalion, the enemy's white general is in a tank, and there's a military flag on the tank antenna. Wang Zhong was paying attention to the enemy infantry when suddenly Vasily's voice came through the headphones. General, the enemy knows you are in a tank, and they know your tank has a military flag. Quick, take down the flag. Wang Zhong glanced at the red flag on the antenna, shook his head, and said, let them come. And you, kid, stop shouting in plain language. Actually, to keep radio communication secret now, one could only use codes or call signs. Basically, both sides could hear each other's radio broadcasts, and those advanced things like frequency hopping and encrypted communication didn't exist yet. That's why the Yanks came up with the idea of using Native American code talkers. Wang Zhong had just scolded Vasily when he saw the enemy infantry enter the 2nd ambush position. At that moment, symbols for armored troops suddenly appeared at the ambush position. A T-34 that had been stunned by a large bomb woke up. It was seen reversing and firing at the same time, retreating to a makeshift road. Then more tanks woke up. No, it was 3 tanks waking up, forming an armored platoon with the one that had awakened first. But Wang Zhong quickly noticed that one of the tanks had its track blown off and couldn't move. He watched the tank operator jump out of the tank and shoot at the elite armored grenadiers with his weapon. However, the enemy's machine guns soon started firing. It was traditional for the German soldiers. Infantry used the 98K rifle with a bolt action, relying entirely on machine guns to provide continuous suppressive fire. The light machine gun's torrential firepower quickly brought down the tank operators. Wang Zhong's heart twisted in pain. Luckily, by then, the remaining 3 tanks had successfully retreated past the hedge line into an open field, forcing enemy infantry who tried to get close back toward the hedges with their firepower. Now was the time. Wang Zhong, the monotonous melancholy that stabs my heart. Repeat, the monotonous melancholy that stabs at my heart. Got it. Vasily responded. Wang Zhong, damn it, don't respond. Even though Vasily was a bit of a blockhead, Wang Zhong wasn't worried about him screwing up. A few seconds later, the whoosh of artillery shells tearing through the sky could be heard. The first volley of 152 mm heavy artillery landed. The hedge position, just plowed over by the Stuka's 500 kg bombs, was once again covered in steel and fire. The birch trees that made up the hedge shook wildly but stood resilient like bamboo, withstanding 1,000 blows. Unyielding to winds from any direction, the barrage from the 152 mm heavy artillery continued, and Wang Zhong also saw fireballs created by even more powerful 203 mm heavy artillery. Wang Zhong could see the enemy infantry rapidly diminishing, as highlighted figures were wiped out in swathes. If this were a game, artillery brothers would be awarded a star for every shell they fired, and after the battle, they'd become full-star artillerymen. Unfortunately, reality had no such mechanism. Although the infantry attack had been halted by the artillery, the enemy's tank troops were still maneuvering around. Then the problem arose, the remaining 3 tanks were exactly blocking the main forces of the armored troops from the enemy. Wang Zhong, fire. Cover them, and you guys, retreat quickly. In his urgency, he forgot that the very reason those 3 tanks could be destroyed by a 500 kg bomb was their lack of radio communication. Tank number 422 fired first. Alexandria did well. The shell passed between the large sides of the 3 friendly tanks and struck an enemy Panzer III on the move. The other tanks also fired sporadically, but the hit rate was worrisome. After all, there were no targets to provide range references. It all depended on the experience of each crew. The enemy fired too, but their targets were the 3 tanks frantically retreating. After the first salvo, Wang Zhong watched as friendly tanks number 438 and number 440 stopped moving, presumably with their tracks broken. However, because Wang Zhong had previously organized a veteran experience sharing meeting, the rookies in these 2 tanks didn't abandon their vehicles but instead fired back in place. Tank number 431 continued to retreat, and at that point, its commander seemed to finally realize where the friendlies were positioned, so he ordered the driver to turn the tank around. But whether the driver, out of nervousness, turned in the wrong direction, or the commander gave the wrong orders in confusion, the tank wound up turning its front toward the friendlies, exposing its rear to the enemy. How could the elite of the Prasen tanks let such an opportunity pass? Wang Zhong watched as 3 or 4 shells hit the rear of tank number 431. The engine of tank number 431 immediately died, and Wang Zhong could see the thick smoke rising from the radiator, even from such a distance. The crew of tank number 431 scrambled out of the vehicle. After all, without the engine, the turret could only be hand-cranked. At this point, abandoning the tank would not be held against them. The Prussians' machine guns began strafing, blocking the tank operators' route of retreat and forcing them to take cover behind the tank. Tanks number 438 and number 440 were still resisting, but the second round of the enemy's assault came, targeting the turret rings. By this time, the attacking enemy armored group had also suffered heavy losses. Out of Wang Zhong's 21 tanks, several salvos knocked out more than a dozen enemy tanks. But the problem was, the enemy still had dozens of tanks. At that moment, Wang Zhong saw an original tank number 430 come back to life from the tree lean. Lucky fellow, this one had been stunned by the enemy's 500 kilograms bomb and then hammered by friendly 152mm and 203mm rounds. Now it was somehow back in action. And it could drive. It backed out of the tank shelter and turned its head outwards to rush out. Yes, tank number 430 charged along the hedge toward the side flank of the enemy's armored group. It broke through the hedge, and all the enemies seemed not to notice it. Tank number 430 thus charged to the enemy's flank. Wang Zhong found this maneuver all too familiar. It was exactly like his tactics when driving an M18 Hellcat in War Thunder, rushing to the side and sending out powerful 76mm high-explosive rounds to the German tanks one by one. But the notorious poor visibility of the T-34 came fully to light again. Tank number 430 didn't notice the Prasen armored cluster covering from a distance. No sooner had it stopped than 3 Panzer IIIs from a distance opened fire. However, in their haste, the Prussians did not hit their target. The armor-piercing shells hit the ground and bounced up, grazing the frontal armor of tank number 430. Tank number 430 returned fire, hitting a Panzer IV. It seemed the gunner deliberately targeted the less numerous but more valuable Panzer IVs. More distant enemies then fired, and tank number 430 was hit repeatedly but still managed to fire a second shot. Flames spurted from the hatch of a Panzer III. Seeing this scene, Wang Zhong couldn't stay put any longer. He had to push his own tank forward next to the 3 disabled tanks, which would eliminate the obstruction of the firing line for the friendlies and bring them closer, allowing his novice tank operators to aim better and waste fewer shells. Wang Zhong, all units, attention, follow me forward. Belly Yakov, advance. Tank No 422's exhaust belched out a large cloud of black smoke, thundering as it advanced, with the red flag on its radio antenna fluttering in the breeze. Wang Zhong's command vehicle burst through the tree line, galloping across the open field. The other tanks followed suit, charging towards the friendlies trapped on the grasslands. The commander of the 2nd Armored Battalion, Stauffenberg, still had his upper body out of the turret, so he was the first to see the T-34 tank breaking through the tree line. Wildcat calling wolf, Wildcat calling wolf. Visual confirmation of the enemy commander's vehicle, a specially designed T-34 tank with a larger turret than the other T-34s. A red flag is hanging on the radio antenna. I repeat, there is a red flag. The tactical number is 422, I repeat, tactical number 422, and there is a white horse insignia, I repeat, white horse insignia. After reporting, Stauffenberg immediately switched to the battalion command frequency, aim at that T-34 with the red flag, tactical number 422. His own vehicle was the first to respond to the order, turning its tank gun toward that T-34. At that moment, an order came from division headquarters over the radio. Remember the tactics arranged by the division commander, Stauffenberg, but the enemy has only 1 battalion. I think we should be able to cope. What are the losses? Stauffenberg fell silent. Acting division commander, execute the planned order. Yes. All units, you heard, execute the planned order. The 2nd Armored Battalion began to discharge smoke and turned around to retreat. At this point, most of the Prasen tanks finally noticed tank number 430 on the flank. After a barrage of concentrated fire, tank 430 lay paralyzed on the grassland. As tank 422 charged past 3 friendly tanks paralyzed on the plains, Wang Zhong ordered, "Stop, stop." After the tank jolted to a halt from braking, Wang Zhong raised his binoculars. This was just for show since the enemy's smoke had already blocked all visibility ahead. Using the external viewer from his elevated position, Wang Zhong saw the enemy retreating. N/O/Bel/B/C/in.C//OM. It wasn't just the tank units retreating, the infantry scattered all over the ambush position were also retreating. What does this mean? Wang Zhong was now reminded of a classic moment from a comedy sketch by Chen Pixi and Zhu Shimao. But I haven't even fired yet. Hey, doesn't this just show how accurate your shooting is? Wang Zhong thought to himself, I just rushed out here, preparing to position for a sniper battle with you, and you're leaving? I haven't put in much effort yet, and you're already falling? By now the other tanks had also reached the line of tank 422. Most of them stopped, but a few inattentive ones charged past. You couldn't blame them. It's easy to get fixated on what's ahead when the tank commander also serves as the gunner. Wang Zhong even heard a platoon leader blowing a whistle. This was the original method of command envisaged by the headquarters of the anti-armored troops, but it turned out to be useless. Having gone through the battle with Luftwaffe, Wang Zhong had already found that whistles and semaphore were ineffective, which is why he had arranged for someone to lift the tank's hatch as the most direct means of communication. Hearing the whistle, Wang Zhong pressed the throat microphone. All right, stop blowing. Use the anti-aircraft machine gun to shoot at the backs of their heads. That's the only way to make them realize they should stop. As he finished speaking, the platoon leader who had been blowing the whistle opened fire, and tracer rounds from the anti-aircraft machine gun hit the backs of the heads of the crew in the tanks that continued to push forward. Finally, all the tanks stopped. Through the smoke, Wang Zhong observed the enemy's movements. Wait a second, isn't this the same situation I saw in Luftwaffe? So, is there an 88mm gun position set up behind? Wang Zhong took out the map, and just like in Luftwaffe, he had carefully surveyed the entire battlefield. However, the land to the north of Araki was too flat, making it impossible to find a spot particularly suited for placing anti-tank guns. Or rather, the best defensive location in the area was already occupied by Wang Zhong himself. Damn, now there's no way to steal the enemy's guns. Facing off against 88mm guns in an open field is not really how I want to hasten my death. At this time, the Guards Regiment 31 Battalion 1 re-entered the position they had just abandoned. Wang Zhong began to consider the next defense. At the rate the enemy was retreating, it would take some time for them to organize another offensive. Organizing an armored assault is much more complicated than an infantry assault, and the enemy had suffered significant losses. Even the tanks that withdrew had reduced crews, which needed rearrangement. Wang Zhong continued to examine the map. Where would the enemy regroup? The regrouping location should be very close to the highway to facilitate resupply. It should also be near a medical station, as there might be some lightly wounded requiring simple bandaging. The hospital must be around the wells. Using the process of elimination, Wang Zhong quickly locked in 3 possible locations for the enemy's regrouping. In fact, during the earlier reconnaissance of the terrain, he had already paid special attention to these places and had assigned each a code name. Let's fire a round at each location for a prize. If we're lucky and hit the target, the enemy won't be thinking of attacking today. The enemy hasn't taken the bait. Close picked up the document detailing the previous battles of the White Horse General, in Luchthof. He didn't take the bait either, and immediately bombarded the areas likely to be anti-tank positions. TCH, order the anti-aircraft artillery battalion to move out. The communications officer saluted and left. Kluge turned to Stauffenberg. How bad are our losses? Heavy losses. My battalion lost 30 tanks. How many can be repaired? Stauffenberg clicked his tongue. Your Excellency, the acting brigade commander, if we do not occupy the battlefield, there is no way to repair those tanks abandoned on the field. The enemy now controls the front line. All right. It seems we can only wait for tonight and let the infantry try to retake the position with a night attack. No sooner had his voice faded when the sound of an artillery shell tearing through the air reached them. Kluge asked, is it here? Are they targeting the anti-aircraft guns? He strode to the door of the armored command vehicle, pulled it open, and looked outside. However, the artillery battalion was unharmed and in the process of moving. The sound of explosions came from far away. Kluge looked into the distance. What are they bombing? Another staff officer frowned. Judging by the direction, it's near the field hospital. These inferiors. Kluge shook his head. No, they're bombing our logistics nodes and assembly points. Hurry up and evacuate the personnel. As he spoke, another shell whistled overhead, and even Kluge, with little frontline experience, could tell the impact was very close. He immediately lunged for cover, but the shell did not land on the command vehicle. Instead, it hit a threshing floor not far away. The armored battalion 2, which had retreated, had not regrouped there, but a mess truck parked there was distributing food and the extremely bitter coffee. Kluge raised his head, only to see the large pot used for making coffee flying into the sky. Like many other Prasen generals who had previously encountered the White Horse General, Kluge swore, damn it, White Horse. On Wang Zhong's side, once it was confirmed that the enemy had fully retreated, he hurried to clean up the battlefield, seizing weapons and tallying losses. He first found Tank 430's crew. The 4 men were being bandaged and immediately stood up and shouted when they saw Wang Zhong come over. General sir. This roar, reminiscent of Zhang Fei bellowing at the Changban Bridge, made Wang Zhong's head buzz. The nurse said, their hearing has suffered irreversible damage, and they may also have concussions. They can no longer fight, and they might never be able to again. So all the injuries the 4 of them had were from a 500 kilograms aerial bomb and their own sides 152 and 203. Wang Zhong nodded, took out a notepad, and wrote with a pencil, thank you for your sacrifice and bravery. He then handed the paper to the tank commander, gesturing for him to pass it to the others. After the commander handed the note to the loader, he shouted loudly, we can still fight. Just fix up the tank? No, we can join another crew as reserves. The nurse closest to the loud tank commander had to turn her head away but showed no sign of disdain. Wang Zhong took out another note and wrote, the Empire needs you elsewhere, please heal and then train new tank operators. He tore off the note and stuffed it into the commander's hand. The commander stared at the note for a long time before finally handing the piece of paper to the loader. He said nothing and just sat down to let the nurse continue bandaging until the bandage covered his entire ear. At that moment, the battalion commander of the armored battalion ran over and saluted. Report, General, the inspection of the damaged vehicles is complete. 4 totally destroyed, 4 can possibly be repaired, and 1 is recoverable but the entire crew was sacrificed, with no damage to the tank. Wang Zhong said, recruit volunteers from the survivors of the destroyed tanks to form new crews. Right then, the previously bowed head of Tank 430's commander shouted, I'll join. Wang Zhong looked at the nurse. The nurse said, he can't fight anymore. I suspect he may have a minor brain bleed and must receive treatment. The other members of his crew are the same. They can recover if they get treated now, at least enough to lead normal lives. Without treatment, they'll completely lose their hearing. So Wang Zhong placed his hand on the commander's shoulder and gently shook his head. Your war is over. Leave the rest to us. Wang Zhong turned to look toward the west, where the land had been lost and the setting sun was descending. Behind him, on antenna 422, the red flag fluttered in the wind. Just as Wang Zhong had predicted, the enemy lacked the capability to organize an offensive with the remaining daylight. At 20:30 hours, the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Guards Regiment took position on the battlefield, replacing the 1st Battalion that had fought all day. Assuming the night defense, it would not be good if the painstakingly held defensive position were to be lost to a night raid by the enemy. In addition, a volunteer repair squad made up of 200 workers from the tractor factory arrived on the battlefield to start repairing the 4 damaged tanks. After inspecting the tanks, the masters reported that 2 of them could be easily repaired, while the other 2 would be better used for parts. The first day of fighting resulted in the loss of 6 T-34s. And these losses came in a defensive ambush position. The enemy was indeed elite. Wang Zhong was solemn throughout the ride back to the 3rd ambush position in Tank 422. The armored battalion would be spending the night at the 3rd ambush position, mainly to reduce the chance of mechanical failures in the tanks. The 3rd Battalion of the 31st Regiment, stationed at the 3rd ambush position, served as the reserve during the day's fighting and was nearly at its breaking point. When they saw the tank unit led by Wang Zhong approaching, everyone from the battalion rushed out of the trenches, shouting to Wang Zhong, "General, let us enter the fight." Wang Zhong said, "Rest assured, there will be a time for you to fight. Don't rush it." Today, they had encountered just one armored division of the enemy. Southbound, the 2nd Armored Group had 7 such divisions. It was originally 6, but it had now been reinforced with 2 especially powerful Asgard Knights divisions. Wang Zhong was not worried at all that his troops would have no battles to fight. In fact, the real question was how many people would remain after this war. Just as the tank unit drove into the tank shelters, the field cooking team's girls, both young women and older ladies, arrived in horse-drawn carts. The carts carried large pots filled with thick soup, whose aroma wafted from a great distance. Wang Zhong had originally planned to return to Araki to check on the frontline situation, but the sight of the arriving carts made him hungry. He shouted to the lead cart, "I wonder if you've cooked a portion for this division, Commander." The woman driving the cart shouted back, "Yes, we've cooked enough for 3 battalions. As she spoke, she pulled the reins taut. Whoa. The cart slowly came to a halt. A girl holding a basket of bread jumped down from the cart and called out to Wang Zhong, "Major General, did you destroy many enemies today?" "Yes, we destroyed a lot of enemies," Wang Zhong said with certainty. This was the truth. Just in the morning ambush, they had almost completely wiped out an enemy armored battalion. Although the afternoon battle had many unexpected developments, they still destroyed 27 of the enemy's Mark III and IV tanks. In terms of combat results, it already exceeded the armored charge at Luchthof. Most of Luchthoff's success in destroying over 100 units was due to the infantry's efforts. The infantry troops mainly were responsible for battlefield cleanup and final clearance of remaining enemies on the positions. The major battle achievements were accomplished by the armored division and anti-tank gun units. At that moment, a veteran from the 3rd Battalion who had participated in Luchthof shouted, "The generals had their fun, we didn't even get started." Soldiers from the 1st Battalion immediately echoed, "Yeah, all the meat went to the tank units and the artillery, we didn't catch a break." The driver lady and a few girls together placed the soup pot on the ground, turned their heads to those complaining, and shouted, "Be content, you're standing here intact, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill the enemy later. Come on, eat the meat. We've been waiting." The soldiers revealed their mess tins one after another. Some even started to clang the bottoms of their mess tins with their spoons. "Stop knocking," the military chaplain shouted, "for heaven's sake." Wang Zhong, "All right, they've just fought a battle, let them relax a bit." It was as if the soldiers received a decree from His Majesty the Tsar. They became noisy. The major said, "We can relax a bit." Nov. L. B /JNN. 3rd Battalion Commander, where's your balalaika? Strike it up. The chaplain of the 3rd Battalion came over to Wang Zhong, complaining, "Is this all right, Major? Being lax could cost them their lives." Wang Zhong, "Look on the bright side, chaplain, it's good that the morale is high. Things are going to get tougher from now on, and you might wish they'd sing and dance." The chaplain thought for a moment, "You're an experienced war general, I'll follow your lead." At that time, Wang Zhong noticed the reluctance of the 3rd Battalion commander, so he shouted loudly, "3rd Battalion Commander, where's your balalaika?" The 3rd Battalion commander, with a resigned look on his face, fished a balalaika out of his backpack and began to assemble it. Wang Zhong, "Let's all enjoy the music." The 2nd Battalion of the 31st Guard Regiment of the Anti-Army, late at night. Because of the blackout, fires were not allowed, so Private Ivan and Sergei sat in the trench in the dark, drinking tea that had gone cold. "Did you hear?" Sergei spoke up. "Someone from the 1st Battalion discovered something, that peeing on the enemy's trousers gives you endless courage. That's the general's secret to bravery." Ivan frowned. "Really? You're pulling my leg, aren't you?" "True story. Remember the coward from the 1st Battalion, the drummer's squad?" He was about to piss himself when the drummer told him to do it on the enemy. Suddenly his legs weren't shaking anymore, and he was brave. Filipov was good at drumming, so he was nicknamed the drummer among the soldiers. Ivan, still frowning, expressed disbelief. "Sergei, I saw it. The bodies of the Prussians around us haven't been cleaned up yet. Let's go pee on one." At that moment, Stepan, who had been napping in the nearby artillery bunker, crawled out and said to them, "You know what? It only works if you pee on an enemy you've shot yourself. Didn't you see the 1st Battalion arguing when we were changing guard? They were fighting over who killed the enemy. Those who haven't peed are worried they'll die in the next battle. Ivan frowned. Does being brave or not have to do with whether you'll die? Haven't you heard the old soldiers say? The more cowardly you are, the faster you die, whereas the bold are hard to kill. Stepan said mysteriously, that's why the general can never die. I've heard it from the veterans of the third line of the Amur group. A 381 shell? Do you know the 381 shell? A shell as thick as your waist. When one falls, Duke Vladimir and hundreds of staff died, but the general survived. That doesn't sound right. Ivan countered again. It was the general and the duchess's favorite who survived. I've heard that guy isn't brave. Stepan sighed. You're no fun at all, don't you know how to chat? With that, he lay back down in the artillery bunker. A second later, he spoke again. You watch, tomorrow I'll kill one, no one better compete with me. Just then, the three of them heard a sharp challenge in the darkness. Who's there? Identify yourself. Then a gunshot rang out. The three were bewildered, as they were all new soldiers who had never seen combat before and didn't understand what was happening. Just then the platoon leader came rushing. Prepare for battle, the enemy is attacking at night. As soon as he finished speaking, the company commander began to blow his whistle. Simultaneously with the whistle, machine guns fired, spraying tracer bullets into the darkness. The platoon leader grabbed Ivan's shoulder, hauled him up, and threw him to the firing slot. Prepare for battle? Hurry, get into firing position, don't worry about whether you can see anyone, fire at anything that looks human. Ivan looked blankly at the darkness outside the trench, although having stayed in the dark environment allowed him to faintly see the contours of things but... Suddenly, Ivan saw something move, and he immediately fired in that direction, a burst from the Tokarev. Next to him, others also fired their weapons, the sound of gunfire was constant. After emptying a magazine, Ivan heard the platoon leader shout, "Cease fire? All cease fire." The sound of shooting gradually quieted down. Sergei poked Ivan's side. Did you hit anyone? I feel like I hit one, let's check when it gets light. Ivan, I don't know, I feel like I hit one too. Let's check together tomorrow. Prasen Army, 2nd Armored Cluster Command, August 3, 23:30 hours. When Acting Division Commander Kluge entered the command, Armored Cluster Commander Heinz Wilhelm von Mach was examining a map. Acting Division Commander Kluge stood at attention and saluted. Your Excellency, Commander. Relax a bit. Mach lifted his right hand as a return salute. I had you come over in a Kubelwagen, which is the German jeep, a proper noun, to get an update on your division's encounter today. The journey must have been tough. Kluge, maintaining his posture, responded, for His Majesty the Emperor. Very well, Mach waved his hand. Now, tell me, what happened today? Let's start with how Division Commander William Dietrich got seriously injured. Wasn't he a brave general who performed excellently in the Bohemian campaign and the Carolingian campaign? How come he faltered in ante? Division Commander William planned on personally scouting the enemy, so he swapped clothes with a reserve position tank platoon leader and boarded the platoon leader's vehicle to head out. Then, he was hit by 72 heavy artillery shells from the enemy's batteries, leaving only one tank intact in that tank platoon. Mach clicked his tongue, specifically targeting a division commander disguised for scouting. The cluster chief of staff asked, a spy tipped them off. Kluge immediately replied, absolutely not, the military police have already wiped out all potential hostile elements that could have leaked information in our garrison area. Frowning, Mach eventually refrained from commenting on the military police's actions and continued, regarding espionage, it's unlikely for a spy to maintain contact with a division commander at the front line. Espionage organizations tend to avoid such flat structures for the sake of secrecy. I'm more inclined to believe there were hidden observation posts. Your headquarters might have been within the enemy's line of sight. Even if you changed clothes, an observation post seeing to whom you salute would understand everything. Kluge said, if that were the case, why not bombard the staff headquarters? It doesn't make sense. Before the attack, all officers of platoon rank or higher from my division were gathered for a meeting. If a round of artillery had fallen at that time, my division would have been crippled. Mach nodded, you have a point. So how was this accomplished? This White Horse general also has a feat of bringing about General Randolph's sacrifice. Randolph's case is understandable, the cluster chief of staff said. The White Horse general drove his vehicle close to Major General Randolph's headquarters, which was entirely due to Randolph's own recklessness. That star general in the Carolingian campaign also seemed to prefer leading the charge in a tank. Mach said, young Erwin, his spirited charges, after being praised by His Majesty, seem to have made the young generals fond of charging ahead. Mach shook his head, a general should grasp the overall situation. Back to what happened to you today, is there anything else to supplement regarding Division Commander William's injury? Kluge hesitated, then said, there's also the voodoo ritual. We'll leave that matter to the High Command's scientific department to research. Before you arrived, the cluster's staff were more inclined to believe it was merely coincidental. The White Horse general might have speculated a high-ranking individual's presence through formation deployment or some other subtle clues. After speaking, Mach paused and changed the subject. What's your impression of the White Horse general? Kluge's face tensed. He is a cunning and despicable fellow, yet extremely meticulous. He must have thoroughly examined the battlefield and knew where we would establish our logistical points. His artillery fire, though it was more of a lottery, did kill over 40 of our experienced soldiers. They were having coffee at the time. What's fortunate is that our tank operators were still checking the tanks and not having meals. Otherwise, we would have needlessly lost a battalion's worth of elite tank operators. Mach said, bombing the dining areas? This reminds me of the trench warfare days when we used to bomb each other's latrines. Such matters become routine with habit. Does he have any other distinguishing features? After some thought, Kluge said, he seemed to command his troops to dig a very strange type of shelter. Our infantry approached to inspect this shelter and were covered by enemy artillery fire before they could get a close look. But it seems to be a very advanced and complicated type of shelter. Our tank shelters are usually just a square pit for the tank to drive into. Their shelters are much more complicated than that and require much more earthwork. Even our tank operators could dig their own shelters if equipped with a dozer blade. A push with a tank would suffice. Their shelters probably require a significant amount of labor and sapper troops to dig for a long time. Mach seriously confirmed, shelters. Yes, shelters. Such shelters are very difficult to spot, even when the tank fires, and the smoke from the firing itself obscures the vision, interfering with our aim. If it weren't for the poor marksmanship of Anti's tank operators, our losses could have been even greater. Mach and his chief of staff exchanged glances, then asked, isn't he supposed to be a brute? After all, he brazenly made it all the way to General Randolph. No, he's definitely not a brute. He ambushed us, and before our Stuka bombing, he withdrew most of his tanks and infantry, then covered the ground with artillery fire when our infantry advanced. Clearly, this is the doing of a cunning defense expert. Mach mused, a cunning defense expert, huh, but in the anti-army, armored officers all prefer offensive tactics. In Castile, they would even use tanks to charge our anti-tank gun positions, like a group of porcupines, charging at human arrow formations and then lying dead in the fields. Then he is an exception. Kluge asserted, our attack today suffered a major setback, and I, along with all my officers, believe that they have not even deployed their full forces. Mach, with his chin in hand, fell into deep thought while the cluster chief of staff said, but the intelligence from Rabowell indicates that he's just a wastrel who graduated last. Kluge retorted, does this look like the result of someone who graduated last? I refuse to accept being defeated by a bottom ranker. No, it wasn't my plan to attack. I refuse to believe that Major General William Dietrich's plan could be completely outmatched by a bottom ranker. Absolutely not. The chief of staff raised his eyebrows and looked down to review the intelligence Rabowell had sent. Wait a minute. There is one more line of Rabowell's own assessment here. Considering that the penultimate is the crown prince of the anti-empire, we cannot rule out the possibility that Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky intentionally controlled his score. The chief of staff raised his head, looking at the others. Nov, L, B /JNN. The entire high command fell into silence as if even the sound of typewriters from the adjacent clerical department had diminished. Mucci concluded, so, are we facing an extremely clever, cunning expert in defensive warfare? We. Kluge sharply caught the word, were the Duke of Myshikin's forces crushed? No. In fact, they have also constructed a large number of fortifications, quite troublesome. That's why the cluster is planning to bypass the strong fortified regions and are preparing to pass in front of you to complete the encirclement. Mucci paused, then continued, tomorrow the 16th Armored Division will join you. Additionally, the Corps' artillery will also move toward your side, and they are expected to arrive in the combat zone by tomorrow evening. Furthermore, the 8th Air Force will do its utmost to support your operations. Kluge asked, these troops will all be under my command. Yes, because the Emperor hopes for you to perform excellently. After all, you are the Asgard Knights. Kluge grinned, the Zeus on his collar badge reflecting the light from the electric lamp. At that moment, the air raid alarm suddenly sounded. Everyone in the high command looked up, puzzled. Mucci demanded, what's happening? I'll find out right away. A staff officer immediately left the high command. No sooner had he left than the telephone rang. The chief of staff answered, this is high command. What? What? Understood, got it. After hanging up the phone, the chief of staff reported, the troops heard the sound of airplanes passing overhead. Everyone heard it, and they're sure they're coming toward us. Mucci asked, airplanes? At night? Didn't the Air Force say night bombers are still experimental? How did the anti-people come up with them? The chief of staff shook his head. Then an explosion was heard outside. Mucci quickly went to the window, just in time to see a biplane fly over the high command and drop something. That something landed in the yard and exploded in the next moment. It looked less like an aerial bomb and more like a hand grenade. Mucci was puzzled, what is this thing? The chief of staff also looked bewildered. Time passed in the confusion of everyone for 5 minutes. Then the phone rang again, and the chief of staff immediately picked up, high command. How many? Why didn't the anti-aircraft guns fire? Extremely low altitude? Understood. After hanging up the phone again, the chief of staff reported, 6 biplanes observed, entering our airspace at extremely low altitude, dropping what appeared to be hand grenades, causing a total of 6 deaths and 11 injuries. Mucci fell silent for a few seconds before asking, what's the point of such an air raid? Don't know. The anti-people's understanding of the art of war is different from ours. The chief of staff paused before adding, unless they do this every night from now on. This will cause significant psychological pressure on our soldiers, making them unable to have a good night's sleep. Muchi asked, sending out old biplanes for bombing missions just to disrupt our sleep? What kind of bizarre tactic is this? You can't understand the anti-people with common sense. Muchi shook his head and turned back to Kluge. Anyway, you organize the next attack tomorrow, don't let the White Horse General succeed again. You graduated top of your class from the Imperial Military Academy, although you have never fought a battle. Seize this opportunity. I believe this is what His Majesty the Emperor is also expecting. Kluge exclaimed, I will not let His Majesty down. Archsukov, Anti-Army Southwestern Front Army Headquarters, 2,330 hours. How far have they advanced? General Skorobo leaped to his feet in shock. The staff officer bowed his head to confirm the numbers on the report, then cautiously replied, 40 kilometers. General Skorobo, what about our troops? How could we let the enemy's armored clusters move forward 40 kilometers? As the general roared with fury, the operations staff at the Front Army Headquarters emotionlessly placed an arrow representing the enemy on the map to the south of Archsukov, near the coast. The enemy's Southern Army Group's 1st Armored Cluster, the southernmost pincer of the entire pincer movement, had already penetrated 40 kilometers into our defenses. L.B//JNN. Looking at the map, the defensive sector of the 35th Army Group, which was originally responsible for blocking the 1st Armored Cluster, had been split in two by the enemy like a sweet potato. Still venting his rage, General Skorobo exclaimed, 40 kilometers? Are the enemies holding a marathon in our defense sector? General, sir, the Chief of Staff spoke up, yelling at the communication staff is useless, it's not their fault the enemy has pushed forward so quickly. General Skorobo hesitated for a few seconds, took a deep breath, you're right. So what exactly is the 35th Army Group doing? They should have built defensive positions on the front line, shouldn't they? The Front Army chaplain said, we also have fortifications along the border, yet the enemy still broke through. At this point, the Crown Prince joined the conversation, General, you yourself said that fortification is useless, it's out of date. When did I say that? Crown Prince, yesterday, when you were evaluating Rakosov's work at Araki. Mentioning Rakosov at this time sent a surge of anger through General Skorobo, don't mention that name. Front Army Chief of Staff, Rako, the fortifications of the 151st Division might be different from what we usually consider as defenses, we could have him share his experiences when we get the chance. General Skorobo glared at the Chief of Staff, and at that moment his adjutant spoke, it's Rakosov who kept saying that the enemies in the north would push southward, so all our defenses were focused up north. Having only one army group facing the enemy's 1st Armored Cluster based on past experience is definitely not enough. Crown Prince slammed his hand on the table and stood, enough. Rakosov warned you that the enemies from the north would head southward. Did they move south? They did. He also said they would launch a pincers movement, and I remember he said exactly that. Did they pincer? They did. He got it all right. So who was it that said everything was wrong? It was you? You said an army armed with new tanks would crush the enemy. Did it crush them? You said we could thwart the enemy's infantry assault. Did we thwart them? Chief of Staff, actually, we did thwart them. The enemy's infantry army group's attacks did not make much ground today. We even counterattacked and took back a town. Our infantry troops still have a strong will to fight. The Crown Prince momentarily felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't quite understood the state of the infantry assault, but that didn't stop him from continuing. But your initial assessment was completely wrong? Because the enemy's main breakthrough and encirclement would be carried out by the armored clusters. Incidentally, it's still Rakosov who is holding back the northern pincer of the enemy. Chief of Staff, it's Rakosov and Duke Myshikin together holding them back. Without Duke Myshikin, his single division would have already been encircled. Crown Prince, regardless, they held them back. And his 2,300 hours telegram said they destroyed more than 60 enemy tanks in a day. General Skorobo's adjutant remarked, it sounds a bit low, because he actually destroyed more than 60 tanks. Now look at the 35th Army Group. They claimed to have destroyed more than 100 of the enemy's tanks, so why could the enemy cut through their lines like slicing butter? Was it because the enemy deployed 1,000 tanks? The Crown Prince questioned the adjutant while tapping the table. Chief of Staff, that front couldn't deploy 1,000, judging from the breadth of the enemy's breach, there should have been only about 100 tanks. After the breakthrough, they fanned out and swept through our logistics. Front Army Chaplain, the 35th should contemplate a retreat. The adjutant was at a loss for words. While General Skorobo placed his hands on the map table, his palms covering his forehead, enough, that's enough, Mishka, nickname of the adjutant. Trying to maintain my dignity now is pointless, my dignity has already been lost by my own hand. With that, the general lowered his hands. For a moment, the Crown Prince thought he saw new wrinkles conjured up on the general's forehead. The general looked toward the Crown Prince, Your Highness, may I ask you to send a telegram to your father, persuading him to allow us to retreat. The Crown Prince, in turn, was startled. Retreat? The enemy's pincer movement has advanced less than 100 kilometers together. There's still a long time before they close the gap. General, of course we will strive to delay the enemy, but now we should prepare for the worst. We still have some tank units, composed of T-26S and BT series, and according to the frontline reports, these tanks can still penetrate the enemy's armor at the right distance. We also have enough Molotov cocktails to destroy the enemy's tanks in the carnage that's city combat. However, Your Highness, our south is a vast plain. Even if we can hold 1 or 2 cities, the enemy will flood over us like water over a dam. When the general finished speaking, the chief of staff continued, unless our air force suddenly becomes as competent as the enemy's. I heard that the Air Force's IL-2 attack aircraft are quite effective, but currently, only 1 squadron is assigned to our front army. 1 squadron can delay a division, but cannot stop an entire armored cluster. After the chief of staff finished, the room fell silent. The crown prince sighed, I'll give it a try. But I think with my father's stubbornness, he won't change his mind so easily. General Skorobo, then we drag on until he changes his mind. I suggest you immediately fly back to St. Yekaterina Fortress to persuade His Majesty the Tsar. The crown prince showed a wry smile. You don't understand my father. He's very sensitive. He appointed me to oversee the forces, and if I were to run back on my own, he would fly into a rage. He wouldn't be persuaded in such a state. Silence descended once again. As a general, he had heard enough about the Tsar's temperament. The crown prince reassured, don't worry, I'll send a telegram to my sister. She's so smart, she'll definitely come up with a solution. Unless she has just angered our father, His Majesty will surely be persuaded. General Skorobo nodded. Very well, I'll leave that to Your Highness. Now, we need to brace ourselves and strive to delay our retreat, to obtain a favorable situation for withdrawal. The front army chief of staff suggested, we could consider an infantry attack. If we can hold up the enemy's infantry and separate their armored groups from the rear, they might stop. General Skorobo agreed, we can try that. The crown prince sat down, looked up at the mural on the ceiling, and silently prayed, Olga, you must be persuasive. If you can't convince father, these troops will be sacrificed here. Araki, headquarters of the 151st Temporary Infantry Division of the Anti-Army, August 4th, 0010 hours. When Wang Zhong entered the room, Pavlov was surprised. Why are you back? I thought you'd be asleep with the troops. I need to adjust our deployment, Wang Zhong said. The enemy's bombing caused us the most damage today, so I want to take measures against their planes. Wang Zhong approached a table displaying a detailed hand-drawn map of the Araki area. Our anti-aircraft guns are currently protecting our artillery positions, but upon reflection, if the enemy discovers our artillery, the 25mm anti-aircraft guns from just 1 battalion won't be enough to stop them. However, if this battalion were pushed forward, it could cover our tanks and even engage enemy infantry if necessary. At the right angle, they could even fire on enemy tanks, like those makeshift ones, the Mark I and Mark II. Yesterday, on August 3 RD, the 151st Division destroyed more than 60 tanks, and those were Mark III and IV. The makeshift Mark II and the 38TS were not even counted. Pavlov nodded, I have no objections. Popov added, actually, I've checked the camouflage of our artillery positions. As long as they are not spotted by enemy reconnaissance planes flying at an ultra-low altitude, we should be fine. I'm referring to the 152 positions. The B-4 is so big it might be spotted by enemy high-altitude reconnaissance. Previously in Luchtdorf, the B-4 was placed within the city, making it easier to hide. Although Luchtdorf was small, it was a railway hub with many factories. Araki only had 2 factories, one making iron pots and shovels, the other producing cheese and dairy products, and then there were the large ranches. It was truly difficult to hide something as big as the B-4. Wang Zhong said, no choice then, if necessary, we'll have to burn tires. That's the problem. Popov spread his hands. During my exchange with the local church, I learned about the city's situation. There aren't many tires to burn. We've tried our best to collect any, but they will be gone after burning them a couple of times. Wang Zhong cursed, damn it, all we've destroyed are tanks, which don't have rubber tires to salvage. Popov suggested, then let's try to fire as many shells as possible before we're discovered. Wang Zhong agreed, you're right. Now take over the B-4 position and give the sleeping enemy a little surprise. Pavlov asked, which village do you want to hit? Or, throw a round at each one. Wang Zhong replied, throw a round at each, let the rain fall evenly. If we hit them, it's a bonus. Pavlov nodded, okay, I'll make the arrangements. And then he went to make a phone call. Wang Zhong then turned to Popov, besides moving the anti-aircraft artillery battalion, tomorrow I plan to move half of the Divine Arrow Company to the front line. Popov inquired, to target the Stukas. Exactly? It's not about how many we shoot down, but to make the enemy pilots wary. I remember clearly, back in Piniyi, the enemy's Stukas were scattered like birds and beasts after a single Divine Arrow brought one down. Popov admitted, I wasn't part of your unit back in Piniyi, but I trust your experience. At that moment, Wang Zhong suddenly realized this was the accumulation of experience tangible, touchable experience. He, too, was growing. Popov, puzzled, asked, General. Oh, I just spaced out for a moment. Tomorrow, I want to send that little one, the one who talks tough. He paused, changing the perspective to look at the Divine Arrow Company's icon and consulted the roster. Yekaterina Andropovna Bolinkova let her and 2 other prayers go to the front, while Ludmila continues to defend Araki. Popov commented, that's reasonable. Bolinkova can ensure the shooting down of enemy planes. If it's just about deterring the enemy, you could even have her just guide the shots, firing one at a time, which might put even more pressure on the enemy. Wang Zhong pondered. Indeed, but I think we should fire all 3 shots at once for the first volley, to cause a substantial decrease in their numbers. That's possible. As they finished talking, Nellie pushed the door open and entered with a basket in hand. Would you like some late-night snack? Just some yogurt for me, Wang Zhong said. Nellie stared straight at him. Only yogurt? No vodka? In the stories, the soldiers all hope their general eats meat and drinks heavily. Wang Zhong responded, I'm not a Khan from Khazarla. Just some yogurt, please. Prussian army on this side. While heading back to his own division headquarters, Kluge suddenly saw a fire in the distance. He was almost asleep when the sight of the blaze startled him awake, driving away all drowsiness. Stop, he shouted, and the driver slammed on the brakes, bringing the barrel car to a halt on the rough dirt road. Kluge stood up in his seat. That was possible in this kind of open-top barrel car. However, it was too dark. Even standing up, he could only discern 3 civilian houses ablaze, unable to see any specific details. So Kluge called out to the Prussian soldiers gathered by the roadside smoking, which unit are you from? The soldier glanced at Kluge, and probably because he didn't see a red collar patch, didn't pay much attention and answered perfunctorily, we're from the 16th Division, getting ready to join the Crusader Knights. Not Crusaders. Another soldier, a sergeant sporting a senior exemption armband, corrected, it's the Asgard Knights, something new His Majesty has come up with. Kluge, what's with the big fire up ahead? Up front. Who are you? The speaking soldier checked Kluge's rank again, then realizing he had never seen such a rank, said, spying on military secrets? Be careful or I'll report you to the military police. Kluge pulled out his identification and unfolded it for the soldiers to see. A few soldiers crowded around. One of them took out a flashlight and turned it on, and the next moment everyone snapped to attention as if electrocuted, straightening their backs. General, sir. Kluge, what happened up front? Reporting, General, my unit had just entered the village ahead when suddenly the enemy's artillery fire came in. The supply train that entered the village ahead of us had just set up an oil depot, and it got hit. Kluge frowned. All your fuel's gone. No, the supply trucks hadn't finished unloading everything, and they ran out after the shelling. Only the oil tanks that were moved into the depot got hit. Kluge cursed and muttered to himself, looks like facing this white horse, General. We can't enter villages, we have to stay in the fields even with houses around. Damn it, isn't he worried about killing his own people? Kluge shook his head, truly a cold-hearted bastard. At 0430 hours, Wang Zhong led a small group of riders out of Araki. His idea was simple, to use his special trait of having enemies highlighted in his field of vision to scout ahead before the enemy's main force moved. He brought along Vasily and the only field telephone in the whole division, ready to call in an artillery strike in clear language if necessary. It didn't matter if the enemy heard, the point was to create a deterrent. How many enemies it killed wasn't important. No sooner had the cavalry left Araki than they encountered God's Arrow Company on the move in vehicles. Yekaterina Andropolovna was leaning over the rear guard of the truck vomiting when she saw Wang Zhong riding a white horse coming from afar, quickly straightening up and wiping her mouth with her sleeve. Wang Zhong, do you get carsick? Yeah, so what? Yekaterina lifted her eyebrows challengingly. Her demeanor made Wang Zhong want to flick her forehead with his finger. Suppressing the urge, Wang Zhong said, are you okay? Today you're very important. If we can successfully deter the enemy pilots, we can greatly reduce our losses. I'll guarantee that every divine arrow I guide will hit its target. Wang Zhong, that's good to hear. After he spoke, he nudged his horse and sped up Bucephalus. He was in a hurry to scout for enemy intelligence. It would be too dangerous to do so once the enemy was deployed and ready to attack, perhaps even chased by enemy motorcycles. Motorcycles with sidecars always had machine guns, and Wang Zhong did not want to test the firing skills of enemy gunners. Then, Yekaterina's voice came from behind, you're just leaving. Yes, what else? Wang Zhong looked back without stopping and began to trot along with the cavaliers. Wang Zhong bypassed the first ambush position and was about to continue forward when he saw several of his soldiers by the road urinating on the corpses of Prussian soldiers. What the hell are you doing? Which unit are you from? Wang Zhong pulled the reins tight, making Bucephalus come to an abrupt halt, and questioned them. The men, without even the time to pull up their trousers, quickly snapped to attention and saluted. Wang Zhong frowned. What's wrong with you? Pull up your pants first. You lot are so loose and undisciplined. Where's the chaplain? Go and call over the chaplain from the 2nd Battalion. Immediately a guard rode his horse towards the first ambush position. The soldiers pulled up their pants, their faces showing the look of impending doom. It seemed their battalion's chaplain was rather strict. Wang Zhong didn't dwell on it, asking, what were you just doing? Soldier, collecting the enemy's weapons. Then why didn't you pull up your pants? Needed to pee urgently. Desperately needed to pee on the enemy. To express our hatred for the enemy. Right, we were night attacked yesterday, and several of our brothers died. Wang Zhong was shocked, and just then the battalion's military chaplain arrived, coming to Wang Zhong and saluting, General, I will enforce strict discipline. Good. I leave it to you? Having said that, he turned his horse around and continued to move north. The escort galloped to catch up, smiling at the 3 soldiers they passed. As Vasily passed by, he joked, looks like someone's off to shovel manure. After this brief interlude, Wang Zhong hurried to the edge of the northern forest, stopped beneath a birch tree, and raised his binoculars. The enemy seemed to have no intention of attacking. Wang Zhong could only see scattered lookouts on the plains, hidden in foxholes. Advancing further would risk detection by the lookouts, so he could only strain his eyes from this vantage point, barely making out a few Prasen tanks at the edge of his vision. How very strange. Wang Zhong had left at 4:30, and it was now 5:30, with the day already brightened, yet the enemy showed no signs of organizing an offensive. He had expected to find enemy tanks amassing for an attack when he reached the point where he could not go any further without alerting the lookouts, and then he would be able to call in artillery fire. But there were no enemies in sight. The Prussians seemed to be sleeping in. Or could it be that last night's surprise raid had thrown the enemy into disarray? In terms gamers would understand, was it possible that last night's bombardment had reset the enemy's organization level? Were they regrouping this morning? Wang Zhong peered into the distance, and it seemed he could see smoke in the direction of the distant villages, perhaps fires caused by last night's shelling that had only just been extinguished. Was artillery fire really that effective? If so, during defensive battles they should get into the habit of disrupting the enemy's sleep with midnight bombardments. Lost in thought, Wang Zhong didn't notice Vasily, carrying the wireless, who then speculated, aren't Prussians known for their discipline? My father's friend said they wake up at 4 in the morning to study. The libraries at Prasen universities are bustling by then. Wang Zhong glanced at Vasily. What's the name of your father's friend? I'll have the tribunal pay him a visit. Oh, he was arrested by the tribunal last year for espionage. Good riddance, how satisfying? Unaware of Wang Zhong's response, Vasily continued to stare at the empty field, saying, looks like the Prussians aren't as diligent as he said. Of course, it might also be that firing 203mm shells into their villages last night had an effect. What do you think, General? I think my 203mm did the trick. I agree. How about another round then? Wang Zhong shook his head. No, I see a few Panzer IIIs over there, and though they're just IIIs, we have plenty of shells, and even a mosquito's leg is meat. Let's hit them. Give me the handmic for the wireless. Set the frequency. Before heading out this morning, Wang Zhong had pulled a tank equipped with radio from the 5th Tank Army, which served as a divisional reserve, and sent it to the artillery. Thanks to the tank's wireless, he could finally establish radio communication with the artillery. Vasily immediately tuned to the correct frequency, called twice, received a response, and handed the handmic to Wang Zhong. Ready. Wang Zhong took the handmic. White horse calling rhino. White horse calling rhino. Nov. L. B //JNN. Rhino here, loud and clear. Fire at the following coordinates. Repeat, fire at the following coordinates. White horse, rhino received, over. Wang Zhong handed the handmic back to Vasily and observed the tanks once more. Only then did he realize no one was inside those tanks. The tank operators only now came into Wang Zhong's field of vision, picking their teeth while moving towards the tanks. No wonder there was no sign of activity. Wang Zhong had thought they were out of range, seeing the tanks but not the tank operators inside them, but they were actually unmanned. Suddenly, a Prussian officer appeared and shouted something at the tank operators. The previously relaxed tank operators hurried onto the tanks and started cranking the hand starters. It seems cars and tanks back then also needed to be hand cranked to start, unlike in later times where a simple turn of a key would suffice with an electric starter. Just as a few Prussian tank operators had cranked up their tanks, the shells fell. A single volley of fire and the resulting explosions enveloped the tanks in a massive cloud of dust. Wang Zhong watched the engulfed enemy and laughed heartily. It was then that the roar of engines filled the sky. Wang Zhong immediately raised his gaze, and without much effort, located the enemy aircraft. This time it was a group of bombers. Judging by their flight path and altitude, they were definitely heading for Araki. As the planes flew over his head, Wang Zhong sincerely hoped the field laundry and cooking units, along with other logistical personnel in Araki, would remain safe and unharmed. At the headquarters of the Asgard Knights Armored Division, Kluge was outlining his battle plans to the commander of the 16th Armored Division. We'll deploy northwest of Araki, and your division should deploy west of mine and maneuver to the west side of Araki. According to the map, there is a hill 153 here, which we predict is occupied by enemy heavy forces. Your division does not need to take the hill, just position your IIIs and IVs outside the effective range of the enemy's anti-tank guns and suppress them. You have a good number of Panzer Is and IIS which can maneuver quickly. They can cut across to seize the highway and block the enemy's supplies. We suspect the enemy artillery is in these forests. Once your Panzer I and II units seize the highway, your division's motorcycle reconnaissance battalion should advance decisively to scout these woods and be ready to call your divisional artillery to strike. After explaining, Kluge looked up at the commander of the 16th Armored Division. The commander of the 16th Armored Division was a bona fide Wehrmacht general, bearing the red collar tabs of general officers, who haughtily questioned, and what mission is the illustrious Asgard Knights carrying out? Kluge, we will launch the main attack at the front, to draw the attention of Rakasov the White Horse General. No sooner had he finished speaking than an explosion sounded outside. The commander of the 16th Armored Division was alarmed. What's happening? Is the enemy counterattacking? Stay calm, Kluge said through clenched teeth. Our adversary enjoys these sniper and artillery sneak attacks. They don't cause much damage, but they're infuriating. Today, he will taste our might. Wang Zhong stopped again when he passed the first ambush position and shouted loudly, Company Commander of the 2nd. The company commander of the 2nd immediately appeared, stood at attention in front of the horse, and saluted, "General. Withdraw from the position immediately and move to the 3rd ambush position, leaving behind a lookout with signal flares." The company commander of the 2nd confirmed again, "We're withdrawing from the position, N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Yes. The enemy knows the locations of our first 2 positions, and I suspect they will shell them first. Your unit has excellently completed the task of defending against the enemy's night attack. There's no need to stay in the position and get shelled." The company commander of the 2nd saluted and said yes, then turned and left. Wang Zhong led his men towards the city, all the way to the 3rd ambush position. Last night, the tank unit had encamped here, and the tanks were parked on the bottom level of the bunker, thoroughly camouflaged. Upon entering the position, Wang Zhong saw soldiers from the 3rd company gathered around a pot, drinking leftover soup from yesterday. Wang Zhong said, "Be careful drinking that cold soup, or you might get diarrhea." Everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. Wang Zhong, looking confused, asked, "What's the matter? General, who gets diarrhea from drinking a little cold soup?" Someone asked. "Is that not the case?" Back on Earth, Wang Zhong's father had always taught him to reheat leftovers before eating as they could easily cause diarrhea, so he had always believed that to be true. It seemed that the Russians didn't have such concerns. Of course, it could also be because Russia was at a higher latitude where the cold meant food didn't spoil as easily, and their stomachs had adapted to the cold. Probably. A soldier called out to Wang Zhong, "General, won't you have some?" Wang Zhong checked his stomach and indeed felt hungry after riding for 2 hours that morning. "All right, I'll have some." "Hey, General, you really should try this. It's delicious, even cold. Look, it's even frozen. This part is the best, all for you." Wang Zhong dismounted, mingled with the soldiers, and had a big mouthful of the thick soup turned to ice. It was indeed delicious, rich but not greasy, with a tangy note of sour cream. "This is really good stuff," Wang Zhong exclaimed. "Come on, have some for yourselves too." Right then, the 2nd company arrived, moving along the road into the position. The leader glanced at the company commander and the accompanying priest, saw that they wouldn't interfere, and shouted, "Hey, 3rd company, what good stuff are you eating? Leftovers from last night's soup? Come and join us." Just at that moment, the sound of a whistling shell tore through the sky. In the past, the new recruits would hesitate while the veterans hit the dirt. Today, upon hearing the whistle, all the new recruits dropped down, while the veterans remained standing. "Don't be scared," a veteran shouted, "it's not for us." As soon as he finished speaking, a column of smoke rose from the 1st ambush position due to the explosion. Then, explosions occurred at the 2nd ambush position as well. The enemy's artillery poured their furious barrages into these 2 positions. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong watched with his armored troops and 2 infantry companies from the 3rd position as the enemy wasted their firepower. The trenches of the 3rd position were dug especially deep and could accommodate 3 full companies. It was originally built as a standby defense position for the reserve forces and the main defense. It was precisely because the 3rd position had such a large capacity that the cooking team had delivered meals for 3 companies the day before. Soldiers from 2 companies shared yesterday's leftover soup while watching the enemy squander their firepower. Wang Zhong heard someone ask, "General, did you calculate all this?" He looked at the person who had spoken and realized it was one of the trio who had stealthily gone to scavenge enemy bodies that morning and had been caught red-handed by him. The soldier, now obviously cowed under Wang Zhong's direct gaze, shrank his neck, looking like he wanted to change the subject. Wang Zhong just smiled and replied, "It's just a little bit of military common sense. The enemy is certain to prepare artillery fire for positions we've already exposed, so we withdraw and let them prepare. If the enemy is aggressive and manages to move up during the artillery preparation, and we are not able to occupy our positions in time, we simply cover them again. The trenches we've constructed only offer proper artillery protection in your current position. The trenches in the first 2 positions are shallow, and if shelled, the enemy would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties." The surrounding soldiers listening to Wang Zhong all illuminated with understanding. So that's why the general is so clever. In truth, this wasn't something Wang Zhong had figured out on his own. Post-war Soviet tactical manuals spelled it out in black and white. As Wang Zhong was enjoying the flattery from the soldiers, the 3rd Company's signalman came over with a telephone in hand, dragging the phone line. "General, a call from the rear." Wang Zhong took the receiver. "This is Rakasov. Who's speaking?" "This is the artillery observation post on Hill 153. General, we've spotted enemy tank units maneuvering to our west side. The enemy tank units are maneuvering to our west side. The number is..." In fact, without needing the observation post to report, Wang Zhong pulled up a bird's-eye view and saw everything. It wasn't his own view, so there was no highlighting effect, but the situation was clear enough anyway. It looks like about 1.5 battalions of Panzer III and Panzer IV are maneuvering west of Hill 153, and in front of this 1.5 armored battalions, there is that a large group of Panzer I and 2 tanks. Prasen's armored division, like the Sturmtiger from Earth, has the distinction between rich divisions and pauper divisions. The main thing is the proportion of Panzer III and IV. Some of the poorer divisions might have over 100 Panzer I and 2 tanks just to make up the numbers, with Panzer III and IV combined making up only 1 battalion. Yesterday, the Asgard Knights Ampra Division, which clashed with the 151st Division, also had a number of make-do Panzer IIS, but more than half of the division consisted of Panzer III and IV tanks. Moreover, this division didn't have Panzer I, the least they had were Panzer II. Even among the make-do tanks, there were 38 TS, which actually weren't too bad. Therefore, yesterday's Ampra division was absolutely a well-off division. Now, seeing this large swarm of Panzer I tanks like cockroaches, Wang Zhong immediately realized that the forces in front of him consisted of more than just that well-off division. My goodness, I'm an infantry division, how am I supposed to fight against two armored divisions? Luckily the one replenishing them is a pauper division, it would be even harder to fight if another well-off division showed up. As Wang Zhong was assessing the situation, someone from the artillery observation post, not knowing Wang Zhong was doing the same thing, asked anxiously, General, what do we do? The enemy tanks are moving fast and they'll cut off our supply line. In fact, the 151st Division wasn't too reliant on the supply line at the moment, mainly because they had stockpiled a lot of provisions for the war and could hold out for a few days even if their supplies were cut off. Moreover, with the forces of Duke Myshikin next to them, even if the supply line of Archsukov was cut off, they could still get supplies from Duke Myshikin's side. However, Wang Zhong's main goal in holding his ground here was to clear a path of survival for Anti's troops from Archsukov. What kind of path of survival would it be if the highway were cut off? Of course, Wang Zhong had made preparations for such a situation long ago. He had deployed 8 anti-tank guns on Hill 153. Although they were only 45mm anti-tank guns, they were effective enough to handle Panzer I and II tanks. As for the enemy's Panzer III and IV tanks, Wang Zhong decided to entrust them to the T-26 of the original 5th Tank Army's 13th Armored Battalion. Based on yesterday's combat experience, the new tank shelters proved to be effective in preventing the enemy from spotting ambush tanks. Even if discovered, it was difficult for the enemy to achieve a successful hit. Yesterday, Wang Zhong's T-34s, from their shelters, engaged in a firefight with the enemy, and most of the enemy's shells didn't hit the T-34s. Since that was the case, having the T-26s enter shelters to delay the enemy's attack should be no problem. Therefore, Wang Zhong ordered the observation post, get the anti-tank guns on alert, open fire as soon as the enemy approaches. I will command the 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Army to rush to Hill 153 to assist you in repelling the enemy. Remember to guide the T-26 into the tank shelters. Yes. Wang Zhong hung up the phone, took the handset of the field radio carried by Vasily directly, and then said to Vasily, change the frequency, I want the 5th Tank Army's 13th Armored Battalion. Vasily, it's this frequency, just call and it's done. Wang Zhong, White Horse calling Lame Wolf, White Horse calling Lame Wolf. This is Lame Wolf, do we finally have a mission given to us? Wang Zhong, proceed to Hill 153, proceed to Hill 153, over. Understood. White Horse, can we really hit the enemy this time? The 5th Tank Army seemed not to have engaged much with the enemy before being completely wiped out, that's why the commander of the 13th Armored Battalion asked. They probably chose Lame Wolf as their radio call sign, out of frustration. Wang Zhong, you will hit them, and this time you will win? Hit them hard. At the same time, Archsukov, Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov, was pacing back and forth anxiously in the command post. Finally, the communication officer came through the door, saluted the Crown Prince, Your Highness? The reply from the capital has arrived. The Crown Prince was overjoyed. Is it my sister? Or has she already convinced the Emperor? The communication officer, with an embarrassed face, handed over the telegram. You'd better see for yourself. Since it had to be decoded, the communication officer must have read it. Confused by his expression, the Crown Prince snatched the telegram and began to read. Dear brother, unfortunately, I already angered the Emperor yesterday, and the generals are saying that unless you suffer a major defeat, it is unlikely that the Emperor will order a retreat. I will try again once the Emperor has cooled off. Crown Prince Ivan Nikolaevich Andronov sighed deeply. My sister, oh what are you doing? He clasped his hands together, as if intending to crumple the telegram into a ball, but stopped halfway through the motion, then slowly spread the telegram out again, handing it to General Skorobo. The general was embarrassed. I don't think I should look at the royal family's telegrams, right? Indeed, the Crown Prince replied, handing the telegram back to the communication officer. Take care of this for me. I don't want future generations to know about this. The others in the room all looked embarrassed. After all, the idea that an army group of several 100,000 could be annihilated because of the Emperor's peak sounded far-fetched. The Crown Prince, watching as the communication officer reduced the telegram to ashes, then looked up to ask General Skorobo, is it possible to send reinforcements to Rokossov? The general's face was ashen. His defensive line hasn't had any problems yet, and to the south, the enemy's armored groups are pushing forward furiously. Any reinforcements we send now would inevitably go to the south. At that moment, another communication officer came in with a message. Report. Urgent dispatch from the 35th Army Group. They say they cannot plug the gap. It's as if the enemy is flooding through the breach like a tide. General Skorobo turned to the Crown Prince. You see, I have no reason to send the reserve to an area that has no apparent issues. I'm not formulating any grudges against General Rokossovsky. I admit he's an outstanding commander, but The Crown Prince sighed. I understand. Let's see if my little sister can think of a solution. Suddenly, the Crown Prince slapped his forehead. My sister doesn't have my seal? Damn. Araki City, currently under the control of the anti-army, 1030 hours. In the distance, the dull rumbling of thunder could be heard, which was actually the enemy preparing artillery fire for the defensive positions outside the city. Nellie, carrying a basket, left the command post through the side door. The general's dormitory and the command post were together, so naturally, Nellie also lived there. Because she lived there, she could make full use of the kitchen of Lord Boy to prepare meals for everyone at the command post. Now she was getting ready to go out and gather ingredients for dinner. Of course, the command post of the 151st Division was stocked with enough food, as it was designated to be the last phase of the city's hand-to-hand combat defense support point, so it was essential to have plenty of food and water. But Nellie didn't like military rations much, and as long as there was a supply, she planned to try to make some food besides the military rations. Besides gathering ingredients, she also prepared to deliver the mixed salad she had made last night to Miss Ludmila. This was the young lady's favorite food. Nellie walked past the guard with her basket slung over her arm. The guards knew she was the general's orderly and let her through without even checking her identification. As soon as she stepped out, Nellie was stunned, because the entire row of houses directly opposite the command post was engulfed in raging fire, and the residents of Araki were working together to fight the fire. After watching for a few seconds, Nellie ultimately decided to ignore the firefighting and continue with her errands. Just then, a house on the edge of the fire collapsed with an explosion. The blast startled Nellie, causing her to take a step back. The sentry at the command post said, "Don't worry, they are blasting a firebreak demolishing buildings that catch fire easily first, so the fire won't spread here." Nellie nodded and, clutching her basket tightly, moved on. She passed a bomb crater and saw a child sitting on the edge of it, looking lost and seemingly deep in thought. Next to the crater lay the bodies of people who had died in the bombing, with a priest in the midst of the corpses conducting a mass. Nellie quickened her pace, her footsteps pattering as she moved through the city cloaked in the flames of war. Soon she arrived at the northwest corner of the city at a building and nodded to the soldiers guarding the door. The soldiers opened the door and stepped aside. The soldier manning the machine gun smiled at Nellie. "You're still so punctual, maid Miss Nov. L.B//JNN. I'm the general's orderly," Nellie said. "Then you should at least be wearing your side cap. Want to wear mine?" The machine gunner took off his own cap. Nellie showed a look of obvious disgust. The machine gunner dejectedly put the cap back on. All right, I get it. Go on up, don't let the divine arrow missy go hungry." Nellie entered the building and took the stairs all the way to the attic. In the attic, one window frame had been removed to set up a divine arrow launcher, and Ludmila was sitting on the sill of the other window. There were also 2 female soldiers in the attic, checking the spare divine arrows. Ludmila, with a book in hand, was reading in the gradually brightening noon sunlight. "Nellie, miss, the battle has begun." Ludmila put down her book and looked at Nellie. "But it's none of our business, is it? Nellie, come here, see the sound array on the roof over there? They're supposed to call on this phone when they hear the sound of enemy reconnaissance planes are." Ludmila pointed to the telephone on the chest of drawers next to the window. The telephone line was pulled in from outside and was pinned down at the edge of the windowsill with a large brick. "Ludmila, then my battle task will begin. Until then, I can only watch them, powerless to do anything." As she spoke, Ludmila looked out towards the northern fields. "Ludmila, the north is rather calm today, isn't it?" Nellie glanced at the plumes of smoke rising continuously from the north and asked doubtfully. "Calm. Extremely calm, don't be fooled by the enemy's vigorous shelling, but Elisha must have withdrawn his troops." Nellie exclaimed in surprise. "Elisha, young master?" "Yes, the current Elisha," Ludmila laughed. "The current Elisha would never let his troops be swallowed up by the enemy's artillery preparation. His forces must have already withdrawn to the 3rd defensive position, which has better protection against artillery." Nellie had in response, then after a brief silence she asked, "Miss, after all, Elisha is Elisha, don't you like the current Elisha?" Nellie nodded. "I do like him, I'm just not quite used to it. Men grow up." Just as Nellie was about to reply, her attention was drawn to the situation in the west side of the city. There seemed to be a major battle breaking out in the west, with tracer rounds flying chaotically. Nellie curiously watched over there. "Nellie," Ludmila called softly, "here, for you." Nellie looked down in surprise and discovered Ludmila offering her a pair of binoculars. Taking the binoculars, Nellie looked towards the west. The Rokossovsky family was a military family. In fact, it is rare for a noble family in Anti not to be a military family. As per the empire's rank system, titles were generally tied to military ranks. However, the Rokossovsky family was one of those true military families, so most of their servants had some military knowledge. Nellie knew how to operate binoculars and adjust its magnification. Thus, Nellie clearly saw that on the western highway, anti-army tanks were in a major battle with the enemy tanks. These were the small tanks that had just arrived in Araki 2 days earlier to join under the command of Major General Rokossovsky, much smaller than the T-34s. Opposing these little tanks was a group of little tanks as well. These little tanks seemed to be able to fire continuously, with most of their tracer rounds being green. The number 1 only had machine guns, while number 2 tanks were equipped with autocannons. and anti-army's small tanks could fire, so the enemy quickly fell into disadvantage. Nelly held binoculars, watching and saying, "Looks like we have the advantage. So are we going to win?" Ludmila gave a bitter smile. Elisha said it might take 3 to 4 years and millions of casualties. At the mention of casualty numbers, Nelly shivered, almost dropping the binoculars, but she immediately caught them. "Oh." Ludmila clapped her hands, and the other women of the Guardian army joined in applauding. "Ludmila, is this the reaction speed you developed to avoid breaking dishes and bowls?" Nelly blushed a little. She changed the subject and said, "Look, the enemy's tank is smoking. That's smoke. The Prussians like to use smoke. It's said mainly to defend against divine arrow. In Ronid, the smoke did indeed block our field of fire. We had thought we could control a whole street with divine arrow, but when the smoke came, we could only control 500 meters. Then Yuka Niako, who wasn't deputy knight at the time, ordered us to move forward, and we encountered Prussian infantry on the way. The God's Arrow Company was nearly wiped out, leaving only a few of us." "Ah, don't tell Elisha. I haven't told him about it yet to keep him from worrying." As Ludmila spoke, she gently stroked Nelly's head. "Nelly, that's dangerous. The battlefield. Whether it's me or Elisha, one never knows when one might be gone. You should be careful too, Nelly. I think you should go back. I heard the Rokossovsky family bought a new estate at Mount Raoul. If you go there." Nelly shook her head like a tambourine. "No, I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay with you all." "Ludmila, then you need a garrison cap, or you won't look like an orderly." Saying that, she took off the headband from Nelly's head and put her own garrison cap on the maid's head. It looks pretty good," Ludmila said with a smile. That's when the telephone rang. Ludmila shouted battle stations while picking up the telephone. "God's Arrow Company, Brother Peter? Which direction?" "Okay." After hanging up the telephone, Ludmila instructed the Guardian army, "They're coming straight at us, we'll hit them head on." Then she lay at the attic window and shouted outside, "Yvonne, prepare to move." "Nelly, move." "Yes, after firing, we must move immediately. Before, we were nearly hit by a Prussian remote-controlled bomb. I don't know what Elisha meant by remote-controlled bomb, but it's powerful. It almost killed our entire divine arrow." "Nelly, then I'll help too." "Okay, take that. Get going first." At that moment, one of the Guardian army called out, "Target sighted." Ludmila immediately looked outside the window and indeed saw a twin-engine reconnaissance plane flying this way. Then the next moment, a divine arrow rose from the forest and struck it. Ludmila was stunned. Nelly, what's wrong?" Ludmila stomped her foot in anger. "Damn Katyusha, Yekaterina's nickname, she stole my target." One of the Guardian army said, "As long as the general isn't snatched away, targets and such don't matter." Ludmila looked at the Guardian army. "Check divine arrow? Report combat readiness status in 10 minutes. "Yes." "Nelly, Yekaterina has her eye on the young master too." Ludmila, "Yeah, right now he's a hot commodity, it'd be strange if she didn't." "Nelly, miss, you seem pretty proud." "I am very proud." Nelly clicked her tongue, when suddenly she remembered a piece of military common sense. "Wait, so miss, are you now dedicated to air defense? Wasn't divine arrow invented to deal with tanks? Elisha likes to use divine arrow for air defense." Ludmila shrugged her shoulders. "In terms of wild ideas, he's just the same as before." At the same time, Wang Zhong sneezed several times. Then the radio transmitted a call from the 13th Armored Battalion. "Lame Wolf calling White Horse, Lame Wolf calling White Horse." "Wang Zhong, this is White Horse, go ahead. Lame Wolf has taken out number 1 and 2 that cut off our supply line, now preparing to enter the tank hide and meet with number 3 and 4. Wang Zhong immediately switched to the troop perspective. Although ally vision was not highlighted, checking out the situation on the battlefield was not a problem, and he saw a pile of number 2 and 1's wreckage near the highway. "Goodness gracious, I asked you to get into the hide and line up against enemy number 3 and 4, but you went ahead and gobbled up number 1's and 2's reserved for the tank gun? This combat spirit, good. Wang Zhong, Lame Wolf, well done, Lame Wolf, well done. Continue the operation." Wang Zhong meant to say it 3 times, but he said it once less in his excitement. "White Horse, leave it to us. Even if we fight until we run out of ammo, we'll ram the enemy till they're paralyzed." Wang Zhong, "No, I order you, achieve victory and then return alive. Repeat, I order you, achieve victory and then return alive." The other side was silent for a few seconds, then answered, "I'll try my best." Lame Wolf, over. Wang Zhong finished responding to the 13th Armored Battalion and refocused his attention on the enemy in front. Because the artillery preparation wasn't done yet, the enemy remained at the edge of Wang Zhong's sight. From a bird's eye view, he could only see a few tanks and not the large troops that were assembling. Through naked eye vision, one could blurrily make out the distribution of the large troops, but since Wang Zhong actually didn't know how to calculate distances and coordinates, he couldn't guide the artillery to attack. "Damn it, once the spring mud period arrives next year and everyone is immobilized, I must find an opportunity to properly learn how to calculate distances and coordinates." At this moment, Wang Zhong heard Yegorov's voice and turned his head to see his number 1 infantry tough guy standing outside the regimental headquarters shelter, shouting, "The artillery fire has started to extend. Are we preparing to enter the position?" Wang Zhong quickly glanced at the aerial view and indeed the point of artillery impact was extending backward. He was about to answer when the enemy's smoke bombs arrived. The first and second ambush positions were completely enveloped in smoke, making it impossible to fire even if one went there. At the same time, the enemy began to advance. To the north were the enemy's armored grenadiers, and to the northwest were two of the enemy's armored battalions, nearly 100 Mark III and Panzer IV. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov, pointed to the ground, meaning to stay put. The position was all smoke, and going back wouldn't allow for effective firepower to be used, plus there would be a meat grinder with the infantry. Their rivals were elite infantry, who had fought through Bohemia and the Carolingian. Ever since the last close quarters combat with the enemy's elite infantry at Luchthof, Wang Zhong never wanted to engage in close combat with these veteran Prasen soldiers again. Damn it, they were even scarier than tanks. Yegorov gave a thumbs up and turned back into the regimental headquarters shelter. Wang Zhong turned to find the signal soldier waiting on the tank engine hood with a telephone and telephone wire, picked up the phone, connect to 155 Battalion. Under Wang Zhong's command, this heavy artillery battalion was numbered 155, but he always called it 152 because the caliber of the guns in the battalion was 152 mm. The phone quickly connected. 155 Battalion here, please speak. Wang Zhong, I am Rakosov, aim at the coordinates. After he reported the coordinates, the artillery battalion responded, we need about 5 minutes to reset the firing parameters. I know, you need 5 minutes. Last time the artillery battalion also said 5 minutes, but they opened fire in 2 minutes. Wang Zhong, after settings are done, wait for my orders before firing. Understood, but this time aren't we targeting the positions that we have preset? Right, targeting the positions would only blow up the infantry, and our fortifications would still allow many infantrymen to survive the blast. We'll bomb the columns in transit. Phone communications generally aren't eavesdropped on by the enemy because the battlefield is chaotic, and the signal soldiers laying the phone lines often can't even find where they are laid. So, detailed information can be communicated over the phone. There was silence from the artillery battalion, and Wang Zhong placed the receiver on his shoulder and continued to observe the enemy forces. The enemy truly had no idea that the 151st Division's troops were stationed in the third position behind them. They were pressing forward from 3 directions. Wang Zhong kept the phone on his shoulder while speaking to Alexandria through the vehicle's internal line, aim at the enemy tanks advancing from the flank. You can hit them, right? Leave it to me, Alexandria replied confidently, beginning to turn the turret. At this time, the tank engine wasn't started, so the turret could only be turned using electricity from the batteries, and the batteries of the anti-Empire were terrible, so Alexandria could only turn slowly. The reason for not starting the tank, of course, was that the engine sound was too loud and could be heard by the enemy. The electromechanical engineer of Tank 422 stood beside the tank with a crank, just waiting to help turn it over when Belyakov ignited it. As the enemy finally advanced to the point pre-aimed by Wang Zhong, he shouted, "Fire!" Soon Wang Zhong heard a whistling sound in the sky, and then the shells landed right in the middle of the enemy's attack formation. When advancing, the Prussians liked to use a relatively dense formation. If a heavy artillery shell could hit between 2 tanks, there was a chance of simultaneously blasting off the tracks of both. A broken track on the battlefield isn't like in games where it gets fixed in just 10 seconds. On the battlefield, a broken track means the tank should be temporarily abandoned until afterwards, when the battlefield is retaken, to come back for repairs. Additionally, heavy artillery might even concuss tank crews if it could hit accurately. After the first round of 24 shells landed, all the infantry in the enemy's attack formation lay down. In Wang Zhong's aerial view, at least 30 infantry were visible as killed by this salvo. 5 tanks also stopped their advance, and this rate of casualties was actually acceptable. Wang Zhong, adjust the firing parameters, correct for elevation and traverse, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Through parameter adjustment, it was possible to finely tune the impact point of the artillery. Wang Zhong had specifically learned a bit about this from Dietrich. Dietrich was now at a gunner observation post on Hill 153. If enemy tanks entered the range of Hill 153's observation post, they were likely to face even more precise attacks. After the second round of high explosive shells came down, another 4 tanks halted their advance. The enemy tanks all stopped and began releasing smoke. The infantry also got up and threw smoke bombs. It seemed the enemy had judged that they were currently within the view of the artillery observer and chose to obscure the sight lines before continuing to advance. Was it any use? Wang Zhong wondered. That's when he heard the roar of engines in the sky. He immediately used the aerial view to observe the sky. Recon Plane 215. This was to observe our artillery positions? Luchthof and Wang Zhong had 3 B-4 howitzers knocked out by this thing. Wang Zhong, ceasefire, artillery battalion ceasefire, prepare to move to the backup position. As an experienced commander, Wang Zhong naturally had a backup position prepared for the artillery battalion. After all, they had been outmaneuvered by the enemy once before. In addition to ordering the artillery battalion to prepare to move, Wang Zhong issued another order, have the covering troops prepare to burn the tires. Whether the artillery battalion moved or not, the gunners dared not open fire at will while this thing was overhead. Soon, if the enemy occupied the position, they couldn't even use it to cover themselves. Now it was time to see the true strength of the infantry and armored troops. Wang Zhong patiently waited for the enemy to enter the firing range of the armored unit. He was waiting when Alexander said, "This distance is about right. Any closer and the enemy might rush us and take advantage of the better view. Fire." Wang Zhong checked the distance, 600 meters, indeed already within the effective firing range of ordinary members of the armored unit, so he said to Alexander, "Fire." The cannons roared to life immediately. Belyakov also roared, "Crank the handle, start it up." The mechanical operator put all his strength into cranking the handle furiously. The next moment, the iconic rear exhaust of the T-34 belched black smoke, and the engine's roar came to life. Just then, Alexander fired his second shot, accurately hitting a Panzer IV. It was then that the other tanks began their first volley of fire. 6 enemy tanks were immediately hit. At that moment, a Panzer IV stopped, and its turret turned towards the position of Wang Zhong's third ambush. "Wang Zhong, that Panzer IV turning its turret? See it? It's going to fire a smoke bomb at us? Definitely. Loader, armor-piercing shell, ready." Alexander immediately fired, but the enemy also fired at the same time. Alexander's armor-piercing shell hit the Panzer IV's vertical side armor, and the next moment, the surviving Prussian tank operators jumped out of the tank and ran, with great skill, without delay. It seems Prussian regulations are to protect experienced tank operators, demanding they abandon the tank immediately if they can no longer fight. But the Panzer IV's shell flew slowly, taking 2 seconds before Wang Zhong heard the explosion and saw the colored smoke from the smoke bomb. "Wang Zhong, the Stukas are coming. Evacuate the shelter, infantry release smoke." With the previous hands-on experience, the reaction of both the armored and infantry units was very swift. Wang Zhong had already spotted the Stukas, and it would be painful if the Prussians coordinated their bomb drop with artillery fire. The death scream came from the sky. The next moment, 3 divine arrows rose from the ground, meeting the diving Stukas. All 3 divine arrows hit their target, and before the Stukas crashed, a second volley of divine arrows ascended. The pilots were clearly flustered. They only knew the White General would shoot down reconnaissance planes to block scouting, not that he would use divine arrows like fireworks. Struck, the Stukas spiraled down towards the ground. Wang Zhong turned and shouted to Grigory on horseback, "Go, capture the pilots." Grigory nodded, mounted his horse, and with the cavalry previously guarding Wang Zhong, galloped towards the crash site of the Stukas. As Wang Zhong expected, the enemy's aircraft scattered like monkeys, all flying low to make it harder for the divine arrows to find their mark. The aimlessly dropped bombs landed about 50 meters in front of the third ambush spot, a distance that was no cause for concern for the carefully constructed site. The shockwave and shrapnel couldn't harm anyone. Wang Zhong thought to himself that it was fair. "If you jam my heavy artillery, I jam your air support. And when we catch the pilots, we can interrogate them properly and pull out some intelligence." While fierce battles erupted in Araki, at St. Yekaterina Fortress, the Summer Palace, Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna was shouting at the guards at the door, "I'm the princess. How dare you forbid me from entering my own home's rooms?" The guard was unmoved. "This is the command center, not a salon, Your Highness. Moreover, His Imperial Majesty has personally ordered not to let you in to disturb their meeting." Olga angrily said, "What meeting? Discussing how to send nearly 1,000,000 troops to their doom? We need to retreat now." "Guard, Your Highness, shouting at me is futile. Even if I concede you are right, I still can't let you in." Olga took a deep breath, shook her head, and walked away. Once she got some distance, in a corridor with no guards, Olga quietly took out an exquisite sachet and from it, pulled out a gold ring. The ring was identical to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's ring. "Though I don't like to use the fake ring I cast in secret, the situation is urgent, brother, you will forgive me." On Wang Zhong's side, after the Air Force's attack was dispersed by Divine Arrow, the Prussian army did not stop their assault. The enemy's Panzer IVs and mortars added more smoke to the ground, and then the mixed cluster of armored vehicles and infantry attacking the flank directly turned towards Wang Zhong and his colleagues at the third ambush position. Meanwhile, the armored grenadiers originally attacking from the north continued to advance towards the now empty first and second ambush positions. The enemy's choice was understandable. Retreating to reorganize the attack would have wasted 1 or 2 hours. Such a division-level offensive action, being able to organize an attack within 2 hours, would already be considered elite. The staff officers at all levels must have been very experienced. Wang Zhong had already prepared for this situation. Although his principle in setting up the positions was to avoid close combat as much as possible, facing the Prussian army who liked using smoke, he had to consider the possibility of hand-to-hand combat. "Wang Zhong, tank column, follow my command, remind each other without radio, maneuver to the flank." In addition to tank bunkers, Wang Zhong had prepared many points for side attacks and had all 30 tank drivers familiarize themselves with the routes between several points in jeeps so they could quickly change their positions during combat. The main reason they were unable to change positions during the Stuka raid yesterday was that many crew members were on the battlefield for the first time, so busy firing their guns they didn't notice their comrades beginning to maneuver. Today, Wang Zhong especially arranged a messenger behind each tank, who normally lay behind the tank gun turret and, seeing other tanks maneuver, would lift the lid of the turret to notify the inside crew. This could be considered a form of human radio. The good news was that the communication efficiency was all right. The bad news was that it was manpower intensive, with the person outside often injured by stray bullets. Damn it, Wang Zhong was fed up with fighting this frustrating war. Next year, when the aid from the Federation arrived, he would definitely equip the entire army with Shermans. In the second year of the war, the Sherman was basically a true god on the battlefield. The Sturm Tiger, with its short 50-tank gun, couldn't even scratch the large sloped front armors of the Shermans. The reputation of the Sherman only collapsed in 43 when facing Tiger and Panther tanks. While thinking this, Wang Zhong led his troops to maneuver to the side firing positions. As he passed by Yegorov's command bunker, he saw Yegorov coming out and shouted, "I'll leave the front to you. Don't worry. Guys, remember the anti-tank techniques I taught you. First, cut off the infantry. Second, find a way to get close to the blind spots in the tank's vision. The closer you are, the less the tank can see you. And finally, throw Molotov cocktails." 2 people in a team, the first throws grenades to scatter the infantry, the second approaches to ensure the Molotov cocktail hits the engine's cooling cover. Wang Zhong left Yegorov's words behind in his head. The battlefield demands specialization, and Wang Zhong's tank platoon's task was to occupy the flank, circumventing the enemy's smoke cover to shoot at the reinforcements. The meat grinder at the front had Yegorov's 2 battalions. As Tank 422 sped towards its predetermined position, a signal flare rose from the distant forest. This was a flare shot by the scouts left behind, mainly to inform the friendly forces that the enemy had charged the position, so artillery cover could be provided in time. But Wang Zhong looked up at the sky. The enemy's Do-215 reconnaissance plane was lingering overhead, and even if they ignited the hard-gathered tires to produce black smoke, there was no guarantee the enemy would completely fail to notice the artillery positions. The enemy's heavy artillery had just finished preparing for fire and upon receiving coordinates provided by the observation plane, could start firing immediately. Wang Zhong had already lost 3 B-4 guns like this in Luchtauf. If it had now reached the critical moment where not firing would mean the front couldn't hold, Wang Zhong would have ordered to open fire. But it was obvious that it hadn't reached that point yet. So he looked again at the signal flare in the sky and quietly said, "I'm sorry." The current Wang Zhong was able to make such tough decisions, hard as iron. Yegorov ran around the trench and returned to the command shelter, where the battalion staff officer immediately said, "A signal flare has gone up. The enemy must have entered the position we abandoned. Why aren't we covering with fire? There's a reconnaissance plane in the sky." Yegorov pointed to the sky. "That craft will tell the enemy artillery where our artillery positions are." The staff officer immediately got close to the shelter's observation window, ducking down to look up at the sky, trying to spot the reconnaissance plane. "It should be over Araki. The noise is blocked by the outer wall. You'll hear the roar as soon as you step out the door." Staff officer, "Then, aren't we just sacrificing the scout who risked his life to launch the signal flare? He must have been spotted by the enemy." Yegorov nodded, "Yes. But even if there were no enemy reconnaissance planes, covering the location of the scout with artillery would still mean his death. It would just be death by friendly fire instead of being killed by the enemy. There are countless things like this on the battlefield." The staff officer pursed his lips and didn't speak. At this moment, at the first ambush position. Nov. L.B//JNN. Private Semyon was skirmishing with the enemy, taking cover in the woods. The light from the still floating signal flare shone from behind him to the side. To enable the scout to deal with the numerous enemies, Semyon's weapon was switched from the Tokarev to a captured MP submachine gun. He covered his Imperial Guard cloak with a layer of grass so he could better hide in the bushes. However, all his efforts to stay hidden became ineffective the moment the signal flare went up, and Semyon had to face a platoon of enemies pursuing him. He ran between the birch trees, like a startled rabbit, becoming a lingering shadow in the woods. He continuously swept the enemy with his submachine gun. A Prussian platoon leader was hit by a stray bullet from the submachine gun and fell, clutching his chest, while his deputy platoon leader yelled something to the others behind him. Then a machine gunner rushed over, setting up his machine gun between the roots beneath a birch tree. The tearing sound of gunfire echoed through the woods, the bullets stripping the bark off birch trees that had grown for who knows how many years, creating a shower of flying wood chips. Zimiao's eyebrows were cut by the wood chips, blood trailing down his cheeks. He was still running, occasionally firing backwards. Though he wasn't aiming, his sporadic shooting still slowed the cautious Prussian's pursuit. From a distance, the voice of Alexei, the comrade coming to meet him, suddenly came. "Zimiao, run this way. Where's your flare?" It turned out that the comrades hiding in the forest hadn't seen any flares go up. "Zimiao, I fired it? Why hasn't the artillery come down yet?" "Zimiao," Alexei yelled, "run to the communication trench. We are in the communication trench." As Alexei spoke, he fired his Tokarev, trying to stop the enemy from pursuing. As a result, the enemy's machine gun immediately swung around, forcing Alexei to abandon his position and dash towards the communication trench as well. Zimiao's submachine gun was out of ammo, and in his frantic attempt to reload, a bullet severed his thumb and the full magazine dropped to the ground. Zimiao screamed. The enemy was closing in. He didn't dare pick up the magazine and just kept running forward, all the while shouting, "Where's our artillery? I fired the flare. And I specifically stayed around the designated impact zone? Where's our artillery?" Alexei had reached the communication trench and joined forces with a squad inside. The squad leader yelled, "Zimiao, run ahead, we'll cover you, fire at will." The final word was addressed to everyone in the communication trench, and so 6 Tokarevs fired in unison. The enemy's machine gun immediately swung around to suppress the communication trench. But this was precisely the squad leader's strategy. This way, Zimiao should be able to escape. However, no one noticed that about 300 meters from the communication trench, and less than 200 meters from Zimiao, a Prussian sergeant, leaning against a birch tree, raised his bolt-action 98K rifle. The sergeant also had an unlit cigarette in his mouth, the insignia of an experienced veteran on his arm proclaiming his status as an old soldier. He carefully adjusted the sight and took precise aim. At the moment the rifle fired, Zimiao's entire body suddenly twitched, his back stiffened completely. He opened his arms, like a bird spreading its wings to fly, and his submachine gun fell to the ground. Alexei cried out, Zimiao. Zimiao fell to his knees, plunging his face toward the ground. In the last moment of his life, he thought of the day of his coming-of-age ceremony, the bonfire party in the village, where the girl he loved grabbed him, running towards the threshing floor. Just like then, he had been pushed down onto the pile of wheat on the threshing floor by the girl. Alexei turned to the squad leader who came to help and shouted, "Why is there no artillery? Why? Squad leader, listen to the sound in the sky, there's an enemy observation plane? This is how we lost half an artillery battalion in Luftwaffe? When the enemy's observation plane is present, we can't fire and expose our artillery positions." Alexei, then did Zimiao die for nothing? The artillery is a precious piece of technical equipment, more valuable than Zimiao, than you, than me, more valuable than all of us? Instead of shouting at me here, channel your anger towards the Prussians. With that, the squad leader grabbed Alexei's collar and forced him to look towards the approaching Prussians. "Pick up your Tokarev and fire. Imperial Guard soldiers never shy away at times like this." Alexei took a few deep breaths and raised his rifle to aim at the enemy. "Squad leader, fire, private." Alexei pulled the trigger, channeling the unavenged fury of his fallen friend into the bullets. The Tokarev faithfully executed its task, the action automatically recoiling, ejecting the spent casing through the ejection port. Alexei continued to shoot, his bullets flying towards the detested enemy. Facing the fierce semi-automatic firepower of a squad, the Prussian army retreated. The covering forest wasn't suited to their light machine guns, and bolt-action rifles were even less suitable for jungle warfare. Alexei saw the retreating back of a Prussian soldier, so he swung the rifle around and took aim. Alexei's experience wasn't enough for him to think of adjusting the sights under these circumstances. He just lined up the notch on the rear sight with the bead on the barrel, aimed at the figure, then pulled the trigger repeatedly, emptying the magazine of its remaining bullets. The target was hit, the body spasming once before twisting and falling to the ground. Although there was no evidence that the killed was the actual perpetrator who had killed Zimiao, Alexei still roared in rage. Wang Zhong's tank unit quickly maneuvered to a flanking firing position and opened fire before even coming to a stop. The other tanks also opened fire after turning to face the enemy. The Prussians reacted quickly as well. Previously, they were merely caught off guard by the overly scientific tank fortifications created by Wang Zhong, but now the T-34s firing in the open field were naturally spotted immediately. In fact, before long, both sides on the Eastern Front would learn to dig a pit to hide the lower half of their tanks, leaving only the turret exposed to fire. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 500 meters, and the fierce exchange of fire began. The enemy needed precise aiming to hit the turret of a T-34, whereas the T-34 could fire as soon as its scope was set. Moreover, in terms of armor, the T-34 had a clear advantage. Even if the turret was jammed, the crew inside remained alive. A hit from the T-34's 76 caliber gun could kill at least half of an enemy tank's crew. After 20 minutes of exchange, the enemy began to release smoke to retreat. Wang Zhong, seeing the enemy release smoke, took a long breath of relief. This exchange was different from before. His side had no terrain advantage, at best only slight cover provided by the forest and underbrush. This was a real artillery duel, and in the end, Wang Zhong's unit held the upper hand. Wang Zhong, report from each vehicle. How many have their turrets jammed? First command vehicle, all clear. Second command vehicle, all clear. Third platoon reporting, my tracks are off. After checking the command vehicles with radios, Wang Zhong ordered an assessment of the tanks without radios. During the tally, he shifted his focus to Yegorov's position. Because Wang Zhong had moved out of the direct command range of Yegorov, the headquarters of the 31st Guards Regiment, the 2nd and 3rd Infantry Battalions all became military symbols on the map. Fortunately, Wang Zhong's vision covered almost half the battlefield, allowing him to clearly see the carnage within the smoke. The tank unit's flank fire had only cut off the enemy's reinforcements. The tanks and infantry that had charged the positions needed to be dealt with by Yegorov's troops. A fierce mixed combat of infantry and tanks was underway. Yegorov split his troops into multiple combat groups, first using grenades to suppress the infantry around the tanks, and then directing grenadiers to throw Molotov cocktails. The fight was extremely fierce, but fortunately, Yegorov's troops were thick enough to sustain the casualties of the meat grinder. While Wang Zhong was focused on that side, the tally here was completed. The platoon leader reported via radio, a total of 6 tanks have their turrets jammed, and 2 have broken tracks. The ones with broken tracks are being rapidly repaired. The jammed turrets will probably have to wait for the mechanics from the tractor factory to fix them tonight. Good, Wang Zhong had just started speaking when soldiers called out from the distance, "The enemy is coming from the woods." Wang Zhong hurriedly turned his head, relying on the light-up mechanism to see a large number of Prasen soldiers approaching from the woods. These were the enemies who had just taken the first ambush position, pressing on along the woods. The infantry platoon reporting to Wang Zhong looked to be on sentry duty in a communication trench between positions. Wang Zhong, are the mines activated? Activated, General? But we didn't plant many mines between positions because we were afraid of friendly fire, the squad leader leading the team said. Wang Zhong, all tanks, change formation. The enemy is pushing from the woods, prepare to intercept with machine gun fire. Saying this, Wang Zhong himself picked up the anti-aircraft machine gun on top of the turret and started firing at the Prussians in the woods. Then the Prussian machine guns opened fire, forcing Wang Zhong to duck back behind the cover formed by the tank's hatch. It was then that Alexandria opened fire. A high explosive shell broke a birch tree and exploded before hitting the enemy machine gun, the shrapnel instantly felling 5 enemies. But the machine gun was still firing, bullets dinging against the turret. It was at this moment that the driver-operator started firing the hull machine gun, the tracer bullets counter-attacking the enemy machine gun's tracer fire, reminiscent of the slapdash special effects kung fu movies Wang Zhong had watched as a child, with both sides exchanging blasts. Then the enemy repeated their old trick and released smoke. Wang Zhong immediately ordered, "Establish a fire sector, just like we've practiced." Indeed, because the enemy liked to use smoke, Wang Zhong's troops, whether infantry or armored forces, had trained to weave a web of fire even without visibility. The enemy tried to surge forward, but upon realizing that penetrating the dense fire would result in too many losses, they decisively chose to retreat. However, Wang Zhong's side had only 1 platoon of infantry from the initial withdrawal and 2 additional platoons that came later to support. They did not dare to pursue. Tanks were too vulnerable to close-range infantry attacks in the forest. The standoff continued on both sides. Once it was confirmed that the enemy infantry could not advance, Wang Zhong turned his attention to Yegorov's situation and found that the 31st Guards Regiment had also repelled the enemy's attack. 7 Panzer IVs were burning near the defensive trenches of the 3rd Battalion, and 3 more tanks had crossed the first trench line but were destroyed before the second trench line. In addition to 10 Panzer IVs, the enemy also left behind about 200 bodies Wang Zhong was estimating since his ability did not highlight corpses. Once it was confirmed that the enemy had completely retreated, Wang Zhong took a breath of relief. But the problem wasn't resolved, as the enemy still occupied half of the forest. If later the enemy's artillery groups start their fire preparation again and force Wang Zhong's troops out of their positions, it's likely the position might be completely lost. The only solution was to carry out a fire strike on the lost positions immediately, and then send in the 1st Battalion, which had been kept in reserve, to counterattack. Wang Zhong raised his head and looked at the reconnaissance aircraft that had been circling in the sky, the Dao 215. Damn, this was the first time Wang Zhong found reconnaissance aircraft so annoying.n/o/bel/b/jn.c//om. Or should half of the artillery battalion fire, sacrificing half of the artillery to take back the position? What would happen afterward? Their own artillery firepower would have been depleted, while the enemy remained unharmed. Wang Zhong was mired in a dilemma. Alas, he wondered how much fuel the enemy aircraft had left. The Prasen Army, 141st High Altitude Reconnaissance Squad, aircraft number 229. The pilot looked at the fuel gauge and reported to the commander, who was also the navigator of the aircraft, through the intraplane communication. "Fuel has gone below the warning level. We should head back or else we'll be forced to make a rough landing on those bad mud roads." The commander said, "No, the army below needs us. Just because we're up here, the anti-army wouldn't dare to use heavy artillery. Let's stay a bit longer, or request our squad to send a plane to replace us." "I'll request the squad for the replacement, radio operator." The radio operator started calling, "Eagle's Nest, Eagle's Nest, Vulture 29 calling, Vulture 29 calling." The squad's response came immediately, "Vulture 29, this is Eagle's Nest. Your fuel should be at the critical level, return immediately." The squad's response was heard by everyone in the aircraft through the intraplane communication circuit. The pilot and co-pilot exchanged glances. "Commander, the squad said so," said the pilot. The commander directly contacted the radio, Eagle's Nest, my aircraft is suppressing the enemy's defensive fire, requesting someone to replace my aircraft." After a brief silence, the response from Eagle's Nest came through, "No go, all reconnaissance planes have been deployed, all reconnaissance planes have been deployed. Return immediately, over." In the cockpit, the commander-cum-navigator side, took off his glasses, and began massaging the Jingming A cup ointment. After a moment of silence, he said, "Radio operator, call Wolf." "Wolf, Wolf, this is Vulture 29 calling." "Wolf, Wolf, this is Wolf, have you spotted the enemy artillery positions?" The voice was distorted through the radio, but the excitement on the other end was still discernible. The radio operator fell silent, turning to look at the commander, their seats back to back. The commander picked up the handset. "No, the call was to inform you we are leaving. Over." "What?" The response on the other end came immediately, dismissing any radio communication protocol. "If you leave now, their artillery will start firing. We will have many, many casualties." I apologize for this, the commander replied, but we're running low on fuel and must return immediately. Isn't there another reconnaissance plane that can take over? All reconnaissance planes are on missions, no one can replace us, the commander said, temporarily turning off the microphone and letting out a long sigh. The ground fell silent. The pilot reminded him, the fuel keeps dropping, and although we have reserve fuel tanks for emergencies, they won't last long. I'm not confident about making a forced landing on Auntie's terrible roads. If the landing gear hit a single pothole or stone during landing, it would be a disaster for both the aircraft and the crew. And Auntie's roads were only about a quarter the quality of the standard roads within the Prasen Empire, filled with potholes and stones. Therefore, even the most experienced Prasen pilot wouldn't dare to make a forced landing on Auntie's roads. The commander didn't answer the pilot, but waited patiently for Wolf's reply. Eventually, everyone's headset relayed Wolf's voice. Understood, wish you a safe journey. The commander said, I also wish you victory. After cutting off the communication, the commander looked at the navigator's station in front of him and ordered, turn to a new heading of 200, we're returning. While the pilot repeated the order, the aircraft tilted and began a counterclockwise spiral. Kluge looked up at the reconnaissance plane turning to leave and cursed, damn it, I thought the Air Force was reliable for once. The commander of the 16th Armored Division asked, what do we do now? My unit has suffered heavy casualties and we're currently stopped in front of Hill 153. The enemy has dug some strange tank entrenchments, and we're not getting anywhere in a shootout. Kluge's lips pursed, his palm clenched into a fist, then released. Finally, he made up his mind, one last try. Order the artillery to begin fire preparation, targeting the enemy's current defensive positions. The 2nd and 3rd Battalions of Armored Grenadiers in the forest are to organize a new wave of attacks during the artillery preparation. Once Wang Zhong confirmed through the bird's-eye view that the enemy reconnaissance aircraft had indeed left, he decisively ordered through the radio transmission, this is White Horse, target the first preset position, fire. Wang Zhong originally planned to leave behind a group of volunteers who would stay in the bomb-proof shelters at the position, withstand the enemy's firepower, and delay the attacking infantry. The main force would then retreat to the secondary position and wait. Yes, under Wang Zhong's command in Araki, layer upon layer of defensive positions were dug, and extensive earthworks were carried out. There was no choice, with only so many troops, constructing more fortifications was essential to face the superior enemy. If he were to write a booklet on defensive warfare after the battle, he would definitely include this. If you do not have enough troops, then prepare more defensive works. Of course, the fortifications built by Wang Zhong had flaws. Firstly, the black soil of Khazarla was too soft, without sufficient concrete. It was almost impossible to build strong underground fortifications. Secondly, the terrain near Araki was too flat. Although forests provided cover, there was a lack of reverse slopes for protection against artillery. Given this situation, Wang Zhong made some designs, with the most important being that the first 2 layers of positions, aside from tank emplacements, had no artillery protection. And because of the entrance structure, the tank emplacements could easily be hit by shells fired from near Araki, so they weren't very protective against artillery either. This design was intentional because the first 2 layers of positions were meant for ambushes, with the 3rd layer being the main defensive line. However, if there were no troops in the first 2 layers of positions when the enemy attacked in the morning, they would still have to prepare for artillery fire on these positions. All of this combat experience didn't originate from Wang Zhong himself, it all came from various booklets he had read. As a military enthusiast, Wang Zhong collected many such booklets, including ones published by our country like How to Fight Tanks and How to Fight Aircrafts, brimming with theoretical knowledge. In summary, by the time Wang Zhong ordered the artillery to fire, his main force had already retreated to the next line of positions, leaving only the volunteers, or should we call them the Dare to Die squad, on the 3rd line. On the 3rd line of positions, there were solid shelters made of the hard-won concrete, in which those hiding could survive a heavy artillery bombardment lasting 2 hours with quite high odds, and these people could then use the machine guns of the position to block enemy attacking units. However, since the enemy's reconnaissance plane had gone, the situation was simpler, you cover me, I cover you, and no one would be able to immediately organize an assault after the artillery fire ceased. The Dare to Die squads, originally the main force, now became an insurance, preventing the enemy from being so audacious as to be able to organize an attack wave immediately after the bombardment. Now, right after Wang Zhong's side fired, the enemy also opened fire. However, Wang Zhong's main force had already pulled out, and the Dare to Die squad left behind were all in strong support points. The enemy infantry in the forest hadn't had time to withdraw. Apparently, they hadn't expected the aircraft overhead to leave. Wang Zhong watched as sections of the forest marked in red disappeared, and couldn't help laughing out loud. Haha, I've won yet another exchange. He checked his watch, it was already 3 in the afternoon. By the time the cover fire ended and the reserve units were committed to a counterattack to recapture the entire position, today's battle should come to an end. He waved his hand, and the battalion commander of the reserve unit climbed onto the tank. General, is it time for us to move out? Yes, the 2nd and 3rd battalions will re-enter the positions we just vacated, and the task of clearing remaining enemy forces in the forest falls to you. The battalion commander saluted, mission accomplished. That response was very much like the army Wang Zhong was familiar with. In the dugout of the 5th Bishansk Regiment's headquarters, the messenger Miss He sighed deeply and said to Colonel Eugene, "Why is there nothing for us to do again? Look at all the excitement over there. Does the general look down on us? Stop talking nonsense." Captain Andrei, who had been assigned to the 5th Bishansk Regiment as the chief of staff, said loudly, "Our assigned positions are also very important. This is the only high ground overlooking the entire plain, and the artillery observation post is located here. If we lose this, the whole situation will become passive." Miss He asked, "How passive?" "Let's put it this way, if we lose this position, the general might sacrifice half a division to recapture it. Even if we lose Araki, this place cannot be lost." Captain Andrei had barely finished speaking when the battalion commander of the 13th Armored Battalion of the 5th Tank Army, Olaf, lifted the curtain at the entrance of the dugout and came in. "My tank operators need water and food." Colonel Eugene had been silent when Miss He complained, but immediately nodded in response to Olaf's words. "I will order someone to fetch it right away." Olaf turned to Captain Andrei and asked, "Who commanded the digging of this dugout? It's quite remarkable. Although the size of the dugout isn't quite suited for our T-26 series and slightly affects the firing angle, if we park the tanks further back and place them on the ramps of the dugout exit, the height is just about right. In such dugouts, even those Prussians would find it difficult to hit us accurately." Captain Andrei, of course, it was General Rokossovsky who commanded the digging of the dugout. It's his unique design, not found in any operational manual or ordnance issued by the Imperial Armored Troops headquarters. Olaf nodded. "I knew that. I was originally a tank operator." His Excellency the Inspector General of Armored Troops would say that a tank's main task is to attack, and keep attacking. The battalion commander imitated the Inspector General's tone. His serious manner actually made him look somewhat comical. "Olaf, if you ask me, that Inspector General is a Prussian fanboy, just like how the Tsar was a lackey of Frederick the Great back in the day. Isn't it strange that, when it comes to radios, the Inspector General suddenly wants to draw a line with the Prussians? The Prussians have radios in every tank, yet we only have them in the platoon leader's vehicle." Captain Andrei felt a bit awkward. "I'm not very familiar with armored troops matters. I studied in the infantry." Colonel Eugene, "I studied minerals." Olaf looked at the colonel in surprise. "What?" "I'm a mine manager, switched to military service according to the Empire's relevant laws." Colonel Eugene shrugged. "I know you too must feel uncomfortable being under my command." Olaf, "Not at all, you have organized the defense very well." Major pointed at Captain Andrei. "It was all his doing. I just oversaw the digging of the anti-shell bunkers. The soil here is somewhat similar to when I was a mine manager. To excavate tunnels safely requires good structural support." At that moment, the telephone rang. Captain Andrei went over to answer it. "It's from the Belensk Regiment." I see." After hanging up, the captain turned to the major. "The artillery observation post saw the tanks in front of us beginning to retreat." Company Commander Olaf laughed. "Well, isn't that right? We destroyed at least 20 of their Mark IIIs and IVs, not to mention the Mark Is and IIS taken out in the highway melee. We've inflicted heavy damage on the enemy division. I originally thought our battalion was done for, but victory turned out to be so easily won. The general told me that my mission was not only to win but also to survive. I thought I wouldn't complete either one, and now I've done both." It was clear. Olaf was very happy. He continued, "It's a pity, though. The general only commands a temporary infantry division. If he were in command of our 5th Tank Army, then maybe we wouldn't have been routed so meaninglessly." The other people in the room exchanged looks. They were miners and infantrymen, so they couldn't point out to Olaf that even if Whitehorse General commanded the T-26s, they probably wouldn't achieve any spectacular results in battle. Olaf went to the command post's observation window, looking at the retreating enemy in the distance. At that time, his second-in-command came in saluting. "Company Commander, the loss count is complete. We have 14 tanks intact. I've reorganized the tank crews that suffered casualties, and we have an 8-man gap for gunners, with 4 extra drivers." After speaking, the second-in-command handed over a clipboard with documents attached. "Take a look." Olaf took the clipboard and read out the names of the fallen tank operators one by one. At this point, runner Miss He said, "General Rokossovsky seems to be able to recite all our names from memory. He's recognized and called people by name several times already in the regiment." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene nodded. "I've heard about that too, but it's normal for such an outstanding military man to be knowledgeable and well-read." Captain Andrei said, "It has a huge impact on boosting morale. The general must have memorized all our names for that reason." Miss He sighed again. I thought after this battle we'd be close to becoming guards. That cloak would be so dapper, but now the fighting has been done by others." Lieutenant Colonel Eugene was about to speak when the artillery outside suddenly stopped. The colonel immediately went to the observation window and joined Company Commander Olaf in looking outside. No more shells fell from the direction of the forest. The enemy's bombardment also stopped almost at the same time. Lieutenant Colonel Eugene asked, "What's happening?" "A tank battle." Company Commander Olaf replied, "I don't know, but I think it should be infantry retaking positions. Today's battle is probably about finished." Miss He declared, "Hey, we missed out on the action again." Captain Andrei looked at him, then turned to Lieutenant Colonel Eugene and suggested, "We should have the priests comfort the soldiers' emotions. Being eager to fight is good, but it's bad if it leads to bottled up emotions." The colonel nodded. "All right. Besides, I'm pretty good at handling these situations. I was a mine manager after all. Come on, Miss He, tell me about it. What's there to say, Colonel? I want to become a guard as soon as possible. That cloak is just too stylish. The colonel shook his head. No, we don't fight for a stylish cloak. We fight to protect our homeland from enemy ravaging. We are. Company Commander Olaf looked at his second-in-command and said, "This sermonizing tone sounds like my mother n/o/vel/b/c/n.c//om." The second-in-command just smiled. At that moment, singing suddenly came from outside the bunker. It was "We'll be found beneath the rubble. Please carry us out of the rubble. Parting forever with our beloved tank. Let the guns fire in salute as the armor parades. To take us on our final journey. Let the guns fire in salute as the armor parades. To take us on our final journey." Olaf stormed to the entrance of the bunker, shouting at those outside, "Why has the perfectly good tanks roaring over the fields been turned into this? Who changed it? Was it you, Kumichi? Come here." The one called Kumichi, a tank operator, approached, reporting, "Company Commander, I was just expressing the sentiment from yesterday's total defeat. We weren't totally defeated. Isn't our battalion still here? We showed those Prasen bastards today. In the future, we'll continue to make them pay. Don't you ever change the song like that again." "Yes, sir." Kumichi saluted. Olaf said, "On second thought, the lyrics about tanks roaring over the fields aren't that great either. Let's sing something more upbeat. How about Dark-Eyed Girl?" With that, Olaf himself started to sing, his cheerful melody echoing over the battlefield. Wang Zhong sighed. After more than an hour of white weapon combat, the infantry had once again expelled the battered Prasen armored grenadiers from the forest and recaptured the first and second positions. Wang Zhong ordered sentries to be left at the positions and gave up the recently secured ground. He had a feeling that tonight, the enemy would also resort to clandestine artillery shelling. If the enemy launched a night attack, the sentries would fire signal flares. This time, the flares would surely call down artillery fire. Before dusk had fallen, the workers accompanying the army began to repair the tanks that had been disabled. Compared to yesterday, today the armored units under Wang Zhong's command had only been damaged, not lost, and should be reparable. Wang Zhong had a premonition that the workers recruited from the tractor factory might end up fighting alongside him throughout the entire battle. When night fell, Wang Zhong returned once more to the division headquarters in the city. As soon as he entered, he heard strange noises. He paused, puzzled, in front of the map room, looking towards the source of the sounds. Pavlov opened the door to the map room. "What's wrong? Why don't you come in?" Wang Zhong pointed in the direction of the noise. "What's going on here?" "Ah, the tribunal's people are interrogating the Prasen pilots your guard captured, trying to extract the location of the enemy airfield." Good lord, was that noise the legendary great memory recovery technique? It was quite loud. "Pavlov, do you want to go take a look?" Wang Zhong shook his head. "No, let's not. How many pilots have we captured?" "2. How many more do you want?" "The planes hit by divine arrow burn up immediately. It's impressive that 2 survived." Pavlov shrugged. "When they were first captured, they were still ranting, accusing us of using divine arrow against aircraft, saying we lacked martial virtue." "Wang Zhong, we're forced into it. If we had an air force, we wouldn't have to do this." As he spoke, he stopped and stared at Pavlov. Pavlov frowned, sensing that things were not so simple, and asked with a stern face, "What's wrong? Every time you look at me like that, I get goosebumps. Just say what you have to say." "Wang Zhong, could you get heavy mortars?" "Pavlov, you never mentioned this to me before, why are you suddenly asking for it now?" Wang Zhong put his hand on Pavlov's shoulder, pulled him into the map room, shutting out the noise of the great memory recovery technique in the corridor, and then answered, "Before, I didn't realize the use of it. Today, when enemy reconnaissance aircraft suppressed artillery support, I realized that mortars are good. They're quiet during launch, and high-flying reconnaissance planes definitely won't see them. The accuracy might be worse, but they fire quickly. And the killing effect of heavy mortars is not much less than that of heavy artillery. We need to have these." Pavlov raised an eyebrow. "You mean, you've only just realized the advantages of this weapon? I thought you, as a genius military strategist, deemed it useless at the start, that's why you didn't ask me for it." Wang Zhong, a bit embarrassed, thought to himself that he was a civilian. How could he know about this? He didn't even like using mortars when playing Steel Division. But he couldn't say this, so Wang Zhong responded, "I graduated last in my class, how could I know these things? Don't remind me of your last place." Pavlov shook his head. "We're almost embarrassed to mention our own military school results. Just admit you were controlling your score to take care of the crown prince, please." Popov laughed heartily. Wang Zhong was embarrassed. What was this? He couldn't even admit to being bad. He really was bad. Never mind, he decided to continue with the important matters. "Anyway, get us mortars quickly, as soon as possible, ideally from Archsukov tonight. That way, when we're suppressed by reconnaissance tomorrow, at least we could use the heavy mortars for covering fire." "Pavlov, I'll do my best. But the situation at Archsukov isn't great either. The enemy on the southern front made significant advances today. They might not have time to consider our equipment request." Upon hearing Pavlov say this, Wang Zhong looked towards the map on the wall. Sure enough, the breakthrough arrow on the southern front had grown longer. Damn it, Wang Zhong thought. The grand encirclement of Kiev on Earth was all thanks to the Central Forces' 2nd Armored Army Group's wild rush, while the slower 1st Armored Army Group on the south was even mocked by the former. And here, he and Duke Myshikin were holding back the 2nd Armored Group, and now the 1st Armored Group on the south began their wild charge. So history is bound to correct itself? Archsukov is just playing out the Kiev script? Wang Zhong looked at that breakthrough arrow, then at the 2 army groups blocking it and asked, how capable are the 8th and 22nd Infantry Army Groups? Can they hold out? Pavlov, if you were in command, maybe they could hold. After all, you're a defense expert trained by Lkov. But these army groups aren't under your command, and as far as I know, their commanders are classmates of the commander of the cut-off 35th Army Group from yesterday. Good grief? Wang Zhong gritted his teeth as he looked at the operation status map. What is the front army headquarters doing? The situation is so obvious now, they should be retreating through the corridor held by us and Duke Myshikin. If they retreat, they can still take part in the defense of St. Yekaterina Fortress. Pavlov, it's possible that His Majesty the Tsar won't allow a retreat. Wang Zhong, what is His Majesty the Tsar doing? And the Crown Prince, hurry and advise him. St. Yekaterina Fortress, 2100 hours at night. Her Highness Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna yelled at General Tijanaia, the chief of the High Command's Military Orders Department. Why can't the order be issued? I have the stamp. The general offered a bitter smile. Your Highness, even if you brought your brother's stamp, it would not allow us to issue the order. We could consider it with His Majesty the Tsar's stamp, of course. This consideration mainly means confirming with His Majesty the Tsar himself. Olga, don't you see? Archsukov is about to be encircled. Of course, we see that. Even if we didn't yesterday, we do today, General Tijanaia said. But the army is not ours, it belongs to His Majesty the Tsar. If His Majesty wants to send the troops to their doom there, we also. Olga, the army belongs to the anti-empire. The general, Your Highness, haven't you been associating too closely with the leaders of the secular faction? Olga, never mind how close I get, don't you all want to save our military at all? There are your friends, students, and old subordinates there, aren't there? General Tijanaia sighed, what can we do about it? Now, whoever tries to persuade His Majesty the Tsar to retreat will be out in the cold. Currently, His Majesty holds the authority over military personnel appointments and dismissals, not the church. No one dares to suggest retreating anymore. General Tijanaia also gave Princess Olga a meaningful look, indicating that he knew one of the big reasons that Tsar was so intransigent was that the princess before him had caused the Tsar to lose face. Ridiculous. Olga shook her head repeatedly, utterly ridiculous. General Tijanaia, Your Highness, be careful not to let your father hear you say that. Olga looked at the general, then what can I possibly do? Just like before, have the logistics department send reinforcements to Major General Rokosov. I've heard that the reinforcements provided by the Crown Prince, in Rokosov's hands, had an extraordinary impact. Olga, can logistics still send supplies now? General Tijanaia replied, sending them from Archsukov right now looks rather dangerous. With the advance of the Prussian army, their frontline airfields have also moved forward. The railway leading to Archsukov is being brutally ravaged by the enemy aircraft. The transportation capacity has already dropped to 15% of what it was. However, the position held by Major General Rokosov can receive ample supplies from other places. The railway hub controlled by Duke Myshikin at Shepetovka can receive our supply trains, and the Duke can then find a way to send the goods to the Major General. What do you plan to send? Olga seemed troubled. I don't know what he needs over there. Can you send a telegram to ask? General Tijanaia, how did you think to send T-34S and B-4 heavy artillery before? Nov. L. B /JNN. Because the previous reports said he destroyed 100 enemy tanks at Upper Pini, and he did it with the T-28, an outdated model. Olga's voice involuntarily rose, so of course, I thought sending T-34S over might allow him to perform even better. General Tijanaia replied, then just like that time, you can find a way to send him T-34S. With the stamp of the Crown Prince and being Her Highness the Princess yourself, wouldn't it be fine to commandeer the freshly produced T-34S from the factories in the city? After considering for a moment, Olga nodded, you do have a point. But I'd have to send the tank crews as well, wouldn't I? Where do I find tank crews? The ones sent before were all for parade purposes. Where do I find crews that haven't been called to the front line yet? There are quite a few tank operators just mobilized, answered General Tijanaia. Why not go to the recruitment stations and dig out those who have received tank operator training? Olga fixed her gaze on General Tijanaia. I suddenly suspect you're deliberately advising me on how to get things done. Oh, I wouldn't presume to do that. I'm just answering the questions posed by Her Highness the Princess. As a military man, of course, I must respond seriously and respectfully to questions from the royal family, General Tijanaia declared, lifting his head proudly. Olga, do you also believe that Major General Rokosov can turn the tide? I don't think so. If he were an army group commander, maybe it would be possible, but he's only a division commander. General Tijanaia shook his head. Olga, I think he ought to be a front army commander. Then he will have to prove he at least has the capability to command an army group. Being able to command a small unit well doesn't mean one can command a large one, Your Highness. Olga bit her lip and returned to the original topic. So what else should I send him? Can't you help me send a telegram to ask? Telegrams take time to decode and lack timeliness. Rather than that, Your Highness, you could go to the church and borrow their choir. Olga's expression brightened suddenly. Right, I could seek help from the choir. Thank you, General Tijanaya. You're welcome, Your Highness. Prussian Army, Amphra Armored Division Headquarters, 2030 HRS. Kluge saw the tank readiness report from the troops, and his brows twisted into knots. You're telling me we lost 146 tanks just in front of this damned city today? A significant number of those were Model 1s and 2s from the 16th. The reporting staff officer even smiled, as if the loss of Model 1 and 2 tanks was no big deal. Kluge glared at the staff officer. The tank operators driving Models 1 and 2, once they switch to new tanks, will become combat-effective forces. Moreover, the survival rate of tank operators is even lower when these two types of tanks are destroyed. How can you laugh about it? The staff officer closed his mouth and put on a straight face. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Kluge paced back and forth with frustration. It was then that the commander of the 16th said, actually, quite a few tanks might be reparable. If we reorganize the surviving crews, we can also put together quite a number of new crews. The loss isn't as great as it seems on paper. But we haven't taken the battlefield, and we can't repair those tanks that are paralyzed on the plains. Although I have no doubt that we will eventually take this city, the problem is that we have so few tanks left to put into the attack tomorrow. As Kluge spoke, he vigorously shook the tank readiness report in his hand. The readiness meant they could be immediately deployed into combat. Kluge, the enemy has strong fortifications, heavy artillery, and at least one infantry regiment that hasn't been committed to the fight. Plus, there are tanks. Before, we thought the enemy only had 1 battalion's worth of T-34s, but now another battalion has popped up. And then there's a battalion's worth of T-26s that have appeared from who knows where. The Prussian army mistook the T-26s firing from the bunkers on Hill 153 for T-34s. Kluge sighed. It looks like we can't do without asking for reinforcements now. Last night, General Mucci seemed ready to shift the entire focus of the armored group's breakthrough to our location. Just then, the door of the armored command vehicle opened, and the guard who opened it reported, the brigade commander of the artillery brigade attached to the group has arrived, and then stepped back to make way. The artillery brigade commander entered the command vehicle, brought his heels together, and saluted, Your Excellency. Kluge returned the salute, eager to ask, where have you reached? Can you start firing now? Anytime. Our 21 centimeters and 17 centimeters heavy guns are all fully deployed. Kluge nodded, then suddenly remembered something and eagerly asked, you didn't stop in the villages, did you? Nor near the farms, threshing floors, or barns. The enemy likes to shell those places. By the time it's about to start. The brigade commander, we have deployed alongside the highway, avoiding any buildings. Kluge breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. The enemy has forced us to the point where we dare not stay in buildings. The whole army is Bivouac King. Welcome to joining the ranks of Bivouac King. The brigade commander, we are already used to it. Kluge, now that you're here, tonight we'll give the enemy a taste of their own medicine. They don't let us stay in buildings, but they do. Let's make sure they don't sleep well tonight. Come here. The artillery brigade commander immediately approached the map table. Kluge, pointing to the map, explained, the enemy is at Hill 153 and has deployed heavy forces in this forest. Then there's the city of Araki, the enemy's rear logistics center. Tonight, conduct fire coverage on these 3 locations, bombard for an hour, and then continue the bombardment with a fire density of 1 shot per minute to disturb the enemy. The artillery brigade commander frowned. Is it necessary to go to that extent? Continuous bombardment means our soldiers also won't be able to rest tonight, or at least not adequately, which will affect tomorrow's firepower density. That's the point? This is a retaliation against the cunning and deceitful General Whitehorse? That bastard stirred us up like this yesterday. We are simply applying what we learned. In the city of Araki, headquarters of the 151st Temporary Infantry Division of the Anti-Army, Wang Zhong, besides mortars, we've got to find a way to deal with the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft. Is there a way to combine 2 divine arrows into 1 to attack the reconnaissance aircraft? Popov, I don't understand the technical stuff. Call Yuka Nyako to ask. Just then, Nelly pushed the door open. Supper is ready. The staff officers in the map room seemed to have been waiting for that call, and immediately relaxed. Wang Zhong looked at Nelly. What are we eating today? And why are you wearing a sailor cap? He looked puzzled at the sailor cap on Nelly's head, feeling it looked somewhat familiar. Nelly, someone suggested I wear a sailor cap since it makes me look more like a duty soldier. Doesn't it look good? Wang Zhong stepped back to take a better look at Nelly. The combination of a maid outfit and a sailor cap seemed oddly fitting. Of course, the key was that Nelly was quite attractive. Wang Zhong nodded seriously. From an academic standpoint, I think the combination is quite nice. Academic. Nelly blinked. When you used to say from an academic standpoint, it meant you were about to hit on that girl. Hey, did I used to have that habit? Nelly, are you trying to hit on me? No, you misunderstood. Just now I was simply expressing my academic opinion, or rather, my aesthetic opinion. Wang Zhong took a step back as if Nelly were some kind of ferocious beast. Aesthetic. Nelly was about to say something when a whistle came from the sky, and this time the shells fell quickly, so quickly that the people in the room hardly had time to react. The ground shook violently, the building seemed to shudder, and dust and pebbles rained down on Wang Zhong's head. Nelly screamed, covering her ears with her hands. Shell after shell fell, and the officers at headquarters scurried to hit the floor. Wang Zhong stepped forward, grabbed Nelly's hand, and led her to a corner of the room. Hold on like this? Like this. He showed Nelly the standard protective posture against shelling, otherwise, you'll get concussion injuries. Nelly nodded, mimicking Wang Zhong's position and crouching in the corner, her sailor cap falling directly to the ground. A shell could fall nearby, and in an instant, the blast wave shattered the map room's windows, spraying glass shards into the room and first cutting through the curtains. The candles in the room were snuffed out by the storm, and the entire room was plunged into darkness. Nelly screamed. The enemy's heavy artillery had made her drop all her defenses and revert to the little girl she originally was. Wang Zhong was still making light of the situation. Screaming is right, it can balance the internal and external air pressure, especially the pressure in the brain. You should scream. Oh. When Wang Zhong started yelling, Nelly calmed down instead and looked at him with contempt. Wang Zhong, yell, it really can balance the pressure inside and outside your brain? Ah. The others in the room exchanged glances and also started shouting, ah. Nelly looked at them, seemed finally convinced, and also started shouting loudly, ah. Hill 153 was also covered. Colonel Eugene assured confidently, as long as we get into the artillery shelter, we're fine against this kind of shelling. I swear the one I dug is strong enough. Commander Olaf of the 13th Armored Division was shocked. Artillery shelter. Colonel Eugene, yes, there's one next to the tanks as well, you can just do as we practiced before. Olaf, our battalion just joined you today, we haven't practiced. Colonel Eugene, with his mouth half open, what? Olaf, bad news, they don't know about the artillery shelter, they'll definitely try to take cover under the tanks. He threw down his cup of coffee, ready to rush out of the shelter. Colonel Eugene grabbed him, don't go. You don't know where the shelter is either. I'll go. With that, the colonel charged out of the shelter first, running and yelling, quick, get to the artillery shelter, tank operators, get to the artillery shelter. Messenger Miss He also dashed out, following the colonel and shouting together, the shelter is on the left, the small path on the left. The enemy's shells kept falling, like gigantic raindrops, each one creating splashes of mud on the ground. The colonel and Miss He, like ants scurrying in a storm, could be flipped by the giant raindrops at any moment and vanish without a trace. Olaf stood at the entrance of the shelter, just about to go out, when Captain Andre dragged him back and pinned him to the ground. Don't go. 2 people are already in danger? The colonel is very familiar with the position, he'll be fine. Olaf got up, maintaining an anti-shell posture, while cursing, damned Prussians? I'm not done with you. I'm not done with you. The bombardment lasted for over an hour, and when it finally quieted down outside, Wang Zhong lifted his head. Somewhere outside a fire had started, and the light from the fire shone through the window, casting a red glow on everything in the room. Wang Zhong checked on Nelly, noticing the girl shivering was good, it meant she was still alive. The next moment, Wang Zhong's flippant words came out, weren't you pretty calm during the bombardment? Nelly, it went by so quickly during the bombing, I didn't even react. Wang Zhong stood up, pulled Nelly to her feet, and then picked up a boat-shaped cap from the ground and placed it on her head. You're wearing a boat-shaped cap now, which means you're a soldier in our army. How can you be afraid of bombardment? After speaking, Wang Zhong took off his own large cap and slapped the dust off it. The others also began to stand up one after another, and Pavlov said, anyone who's dead, speak up. A faint laughter sounded in the room. Popov, I feel like this shell is more powerful than the one that hit us during the day. Has the artillery from the armored division arrived? No sooner had he spoken than another shell fell in the city, causing more dust to fall from the ceiling. Nelly swiftly ducked down again, very quickly. The others didn't rush to take cover but instead looked up, listening for the next shell. It's not coming, they're just firing single shots to harass us, Wang Zhong said. Nelly stood up awkwardly, picking up her boat-shaped cap herself. Wang Zhong, the enemy's heavy artillery group has certainly arrived. He went to the table, struck a match to light the candles, and examined the map. Where will they deploy their heavy artillery group? And how much ammunition do we have left? Pavlov, we used up 1 base number today. The good news is we still have 2 base numbers left. The bad news is that both are stored in separate ammunition shelters, and right now the artillery is working hard to transport the ammunition to the positions. The enemy's second cold shot fell. Everyone in the room showed no intention of taking cover, as if the sound of the shelling were just ordinary thunder. Nelly stood to the side, carefully observing the calm and collected Wang Zhong Count Rakasov in front of the map table. After the third shell fell, Wang Zhong furrowed his brows. This can't keep happening without a response. He picked up the phone receiver. Connect me to Brother Peter. Soon, Brother Peter's voice came through. No enemy planes scouting. Feel free to counterattack. Wang Zhong asked. Then can you hear the enemy's artillery fire? The curvature of the earth will block the sound of gunfire. You know the earth is round, right? Wang Zhong replied. Although I graduated last in my class, I still know that much. There you go. If there are clouds in the sky that reflect the sound of gunfire, I can indeed hear it, but I would only know the direction, not the distance. Do you see any clouds in the sky now? Wang Zhong picked up the phone, went to the window, and looked out, indeed seeing that the sky was clear, with the moon and stars scattered, devoid of clouds. At that moment, Nellie came in with a broom and dustpan. Move aside, I need to sweep up the broken glass. Wang Zhong quickly got out of the way, glanced at Nellie, then continued speaking to Brother Peter. Sorry for the trouble, please continue to monitor the enemy scouts. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong returned to the map and threw the receiver onto the table. Popov asked, send out a night reconnaissance team. Wang Zhong replied, we have no field telephones, and reconnaissance would need to return to report any findings. No, I think we can try to hit Sujin with an artillery barrage along the road. Pavlov countered, what if the enemy has stopped in a village this time, wouldn't that be a waste of ammunition? Although we still have 2 base supplies, given today's rate of ammunition consumption, we won't last long. Wang Zhong felt, I believe the enemy is still transporting on the road. Judging by the intensity of the attacks coming from Duke Myshikin today, our pressure tomorrow will be greater. Disrupting enemy transport is good too. Pavlov pursed his lips and remained silent for a few seconds before saying, you've convinced me, General. Wang Zhong said, telephone? You make the call, after all, you are the chief of staff. Sure. Pavlov had just picked up the receiver when he suddenly sensed something amiss, looking up at Wang Zhong. What do you mean I'm the chief of staff? Is there a hidden meaning in your words? Wang Zhong deflected, it's just your imagination, make the call. At the bunker of the 153rd Highland, 5th Byzansk Regiment's headquarters, Colonel Eugene entered the bunker covered in dirt and took a seat with a thud. Captain Andre asked, what about Misha? Colonel Eugene glanced at Captain Andre, he's gone. He shouldn't have come out with me. I'm someone who has survived 3 mining accidents, 3 times. As he spoke, Colonel Eugene took off his cap and began to twist it violently in his hands as if trying to crush it into a ball. I've survived 3 mining accidents? I even organized rescue operations for 2 of them? Shells can't do anything to me? Misha, the boy, he didn't have such luck. Just then, the colonel saw Olive and changed the subject. The tank operators have all entered the bunker, Captain. They're all right, the shelters I dug will definitely hold. Olive nodded and placed his hand on the colonel's shoulder. Lowering his head, the colonel continued to twist the cap. He never got the Imperial Guard cloak he longed for, never got the cloak. Olive was about to offer words of comfort when the sound of artillery fire came from behind. Olive turned and quickly stepped out of the bunker, looking towards the southeast. The artillery regiment of the 151st Division was well concealed, and even at night, there was no visible flash from firing, but the thundering sound was clear. Colonel Eugene also rushed out of the bunker, standing beside Olive, slapping the abused hat against the walls of the trench. Good. Hit them hard, send them all the way back to Prasen. In the Prasen army, at the headquarters of the Ampra Armored Division. Hearing the blast, acting division commander Kluge immediately left his tent to look in the direction of the explosions. The duty officers also emerged from the armored command vehicle, and Kluge shouted, what was that explosion? What new thing has that damned enemy discovered about us? An officer replied, no reports received. Then go and ask, quickly. Several officers returned to the command vehicle. Kluge watched the rising dust clouds in the distance with a worried expression. 10 minutes later, an officer reported, the enemy's Sujin artillery barrage is advancing along the road. What? Kluge exclaimed in shock, tell the artillery brigade to retreat quickly. They are already retreating, but because of your order, they continue firing, so the withdrawal speed is not very fast. Another officer came out, the artillery brigade has ordered the ammunition vehicles to retreat first, and the crew has left the cannons to seek shelter from the barrage. Kluge scolded himself, who ordered them to keep firing? It was me, damn it. As he spoke, he slapped himself hard on the face, it was my own damned order. Another officer came out, hesitated at seeing Kluge's temper flare and didn't dare report. Kluge demanded, what's the issue? Speak up. The third officer reported, the 23rd Armored Division is on the move as ordered, towards us, they are on the road. And behind them is the 12th Armored Grenadier Division. Kluge exclaimed, no, get off the road. Tell the troops behind to get off the road? Forget how many motor hours you have left, get off the road. Motor hours usually refer to the continuous operating time of an engine before maintenance is needed. However, maneuvering through the field off the highway not only greatly increases the rate of mechanical failures, but it also accelerates the consumption of engine hours. As soon as Kluge finished speaking, a staff officer immediately ran towards the radio vehicle. It was then that Kluge realized, which divisions are moving toward us. The 23rd Armored Division, the 12th Armored Infantry Division. Besides, the 2nd Armored Cluster Command is also moving toward us, but they're not taking the main roads, they're coming from the northwest on small paths. Kluge, and what about Frontline Command Authority? When will I lose command authority? We have not yet received any orders, nor have we been notified of assuming command over the 23rd Armored and the 12th Armored Infantry. Kluge, nonsense. How are we supposed to organize tomorrow's attack? The staff officers looked at each other, then the highest-ranking one answered, we don't know. In Araki, the counterattack began 5 minutes ago. Wang Zhong looked at the ceiling, did they stop shelling us with cold artillery? Pavlov glanced at his watch, it's been 5 minutes since they fired, it stopped. Damn, you won the bet again. As he spoke, he patted Wang Zhong on the shoulder. Popov, in the future, will the Prussian army establish a regulation that artillery positions can't be set up in towns or along highways? Wang Zhong, possibly. The future trend in artillery is motorization, which would then actually require deployment on highways. This was Wang Zhong's experience from wargame Red Dragon, where during 1v1 ranked games, both sides kept close watch on enemy artillery positions, hence self-propelled artillery had to be placed on roads to quickly maneuver following a firefight, or else they'd be caught by enemy counterfire. Nov. L. B/JNN. Towed artillery, the kind that's inconvenient to move, was completely obsolete. But whether game experience would be of much use in reality was another question. Pavlov, self-propelled artillery, huh? Popov, looks like we'll finally get a good night's sleep. Wang Zhong, have the casualty numbers from the troops come in yet? Not yet, the shelling caused some chaos, it might take another half hour to reach us. Pavlov looked at his watch, you should go rest. You've been running around the front lines all day today. If the soldiers don't see you at the front tomorrow, they will start imagining things, dealing a fatal blow to morale. Wang Zhong thought for a moment and realized Pavlov had a point. He was indeed exhausted today, having ridden his horse around since the early morning, and later in Tank 422 as well, feeling so fatigued like lead was poured into him that it wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed at any moment. Then I'll go rest. Nelly immediately responded, the bed is already made, but I'm not sure if you can sleep after the recent shelling. I'll go check, wait a moment. Having said that, Nelly quickly left. Wang Zhong yawned deeply. Popov, you better sleep quickly, maybe you should call Ludmila back to help you sleep more soundly. Please, spare me. Wang Zhong revealed a wry smile. Under these conditions, asking for my public grain is just poking fun at me, isn't it? Who's asking for your public grain? I meant, you should rest well in the tender harbor of your loving wife. Wang Zhong, I'd rather choose to sleep like a baby in the embrace of my mother. Do you understand what I mean by a mother's embrace? Ludmila is indeed virtuous, capable of doing everything that a mother can, but she has more of a young girl's feel, lacking in maternal radiance. Pavlov, what about Nelly then? She seems quite like your nanny. Wang Zhong was taken aback and looked at the staff chief who had a bear-like stature and was somewhat balding. Nelly? Maternal? Are you sure? I just said she's like a nanny. Look at all the jobs she's doing. Popov, that's what an orderly does, it's all the same. As they spoke, Nelly came in. The bed's ready. I've also warmed some water for you. I can help you wipe down before you sleep. It can help relieve fatigue. Wang Zhong stared at Nelly. For a moment, he truly felt a mother-like glow radiating from Nelly, but that was ultimately an illusion. Pavlov nudged Wang Zhong, go on, General. Have a good rest after wiping down. Wang Zhong nodded and followed Nelly out of the command post. Popov looked at Pavlov, aren't you taking an orderly with you? I have an orderly, the old man who made tea for me this morning is my butler, Pavlov said. Popov, I see. No wonder the coffee tasted so good. It was tea, Pavlov corrected. Just then, the phone suddenly rang. Pavlov, at this hour. Although puzzled, he still answered the phone. Division headquarters, Pavlov speaking. What? When was this heard? All right, I'll head to the sanctuary with the regiment commander immediately. After hanging up, Pavlov looked at Popov. The choral heard a hymn from St. Yekaterina Fortress, for us. And the other side is still in a state of hymnal, so we can communicate with them. Popov stood up, then we must hurry over, this state won't last long. Pavlov turned to a staff officer and shouted, go get the regiment commander down here. When Wang Zhong entered the sanctuary, his hair was still dripping. Su Fang saw him entering, and was about to speak when she suddenly remembered she was in communication, and gave a meaningful glance to the female guardian army beside her. Wang Zhong was puzzled. What does that mean? She can't talk now. The female guardian army explained, she is currently synced with the hymn monk in the capital. Whatever she says, they will say the same thing there, and vice versa. Wang Zhong nodded, then asked, what did she say just now? Another member of the guardian army brought over a notebook to Wang Zhong. Written on the notebook was, Princess Olga Nikolaevna Antonovna is asking General Rokossovsky if his unit needs assistance, and what kind of assistance is needed. Wang Zhong turned his head and exchanged glances with Pavlov. He decided to ask first when this support could arrive. Even if the princess were to send 200 T-34 tanks, that would still take time and they would likely be intercepted by the enemy's air force en route. Wang Zhong, Your Highness, may I ask how long it will take for our reinforcements to arrive? Su Fang immediately repeated Wang Zhong's words, parroting them exactly. Then she fell silent. Obviously the other side was discussing how to respond. One could anticipate the current situation. Sending reinforcements to Araki would be quite a challenge. While waiting, Wang Zhong gradually formed an idea of what kind of reinforcement to request, a kind that could disregard the battlefield situation, reach Araki by tomorrow, and be effective. When Wang Zhong had made up his mind, the response came from the other end, and Su Fang spoke, Your Excellency, considering the current battlefield situation, we can only send reinforcements to Shepetovka first, and then have Duke Myshakin organize the transport. If we leave immediately, we can reach Shepetovka by dawn the day after tomorrow. That meant no matter what, they would arrive only the day after tomorrow. After all, even the princess couldn't instantly get what Wang Zhong needed and immediately organize a train. After organizing the train, loading it would take additional time. Wang Zhong was about to speak when Sufang said, "Additionally, I've intercepted 30 newly produced T-34 tanks from the factory. They are being loaded onto a train, which should depart by tomorrow." See, Wang Zhong thought, it sure wasn't possible to send them immediately. Waiting for these 30 T-34 tanks to reach Shepatovka would also take until the day after tomorrow. Indeed, what he should request was precisely the kind of reinforcement he had just considered, effective by tomorrow. Wang Zhong, Your Highness, we urgently need Air Force support. I've received Air Force support in Luftwaffe and Upper Pinyi. I need MiG-3S to tackle the enemy's high-altitude reconnaissance planes, and I need IL-2S to clear the enemy on the ground. I hope they can appear above Araki by tomorrow. Additionally, I need reconnaissance planes to scout the enemy's artillery positions. After Wang Zhong finished speaking, Sufang almost had recited in full, and the sanctuary quieted down again. The response came quickly this time. "Sufang, is that all you need?" "Wang Zhong, those are the most urgent at the moment. I'm facing 2 armored divisions, too. And we've just been shelled by 21 centimeters heavy artillery, which is the enemy army group's level of heavy artillery. Tomorrow, we might face the enemy's army group main force." As he said this, Pavlov and Popov both widened their eyes because there was no intelligence report indicating that the army group main force would attack tomorrow. Wang Zhong was bluffing, exaggerating the situation to be as dire as walking on eggshells, to more conveniently demand supplies. The reply also came very quickly. "Understood, I will immediately make a request to the Air Force. I guarantee you will have our planes covering you tomorrow. Do you have any other requests?" Wang Zhong signaled to Pavlov, "I need the following supplies." Pavlov took out his little notebook and began to read. Sufang repeated as she read, but halfway through, she suddenly stopped. Wang Zhong urged her, "Keep reading." "It's cut off," Sufang answered. "It's been too long." Wang Zhong, "Can such a connection be established again?" Popov answered on behalf of Sufang, "This type of connection requires a lot of resources for the mass, which we can't manage right now." Sufang added, "And having just done such a synchronous communication, I estimate I won't be able to chant hymns for a while." As she spoke, she yawned a long yawn and visibly showed signs of fatigue. It was evident that maintaining that kind of connection took a heavy toll on her spirit. In this world, these supernatural things were useful, but somehow not that useful. Is Divine Arrow powerful? It is, but when targeting ground units, the opponent's use of smoke can blind it. In targeting air units, if the enemy flies at an extremely low altitude, they can still escape, since besides Yekaterina, the others need to maintain continuous visual contact. Is Brother Peter's hearing amazing? That's also impressive, but that's about it. And so it goes with Sufang's communication as well. Is it powerful? Definitely. If it weren't for Sufang in Upper Pinyi, Wang Zhong's small unit would have already been annihilated. But the reason they could summon a KV last time was because Wang Zhong's brother was a staff officer at the Front Army headquarters. Then there were so many limitations to this means of communication. N/O/vel/B//jn.C//OM. In the current situation, one cannot ask for more, and Wang Zhong nodded to Sufang, "Get some good rest, you've been a great help." Sufang laughed, looking very happy. Nellie stared at her intently, like a cat sensing a threat, bristling and hissing menacingly. Wang Zhong completely ignored this little fray, turned to Pavlov and said, "As long as His Highness can muster the Air Force, tomorrow will be much easier. Simply driving away the enemy's reconnaissance planes would be a huge help." Pavlov laughed, "Of course. But I'm really worried that the lie you just told will come true, and if we face the main force of the 2nd Armored Group tomorrow, even with the Air Force, it will be very difficult." Wang Zhong waved his hand. "No worries, Duke Maishikin is holding up well. He will attract the main force of the enemy's 2nd Armored Group." Pavlov nodded. "Indeed, thank goodness for Duke Maishikin. I'm almost ready to toast to the Duke's health." "Great, there's something to celebrate, let's drink a little." Wang Zhong turned to Nellie, "How about a small drink today?" "Nellie, a little drink helps with sleep, I have no objections." Wang Zhong burst into laughter, looking genuinely delighted, since the Air Force might come to their support tomorrow. He hugged Nellie and vigorously rubbed her head. Nellie recoiled in alarm, grabbing her askew boat-shaped hat with her hand. But Wang Zhong had already turned away to speak to Pavlov. "We're going to attack Araki with full force," said General Heinz Wilhelm von Mauch to the division commanders, leaving behind 2 armored grenadier divisions to tie down the heavy forces at Shepatovka. They are mainly infantry, lacking the ability to advance in the open field. The Army Group Chief of Staff added, "Aerial reconnaissance indicates that they also have a mobile tank force, but we can leave that to the bombers and 88mm guns to deal with." General von Mauch, "Thank you for that addition. Tomorrow, we will commit the remaining forces of the Amphra Division and the 16th Armored, as well as the 23rd and 12th Armored Grenadiers. Whether we take Araki or not, the main force of our group will pass south of Araki. The brilliant idea from His Majesty the Emperor has significantly delayed our rush to the enemy's capital. We can't waste any more time. Being held up by the enemy for 2 days here is already too long. Too long." At this point, a communications staff officer entered the conference room, saluted, and reported, "The artillery brigade reinforcing the Amphra division was hit by enemy fire, losing 2 21 cm heavy guns and 1 17 cm heavy gun. There are several casualties, and they are currently changing positions." General von Mach, what happened? Did the enemy have aerial reconnaissance? How did they discover our artillery positions? The artillery brigade deployed by the roadside, and the anti-army used Sujin barrages to cover the entire road. Additionally, the 23rd Armored also came under enemy artillery fire while on the march. General von Mach's eyebrows furrowed. What's going on? What are the losses? Minor, because it was a Sujin barrage. It didn't repeatedly bombard the same segment of the marching column, and there was time to scatter and avoid shelling. However, the 23rd Armored reports that their deployment in Araki will be later than scheduled. General von Mach cursed. Unacceptable. Have them deploy on time as planned? I left redundancy in the plan to deal with such things. Tomorrow morning, we must surround Araki. We need to completely annihilate this small enemy force, just like smashing a walnut with a hammer. After a brief pause, he added, do not fear the enemy's bombardment. Continue advancing on the road. As long as we move quickly enough, the enemy can't inflict significant losses on us. At 4:30 on August 5th, inside the city of Araki, Wang Zhong, though he drank a little yesterday, woke up at this time due to his biological clock. Whether it was the alcohol or the reassurance of Air Force support, he had slept very well, and when he opened his eyes, he felt more energized than ever. Just as he finished dressing and was about to call Nelly, the whistling of artillery shells pierced the air. Without a word, Wang Zhong hit the deck. The next moment, a barrage of shells fell upon the city. Damn it, shouted Wang Zhong, didn't we hit the enemy's artillery positions yesterday? How can there still be so many heavy guns? Of course, because that was an artillery brigade. The intense bombardment lasted about an hour. When the explosions subsided, Wang Zhong stood up, and Nelly entered at that moment. You're all right. What, you were hoping something happened to me, said Wang Zhong, slipping on his shoes haphazardly and striding out of the bedroom. Nelly, aren't you going to eat breakfast? Wang Zhong, if they're shelling this early, there must be something happening. Saying this, he dashed down to the first floor and barged into the map room. Pavlov, with a grave expression, was holding the phone. How many troops? What amount of troops did you see? Wang Zhong grabbed the receiver abruptly. This is Rokosov, what did you see? As he asked the question, he switched to a bird's-eye view and realized that the observation from Hill 153 was a light, indicating the call was from the artillery observation post on Hill 153. He immediately checked the situation and was stunned. It wasn't his own vision that highlighted the enemy, but there were so many of them that he could see, without any highlighting, the overwhelming number of the enemy. A tidal wave of enemy armored forces and infantry lines was surging toward Hill 153. Over the phone, shouts came through. This is the observation post on Hill 153. A massive number of enemies is heading our way. A massive number? Commence firing immediately. Commence firing immediately. Wang Zhong bellowed. Hold on, I'm figuring out a solution right now. At this time, he still thought that the enemy had simply switched their direction of attack. For such a scenario, he had already prepared a plan to move the T-34S to the hillock side edge of the forest to form a crossfire. No sooner had he hung up the phone than the ringtone chimed in again. He could only pick up the receiver once more. I am Rokosov, speak. This is the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Byshansk Regiment. We have a large number of tanks maneuvering on the eastern side of our position. The position of the 2nd Battalion of the 5th Byshansk Regiment was to the east of the city, mainly responsible for guarding the artillery positions. They were also a reserve force, ready to be mobilized to the northern forest for a slaughter if necessary. Wang Zhong didn't ask for details. Instead, he chose to overview the situation himself. What he saw was that there were also at least a battalion of tanks maneuvering on the east side of Araki.Nov, L.B//JNN. Where did all these tanks come from? At that moment, in the northern forest, flares soared into the sky. Those were signals shot by the sentries at the 1st and 2nd ambush positions, indicating that the enemy had infiltrated the forest. The enemy was charging in from all directions. Wang Zhong reassured them, don't panic. Lower the B-4 heavy artillery for direct fire. I'll think of something. Before he could hang up that call, another telephone rang, and Pavlov picked up the receiver. Division headquarters, speak. What? Wang Zhong dropped his handset and snatched Pavlov's. I am Rokosov, speak. The voice of Brother Peter came from the other end. Stukas? The roaring sound of Stukas. I'm not sure how many, at least 30 aircraft. Wang Zhong was stunned for a moment, then instinctively responded, hold on. I'm thinking of a solution. Brother Peter retorted, I don't even have a gun, what's there to hold? General, you have to hang in there. In such a situation, if you can't hold on, morale will collapse in an instant, like an avalanche. Thanks to Brother Peter's words, Wang Zhong's mind cooled slightly. Indeed, if he panicked, it would quickly spread throughout the troops, and even a defensible situation would become untenable. He had to remain calm and composed, making the best use of everything he had at hand. Thank you, monk. Thank you, he said. You're welcome, Brother Peter replied. Wang Zhong set down the handset. The phone rang again, but Wang Zhong did not pick it up. Instead, he left the spot for Pavlov to take over. Turning around, he noticed Nelly standing worriedly at the doorway. Wang Zhong's brief loss of composure had not yet spread to the troops, but it had already shaken Nelly considerably. Nelly asked, is the situation very bad? Wang Zhong gave a faint smile. We've been through worse than this. Get me coffee, make it strong. Nellie nodded and turned to leave. Looking over the map on the desk, Wang Zhong quickly made a decision. Order the heavy artillery regiment to cover the forest. Infantry are soft targets and are especially afraid of heavy artillery. The remaining T-34s should move to the flank of Hill 153 as originally planned to relieve the high ground first. Pavlov nodded, picking up the phone to begin issuing the orders. Popov asked, "Aren't you going to personally lead the tanks?" Wang Zhong replied, "With so many enemies, a single tank can't change much now. That's one thing. Secondly, although I am not inside tank 422, the red flag is still hanging there. The soldiers will be as inspired by seeing the flag as they would be by seeing me." After Pavlov issued the orders and returned, he asked Wang Zhong, "What about the Stukas? They should be almost here." Wang Zhong replied, "We can only rely on the divine arrows now. Hopefully, the Prasen Air Force is still as afraid of death as ever." On Hill 153, the soldiers of the anti-tank artillery battalion were rushing to their gun positions with 45mm anti-tank shells. During the enemy's fire preparation, people and ammunition hid behind the counterslope gun shelters. Now that the enemy started their assault, it was time to occupy the position at once. Although Hill 153 was called a high ground, its entire slope was very gentle. The anti-tank gun positions were set up on the smooth gradient, with only the trenches housing infantry in front for protection. The Prussians, believing in their absolute superiority, did not use smoke bombs but chose to let the firepower of their tanks take full effect. At this very moment, the enemy's assault wave was fast approaching the foot of the high ground. Following the order to open fire, the anti-tank guns began to shoot. Predetermined firing data ensured that the first volley from 8 anti-tank guns resulted in 8 hits. Only 3 tanks stopped, with their crews jumping out to take cover on the spot. The remaining 5 continued to advance. Apparently the shells had not penetrated them, and they had not spotted the position of the anti-tank guns. As the second round of firing from the anti-tank guns began, it could no longer be called a volley. Every gun crew received orders to fire the shells as quickly as possible. Lieutenant Maximov was in command of a 45mm anti-tank gun. His crew consisted of 20 men, 8 of whom were responsible for transporting the shells from the rear gun shelters to the front line, 3 to manage the horses, with the rest located near the gun crew. Maximov was in charge of designating targets and calling out the firing data. Gunner Karamazov was responsible for the aiming, and the rest were loaders, each holding a 45mm armor-piercing shell. "Fire!" Maximov shouted. The muzzle of the gun spouted flames and recoiled, ejecting the still smoking shell casing onto the ground. The floor was already littered with 7 or 8 shell casings, all emitting smoke. After a stray shell hit his head, Karamazov yelled, "Load," and then toppled backward, falling among the smoldering casings. Seeing this, Maximov immediately rushed behind the gun mantelet to take the gunner's place. At the same time, the loader stuffed a shell into the breech and swiftly completed the locking mechanism. Maximov rotated the traverse wheel, aligning the cannon with the targeted driver's viewing slit and then violently pulled the firing lanyard. The cannon roared as the spent casing was ejected from the breech, and the armor-piercing shell struck the observation window with a flash of white light. The tank did not stop moving, but its crew burst out of the hatches and jumped to the ground on both sides of the tank. "Good!" Maximov shouted, "Load another round." Another shell was loaded into the gun. Maximov pressed his eye to the sight, searching for the next target. He saw a Panzer IV and aimed the reticle at the driver's viewing port. What worked for the Panzer III should work for the Panzer IV too. Maximov fired, and then realized he had forgotten to adjust the gun sight's range scale. Due to the incorrect range setting, the shell flew high, striking the tank turret's mantelet and leaving a significant dent but failing to penetrate. "Load!" Maximov shouted, simultaneously adjusting the range scale based on the target. By the time he had adjusted it, the tank had already stopped and was turning toward his direction. Damn! That was all Maximov had time to think before everything went black. When he regained consciousness, all he could see was the clear blue sky. He got up to find the cannon toppled over on the ground, its mantelet completely gone. The assistant gunner lay atop the cannon's trail and other loaders were scattered on the ground. Clearly, a direct hit from the enemy's short 75 howitzer had wiped out Maximov's gun crew. Dazed, Maximov looked around and noticed another gun crew not far away. Thinking at least he could go there and serve as a loader, he stood up and staggered toward the position. Suddenly, someone grabbed him from behind and tackled him to the ground, then rolled him into a communication trench between gun positions. "Are you mad? Just walking over there, you wouldn't have had enough lives to spend," the man who had saved Maximov yelled. Judging by the uniform, the rescuer was an infantry lieutenant, albeit with a somewhat youthful face. The 5th Byshinsk Regiment rarely had such young faces, most were robust men in their 30s. Maximov was about to thank the lieutenant when he heard a shout from a nearby position, "Bring the ammunition quick. We've run out of shells." Maximov peered out of the trench and saw 2 gunners, carrying an ammo box, just as they crested the top of Hill 153 and dashed toward the calling gun position. In the blink of an eye, a high explosive shell landed between the 2 men, blowing them to the ground. The ammo box they were carrying split open, revealing the yellow shells inside. Maximov mustered his strength, rushed out of the trench towards the busted ammo box. "Damn, won't you listen?" The lieutenant popped his head out and, seeing Maximov going for the shells, pulled out a captured Prasen smoke bomb from his belt, pulled the pin, and threw it behind Maximov. The white smoke spread quickly behind Maximov. He didn't care about that. He just picked up the broken box, shoved the fallen shells back in, and carried the box back toward the gun position. "Ammo's coming," he yelled as he ran. The gun commander of that cannon exclaimed, "Maximov, your gun." He glanced at the neighboring gun site and abruptly cut himself off. "Maximov, you've come at the perfect time. Load quickly." "Maximov, I'll get more ammo. Wait for me." With that, he turned and dashed into the smoke, sprinting over the crest of the hill and then running towards the ammo storage dugout. 5 minutes later, Maximov, carrying an ammunition box, returned to the front of the high ground, only to find that the position he had just left had been obliterated, likely by a short 75 howitzer blast. Maximov blankly stared at the place where the gun position used to be for a few seconds, then suddenly remembered the most important thing now was to hold back the attack. So he rushed over to the cannon, gave it a cursory check to ensure it could fire. Then, he saw the sight was gone. Without a word, Maximov removed the scope and its related support components, forcibly punching a hole in the gun shield. He aimed through this hole and loaded the shell himself. "Die, Prussians." Maximov fired. As expected, aiming through the hole in the gun shield yielded no positive results. This shell passed by the enemy tank's head. Maximov reloaded himself, then continued to aim through the hole. This time the precise shot hit the tank's tracks, stopping the Panzer IV. Maximov continued to load, but the enemy's tank forces had already begun to ascend the slope. A Panzer IV with the tactical number 2316 turned its barrel and aimed at Maximov. Just then, an armor-piercing shell fired from the side struck Tank 2316. Unlike the poor destructive effect of the 45mm armor-piercing shells, this side shot set Tank 2316 ablaze immediately. Maximov turned to the direction from which the armor-piercing shell had come, and saw a stroke of red through the trees. It was General Rokossovsky's red flag. General Rokossovsky had arrived. They were saved. At the same time, in the northern woods of Araki, when the shells fell, Prussian soldiers all hit the deck. However, these were 152mm heavy artillery shells, the shockwaves and overpressure of which could also inflict massive casualties. Not to mention the secondary damage caused by trees shattered by the explosions. Most wood splinters weren't lethal, but being impaled by them hurt 1,000,000 times more than being hit by shrapnel. Even for the elite Prussian armored grenadiers, being punctured in the face by such splinters could put them out of action. Heavy artillery shells continued to rain down, and the storm of wood chippings swept through the armored grenadiers' ranks. However, the forest had been bombarded many times by both sides yesterday, leaving numerous craters on the ground that provided temporary shelters for the armored grenadiers to dodge the artillery fire. In addition, the artillery bombardment had cleared the forest of mines. While some may remain, as long as one stuck to the paths with craters, they would definitely avoid the mines. Even under artillery fire, the armored grenadiers pressed on until the anti-army's machine guns started firing. Wang Zhong left a guard unit in the solid support points and behind them, in the anti-artillery shelters. They would hold off the approaching Prussian soldiers until the main forces could enter the positions. The machine guns swept through the forest, preset firing solutions ensured deadly accuracy, and anyone daring to stand up would be turned into a sieve. Prussian soldiers kept crawling forward. Prussian machine gunners set up their guns in the craters and returned fire, but the interference from trees skewed their distance estimation, making their suppressing fire rather ineffective. Suddenly, a heavy artillery shell hit a crater, blowing the machine gun team stationed in it sky-high. Wang Zhong put down the receiver, having just confirmed through the phone call that there would be no immediate issues in the northern forest, and with T-34 support, Hill 153 should be able to hold on for a while. The most precarious situation was actually at the 5th Belchinsk Regiment, 3rd Battalion's position on the eastern side. If this position were breached, the enemy would enter the forest and soon discover the artillery positions. "Grigory," he called out loudly. The sergeant major entered with his submachine gun and saluted. Wang Zhong said, "Take the guard company and reinforce the 5th Belchinsk Regiment, 3rd Battalion positions on the east side. Defend the artillery. Also, tell the B-4 heavy artillery unit to organize direct fire support. Make sure the shells keep falling on the enemy's offensive line. Organize the firepower and don't fire them all at once." Loading the B-4 required a crane from the ammunition truck and was extremely slow, but by properly timing the firing sequence, they could ensure there was always a 203mm shell landing on the front line. Grigory saluted and quickly left. Popov stood up. "I'll go and pull out the Guardian army from the city. They may not be well trained, but they know the city's layout well. After all, it is their homeland." "Go ahead," Wang Zhong said, extending his hand toward Popov. Popov took it. "You take care too. There are so many enemies this time, don't charge as fiercely as before." "I'll try," Wang Zhong answered with the same reply as the former commander of the 13th Armored Battalion used to. When Grigory arrived at the position of the 5th Belchinsk Regiment, 3rd Battalion, the young men of the B-4 Heavy Artillery Company had already flattened their guns behind the makeshift shelters. The shelter was a simplified version of Wang Zhong's tank shelters, with only one layer to protect the B-4 Heavy Artillery vehicle and provide simple covering for the gun barrel. But it was just simple cover. After all, when this thing fired, it made such a racket that everyone could see it clearly, even through the woods. Grigori ran to the artillery company commander, squatting low, and yelled, "The general orders you to fire in sequence and maintain a continuous rate of fire." The commander shouted, "We can't fire all at once anyway, some guns are only being set down and moved after firing their last round. They're now loading." Grigori peeked at other gun positions only to notice that the other 3 guns were approaching the shelters at a snail's pace. The commander continued, "The projectiles and cartridge cases are so heavy that it's far too slow and risky to move the guns while they're loaded. Accidents could happen, like having charges and shells slip out of the barrel." Then, the gunner operating the crane on the ammunition truck yelled, "Projectile hoisted in place." 2 more gunners immediately used gigantic tools to jam the shell into the barrel. The crane operator then hoisted the cartridge case onto the slides behind the barrel. The cartridge bag is ready. Again, 2 gunners worked to push the cartridge case into the barrel with their tools. Finally, after a long wait, the 4th gunner closed the breech, completing the locking procedure. The gunner started aiming. The cannon had to be set to a specific angle for each loading, otherwise, the shell wouldn't fit. But conversely, for flat shooting, this reduced the process of elevating the barrel, objectively speeding up the rate of fire. The gunner made a rough adjustment to the cannon's horizontal orientation, didn't touch the elevation gear at all, and just stepped back to pull the rope, ready to fire. The commander raised his hand high and chopped down like a knife. The gunner pulled the lanyard with force, and the cannon roared deafeningly. The blast from the muzzle even made the trunk of a large birch tree convulse like it was shuddering. The shell landed within a kilometer in the middle of enemy formation, making the earth seem like it was the surface of the sea, bulging up and then exploding upwards. 2 tanks were swallowed up by the explosion. The lighter Panzer IV was lifted off the ground and tumbled several times before landing upside down. The tank operator, his brain jumbled from the shaking, climbed out from the bottom hatch of the tank only to be met with machine gun fire from the 3rd Battalion's position. The platoon leader watched the effects for a few seconds and exclaimed, "It's more effective than I thought. Load quickly. Prepare gun 2. Why haven't you moved the gun into cover? Never mind, is gun 3 ready? Fire when you are ready." No sooner had the words left his mouth than gun 3 fired, the muzzle blast even reaching the spot where Grigori stood. "Grigori, you'll be spotted by the enemy, this is too loud. Nov. L. B /JNN. Platoon leader, indeed. I'm figuring the enemy's artillery barrage will be coming any minute now, so we need to shoot as quickly as possible. Sergeant Major, please leave. The 3rd Battalion will need a veteran soldier like you." After speaking, the platoon leader saluted Grigori though his rank was lower than the sergeant major's. Grigori returned the salute earnestly and then led the guard platoon rushing towards the 3rd Battalion's position. The Prasen Army's 23rd Armored Division, 1st Armored Battalion, was subjected to the direct fire of anti-army's heavy artillery. The battalion commander, who had been observing the situation behind the front line of the whole battalion's attack, became restless upon seeing the enormous eruption of earth, referring to the blast of a 203mm shell. "Where is the enemy's heavy artillery? All units, pay attention and locate the enemy's heavy artillery," he shouted over the radio. "This looks like direct fire. The artillery must be within our line of sight." Just after he finished speaking, someone responded, "In the forest to our west. Look quickly, Commander." The moment the commander turned his binoculars, he saw large plumes of white smoke in the forest, and the trees swaying from side to side in the wind. The next moment, shells landed on the battalion's line, halting 2 tanks in their tracks. "Commander, all tanks, be advised, there's heavy artillery hidden in the woods on your right. Focus fire immediately. I repeat, focus fire." The tanks of the 23rd Division's 1st Battalion immediately turned their barrels. Although the battalion had not yet reached the passing line set by General Mucci, they took decisive action. All for victory? The 50mm gun of the Panzer III and the short-barreled 75mm howitzer of the Panzer IV opened fire, quickly engulfing the forest in flames from the explosions. Grigori rushed into the 3rd Battalion's trench, yelling, "Where's your battalion commander?" "He's been killed," a captain shouted back. "I'm the commander now, what do you need?" "I'm here to support you." Just as Grigori finished speaking, the enemy's tank guns began hitting their mark, firing a mix of calibers. Behind the position, the heavy artillery battery continued to fire, and one 203mm round struck a Panzer IV directly, shattering it instantly, with parts raining down from the sky like a downpour. Several Prasen soldiers were hit by the falling debris, knocking them unconscious on the spot. The enemy immediately fired a second round of direct fire, and something exploded at the artillery battery. Witnessing the fireball, the fresh recruits in the battalion were petrified. Some even began to leave the trench and run towards Araki city. Grigori shouted, "Under His Majesty the Tsar's latest order, surrender or desertion is treason, punishable by execution." As he spoke, he raised his submachine gun and fired a dozen shots into the sky. The deserters stopped. Then they were hit in the back by the enemy's machine gun fire and fell into the trench like a burst sack from outside the trench. Grigori kicked away the coward and bellowed, "I'm a guard of General Rokossovsky, and the general has sent his guard platoon. The star of victory will shine upon you." No sooner had he spoken than another B-4 howitzer fired, causing a huge fireball to rise on the enemy's attack front. Prasen Army, 23rd Armored Division, 66th Armored Reconnaissance Battalion. The reconnaissance battalion's motorcycles followed right behind the 1st Armored Battalion, and by this time the observer in the sidecar had completed the range finding and picked up the radio handset to call in, Wolf's Den, this is Hare, we've located a suspected enemy heavy artillery position. As the B-4 artillery fired from within the forest, concealed by dugouts and other types of cover, the reconnaissance battalion's observer could not tell exactly what type of heavy artillery was firing, so he reported as such. Coordinates as follows, please arrange fire support as soon as possible, over. After speaking, the observer took up his binoculars and quietly waited for the first shell to fall. He didn't have to wait long. A 17 centimeters heavy shell landed in the forest, but it missed by quite a bit, failing to hit the enemy's heavy artillery. The observer picked up the handset again. This is Hare, call for fire adjustment, X. Y, adjustment complete. Soon the second trial shot fell, landing about 800 meters south of the impact of the first shell. Observer, this is Hare, fire adjustment. Moments later, the third heavy shell fell, hitting the forest precisely. Something inside the forest detonated violently, sending a fireball soaring into the sky. Highland 153, command post of the 5th Vyshinsk Regiment. Major Eugene, binoculars in one hand and a clenched fist in the other, exclaimed, good, well done, wipe them out. He was cheering on the T-34 that had appeared on the flank of the high ground. Unable to resist, Captain Andre said, Major, you've turned into a cheerleader since just now. Major Eugene, it's not like I can do anything else, I'll just command you, right? Then you should go inspect the positions, Captain Andre replied. The enemy tanks are approaching, and the new recruits in the troops must be very scared now. You need to encourage them. Me? Are you sure? A miner encouraging the soldiers. Captain Andre glanced at Major Eugene. Just carry yourself with some presence, put on the air you had when scolding the miners at the mine. The appearance of a strict father figure kind of officer can greatly benefit morale in such times. Major Eugene took a deep breath. Fine, I'll go make a round. Captain Andre, if you really don't know what to say, just pat the soldiers on the shoulder and tell them the general is watching us. After all, the general's tank is on the flank, and everyone can see that red flag. Major Eugene nodded, squeezed out of the bunker, and ran along the trench with his back bent, firmly patting the shoulder of every soldier he met. Hold on. Don't be afraid. The general is watching us. By the time he had patted who knows how many, someone shouted, look quick, the general is covered in smoke. Major Eugene stopped and, like everyone else, stuck his head out of the trench to look towards the forest. Pink smoke had enveloped the T-34 tanks in the woods, and the general's banner was no longer visible. The enemy tanks were still firing, with more pink smoke completely covering the tree line. The side fire from the T-34 fell silent. More terrifying was the sharp, dreadful howling sound coming from the sky. This was the first time Major Eugene had heard that sound, and goosebumps immediately rose on the back of his neck. He had heard from the old veterans that it was the sound of a dive bomber called Stuka used by the enemy. At that moment, a frightened recruit shouted, "It's a dragon? The Prussians have sent dragons to attack us." Major Eugene didn't understand war, but he knew how to deal with subordinates who talked nonsense. Especially during mine disasters, Major Eugene could be stricter than the judge when dealing with those fools who spread rumors. He rushed over and slapped the recruit. That's the enemy's dive bomber? It must be targeting the general. Look, someone shouted. Major Eugene turned his head and saw 3 flaming dragons rising from the ground. The Divine Arrow Company had actually moved near Highland 153 overnight. An explosion occurred in the sky.n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. The second volley of divine arrows launched. At that moment, another shout rang out, enemy planes? The enemy planes are, they're nose-diving. Major Eugene cursed, that's called a dive. Apart from the diving formation, 3 enemy planes caught fire and were falling, overtaking the formation that had activated air brakes. The second volley's 3 divine arrows hit the target, brilliant flashes of fire dismantling the enemy aircraft in midair, with burning debris falling in sync with the formation. The third volley of divine arrows launched. The morale of the enemy pilots seemed to finally collapse, as they dropped their bombs from 2,000 meters before scattering in flight. In fact, during a steep dive by a dive bomber, even with the wind at low altitude, the bomb wouldn't drift much. Lowering the bombing altitude was mainly to see the target clearly. From a 2,000-meter altitude, even targets like tanks or bunkers are just small dots when viewed from the air, blended into the complex terrain, very difficult to spot. Experienced Prussian Air Force pilots would consciously control their diving speed, only dropping bombs when they could clearly see their target from 1,200 or even 800 meters. However, facing the highly efficient slaughter from the Divine Arrow, the pilots chose to bomb from 2,000 meters and then save their own lives, as after all, the operation manual stated that bombs could be dropped from 2,000 meters. 2 of the third volley's divine arrows went into the sky due to losing their target, but the third, as if it had eyes, chased after the dive bomber that rushed into the blind spot of vision and blew it up into a fireball. By then, the aircraft brought down by the first 2 volleys of divine arrows had also hit the ground, along with the bombs. The aerial bombs fell around the pink smoke. Prussian Air Force training was indeed well practiced, given such accuracy in bombing from that high up. The bombs created a gray-brown wall that obscured view. Everyone in the position was paying attention to this direction, including Major Eugene, who had come out to encourage his men and was now lying at the edge of the trench, craning his neck to see over there. In fact, the enemy likely found themselves in a similar situation, because during this time the enemy tanks charging in had not fired. Just as the words were spoken, a big-headed T-34 burst out from the grey-brown wall, with its antenna-bound red flag fluttering in the wind. Major Eugene and the soldiers cheered together. The T-34 stopped and its cannon blew up a Panzer IV. The remaining Panzer IVs began releasing smoke bombs and retreated backward. The enemy infantry also threw smoke bombs, and the once unstoppable enemy that had charged forward were now retreating. Around Regiment 153's position, the Ura shouts were deafening. In the woods, the 1st Platoon of God's Arrow Company's position. "See that? I fought one more battle than you guys," Yekaterina exclaimed gleefully, jumping around. "Retreat." Yakiniako snatched her from the ammunition box and threw her into the jeep. "Retreat. We've fired so many shots, the enemy must have discovered our location. The artillery is coming." Yekaterina protested. "How could it be so fast? Are you guys crazy?" "We're not crazy." As Yakiniako heaved the other prayer girls into the vehicle, he explained, in Luftwaffe, "We had just left our firing position when the Prussians' bombs fell. If it weren't for Ludmila Vasilievna's quick reaction, we would have all been dead." Once he was in the jeep, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, speeding off and continuing. "Our firing position was on top of an Anatolia bathhouse. The bombs obliterated the whole bathhouse, and even though we'd driven far away, we were still affected. The Prussians went to great lengths to kill us." As he spoke, a howling noise came from the sky. The heavy artillery landed on the position they had just vacated. "Look, do you see, girls? Old man me just saved your skins." Yakiniako, the deputy knight, finished and burst into laughter. "The Prussians think they're the best at war in the world, but we're just as good." Wang Zhong switched back to the indoor perspective. "The enemy's air raid is over. I wonder how many T-34s are left intact." Pavlov looked out the window of the map room, puzzled. "How can you see that the enemy air raid is over from there? How did you see it?" Wang Zhong replied, "Mirage. As long as I keep a straight face, the lie becomes truth." Vasily asked, "Where?" Wang Zhong smacked Vasily on the head with the side of his hand. "Listen in. We especially need intelligence right now." Then, without changing his expression, Wang Zhong changed the subject and approached the map table, saying, "There are hundreds of tanks around us. Right here we have a battalion, here 1 to 2 battalions. As he spoke, he took a pencil and marked on the map. "It looks like a lot, but an armored battalion requires over a kilometer of frontage to deploy. Based on this," Wang Zhong drew a circle around Araki on the map with his pencil. "That's the enemy's limit. If the enemy wants to increase the troop strength for a single assault further, they would have to deploy on the side of the large ranch, that is, on the southeast side of the city." Pavlov agreed. "Right, that side hasn't had artillery preparation, and it's open land. Our mines are still in place. On the battlefield, large-scale mine clearance isn't usually done by engineers one by one, but by creating overpressure with explosives that detonate pressure-activated mines. The blast wave from the explosives can also sever the tripwires of tripwire mines. Engineers use explosive cord for mine clearance for this reason. A rocket fires carrying a long explosive cord, lands in the minefield to detonate, and the overpressure and blast wave clear out the entire strip area around the cord. Artillery fire preparation also has overpressure and blast waves, and artillery's Sujin barrage would not only disperse the mines along the path but also clear obstructions like barbed wire. The forests to the north of Araki, as well as the southwest highland 153, had undergone repeated bombardments over a few days, so there are hardly any mines left, with only the occasional stray mine capable of killing a few unlucky individuals. During the Cold War, one could use a mine-laying vehicle to quickly lay a new minefield ahead of an enemy attack, but such equipment doesn't exist now. However, the southeast hadn't been plowed by artillery fire. The mines were still there. Wang Zhong, with his hands pressing on the map table, looked over Araki. "The current strength of the enemy's attacking forces is not yet beyond what we can withstand. The issue is how much of our forces we need to expend each time we repel the enemy." Pavlov paused, glancing at Wang Zhong, "and how long our fighting spirit can hold out." Wang Zhong affirmed, "It's mainly about fighting spirit." No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone rang. Pavlov picked up the receiver. "Division headquarters, speak." Okay, very good." After hanging up, he looked at Wang Zhong. "The attack from the forest direction has been repelled. We don't know the enemy's losses. We have 12 dead and 17 wounded." Wang Zhong said concernedly, "That many?" Pavlov noted, "It could have been much worse than Bylakotov." "Indeed. After all, we dug so many shelters and fortifications. I still think it's not enough, given that we're going to be attacked all day long." Pavlov was about to respond when the phone rang again. He answered with a couple of ahas and, after hanging up, reported, "The enemy from Highland 153 has retreated. Based on the enemy's attack organization speed during the past 2 days, I don't think we need to worry about the high ground for an hour and a half to 2 hours." Wang Zhong commanded decisively, "Then let's move all the T-34s to the east side. Now, immediately. Have them stop at the middle school gate on the way to the east to resupply ammunition and fuel." Pavlov promptly picked up the receiver, then realized, "We should have radio." Wang Zhong called out, "Vasily, do the honors." After the enemy retreated, Tank 422 rumbled to life, moving past Highland 153 and headed toward Araki. Clearly, other battles awaited the general elsewhere. The other T-34s only then emerged from the lingering pink smoke and joined up with Tank 422. Major Eugene and everyone from the 5th Bell's Hank Battalion cheered the departing T-34 tanks with a resounding, "Hurrah! Hurrah!" The morning sun shone upon them. To the east of Araki City, in the forested positions, Grigori shouted to boost morale, "It's just the artillery that's gone? Get your Molotov cocktails ready. Tanks aren't so scary, all you need to do is hit the rear deck." As soon as he finished speaking, enemy tanks began their machine gun strafing runs. In reality, at this time the tanks were still more than 500 meters away from the attacking formation and the woods, so the machine guns could only hit targets by chance. Especially since tank coaxial machine guns were not capable of precise aim, relying on tracer rounds to correct their trajectory. But as long as the machine gun bullets were ripping through the bark of the white birch trees and the wood shavings were still greeting the soldiers' faces and falling into their collars, the machine gun fire was a huge blow to morale. The 5th Byshensk was a unit that took a shortcut through the Guardian army. Panic-stricken soldiers began to run out of the trenches, fleeing backward. Grigori switched off the safety on his submachine gun and with a short burst, he brought down 2 fleeing soldiers. By the Tsar's command, deserters and turncoats are to be seen as traitors, he roared. According to the order, your families should all be implicated, but I am merciful and will only kill the traitors themselves. Stay in your original positions. At that moment, an enemy Mark IV fired a shot, hitting the thickest white birch in the forest and breaking the trunk in two, with half of the large tree falling to the ground. Grigori dodged the tree trunk, but as he avoided it, 2 more deserters rushed out of the trench. Grigori fired at their backs, shouting as he shot, "Think carefully. You may survive if you keep resisting, but you'll definitely die if you run." Just then, from the other end of the position, cheers erupted, even overpowering the roar of the enemy tanks. Grigori looked over with confusion and saw tank number 422 weaving through the large fires and thick smoke of the artillery positions. The tank fired, the armor-piercing shell whistling through the forest and striking a Mark IV precisely. More T-34s followed the 422, advancing and firing at the enemy as they went. The enemy, which had been aggressively advancing just moments before, suddenly stopped and began to reverse. It's possible that these Prussian tank operators had already learned from the experiences shared by other units that they should keep their distance from the T-34s. Most T-34s were incredibly poor at hitting targets at long range. The retreat of the tank units caused the skirmish line following the tanks to also begin retreating. Seeing this, the T-34 squadron crossed the woods and began chasing the enemy tanks. At this time, a recruit from the 5th Byshensk asked, "Why is there someone standing behind every tank?" Before Grigori could answer, the lead tank, number 422, stopped, and the people on the engine covers of the other tanks opened the hatches and shouted something inside. Eventually, all the tanks stopped just past the tree line, firing at the retreating enemy. The Prussian tankers who had just been willing to exchange fire with the T-34s finally released smoke and chose to retreat. In Araki City, at the temporary headquarters of the 151st Division. "Okay, understood, you did well," Pavlov said as he put down the receiver. "The eastern side is also blocked. 2 T-34s had their turrets jammed, the enemy's firing accuracy is very high, plus the ones just damaged by the Stukas. We now only have 6 intact T-34s left." "Wang Zhong, do all 6 have radios?" Pavlov shook his head. "No, the enemy tanks seem to be targeting the ones with radio antennas. They must already know that our standard tanks are without radios." Wang Zhong shook his head, no longer wanting to comment on the weaknesses of the T-34. "Next year must get some Shermans, or even if not, some M3 Grant Lees would be good. Those things are excellent as tank destroyers. At least every tank would have a radio." "Pavlov, the good news is that the offensive has paused, and half the day is already gone." Wang Zhong looked at his watch, only to realize it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Just then, the phone rang again. Pavlov complained, "It better not be the enemy attacking again." He picked up the receiver. "Division headquarters, go ahead." "Understood." After hanging up the phone, Pavlov looked at Wang Zhong with a bitter expression. "The thing we feared the most has happened. The enemy has crossed the highway from the southwest and is circling around. It looks like they're preparing to launch an offensive at the pasture as well." Wang Zhong also furrowed his brow. "We had a good plan originally, digging tank emplacements over there so our T-34s could resist if the enemy attacked. But now there are only 6 intact T-34s left. The good news is that the workers are rushing to repair the T-34s damaged on the side of Hill 153. The tractor factory workers are saving my life," Wang Zhong sincerely thought. Pavlov, "But right now, only the minefields stand in the way of the enemy charging into the city. The good news is, our minefields are quite thick. The enemy will need to use artillery to clear a path. That's probably going to take an hour or 2 to blast, which means at least until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. We don't have to worry about the pasture side. But if the enemy deploys engineers to clear the mines with explosive charges, then the pasture side will be in trouble soon. Generally, minefields need the protection of machine guns and anti-tank guns to prevent the enemy's engineers from quickly clearing them. But..." Wang Zhong shook his head, interrupting the chief of staff, "The enemy can create smoke. You forgot." Pavlov looked at the ceiling. Yeah, create smoke. The Prussians love doing that. It would be great if we could figure out something to see through their smoke. Thermal imaging, perhaps, but given Anti's level of technology, it probably wouldn't be that simple. On the other hand, the Prussians, who had Fritz X radio-controlled bombs from the start of the war, might develop technology faster than in the actual World War II. Damn, it wouldn't be like that German game Armored Legion 2, with Me-262s and Ho-229s filling the skies by 43. That would be hell mode, only hope for a miracle from the Heavenly Army, US forces. Pavlov didn't know what Wang Zhong was thinking, and continued his train of thoughts. Anyhow, in no more than 2 hours, there will be defensive pressure from the direction of the pasture, and we've run out of troops. Just then, the telephone rang again. Pavlov muttered, I hope it's not bad news, and picked up the receiver. Division headquarters, speak. The next moment, he handed the receiver to Wang Zhong. It's Popov. Wang Zhong took the call. I am Rakasov, what's going on? There are 2 more Guardian Army camps here at the church, should I send them somewhere? Wang Zhong glanced at Pavlov and decisively replied, send them to the pasture. Popov was shocked. The pasture? Didn't we say during the terrain survey that it's not suitable for defense? Abandon the pasture, defend the houses and streets around the pasture. Popov, are you planning to have the Guardian Army fight street battles? They'll get badly bullied by the enemy. Wang Zhong, do you think I want that? The enemy has already deployed by the pasture, and there's only a minefield stopping them. If we don't send someone to defend this district, they'll pierce through to our heart. Once we are cut off by the enemy in the center, all defense will be but empty talk. Popov was silent for a second, then said, all right, I'll send them to the pasture. Besides, the labor camp is insistent that we arm them, they want to defend their hometown themselves. Wang Zhong, do they know how to use Molotov cocktails? Of course, we've been teaching them that for days. Wang Zhong further asked, do we have any surplus weapons? A fair number of Mosin, Nagants and some shotguns. While Popov spoke, Wang Zhong heard someone shouting from the other side of the line, just give us something that can kill. Wang Zhong, issue them the guns, and if there are still people who want weapons after the supply runs out, let them specialize in throwing Molotov cocktails. Popov was silent for a few seconds, then replied, I admit that I deliberately pushed this decision onto you. I didn't expect you to make it so decisively n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Because I've seen hell, answered Wang Zhong, I know what it takes to stop hell from descending. You're doing the right thing. I'll arm the civilians now. By the way, I heard the artillery has stopped outside. How's the situation? We have temporarily repelled the enemy's assault, but the situation is worse than in the morning. We are surrounded, trapped. Wang Zhong spoke very calmly, as if stating something as routine as ordinary. Popov sensed this and chuckled. I've been with your forces for less than a month. Is it a month yet? Just arrived. Yes, just arrived. And I already feel like being trapped and facing an enemy far more numerous than us is a normal thing. And that you'll hold out as usual until the mission is complete. Wang Zhong was about to answer, to boast a little, but he changed his mind at the last minute. This time, it truly seemed impossible to hold out until the Southwest Front Army could escape. The enemy's 2nd Armored Group would definitely bypass Araki and begin their deadly sprint. The Southwest Front Army's best evacuation route would be cut off, and he could only watch it all happen helplessly. The brother of this body, his father, and his dear friends would be encircled at Archsukov. In such a situation, Wang Zhong truly couldn't afford to be brave anymore. Popov seemed to understand it all. You've done everything you could. Heroically resisted here for 2 days. This is the 3rd day. I believe nobody could have done better than you. Wang Zhong, thank you. Arm the people. Prepare for the worst. I will. Over, said Popov as he hung up the phone. No sooner had Wang Zhong put down the receiver than the phone began to ring urgently again. He picked it up without hesitation. I'm Rakasov, what is it? Brother Peter's voice came through in a panic from the other end. Route 217. The sound of airplanes is the same as the one looked off through that radio-controlled bomb from last time, and there are 2 of them? 2 bombers carrying those kinds of huge bombs are coming at us from high altitude. Wang Zhong, are you sure? I'm certain. I set the acoustic array to narrow beam mode, sacrificing coverage for performance, so I can hear very clearly. It's Route 217. Just like the one last time that almost blew up your fiancé? Exactly the same. Wang Zhong went to the window and switched to bird's eye view mode, but could see no enemy aircraft. Brother Peter had switched the sonic array to a different mode, alerting to more distant enemy aircraft. At last, Wang Zhong spotted those 2 Route 217s, and saw the guided bombs suspended under their wings. The Fritz X, the 55th Royal Bomber Squadron of the Prussian Royal Air Force, Squadron 10, was flying in formation towards their bombing target with 2 Do-217s. Inside the lead plane's cockpit, the radio operator was calling ground forces. Bald Eagle calling Wild Wolf. Bald Eagle calling Wild Wolf. Please respond. After waiting a while and as he was about to call again, a response came through the radio, which could be heard throughout the plane via the intercom. This is Wild Wolf, go ahead. The radio operator glanced at the squadron commander. The commander spoke. Wild Wolf, please use the Panzer IV's main tank gun to fire a smoke bomb and mark the priority targets. Bald Eagle out. There was silence for a few seconds before the reply came. Understood. Marking priority targets, Wild Wolf out. Kluge's face was somber as, although he had lost command of the entire offensive, he was still the officer who understood the situation on the ground best, so coordinating with the Air Force had been left to him. Kluge made a gesture, and immediately a staff officer came over. Yes, sir. Select the Panzer IV crew with the best gunnery skills to mark the 153 Highlands with the smoke bomb. Aim for their artillery observation post if possible. Yes, sir. Inside the bombing formation's lead plane, the observer reported, there's no sign of the marker smoke. Should we prompt them again? The formation commander replied, patience, the ground forces are cumbersome. They're like a big elephant. It takes time for information to travel from the brain to the toes. Not as quick as us in the Air Force. The pilot in the cockpit laughed and said, it's really like that. The army is just like this, slow. We'll have to wait. Right now, they're at a loss against the anti-people's new tanks, and can only rely on our bombers and anti-aircraft gun battalions. The commander smiled and said, in the Carolingian campaign, the ground forces had only those little tanks that looked like toys. They needed dive bombers as soon as they encountered any solid bunkers. Back then, the sky was full of calls from the ground forces. The commander's words were suddenly interrupted by the observer, marker smoke sighted, please bank right. The plane instantly tilted, and then the pilot said, marker smoke confirmed, I'm going to make a turn. The Do-217 started to circle clockwise, finally aligning their heading with the marker smoke. The pilot commented, there's a southeast wind outside, the plane is a bit shaky. In fact, he didn't need to say it. Everyone in the cockpit could feel the plane shaking, causing the compass on the commander's map table to walk around, moving towards the edge of the table with each vibration until the commander grabbed it just before it fell off. The observer said, heading is good, we'll reach drop position in 20 seconds, final check. The mechanic announced, guidance system is fine, racks normal, ready for the drop. The observer counted, 10 seconds to the drop. But suddenly, the gunner in the dorsal gun turret was hit, blood spraying back onto the side gunner sitting behind him. The side gunner yelled, we're under attack. We're under attack. Then bullets penetrated the steel plate above his head, piercing directly through his skull and incidentally hitting the arm of the commander and navigator sitting next to him. The pilot looked back in horror, and in that moment, the left wing of the aircraft was repeatedly hit, the stress structure instantly collapsed, and the entire wing was torn off. A MiG-3 zoomed by the bomber with its cut wing, sparks flashing from the exhaust ports on the cigar-shaped nose of the engine. Next to the MiG-3's cockpit, a neat row of red stars was painted, each one representing a downed enemy plane. Surrounded by red stars, the pilot peered through his goggles at the disintegrating bomber with a smile on his lips. As the MiG-3 swept past, another Do-217 was hit, but this time the ant pilot's work was not so precise. The bullets only perforated the tail of the Do-217, damaging the steering system and incidentally blowing off the left tail fin's control surface. This wingman was unable to control its direction and traced an arc as it fell towards the ground. After the attack, the two MiG-3s quickly climbed to regain altitude. The lead plane rolled upside down, the cockpit canopy facing the ground as it carefully searched below for other worthy targets. Through the cockpit, one could see an entire squadron of IL-2 Sturmovix flying low over the plains. The IL-2s formed a line, strafing the ground with their 23mm cannons and machine guns while dropping 50 kg bombs as they flew over the Earth, small for aerial bombs but packed with explosive power comparable to heavy artillery shells. From above, the IL-2s flying in formation looked like plows turning over a field full of Prussians, with the dust from the bombs resembling upturned soil. General Mucci stood on a knoll south of Araki, watching the sudden onslaught of the anti-air force. So, Duke Meyer was boasting again, wasn't he? When I received the report that anti-air force activity had increased, I thought it was mainly around the capital. How come there are so many active anti-air forces here in the southwest? The chief of staff shrugged. Maybe they were transferred from the direction of the capital. No, the anti-people wouldn't relax their protection of the capital. General Mucci was silent for a few seconds before adding, it's probably just the Air Force bragging. They didn't inflict as much damage on the anti-air force as they claimed. They certainly haven't destroyed 3,000 planes on the ground. Chief of Staff, after all, it's the Air Force. It's normal for them. Mucci clicked his tongue. With the Air Force's mess, I guess the next offensive will have to be postponed, right? I'll go and confirm. With that, the Chief of Staff turned and walked towards the radio communications vehicle. General Mucci stood with his hands behind his back on the hillock, gazing at the city of Araki that he had relegated to the rear. Beside him, the Prussian armored units in marching columns were passing continuously, pushing southward. About 15 minutes later, the Chief of Staff returned. The losses for all units are not as big as we feared, but it's true that time is needed to reorganize the offensive. General Mucci, then let's start with a heavy artillery bombardment of Araki. Keep it up until midnight. Midnight. Of course. In the era of trench warfare, it was commonplace to have fire preparations that lasted for days. Why make a fuss when it's only till evening? The preparation area is not just the urban district, but also those troublesome woods around it. The enemy's heavy artillery must be hidden in the woods. There's no need to put in the effort to locate them, just level them. Turn the whole forest upside down. The Chief of Staff turned his head and gave some specific operational instructions to the staff, and then asked General Mucci, when do we attack then? We'll attack as soon as the fire preparation is complete, of course. At midnight? A night attack. The Chief of Staff exclaimed in surprise. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. General Muchi laughed. Don't worry, by dawn, the entire city will serve as our light for the attack. The entire city will burn, bright as day. What white horse general, what defensive genius, humph. The general smiled, with such a disparity in force that drives one to despair. What significance does individual talent bear? Let him wither away here. I'll include him in my memoirs, along with that genius of a tank bunker. Having said that, General Muchi turned and walked toward his command vehicle. We continue to advance. Tonight we will camp at Maishikin. At 0 hour in the early morning of August 6th. Wang Zhong rose from the ground and looked out of the window. Has it finally stopped? Outside the window, the flames painted everything red. Wang Zhong, guard. Go see what's caught fire. The guard came in and reported, General, everything's caught fire? The whole city is burning. Pavlov was about to speak when he heard the rumbling of engines. Ours? No, we don't have that many engines. The enemies? An armored night attack. Wang Zhong looked out of the window, feeling goosebumps forming on the back of his neck. No, this isn't a night attack. The fire has turned everything into daylight. Ludmila had just woken up from unconsciousness when she heard the sound of engines. She looked outside and saw Prasen tanks advancing along the highway that passed through the city, their headlights on, pushing toward the city. Natalia, Danya, she called out loudly to the nuns and the guardian army assigned to her, are you all right? No one responded. Ludmila turned to look for the divine arrow and its launcher, then realized that half of the attic she was in had been destroyed. Divine arrow, nuns, and guardian army were nowhere to be seen. At that moment, she heard the voices of the guardian army defending downstairs. Prayer hand miss, flee quickly. We'll hold off the enemy with the machine gun. Head to the church headquarters. Ludmila got up, picked up a Mosin Nagant rifle from the floor, and staggered through the attic door, running down the stairs. By the time she reached the first floor, the machine gun had already opened fire. The guardian army, seeing her descending, shouted, take the back door. Keep running along the main road. You're more important than us? Go, quickly. Ludmila nodded and dashed towards the back door. The moment she burst onto the street, she heard the sound of a tank gun behind her. The machine gun fire immediately died down. Ludmila frantically began to run, and after taking 5 or 6 steps, she heard the machine gun firing again, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, holding back the enemy forces. She turned back but found that the buildings blocked her view, and she couldn't see those brave gunners. She could only keep running. Wang Zhong used the phones that were still working to check the situation and made an immediate decision. We can't hold this position, it's meaningless to try. The enemy's main force has bypassed us and is heading south. Pavlov, how to break out? With the current situation. Wang Zhong, no, the enemy's night attack has actually given us an opportunity. If they were simply surrounding us not attacking, I wouldn't know which way to go. They're now attacking the city, and even with the big fires illuminating, they will fall into chaos. In fact, the fire itself is a source of chaos. In such chaos, if someone could highlight all the enemy positions, knowing where they are, that person would have a great advantage. Of course, it's not enough to annihilate the enemy, but creating confusion among them to enable an escape from the encirclement should be no problem. Wang Zhong began to issue orders. Vasily. Alert Panzer 422, if it isn't broken, it must get to the headquarters entrance at all costs. Vasily didn't ask questions and started the call immediately. Wang Zhong, Signal Corps, send a message to Duke Maishikin, saying we're preparing to break out in the confusion and hope the Duke can provide some sort of interception, just hoping. After sending that message, destroy the radio and burn the codebook. All headquarters personnel, whether they are clerks, staff officers, or even cooks, must arm themselves. Wang Zhong paused because he saw Nelly enter, carrying a Mosin Nagant that was taller than her. He spouted offhandedly, it goes well with your boat-shaped cap. Nelly smiled. At that moment, Vasily exclaimed, I've contacted Panzer 422, they're on their way, accompanied by 6 T-34s. Wang Zhong laughed, good, everyone, it's not the time for noble sacrifice yet. See you in Shepetovka. Grigory pulled the bayonet out of the enemy's body and looked around. The city behind him was on fire, and the Prussian tanks in front of him were also on fire. The artillery positions were on fire, the forest was on fire. Grigory held the long bayonet as if he were a knight with a sword, facing the soaring flames. At this moment, a messenger riding a horse came galloping from the city. The whole army is to break out to the north. Leave enough ammunition for the seriously wounded? The whole army is to break out to the north. Leave enough ammunition for the seriously wounded. Grigory said in a deep voice, you heard that. His voice, like the sound of the Mother River, wasn't loud, yet no one could ignore it, easily piercing through the crackling flames. Grigory, those who can walk, stand up, those who can't, please raise your hands, we still have grenades at least. In the piles of corpses in the forest, quite a few people stood up one after another, each looking like a demon back from hell. Grigory, they will not treat the seriously wounded, and those who stay don't need to worry too much, we will soon join you. Very soon. At that moment, an explosion sounded from the artillery position behind them, startling many, with some even dropping down to the ground. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Grigory, don't be scared, that's just the artilleryman blowing up the heavy guns, since we can't let the enemy capture them and fire at us. When they blow up the ammunition later, there will be a big fireworks show, but only those who stay will get to see it. Living people, follow me, let's go. Grigory, obviously not a morale booster since he only had a 10th grade education, yet his figure was persuasive and could command the respect of old soldiers who had survived hell. A line of people passed through the forest, handing grenades to every seriously wounded soldier who reached out their hands. On height 153, the Prussians' night attack had been repelled. Colonel Eugene dragged an empty ammunition box over to use as a stool, stabbing the miner's pick, covered in blood and brain matter, into the ground. A machine gun roared beside him, pouring fire on the retreating Prussian army. Most of the machine gun emplacements on height 153 had been destroyed by continuous heavy artillery bombardment, leaving only the regimental headquarters fortification with a roof, which is why it became the most intense battleground at dawn. Captain Andre also pulled over an ammunition box to sit on and stuck his bloodied sapper's shovel next to him, saying to Colonel Eugene, "The sapper's shovel is more useful than that thing. Its sharp edge cuts a Prussian ghost down with every shovel." Colonel Eugene took out a cigarette and, while fumbling for a match, answered, "I'm not used to it. This fellow works well for me. I know exactly how to wield it with less effort and how to smash solid rock. Where are my matches?" Captain Andre took out matches and struck one, leaning in. Colonel Eugene lit his cigarette, took a deep drag, leaned back against a cracked wall, let out a long breath, and then asked, "What does the division headquarters say?" Captain Andre turned to glance at the phone, with the receiver broken in half. "Don't know, the phone lines must be cut now, and with gunfire still in the city, I guess it'll be a while before a signal corpsman comes to fix it." Colonel Eugene nodded. Just then, the machine gun fire stopped, and the colonel asked, "What happened?" "Can't see those Prussian devils anymore," the gunner said. "It's too dark, I was just shooting bursts whenever I saw something move." "Let it be, your gun barrel is smoking hot. Quickly change the cooling water," Captain Andre said. The machine gunner and his assistant quickly pulled the gun back and began changing the cooling water. Colonel Eugene watched them work, asking, "What happens next? Should we send someone to make contact with division headquarters? Might as well ask the tank crews if they still have a working radio." Right after he spoke, Major Olive entered. "We've received a radio call. The division headquarters has decided to break out to the north, ordering all units to destroy equipment, burn documents, and leave enough ammunition for the immobile seriously wounded." Colonel Eugene, is this telling the seriously wounded to cover our retreat? Isn't that a bit? Captain Andre, the enemy will kill our wounded without treatment. Because we are considered inferior people, unworthy of wasting precious medicine. If they treat you, it's to show the mercy of a superior race. Colonel Eugene didn't answer. Instead, he just clenched the cigarette in his mouth and took a heavy puff. The tip of the cigarette brightened, turning most of it quickly to ash. Then Colonel Eugene threw the cigarette on the ground and stamped it out. The big puff made his nostrils spout white smoke like a bubbling kettle for quite a while before it stopped. He then stood up, leaning on his miner's pick, leaving the bunker with weary steps, walking along the trench to see the almost entirely wounded soldiers. "Soldiers? The division headquarters has given the order to break out. Two kinds of people can stay here, those who are already dead and those who are about to die. They say the Prussians won't treat the seriously wounded well, but we have no strength to take you with us, so we can only leave you with enough bullets and grenades. I am a miner. I can't predict the course of war, so I can't assure you that we will definitely win. The only thing I can do is tell you what I used to say to my fellow miners." Colonel Eugene paused because he saw a severely wounded soldier sitting in the trench, calmly watching him. The colonel patted the soldier's shoulder. "This land treats everyone equally, it produces milk to nourish us, and, in the end, it will also become the final resting place for each of us. Do not consider being buried in the mines a sad affair. Kazarla's black earth is like a mother, and you are just returning to the embrace of your mother." The soldier in front of the colonel suddenly hummed a song, an ancient one. A song almost every Kazarlan knew. It told of a time long ago, when riders on the black earth resisted conquerors from distant lands. They galloped across the grasslands, fell in the trial of fire and sword, and now sleep in the dark soil of their homeland. Their bodies were buried beneath the wild grass, swept into the Mother River. And that great river, called the Mother River, flowed on in silence. To the north of the city, the sound of gunfire merged into one. Clearly the enemy infantry intended to take the forest position by night. Additionally, there was gunfire from both the east and west sides of the city, with the most intense gunfire coming from the direction of the pastures. The 2 battalions of the Guardian Army had obviously encountered the enemy. Wang Zhong stepped out of the headquarters to see the stables had been destroyed, but Bucephalus was unharmed, still munching on the scattered hay below. Wang Zhong pointed at the horse. "Saddle it up. Let the lightly wounded ride." No sooner had he spoken than tank number 422 drove into the yard of the division headquarters, its outer armor scarred, and its flag on the antenna reduced to half. The driver's hatch was nowhere to be seen, and Belyakov's head was exposed, grinning when he saw Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong hopped onto the tank, turned to pull Nelly up, then climbed into his exclusive position atop the turret. He had just put on the headset when he heard Alexandria say, "You finally made it. I've been run ragged. Being a gunner is far easier." Wang Zhong didn't answer him but shouted to the bustling crowd in the division headquarters, "Let the lightly wounded and women get on the tanks. Give all vehicles to the women." A woman beneath shouted, "We can walk. Let the lightly wounded sit." "Right. General, you should let the lightly wounded sit." Nellie, upon hearing she should get off, was seized by Wang Zhong. "Let the children ride the tanks and cars then." And the praying hands, the ears of the monk. "Nellie, I'm not a child. You stay put," Wang Zhong said. This time, no one objected to Wang Zhong's proposal, and all the children of the city were put onto the tanks. The city's only surviving children. Some of the children held submachine guns, already bearing the expressions of warriors. At that moment, a thought struck Wang Zhong's heart, and he turned to ask, "Has anyone seen Lucia Captain Ludmila Vasilievna?" No one responded. Pavlov also came out of the headquarters, tossing a pile of documents into a burning fire. "Damn, we spent so much time making these reports, and they have to be redone. Professor, where are you going?" He grabbed the only level 6 clerk of the headquarters. The old man turned around. "It's the educational commissar? And now you should call me by my rank?" "My rank. All right, Colonel, where are you heading?" The old man, "To get weapons." Pavlov picked up a Tokarev from a guard and handed it to the old man. "All right, follow the troop, my professor." "It's Colonel. Where's the troop?" Pavlov pointed towards the troop of the headquarters lining up. The old man then strode off briskly, not at all like an elder. "Pavlov, General, you have to lead the way. Let's move." Wang Zhong nodded and pressed the transmitter on his throat. "Move out. Belyakov, follow my directions. Let's give the enemies in the city a taste of their own medicine. Are you sure you want to take so many children with you to fight the enemy?" "Don't worry, we'll crush the enemy quickly," Wang Zhong replied confidently. The tank charged out of the division headquarters courtyard, speeding down the streets turned red by the flames. Suddenly, a figure dashed out front, the silver-white hair sparkling under the firelight. "Wang Zhong, Lucia, over here." Ludmila spotted the tank and ran over, then got pulled up by the children on the vehicle. As soon as she entered the turret, she planted an enthusiastic kiss on Wang Zhong. "Huh, is this appropriate?" Tears marked the corners of Ludmila's eyes, and after the lengthy kiss, she said, "Enemy tanks have entered the city from the northeast. The Guardian army is fighting fiercely with them. Hurry to reinforce. The Guardian army needs backup." Wang Zhong took Ludmila by the shoulders. "We're about to break out. A breakout requires a rearguard." Ludmila paused. "Huh? You're abandoning them?" Like Letov did. This time, Wang Zhong replied with certainty, "This is to preserve more of the forces. These are troops that have emerged from the trial of fire and sword. They must be saved. One day, this spark will become the blaze that consumes the Prasen Empire." He offered no further explanation, and tank number 422 did not stop moving. The church, Popov stepped out of the cathedral and said to the people gathered around, "The main force is now ready to break out. They will attract the enemy's attention, and we, along with the choir, will push through from different directions and meet them at Shepetovka. Those willing to follow the main force, head over to headquarters. You might catch the tail end. But under the current circumstances, even the main force may not be able to break out. Separated, the enemy might ignore us because we're militias and laborers." Someone in the crowd shouted, "What about the Guardian army still fighting?" Popov, "When it comes down to melee combat with the Prussian infantry, their chances are slim. With the Guardian army's level of training and organization, there is virtually no chance of them retreating in an orderly manner from in front of the enemy. I've been through the same thing in Luchthof. Once the Guardian army makes contact with the Prussians in the city, there are only two outcomes. First, maintain the will to fight until the last moment. Second, lose the will to fight and flee en masse, only to be killed by the Prussians. Only a few will manage to escape." Popov paused, then continued, "If the situation is so bad that the Guardian army must engage the enemy face to face, it means the regular army is nearly finished, and that is the current scenario. So we can only hope that the Guardian army's fighting spirit will hold until we break out of the encirclement, delaying the enemy as long as possible. Such is war. If anyone is dissatisfied, you can lay down your weapons and go back home. After all, you're not in uniform. As for what the Prussians will do after they occupy this place, all I can say is good luck. Those unwilling to place their fate in the enemy's mercy, follow me." Popov drew his pistol. "Move out." Stroking his rosary, Sofang silently prayed, "Saint Andrew protect us," then followed in Popov's footsteps with the choir. August 6th, 02:30 hours, Shepetovka. Duke Myshakin coughed violently. An orderly quickly came to pat his back and meanwhile brought him a cup of hot coffee. The Duke stopped coughing, took a sip of coffee, and then let out a long sigh of relief. He then turned to Major General Skujiski, commander of the 10th Tank Corps. "General, Your Excellency, may I ask how is the preparation for your troops' strike going?" Duke Myshakin was polite to everyone, even to his subordinates, and everyone had become accustomed to it. "Skujiski, we started preparation for the offensive yesterday at 2020 hours, and now we are ready to depart at any time." "Very good." The Duke of Myshakin coughed once again, but this time he didn't continue relentlessly. "We have received a distress telegram from the 151st Infantry Division in Araki, and we can now be sure that the enemy's main forces from the 2nd Armored Group have moved southward." Skujiski, delighted, said, "Then we strike straight ahead, n/o/vel/b/in.c/om." No, the enemy has certainly prepared their defenses at the front. Although breaking through the enemy's front lines and cutting off the second armored group's supply line seems very tempting, no, we cannot do that. It's not possible, to be precise. I have fully experienced our tank army's offensive capabilities, and I don't wish to experience it again. Skucheski frowned. Then what do you mean? Duke Myshikin stepped up to the map. Between us and Araki, there are only a few enemy defense positions. Clearly, the enemy is more worried about their supply lines being cut off than us rescuing General Rokossovsky's 151st Infantry Division. Look, 3 highways converge at Araki into an inverted Y shape. The enemy only has defenses on the vertical line, and although there are troops between us and Araki, those troops have their attention solely on Araki. If your tank army sets out now and speeds along the highway, you will strike the enemy unexpectedly. Skucheski frowned. You mean we should not deploy in an attack formation? Yes, that's exactly the point of surprise. You could even turn on your tank's headlights, charge up to the enemy, and then fire flares before butchering them. Would that work? Skucheski frowned. If we were equipped with T-34s, it would be okay. In the chaos, the enemy wouldn't be able to penetrate our armor. But we have only BT series tanks. Duke Myshikin laughed. That's the beauty of BTS. T-34s might not have such an element of surprise. This is a nighttime sprint, and I will assign you an infantry regiment to ride on the tanks. That way, you will look even more like a troop on the move, and in the pitch darkness, the enemy won't be able to make out the contours of the tanks. Skucheski, but the enemy knows their troops wouldn't be coming from this direction. Duke Myshikin interrupted him. Their commanders might know, but what about the rank and file? Even the Prussian army couldn't possibly have every low-ranking officer clued in on the overall situation. Besides, the enemy has been rushing south these past few days. They're all tired. Trust me, Skucheski. In 5 minutes, I will order the artillery to fire a bombardment that will last 2 hours. During that time, you have to hurry through. The artillery will only cover the enemy positions on both sides of the highway. Once you're past, the infantry units will begin their attack. Skucheski nodded. All right, I trust you. Then I'm off. Duke Myshikin, remember, whether in terms of training or equipment, you are no match for the Prussians' armored units. This is merely a rescue mission, to extricate as many of the 151st Division's survivors as possible. Once they've passed, return to Shepetovka. I will order the infantry units to advance along the highway to rendezvous with you. It's a pickup for the pickup units. General Rokossovsky has managed to hold Araki with so few troops for so long. He's a true expert in defensive warfare. I believe he will be of great use in the future. We may have to conduct strategic defense for another year or even 2, and he is of the utmost importance to us. Utmost. Skucheski saluted. I will ensure the mission is completed. Having said that, he turned and left the command post. Perhaps it was due to relaxation, but Duke Myshikin began to cough violently again. His military bishop said worriedly, you should be careful with your health. After all, you have just returned from convalescing in Liechtenstein. Myshikin waved his hand dismissively. The mountain air being effective for my condition is complete nonsense. I was there for 2 years, and there was no improvement. Of course, the air there is fresher and the scenery is pleasant, which did lift my spirits. But that's about it. A lifted spirit. The chief of staff said, sometimes, a lifted spirit itself can improve one's condition. How can I feel cheerful in this situation? Since we're bound to die, I choose to die on the battlefield. Duke Myshikin coughed a few times, then glanced at the seat clock in the corner. Time's up, let the artillery begin. The chief of staff picked up the phone. This is the chief of staff. Start according to plan. The blast wave swept over everyone on top of tank number 422 the moment it fired. Nelly pressed her boat-shaped hat down with her hand, practically hiding behind the turret. Ludmila had already lost her hat. She was sitting half on the turret, her whole body leaning against Wang Zhong. About 100 meters away at the crossroads, the enemy's tank caught fire. The tank operators popped open the hatches and scrambled out, rolling on the ground to extinguish the flames. Wang Zhong manned the anti-aircraft machine gun, ending their agony. Machine gunner, set up the machine gun at this crossroads. Block it. Leave a traffic conductor to guide the main force. After issuing orders to the infantry unit beside him, Wang Zhong immediately pressed the microphone again. Load high explosive shells. Let's collapse the houses ahead and block the enemy's path. Ludmila heard someone shout from inside the hatch, high explosive shell, okay. The next moment, the cannon fired, and the blast tore at Ludmila's silver hair. The half-building behind the destroyed tank was hit, and as the supporting pillars were blasted away, it collapsed sideways, immediately blocking most of the road. The Prussians courageously crossed the intersection, only to be cut down by the tank and the newly set-up machine gun. The next moment, the enemy used their favorite smoke. Wang Zhong, aim at the breakpoint in the smoke. The enemy is also human, they also feel fear. The infantry machine gunner immediately did as told, continuously firing short bursts into the smoke with the big pan chicken, and indeed no new enemies came through. Wang Zhong, Belyakov, turn left, we continue to clear the way. The tank turned around. Seeing this, the other tanks hurriedly followed suit, and the column of tanks resumed its progress through the city. Wang Zhong, turn left at the crossroads ahead. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong in surprise. Do you know this city so well? Wang Zhong, I'm a commander, I know every road in this city. As the tank passed an apartment building, a woman with several children stood at the entrance, looking coldly at the tank column. Wang Zhong, stop. Belyakov immediately hit the brakes. Wang Zhong, madam, let the children get on. You can follow the troops. The woman held her head high. My ancestors were Prussians. Nelly, a spy? Why didn't the judge execute her? While the little boy also on the tank raised his submachine gun, let me kill her. Wang Zhong, no, the Prussians won't let him go, let her reap what she sows. Belyakov, move forward. Tank number 422 started moving again. Tank after tank passed by the woman, followed by trucks, ox carts, and the marching infantry column. Everyone looked at the family. The woman held her head high, displaying the arrogance of a superior race looking down upon an inferior race. No one knew whether her ancestors were Prussians, but she herself was probably a true Prussian. After finally leaving the city, Ludmila breathed a sigh of relief and turned her head to Wang Zhong. You don't seem worried at all, as if you know whether or not there are enemies ahead. Wang Zhong, nonsense. How could I possibly know? I only have 100% confidence in eliminating the enemy, that's all. To be honest, if the enemy surrounds us and doesn't attack, I'm not sure how we'd break out. As soon as he finished speaking, Infantry Group 31, hidden in the forest, shouted, The General? Is that the General? Wang Zhong, it's me. How are things? The next moment, a group of people stood up in the forest. Belyakov stopped advancing without waiting for Wang Zhong's order. A lieutenant colonel ran up to the tank, saluted. We've repelled the enemy's night assault. Over 100 of us from our battalion are left, all here. Wang Zhong, you've worked hard. I'll lead the way, and you follow and retreat. The lieutenant colonel saluted and turned away. Wang Zhong, Belyakov, move forward. After leaving Araki, the situation greatly deviated from Wang Zhong's expectations. There were no enemies on either side of the road, all of them were encamped more than 100 meters away from the road. Why? Not only were there no people on either side of the road, but also the villages along the road had no enemy presence, the empty villages were like ghost towns. As Wang Zhong puzzled over this, the Prussians encamped away from the road seemed to have noticed them and shouted something from a distance. Wang Zhong turned his head to ask Ludmila, what are they yelling? The girl furrowed her brows. It seems like they're reminding us that the anti-army likes to bombard the highways and villages at night, warning us to be careful. Wang Zhong was alarmed, but my artillery has already left their positions, the cannons are destroyed. Ludmila spread her hands. Perhaps, the Prussians forgot to pass this information on to other units. Wang Zhong was utterly astonished. Had he groped around in the dark several times only to find a miraculous path? This was indeed hitting the jackpot. Wang Zhong suddenly couldn't suppress his laughter. Ludmila looked at him, then exchanged a glance with Nelly. If possible, Wang Zhong wanted to issue orders to advance silently, but now the entire organization of the 151st Division was almost completely disrupted, and even if he used the radio to send orders, it would not be possible to successfully reach every unit. Moreover, using the radio now might alarm the Prussian forces on both sides of the road. In any case, only distant gunfire was heard, so the troops that had fled the city were probably not detected. As for how many units had actually made it out, that would have to wait until they regrouped at Shepetovka to count heads. Such a retreat was bound to lead to disarray, and the current state of the 151st Division could be described, using the words of the Great Battle, as a three-dimensional tumbling retreat. He had the feeling that nothing major would happen before dawn. The problem was after dawn. At the speed of the T-34s, if they were to race at full speed, they should arrive at Shepetovka by tomorrow morning, but around 4 a.m., the sky would start to lighten. At that time, the Prussian forces on both sides of the road would not be as oblivious to them as they were now. More to the point, the few who could rush ahead in tanks were in the minority. The main force of the 151st Division was on foot, which, if spotted by the enemy's armored units on the main road, not to mention armored units, even being discovered by a large number of semi-tracked armored grenadier units, would be troublesome. The machine guns on the half-tracked vehicles were not to be trifled with, and the same went for the machine guns assigned to the enemy infantry squads. Thinking of this, Wang Zhong's recently relaxed mood instantly turned serious. Maybe it's not a good idea to just run wildly? Perhaps they should strike the enemy first and throw them into chaos? But the only reliable force he had on hand was 6 T-34 tanks. That there were 6 was thanks to the mercy of the tank engine souls for not breaking down until now. After all the trouble tonight, it wouldn't be surprising if the 6 tanks broke down at any moment their motors were out of hours. Apart from the enemy on the steppes, the enemy's air force would be deadly after dawn. Now, with no trees in sight, Wang Zhong, looking from a bird's-eye view, could see that even in the middle of the night, the 6 tanks were very conspicuous. Moreover, the highway they were on was in such bad condition, it was just a flattened dirt road, and the tanks stirred up clouds of dust as they moved. It was only because there was a new moon and no moonlight that the dust clouds weren't too visible. Once it was light, the billowing dust would be visible to airplanes flying at altitudes of 6,000 or 7,000 meters. Damn it, the more he thought about it, the more worried he became. He didn't know whether they would receive Air Force support from the Grand Duchess after dawn. The most crucial point was, the Grand Duchess might not know that the 151st Division had abandoned Araki. Perhaps Air Force support would still head straight for Araki. Wang Zhong's brows twisted into knots. Ludmila, watching beside him, had the look of wanting to console him but dared not interrupt his thoughts. August 6th, Archsukov, within the Rokosov Duke's manor. Old Duke Rokosov had only been asleep for 2 hours when he was woken up by the hurried footsteps. The Duke was old, his sleep light, the slightest disturbance would awaken him. He sat up, intending to turn on his bedside lamp, but then remembered the blackout restrictions. The power district had cut the electricity to the urban area. At that moment, the old butler Mikhail entered, holding a candlestick, its light illuminating the bedroom. Master, the second young master has abandoned Araki and broken through. Old Rokosov was shocked. Which way did he break through? Shepetovka? And he also sent a telegram requesting support from Duke Myshikin. Nov. L.B//JNN. The old man heaved a sigh of relief. That's good then. He held on for less time than I thought. According to intelligence passed back from Front Army headquarters by the eldest son, the enemy's 2nd Armored Army Group's main force attacked Araki. The main force of the 2nd Armored Army Group? Is the information reliable? The old Duke raised his voice again. Yes, now the enemy's Armored Army Group main force has crossed Araki and advanced 30 kilometers to the south. The old Duke hurried to the map table in his bedroom. The old butler immediately followed with the candlestick to provide illumination. 30 kilometers, old Rokosov wore a serious expression. This is bad. Elisha might not be in immediate trouble, but now the danger is upon us. The 1st Army Group to the south is moving so quickly, and now the 2nd Army Group is speeding up too. We will be encircled within a week, and this is the last window of opportunity to retreat. The old butler didn't speak, waiting for the old Duke to sort out his thoughts. Pacing near the map table, the old Duke walked a few laps, then said, even if Elisha makes it out, it will be very dangerous during the day tomorrow. The old butler couldn't help but say, you just mentioned that we are the ones in danger now. Oh, our danger is unavoidable, but Elisha's side, we can make an effort. How many Air Force units does the Front Army still have? The units commanded by Anti's Front Army included the Air Force, which was different from the Prasen Army Group. The commander of the Front Army could also direct the Air Force under his command and give them instructions. There are 3 fighter squadrons left, all newly transferred, the old butler said. The source of the signal. Never mind the source of the signal, I need to make a phone call. Bring me the phone. The old butler placed the candle on the table and fetched the telephone from the desk, handing the receiver to the old man. The old man picked up the receiver. Connect me to the Front Army headquarters. This is General Rokosovsky. Please put the Chief of Staff of the Front Army on the line. General Skorobo, are you still insisting on your opinion? Retreat immediately? What? His Majesty the Tsar won't allow it. With a twist of his mouth, the old man cursed. Sucka. Oh no, I didn't call you specifically to order a retreat, but my second son is retreating to Shepetovka. Could you provide some air cover for him? You're covering tomorrow's offensive? Towards where are you launching the attack? Nonsense. It's not the old days anymore. Don't you know the outcome when infantry attacks on the plains? The enemy has machine guns in every infantry squad. Each one has them. Do you realize how terrible the density of frontal machine guns is? No, I think that regardless of whether you send air support or not, the infantry attack will fail. We should be retreating now, while the jaws of the trap are still open. Retreat doesn't need artillery fire, doesn't need an offensive formation, just the rapid patter of feet will do. You. Suddenly, the old man pulled the receiver away and stared at it with furrowed brows. The bastard hung up on me? Hung up on me. The old butler suggested, shall we try calling Lieutenant General Andreev of the Air Force? No, I have retired, and it wouldn't be right to interfere excessively with the military command of active personnel. After hesitating momentarily, the old butler still said, in that case, you should leave Archsukov, while the airport is still able to handle passenger planes. Your staying here is of no help. Old Rokosov smiled. No, Mikhail, my old friend, I can't leave. I have the most important thing to do here. Very, very important. In fact, calling the Air Force for Elisha and such, are merely icing on the cake. It's not my main purpose. Frowning, the old butler said, I don't understand. Even after serving you for so many years, I still don't comprehend. You don't have to understand, or maybe you will in time. Old Rokosov sat down on a chair, leaned back, and stared at the ceiling. Now let me pray that Elisha can escape to safety. That's all I can do now. Wang Zhong suddenly saw headlights on the road ahead. Oh no, the enemy? He switched to the overhead view and noticed there were no highlights. It was friendly BT tanks, each carrying infantry. Wang Zhong was overjoyed. Then it dawned on him, the last time he encountered friendly forces at night like this, he had been fired upon by them. So he hurriedly adjusted the microphone at his throat and turned on the radio to call out. This is General Whitehorse, it's General Rokosov. Calling the approaching friendly forces. He suddenly remembered that he had not arranged any call signs with the approaching friendly forces. Simply saying General Whitehorse might not make the person on the other end realize who it was. He didn't have to wait long. The response came through his earphones. This is Major General Skujiski of the 10th Tank Army. Lieutenant General Rokosov? Where are you? Wang Zhong temporarily turned off the radio. Belyakov, turn on the headlights. The order was executed without hesitation. Tank 422's headlights flicked on, brightly illuminating the road ahead. I've turned on the lights. Can you see them? I see them, General. How did you know we aren't Prussians? Because I have a unique trick. Unfortunately, I can't reveal it. Wang Zhong responded, I was just trying it out. Had you not responded, I would have started firing. Good thing you called us first and didn't fire right away. We'll see you soon, Your Excellency. See you soon. Wang Zhong cut the communication. Ludmila asked with concern, are the forces up ahead friendly? Yes, they're troops from the 10th Tank Army. It must be because Duke Maishikin ordered them to come meet us? Since the Prussians are all camping far from the road, they managed to safely make their way here. Moments later, Tank 422 screeched to a halt on the dirt road. The approaching BT tanks also stopped, with both tanks nearly colliding. Wang Zhong climbed out of the hatch, leapt excitedly from the tank, approached, and shook the hand extended by the Major General from the other side. We've finally caught up with you, chuckled the Major General. Duke Maishikin ordered us to rescue you at all costs. Wang Zhong, thank you for the concern, Duke. Although we did request support in our telegram, we never expected to encounter the relief troops so soon. We didn't expect it either. We were planning on fighting a night battle against the enemy, but unexpectedly, they stayed away from the highway encampments all along the way. As we marched, we set up defensive positions along the roadside, and that's how we managed to rush over here. Skujiski scratched his head. Why didn't the enemy encamp by the roadside? Wang Zhong, feigning innocence, said, indeed, why is that? But he quickly recalled his recent worries and added, we still have a large number of troops lagging behind, including the common folk from Araki who can't move quickly. Once daylight breaks, they will be annihilated by the enemies on either side of the road. Skujiski laughed, don't worry, we'll help you. As long as we rush the enemy into a dizzy state, they won't have the chance to attack your people. We didn't provoke the enemy earlier to meet up with you as quickly as possible, but now we can finally clean up those Prasen bastards to our heart's content. I've been holding back for too long. After saying this, he saluted Wang Zhong, please head to Shepetovka as quickly as possible. We're about to strike at the enemy and cause as much chaos in their ranks as we can. Wang Zhong returned the salute, good luck to you. Skujiski, I prefer to hear Saint Andrew be with you. Wang Zhong, Saint Andrew be with you. Skujiski gave Wang Zhong a grin, climbed onto his own tank, and ordered through the radio, all units, off the road, make way for the 151st Division's troops and the Araki civilians, the 1st Battalion to follow me off the road to the left, the 2nd Battalion to the right, and so on. We're about to give the enemy a heavy blow, rejoice. After the order was given, the 1st Battalion of the 10th Tank Army's BT tanks uniformly veered off the road and charged toward the enemy encampment in the distance. The 2nd Battalion turned off the road to the right from Wang Zhong's perspective, to the left and charged at the enemies there. Wang Zhong, pass the order, the remaining tanks are to guide the advance, engage any enemy units that obstruct, and ensure the safety of the infantry and civilians. The messenger rode off on his horse, and Wang Zhong said to the driver of Tank 422, Belyakov, leave the road, drive onto the side mud. The command was immediately executed, and Tank 422 left the road. The tanks following behind quickly surpassed it, and the commander who was also the gunner saluted Wang Zhong and Tank 422 while passing by. Ludmila, puzzled, asked, why are we stopping by the roadside? Wang Zhong responds, I want to see my troops, to see what a mess my hard-earned forces are in now. Ludmila gently stroked Wang Zhong's head, don't blame yourself too much, you fought well. We faced down at least 3 enemy tank divisions, held out for 3 days, and even managed to break out. Isn't that enough to be proud of? Wang Zhong, until Prosnia falls, I have nothing to be proud of. Or rather, it is only when we achieve a decisive victory in this war that it will be time to take pride. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong's profile and said nothing. At that moment, 5 T-34 tanks moved past Wang Zhong, followed by a mixed convoy of trucks carrying wounded soldiers, women, and children, and marching infantry troops passing in front of Wang Zhong. Watching the troops, Wang Zhong suddenly felt a sense of discontent. When he arrived in Araki, he was full of confidence, planning to hold out here for a week. Back then, he had strong forces at his disposal, an impromptu infantry division, plus logistics and laborers that totaled 20,000, far exceeding the normal complement of an anti-infantry division's 8,000 combatants. In addition, he had so much technical weaponry at his disposal, from artillery to T-34 tanks, he had everything. Now, it had come to this, only 6 tanks remained of the technical weaponry, the soldiers had suffered massive casualties, and it felt like they had returned to the pre-liberation days. Of course, he had anticipated the heavy losses when he took up positions in Araki. What truly irked him was not being able to hold out as long as he had planned. The enemy had been held at bay for only 2 days before they decisively bypassed Araki. Wang Zhong stood on the tank turret, watching the troops of the 151st Division pass by. Every face was weary, every person wounded, with spots of blood seeping through the white bandages. Everyone they had abandoned the city they planned to defend for 7 days, lost almost all their technical weapons, suffered terrible casualties, and lost contact with their military bishop and many of their monks. What truly constitutes a defeat? Surely this counted as one. As Wang Zhong pondered this, he suddenly spotted Brother Peter among the marching infantry. The monk, carrying a Mosin Nagant, swaggered down the road, nibbling on a carrot as he walked. Wang Zhong shouted, Brother Peter. The monk, truly gifted with sharp hearing, heard Wang Zhong despite the cacophony of gunfire created by the 10th Army, even without acoustic reinforcement. Brother Peter looked up and waved at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong said nothing at the moment, but then he saw a truck wobbling its way forward, driven by none other than Yuka Nyako, the vice knight. The monk looked extremely tired, like he could fall asleep on the steering wheel at any moment, and it was only when he saw the tank by the roadside that he suddenly snapped to attention and saluted Wang Zhong energetically. The vice knight's truck was packed with the wounded and women. Wang Zhong only glimpsed the typically irritable Yekaterina's face squeezed to the outer edge, looking indignant. When Yekaterina saw Wang Zhong, she immediately pouted to display her dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Nelly asked, "Why is that little one pouting?" Wang Zhong looked at Nelly, thinking you have the nerve to make fun of someone for being short? After the vice knight's truck passed by, there came the procession of the division's female workers, including the field laundry and cooking squads. The girls, carrying their household items from washing tubs and scrubbing boards to field kitchen pots, had everything you could think of. Although they looked exhausted, they were spirited. Following them was the squad of the Guardian Army. There weren't many members of the Guardian Army following Wang Zhong's main forces. No one knew where the rest of the Guardian Army and Popov had gone. Behind the Guardian Army were troops not wearing the guards' cloaks, probably a battalion of the 5th Bishansk Regiment. As they walked, they spoke and laughed loudly, stopping only when they saw Wang Zhong and tank number 422, looking at Wang Zhong, who was peeking out from the tank, with admiring eyes. Ludmila noticed this and asked, "Aren't you going to say something? Everyone is looking at you with such trust, with such admiration." Wang Zhong shook his head. "What can I say? I thought I had lost this battle, but now everyone is looking at me as if I'm a victor. What else could I possibly say?" He didn't realize he had repeated "what else could I possibly say" again. No sooner had Wang Zhong finished speaking than Ludmila embraced him in her arms. While stroking Wang Zhong's hair, Ludmila softly said, "You've already done so well, that's why everyone is looking at you like that. Take it easy. In the future, we'll achieve a genuine victory, instead of leaving the city we defended in such a sorry state like now." Wang Zhong indulged in the feeling of his face buried in the warmth of affection. After some time had passed, Ludmila let go, creating some distance, and gave Wang Zhong a glance, breaking into a smile. "That's better. A tough war general can't afford to show the kind of melancholic eyes you had just now." Wang Zhong was quiet for a few seconds, then thanked the girl. At this moment, the sky to the east gradually revealed the pale light of dawn. Perhaps it was the effect of the morning light, but Wang Zhong's perception of the whole scene changed. He found that everyone's eyes brimmed with fighting spirit, as if they were ready to plunge into battle again, to fight the enemy to the last bullet and the last breath. These expressions didn't belong to a defeated army. He hadn't noticed this before, probably because it was dark at night. Just then, Wang Zhong spotted Vasily and Filipov in the ranks, who had also successfully broken through the encirclement. So, Wang Zhong called out to Vasily, "Son of the music professor, sing us a song." Upon hearing the words "son of the music professor," Vasily made a face as if he had swallowed a fly, but when he saw that it was Wang Zhong sitting atop tank number 422 speaking, he immediately changed to an expression as if he had swallowed the fly and declared it tasty. "Vasily, Filipov, the drums." "Filipov, are you sure? I'm already so tired." "Vasily, Major General Rakosov wants to hear music. Go on and play." When Wang Zhong heard this, he shouted, "War comes and goes, but only music endures forever. Filipov, it's at times like these that we need music." Filipov took out his folding campaign drum and started to beat the rhythm. Vasily led off with the same old song, Tanya Tanyusha. The cheerful tune seemed to quicken the pace of the column's march. The two passed by tank number 422 as they proceeded. By then the sun had fully risen, its light landing on the tank and on Wang Zhong's shoulders. Before the now distant Vasily could sing another song, a woman from the labor camp in the ranks began to sing. "My dear ones, at the front." Ludmila furrowed her brow. "That's a song from the Civil War." More women from the labor camp joined in the chorus. "No one is as sad as he, while loading cannon shells. He thinks of me. Here comes a letter, stamped with an official seal. It says my beloved has died on the battlefield. Ah, my dearest. Lying beside a wild bush, Nov. L.B//JNN. His sideburns, that golden hair, tangled by the wind into a messy heap. His eyes, those affectionate eyes, pecked into hollows by crows." Wang Zhong pursed his lips. The melody of the folk song was ordinary, and the lyrics were nothing but plain speech, yet the sorrow expressed within deeply gripped his heart. Strangely enough, despite the sadness, not a single person marching along the road seemed afraid. On the contrary, the sad singing only made their steps seem all the more resolute, like a surging tide of iron. At this time, the 10th Tank Army and their mounted tank riders had already engaged the enemy in battle, tracer rounds and explosions relentlessly tearing through the dawn. Thanks to their created chaos, the battalion advancing on the highway didn't attract much attention even though it was now daylight. Wang Zhong had originally thought that stationing his number 422 tank here could draw the enemy's attention if they attacked, covering the battalion's retreat. But he didn't know how long this situation could last. The Prussians were bound to react eventually, and after all, the 10th Tank Army could only attack the enemy forces they had in direct sight. Additionally, the enemy's air force was a great concern. Based on the previous few days' experiences, the first wave of enemy aircraft usually arrived around 6 in the morning, and there was now less than 2 hours until then. Concerned about the Air Force, Wang Zhong subconsciously checked the anti-aircraft machine gun. The painful lesson of the entire crew's sacrifice due to a BT tank's anti-aircraft machine gun malfunctioning back in liftoff had compelled Wang Zhong to thoroughly learn the mechanics of the gun. Now, Wang Zhong's inspection of the machine gun was entirely that of a seasoned veteran, and even a layman could tell. Nelly looked at Wang Zhong's hands adjusting the gun mechanism, then at his face. Ludmila laughed. "You're handling that gun more skillfully than you handle girls now." Wang Zhong frowned and looked at Ludmila. At that moment, the little boy sitting in front of the turret turned his head. "What does handling girls mean?" "Playing house." The adults walking by the tank, both men and women, all laughed. The boy was utterly bewildered, asking repeatedly, "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" After Wang Zhong finished checking the machine gun, just as he was about to impart some adult knowledge to the little boy, he saw Yegorov sitting in the middle of the road on a peasant's cart. Wang Zhong immediately asked, "Yegorov, since when did you start slacking off?" Yegorov raised his right foot, showing off the splint and straps around his lower leg. "I broke my leg during the retreat, just got it set. I could have walked on crutches, but the peasant hauled me up here." The peasant driving the cart said, "If you don't ride my cart to Shepetovka, your leg would be ruined, you wouldn't be able to fight the enemy anymore, and it might even need to be amputated. Now I'll give you a ride, and in half a year, you'll come back and fight the devils." Yegorov spread his hands. "See, the peasants sure know how to keep accounts." Wang Zhong laughed too, but he quickly asked a new question. "What about your unit?" Yegorov pointed westward. "They're behind. The bunkers worked this time. I managed to lead quite a few out. If you stay in Shepetovka for a few days, I expect more scattered troops will rejoin the ranks." "All right, I will," Wang Zhong answered. Yegorov's nonchalant smile suddenly disappeared. He looked squarely at Wang Zhong and said, "I'm going to recuperate for half a year, and then I'll come back to hell to join you, General, in half a year." Before Wang Zhong could respond, someone among the soldiers shouted, "In half a year, it might be the enemy's hell." Everyone burst into hearty laughter, including Wang Zhong, even though he knew that in half a year, they were far from the end of their bitter struggles. Yegorov's cart passed by tank number 422, heading towards Shepetovka.nov, L.B/JNN. Wang Zhong watched him for a long time until he could no longer see him clearly, then withdrew his gaze. Then he noticed Colonel Eugene, carrying a miner's pick in the midst of the troops, and his assigned military staff officer, Captain Andrei. "Wang Zhong, Colonel Eugene, why are you carrying a miner's pick?" "It's handy," the colonel said while slinging the pick over his shoulder. "If you're asking about the troops' condition, most of them are here." "Wang Zhong, what about Olaf from the 5th Tank Army?" "He's behind. I planned to use their light tanks to transport some of the slightly injured, but as soon as we left the position, they broke down, and the injured had to be helped on foot." Wang Zhong nodded and then saw Pavlov and the bunch of military staff officers and clerks in the crowd. The chief of staff merely nodded without speaking. "Wang Zhong, Pavlov, why aren't you speaking?" Pavlov pointed to his throat and gestured. It seemed that he had damaged his voice by talking too much during the organization of the retreat. After Pavlov passed by, Ludmila suddenly said, "I haven't seen Popov and the choir members." "Indeed, I haven't seen them either," Wang Zhong sighed, "and there are many others I haven't seen, like my guard, Grigory. I sent him with the guard platoon to reinforce the positions in the eastern woods to cover the artillery." Ludmila hesitated, sharing Wang Zhong's anxious gaze towards the west. Just then, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Wang Zhong's first reaction was to look westward and northward, then he realized the sound came from the northeast. He then saw IL-2s, in attack formation, flying low to the ground, strafing the Prussian forces with their machine guns. The people on the tank all looked up, watching the Ant Air Force ruthlessly ravage the enemy. Cheers of varying volumes erupted from the mixed column on the move. Ludmila suddenly said, "Rumor has it that this reinforcement was requested by you from the Crown Princess." "Yes, at that time I thought about what could immediately reach the battlefield and be instantly effective, and that was the Air Force." Wang Zhong turned his head to look at Ludmila. "Are you familiar with the Crown Princess?" Ludmila shook her head vigorously. "Not familiar." "How come? I'm so well acquainted with the Crown Prince. How come you didn't take the opportunity to get to know her?" "The Crown Princess doesn't often come to salons and always hangs out with the older men at balls, listening to them talk about those incomprehensible things. She is Saint Ekaterina Fortress's most unattainable flower. Even you got rebuffed." "I actually got rebuffed." More IL-2s joined the battlefield. It seemed at least 2 air regiments had arrived. The Prussians hastily organized anti-aircraft fire, but it did not seem very effective against the IL-2s, known for their robustness. At this moment, Wang Zhong saw planes with yellow-painted noses diving down from the sky. Bf-109. The Prussian Air Force finally took off to provide air cover for ground units. Wang Zhong had thought that this era's Prussian Air Force would only deploy dive bombers and horizontal bombers. As the 109s joined the fray, the Ant Air Force's Lag-3s also entered combat. Voices of Ant pilots could be heard over the radio. "Up, take them out. Cover the attack air squadron." Then a row of Lag-3s dove down from the direction of the rising sun. Wang Zhong muttered subconsciously, "Why Lag-3s, where are the Yak-3s?" Ludmila and Nelly both looked at Wang Zhong curiously, as neither had heard of these two models of planes. "Wang Zhong, send out the Yak-3s." Ludmila asked curiously, what's wrong with the Lag 3? Wang Zhong, this plane will lock up at high speeds, you can't pull up, and it maneuvers like a brick at low speeds. The engine performs like it's constipated, and the speed is completely lost with the slightest maneuver, it needs flaps to have enough lift. He realized then, this was information Rakasov should not have known. He looked guiltily at his fiancée. Ludmila, how do you know all this? I thought you've never flown a plane. It was Vasily. He flew at the flying club. He told me. Wang Zhong made up an excuse. Ludmila blinked. Vasily knows quite a lot. Yeah, Wang Zhong shrugged. A professor's son, the professor's. But if he joined a flying club, he should have gone into the Air Force. Why would he join the infantry school? Wang Zhong, his father wouldn't allow it? A professor's son, you know, his father thinks all Air Force guys are rascals and he would pick up bad habits. I see, Ludmila nodded. By then, Lag 3S had been shot down by the skillful pilots of the 109s, plunging into the grass, bursting into fireballs. The remaining Lag 3S were still dogfighting with the enemy planes. The radio was filled with shouts from ant pilots. Number 8, it's behind you, behind you. Semyon, bank left? Damn, bank left? Remember, our plane's banking performance is different on each side. Mama. Nikitavish, take care of my son for me. White parachutes blossomed in the sky, appearing like lone dandelions. After watching for a few seconds and feeling too distressed, Wang Zhong adjusted the reception frequency of the radio to stop listening to the pilot's channel. Pilots were more valuable than tank operators, just to be killed by lousy planes. Whoever was in charge of assigning such lousy equipment to the troops should be taken out for target practice. He tried to direct his attention elsewhere and looked westward along the road, only to see Grigory nonchalantly walking with the column while smoking a cigarette. Wang Zhong, Grigory, where are the men I gave you? Grigory pointed behind him. About 200 are still alive, but that's the whole battalion combined. Some surviving artillerymen are behind us too, tangled up with the civilians. The organization is a mess, I don't know how many we have. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue and waved his hand. Grigory continued on toward the northeast, smoking leisurely as he walked. Ludmila, he looks so calm. Yeah, that's just how he is. He was the same last time we ambushed an enemy scout team. Frighteningly calm, Wang Zhong said. Just then, Nelly suddenly pinched Wang Zhong's waist fiercely and pointed into the distance. Look. Wang Zhong looked over and saw several hundred meters away that some Prasen troops realized that the column walking on the road were not their own men. Alexandria. Wang Zhong immediately ordered over an internal connection. Turret left turn 20 degrees, load high explosive shells, wipe the enemy out. Quick. The turret began to turn right away and then it fired. The Prussians who had noticed something amiss were blown into the air in an instant. Wang Zhong operated the anti-aircraft machine gun, sprayed the Prussian tents nearby where the Prussians were, shouting to the people on the road meanwhile, move it, double time, the enemy has noticed us. The 422 vehicle's hull machine gun also opened fire, knocking down another group of enemies who had spotted something odd on the road. Wang Zhong, White Horse calling the 10th Tank Army. White Horse to the 10th Tank Army, the enemy has spotted us, please engage the enemy as much as possible. No sooner had he spoken than he heard someone shout, Elisha. He turned towards the voice and saw Sophia sitting on an ox cart, with Popov driving the ox, and a large group of Guardian Army villagers surrounding the cart. Wang Zhong, stop shouting, hurry up, the enemy is catching on. After speaking, Wang Zhong fired at the enemy once again. Wang Zhong was in a hurry when he received a response from the 10th Tank Army. We have seen the head of the column, your troops are finally about to finish passing through. At this moment, Wang Zhong really wanted to change his perspective to see the situation for himself. However, the 10th Tank Army was not under his command, and its commander was a lieutenant general, ranking higher than his own major general. But he soon saw the end of the column on the main road as well. About a kilometer-long procession was left, comprised entirely of the Guardian Army and laborers, mixed in with many local peasants' horse-drawn and ox-drawn carts. A platoon of BT tanks was at the roadside, protecting this group of people. Wang Zhong impatiently waited for these people to pass by. Finally, the last horse-drawn cart passed by next to tank number 422, and there were no more people left behind, at least no organized groups. As for how many stragglers there were, Wang Zhong couldn't do much about that. You guys should retreat as well, he shouted to the tank platoon that was helping with the protection. The platoon leader popped open the hatch and climbed out, replying, the commander has ordered us to cover for you. You go ahead, and we'll handle any enemies that catch up. Wang Zhong nodded and ordered through internal communication, Belyakov, let's go. Tank number 422 backed up about 5 meters, then turned right onto the road. After picking up speed for a few steps, it caught up with the tail end of the marching column and began to move forward at a pace not much different from that of walking humans. Nelly couldn't help asking, what's that banging sound? Oh, that's the sound of hitting the control stick with a hammer. Without hitting it, it's impossible to control the vehicle, Wang Zhong explained. It has to be like this. Nelly looked down at the tank, seemingly gaining a new understanding of the large machine. Nov, L, B /JNN. At this time, a granny on the last cart in the column asked, General, are you that General Rokossovsky everyone talks about? I am, Wang Zhong nodded. He thought she was going to ask something like, "Do you know how my son who joined the Guardian Army is doing?" But instead, the granny started with, "Thank you for sending my grandson away, and in the end, even giving me a seat." Wang Zhong replied, "That wasn't arranged by me, but by someone executing orders below. You should thank that person." The granny smiled, "I already thanked him. Now, I am thanking you." Wang Zhong said, "Once you get to Shepatovka, take your grandson and get on the train, go all the way to the rear." "All right," the granny nodded, her smile looking genuinely pure. All of a sudden, Wang Zhong wondered if his current situation resembled Liu Bei retreating from Xinyi. Yes, very much so. Would he have to go through many retreats like this in the future until finally, retreating to the foot of St. Yekaterina Fortress and thinking, "Ante is vast, but we have nowhere left to retreat." Wang Zhong turned his head to look back in the direction they had come from, and even from this distance, he could see the thick smoke from the fires around Araki. 20 kilometers away from Shepatovka, Wang Zhong saw that anti-infantry had taken a small mound by the roadside, where they had set up a makeshift position with machine guns and a 45mm anti-tank gun, with 2 carts hidden behind the hillock. Wang Zhong waved to them, "Hello there." The captain commanding this small detachment gave a thumbs up, "Hello, salute to you." It seemed like the captain did not recognize Wang Zhong's rank of Major General. After passing this sentry post, Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. "We have entered our army's defensive area. I can finally rest easy now." Ludmila gently stroked his hair. "You've worked hard, Elisha. Take a rest." Captain Maldali Apollonovich watched the T-34 adorned with the red flag fade into the distance. He heard the gunner Vasia chewing his tongue beside him. "Did you see? That tank is carrying 2 beauties. A tall one, and a pretty young maid. Aristocrats really know how to live it up." Captain Maldali scolded, "What are you talking about? That's General Rokossovsky?" His division held off the enemy's forces several times their size at Araki for 3 days before escaping with so many civilians. What? Vasia was shocked. That was General Rokossovsky? What about his white horse? Weren't there stories of him charging into the enemy headquarters on a white horse, alone with a sword, and killing 3 generals? Where's his horse? Captain Maldali replied, "Are you blind? Isn't a white horse painted next to the tank's tactical number? That's his white horse. Don't you recognize that number? Tank 422. And the red flag? The enemy dies of fear at the sight of that flag." Vasia was astounded. "This is the first time I'm hearing this, but why's he bringing so many women with him to the battlefield?" That's when the old loader beside Vasia spoke up, "Silly boy, what do you know? Those are angels sent by Saint Andrew." The bishop said it in his sermon. When Saint Andrew established the secular faction, he had 12 angels by his side. Those 12 angels, from poor families, were blessed for their virtue and courage. "The general has received Saint Andrew's blessing," Vasia exclaimed. "Ah, I see." Captain Maldali scoffed, "What now, you're going to brag in the tavern again? Next time you get caught by a priest after drinking like that, you'll be in for it." Vasia replied, "How could I? We've no idea how long we'll be stationed on this hillock. Heaven knows when we'll get to go to a tavern." It was only after seeing the anti-aircraft gun positions deployed around Shepatovka that Wang Zhong truly felt completely at ease. The soldiers at the high-altitude artillery position curiously watched tank number 422, and someone loudly asked, "Is that General Rokossovsky?" Wang Zhong replied, "Yes, I am." "Did you kill another Prasen general last night?" Wang Zhong frowned. "When did this happen?" "I have no idea." The anti-aircraft gunners looked at each other in confusion. Someone else asked, "We heard you wiped out 100 tanks last night." Wang Zhong replied, "No, that's a rumor. You guys are exaggerating too much. Are you going to say next that I annihilated an enemy armored division?" The expert gunners immediately erupted in jubilation. "Did you hear that? The general wiped out an entire enemy armored division." Wang Zhong had a splitting headache and tried to change the subject. "Where is Duke Myshakin's command post?" A captain pointed to the east. "Keep going, turn left at the cathedral, next to the hospital." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Tank 422's engine suddenly made a strange noise, followed by a great billow of black smoke spewing from the exhaust pipe. The tank then began to slow down, moving a few more meters under its own momentum before coming to a complete stop. Belyakov climbed out of the driver's compartment cursing, "I knew it was about time. General, you better go on foot. I reckon it's beyond a wrench's fix now." Wang Zhong replied, "Thank God, it held out until we got here. There's an anti-aircraft gun nearby, so at least we don't have to worry about getting bumped by a Stuka." The very moment his words fell, the captain of the anti-aircraft battalion called out, "Need help? We have blacksmiths and mechanics here." Belyakov replied, "Any help would be great. And if there are any old mechanics who can fix tractors, call them over too. Thanks a lot." The captain of the anti-aircraft battalion immediately issued commands, and a fast-legged gunner sprinted out of his position and quickly disappeared. Wang Zhong, bracing himself against the edge of the turret, tried to climb out, but his joints were so stiff from sitting too long that he nearly fell. Ludmila and Nelly supported him from either side. The concerned captain from the anti-aircraft battalion asked, "Are you wounded?" "No," said Wang Zhong as he steadied himself with the help of the girls and climbed down from the tank. A child sitting on the tank asked, "Where are you going, General? Can we come with you?" Wang Zhong replied, "Stay put. The nuns from the church will come to pick you up soon." In times like these, only the nuns were left to take care of the children, as daycares had long since closed down. The child gripped his submachine gun. We can fight. We are soldiers. Wang Zhong affirmed. Yes, I know. The nuns will issue you combat orders. As Wang Zhong limbered up his numb body, Ludmila also climbed down from the tank, massaging his shoulder. I could tell during the ride that your shoulders were too stiff. Nellie also disembarked. Shall I find us a horse carriage? I'm quite good at driving them. No sooner had she spoken than a jeep drove up the street and stopped in front of Wang Zhong. The lieutenant driving the vehicle got out and saluted. We've received a call from the anti-aircraft artillery position, and we're here to take you to the command post. General Rokossovsky, Duke Myshakin is waiting for you. Wang Zhong acknowledged. Good. Am I going alone? The lieutenant glanced at Ludmila's monk military uniform and said, the church people are on their way. Bishop Popov, who's already here, will arrange for Monk Miss to rest. Wang Zhong inquired. I also have an orderly. What about her? Nellie volunteered. Take me to the general's quarters. That's bound to cause misunderstandings? Clearly misinterpreting, the lieutenant glanced at Wang Zhong and answered, then come along, you can sit in the back. Wang Zhong was dumbfounded and simply circled around to the passenger side to get into the vehicle. Wang Zhong had initially thought that Duke Myshakin was a mature and steady middle-aged noble. To his surprise, he turned out to be a young man not much older than himself. As Wang Zhong entered the map room, the Duke was coughing, enveloped by the aura of a sickly person. It took the Duke about 20 seconds to stop coughing, and as he wiped his mouth, he looked up at Wang Zhong. So you've arrived, General Rokossovsky? Wang Zhong inquired. Are you all right? Myshakin managed a smile. An old problem. I've had it since I was a child. I spent some time in Liechtenstein before the war started, hoping it would improve. He spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Wang Zhong gasped. Tuberculosis. In this era, that was often a terminal illness, incurable and only prolonging the inevitable and not something you'd die from quickly. If this had been Ceres, he might have had to take failed drumskin pills. Duke Myshakin waved the notion aside. Let's talk about the situation of your troops. We've been steadily receiving scattered soldiers and small units, and I've designated the dormitory of the old rail school near the station as your rally point. Your chief of staff has already gone there, and your bishop, cough cough cough, is with the church. I don't really meddle in church affairs. Wang Zhong nodded. That's a proper arrangement. We will soon set up waypoints at the city's edge to guide everyone there. Myshakin nodded in agreement. Once the trains are arranged, you'll retreat. Wang Zhong objected. What? We still have our integrity. We can still fight. Myshakin gestured dismissively. I know you can fight, and I need troops to defend Shepetovka, but what you have left are the core elements. They will be more effective once replenished. I'm very aware of that. No, I can't afford to have elite troops worn down here. You have to leave. Suddenly, Myshakin paused. However, Her Highness just sent over 30 T-34 tanks. I hope you can leave these with us. Once the 10th Tank Army's troops pull back, we should be able to put together enough crews to operate these 30 tanks. Wang Zhong insisted. I can command these 30 T-34s. My own tank, number 422, can also continue fighting. Duke Myshakin smiled. Isn't it broken down? I reckon it needs to go back to the factory for a thorough overhaul, and with the tank factory dismantled and shipped away, nobody here can fix it. And we both know that for you to command a tank, you need a specialized command spot, which the other T-34s don't have. This was indeed true. Wang Zhong still wanted to argue, to persuade Duke Myshakin to agree to let him stay and continue fighting. But the Duke interrupted. All right, you've had a long day, get some rest. We can discuss other matters tomorrow.